Still a lazybones. Meng Fuyue had not had enough of her laid-back life when she suddenly traveled through time, becoming Meng Fuyue, a peasant girl fleeing famine in ancient times. As soon as she awoke, she found herself surrounded by 5 wolves. Not afraid, she possessed divine power and easily took them down with a punch. Fleeing famine, huh? No worries, she has space attached to her, plenty of food, and wild chickens, rabbits, boars, and wolves constantly coming to her door, all eaten until their mouths are greasy. Encounter bandits? Just fight them off. She thought that after escaping the famine, she would settle down, get rich, and continue her laid-back life. But unexpectedly, after getting involved with a talented but complicated scholar boy, her days became more and more colorful. Then let's do it. Chapter 1. Transcending during famine escape. Oh my goodness. Meng Fuyue opened her eyes to see 5 wolf heads glaring at her with green eyes, frightening her so much that her soul trembled. The 5 wolves, also startled by her, shivered and instinctively took a few steps back. Meng Fuyue reflexively stood up, looking at the scene in front of her, feeling utterly confused.
Damn.
Can someone tell her what the hell is going on? She was just sleeping in. How did her environment change so drastically upon waking? If she didn't know better, she'd think she had traveled to another world. The moment this idea popped into her mind, Meng Fuyue shuddered. Could it be that she really had traveled through time? Before she could think further, the 5 wolves lunged at her. Meng Fuyue was born with divine strength. Words like punching a cow to death were too weak to describe her power. She didn't know exactly how strong she was, but it was at least 10,000 gene of force, able to crack stones, split mountains, and tear apart tigers and leopards with ease. She threw a punch at one of the wolves. A what? The wolf was knocked flying by her punch, letting out a painful yelp. It hit a tree trunk, then fell to the ground. After 3 hits, it whined a few times and died. But Meng Fuyue's expression suddenly changed. She couldn't believe it. How could her strength suddenly become so weak? Gulyulu. She figured it out, she was starving. Though she was born with divine strength, her appetite was huge. She needed to eat the amount of 4 or 5 people. If she wasn't full, her strength would be greatly diminished. But why was she so hungry? Now, with no food, she could only fight to avoid becoming wolf food. She threw another punch, knocking another wolf away. After dealing with all 5 wolves, Meng Fuyue collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Starving, she was truly starving. It felt like she hadn't eaten in days, as if she was about to starve to death at any moment. Besides hunger, she was also thirsty. Her throat was parched and burning.
Damn.
Can someone tell her what's going on? Suddenly, a flood of memories that didn't belong to her rushed in, overwhelming her. She was first startled, then stunned.
Whoa.
She had actually traveled through time, and she had traveled to an ancient era, to a country called Dexian. That it was a fictional era, divided into 7 parts, with 3 great nations and 4 lesser ones. Dashuan belonged to the lesser nations. This was in the far west of Dashuan in Shizhou province. Shizhou was already poor, suffering from 2 consecutive years of drought, resulting in a total crop failure and water shortages, causing countless deaths by starvation. The hardest hit was Xining Prefecture City. Desperate, everyone fled southward to escape the famine. The original owner, like her, was named Meng Fuyue, just a 15-year-old girl from Mingjia village in Pingxi County, Xining Prefecture, Shizhou province. On the escape route, they encountered bandits. Her father, Meng Jinha, injured his foot trying to save his nephew, who was beaten by the bandits and could only hobble along with a stick. As a result, he lagged behind and was left behind by the main group. Even old Meng's family stopped caring about them. It was understandable that the main group left them behind. They couldn't afford to be slowed down because of Meng Jinha. But for the Meng family to abandon them, it was heartbreaking, especially Meng Jinhai's family, her eldest brother. Because Meng Jinha injured his foot trying to save Meng Jinhai's son, causing him to fall behind the main group. Otherwise, it would have been Meng Jinhai's son injured. But they claimed that Meng Jinha volunteered to save others, so they couldn't blame him. Yes, Meng Jinha volunteered, but they were utterly ungrateful. Meng Jinha didn't want to drag everyone down. He planned to let his wife and children follow the main group while he faced his fate alone. But how could they abandon Meng Jinha? So, his family decided to stay behind. The 4 of them traveled slowly for 5 days, with only one last meal and no water left. Mother Jiang Yurong went to find wild vegetables, while Meng Fuyue searched for water. She didn't find water, but encountered a pack of wolves instead, and was so frightened she fell and died. Meng Fuyue took a long time to accept the fact that she had traveled through time. Sigh, what a terrible situation. Her lazy, laid-back life was over. Was she about to be forced into action again? Yes, Meng Fuyue's dream was to be a true lazybones, No pressures, just eating, drinking, and having fun. But she had a ghost doctor grandfather who forced her to learn medicine and poisons from a young age, so she inherited his craft until she was 18, when her grandfather passed away. No one forced her anymore, so she became a lazybones. For 2 years, she lived a lazy life, just eating, drinking, playing, reading novels, occasionally helping with medical treatments for money, or boxing in underground gyms. She was utterly relaxed, but now, she inexplicably woke up having traveled through time. Traveling is fine. Why did she have to land in a famine escape? Even if she traveled to the countryside to farm, that would be better. No long journeys. Life is really tough. Sigh. Whether she likes it or not, her crossing has become an unchangeable fact. She can only force herself to accept it. Now there's no food, but she can eat wolf meat. But this water, thirst, she was so thirsty. Oh heavens. Please give me water. Just as Meng Fuyue silently pleaded in her mind, water suddenly gushed out of her index finger like a faucet opening. What the heck? Meng Fuyue was startled. What is going on? Suddenly, a possible explanation floated into her mind. Could it be that her crossing also brought along a space or something similar? She loved reading novels where the female protagonist had a system or space attached. Those effortless, easy wins were her dream life. This guess about the space made Meng Fuyue excited. She immediately mimicked the heroine from the novel, silently reciting a phrase to activate it. Suddenly, her surroundings changed dramatically. In front of her was a vibrant scene: orchards, vegetable gardens, medicinal fields, rice paddies, and wheat, all thriving and ripe. There was also a lawn enclosed by a fence, with 3 large, fat rabbits inside. The land was roughly 2 acres, divided into 3 parts. At the edge of the land, there was a spring and 2 thatched huts, one large and one small. The spring's water flowed into the land via a water channel. At this moment, she was standing between the thatched house and the spring. Meng Fuyue rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then rubbed again, fearing it was all just an illusion. Gradually, information about the scene appeared in her mind. The crops in the fields were inexhaustible. Harvested, they would be ripe again in 10 days, and this spring was called the Spirit Spring. Though the Spirit Spring's water didn't have miraculous healing powers, it was very effective for treating illnesses and injuries. Chapter 2. A thrumming heart and trembling hands. If the injury is minor, a few sips of the miraculous spring water will suffice for a swift recovery. In the case of a severe injury, it can alleviate the condition and expedite the healing process during treatment. For ordinary individuals, a single sip can invigorate and refresh the spirit. With prolonged consumption, it can even transform one's constitution, fortify the body, prolong life, and reduce susceptibility to ailments. It possesses the remarkable ability to counteract certain common poisons as well. When combined with medicinal herbs, its efficacy is magnified tenfold, hastening the recovery from injuries and ailments. Truly astonishing. This felt like a dream. Meng Fuyue pinched her thigh with force. Ouch! She yelped, the intensity of her excitement causing her to overlook her own strength. But the pain confirmed her reality, and she was elated. Overwhelmed by thirst, she prioritized quenching it over examining her surroundings, rushing towards the spring to drink deeply. The water was refreshingly cool and sweet, instantly revitalizing her, sweeping away her fatigue. Delightful. It was utterly exhilarating. However, upon catching sight of her reflection in the water, she gasped in shock. What on earth? The figure staring back was petite, gaunt, and sallow, clad in tattered clothing. Her hair a disheveled mess, she looked more destitute than a beggar. Moreover, a foul odor emanated from her, inducing a wave of nausea. It was no wonder. This body had been fleeing for over half a month, without a change of clothes or a proper wash. Who could remain clean in such circumstances? With no water left to bathe, cleanliness was a luxury. Yet, she did not feel an immediate need for a bath. Having satiated her thirst, her stomach still grumbled with hunger, prompting her to dash to the orchard and devour a few apples. As she munched, she meticulously surveyed the orchard, which boasted watermelons, apples, oranges, pears, peaches, grapes, and sugarcane. The vegetable garden was home to radishes, cabbages, tomatoes, chilies, pumpkins, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, corn, scallions, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan pepper trees. The grain fields yielded rice and wheat. The variety was modest, but not insignificant. The herbal garden was replete with numerous medicinal herbs, though precious ones like ginseng and reishi were conspicuously absent. Curious, Meng Fuyue ventured into the thatched cottage. The smaller room, approximately 10 square meters, served as the kitchen. Inside were pots, bowls, and a plethora of condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar, abundant enough to satisfy any culinary endeavor. A large pig's leg hung from the wall, seemingly fresh as if just butchered. This was likely due to the space's preservation capabilities, ensuring everything remained in pristine condition regardless of time. The sight of meat made Meng Fuyue's mouth water. As for the larger thatched house, with a thud, the apple she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground as she stood there, dumbfounded. From the outside, the cottage appeared to be no more than 20 square meters, yet within, it was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering, she found herself in a hall of roughly 20 square meters, furnished with a round table and stools. To the right lay a bedroom, while to the left was a study, each around 15 to 16 square meters in size. The bedroom contained merely a bed and a wardrobe, quite minimalistic. The study was lined with shelves brimming with medical texts. Adjacent to the study was the apothecary, featuring walls filled with cabinets stocked with a diverse array of medicinal herbs, including ginseng and reishi, though they were all sliced and in limited quantities. Additionally, there were numerous types of seeds. Deeper within the apothecary was the alchemy room, equipped with an ancient alchemical furnace and some modern pharmaceutical tools. It seemed as though this space had been meticulously designed for Meng Fuyue. Without a doubt, the previous owner of this realm was a healer. To the right of the hall, a door led to a storeroom of 50 square meters. One wall housed 20 large ceramic jars, 10 filled with rice and the other 10 with flour. Each jar could hold 1,000 pounds of grain, amounting to over 10,000 pounds of rice and an equal quantity of flour. The opposite wall featured towering shelves. The first tier held oilcloth and assorted sundries. The second tier contained a dozen quilts and 10 large sacks of cotton. The third tier was stocked with dozens of fabric rolls, ranging from ordinary linen and cotton to exquisite silks and satins. On the other side, several wooden boxes contained small empty ceramic vials, evidently intended for storing medicine. Nearby, a collection of various sizes of empty ceramic jars, bamboo baskets, and farming tools lay stacked. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Meng Fuyue could not contain her laughter. With such provisions of grains, vegetables, cotton, and fabrics, how could she ever fear hardship? This revelation made her less averse to the notion of traversing to this new world. Yet, how had this space come into existence? Ayu, where are you? Suddenly, a worried female voice echoed from afar. Meng Fuyue recognized it as the voice of the original owner's mother. It dawned on her that the original owner had been away for quite some time, prompting her mother to come searching in concern. Without hesitation, Meng Fuyue exited the space. In mere moments, she had devised a plan for how to discreetly acquire the items she would need in the future. Although these possessions were not meant for others to know, as they could lead to complications, they had a long journey ahead and could not afford to be without the resources within the space. After all, what would they eat? What would they drink? Would they wait to starve? Absolutely not. Meng Fuyue quickly stored the 5 wolves within her space. Although they now had food and water, they could not consume the wolves, but once they reached the town, they could be sold. She had food, drink, and clothing in her space, yet no money. Once they settled in the south, everything would require funds to facilitate. Taking a deep breath, Meng Fuyue steadied her mindset and hurried towards Jiang Yurong. Upon seeing Jiang Yurong, equally emaciated, with a sallow complexion and ragged clothing, Meng Fuyue felt a pang of sorrow. Jiang Yurong was barely in her 30s, yet appeared to be in her 50s. How tragic. Mother, I am here. She called out, the term rolling off her tongue with surprising ease. Her adaptability was commendable. In her previous life, her mother had been an unwed teen, leaving her unaware of her father's identity. Her mother had vanished when she was 3, so she had never experienced maternal love. However, Jiang Yurong was not the original owner's biological mother. She had been found by Meng's family when she was 3, having suffered a miscarriage that left her unable to bear more children, prompting them to adopt Meng Fuyue. Before being taken in, the original owner had endured trauma, resulting in many lost memories. The Meng couple had only discovered a small sachet on the original owner, embroidered with the characters Fuyue, presumably her name. Thus, they had conferred the surname Meng upon her. They treated Meng Fuyue as their own daughter, and even after having a biological son, they never neglected her. Chapter 3. The Absurd Excuse of the Celestial Grandfather. To the couple, Meng Fuyue was indeed their family's lucky star, the harbinger of their son's fortune. Upon seeing that Meng Fuyue was unharmed, Jiang Yulong exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Are you all right? You should return early if you cannot find a water source. What if you get lost or encounter some wild beast?" As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. The prolonged absence of her daughter had filled her with dread. Fearing she might have encountered danger, Meng Fuyue quickly reassured her, "Mother, I am perfectly fine. Although I did not locate a water source, I have acquired a treasure far more valuable than water. Let us return home." "Very well." Jiang Yulong, though curious, refrained from pressing further, and the mother and daughter made their way back to their resting place. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at their family's temporary abode. Meng Jinhai had been equally anxious, gazing intently in the direction from which Meng Fuyue had departed. Only when he saw her return did he finally relax. As they approached, the 7-year-old Meng Lingqi dashed over, exclaiming, "Mother, sister, I was so worried about you when you didn't come back." The child, slender and dark-skinned, appeared no older than 4 or 5. Meng Jinhai, merely in his 30s, bore the demeanor of an elderly man, which tugged at Meng Fuyue's heartstrings, stirring a slight ache within her as she witnessed their struggles. "Thank heavens you are safe," Meng Jinhai remarked. "Should I go look for you again?" Jiang Yulong added. "Without water, we cannot procure food." "No need to search," Meng Fuyue interjected with a serious countenance. "I have something of great importance to discuss with you." The gravity of her expression caused both Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yulong to tense, their eyes fixed upon her in apprehension. What is it?" Meng Jinhai inquired, his voice trembling with unease. "This matter is of utmost secrecy. It must remain unknown to outsiders, for to divulge it would invite calamity upon us. Do you understand?" Meng Fuyue admonished them with a stern gaze. At the mention of potential disaster, the family's collective anxiety became palpable, their faces reflecting a deep-seated fear. "See, can we not speak of it?" Jiang Yulong asked nervously, despite her unwavering resolve to keep such a secret. Meng Fuyue shook her head solemnly. "It pertains to our food and water supply. Without disclosure, how shall we sustain ourselves?" Upon hearing these crucial words, the family's eyes brightened with hope. "In truth, as long as you keep it to yourselves, there will be no repercussions," Meng Fuyue reassured them. Consequently, Meng Jinhai and his wife acquiesced, even cautioning their son to remember his sister's words and to keep the secret. "Father, mother, sister, you can trust me. I will never tell anyone." The 7-year-old Meng Lingqi vowed sincerely, demonstrating a maturity beyond his years. Meng Fuyue then produced a black cloth bag, retrieved from her spatial realm. "I did not find water in the mountains, but I encountered an elderly man with a white beard. He claimed to be a celestial being and, sensing a connection with me, gifted me this bag. It is known as a Qian bag, filled with an abundance of grains, water, fruits, vegetables, cotton, and fabric. The old man instructed that only my family may know of this. Should outsiders learn of it, they would covet and attempt to seize it." Though she felt somewhat embarrassed to use the celestial being as an excuse, she found it effective. After all, she could not conjure a more plausible explanation. Trusting them was one reason for her disclosure, and another was the belief that even if her secret were revealed, few would believe it. And should anyone wish her harm, she was not so easily trifled with. In the event of dire circumstances, she could retreat into her spatial realm, where food and water were abundant, ensuring her survival. As for Meng Jinhai's family, should they betray her, she would no longer concern herself with their fate. Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yulong stood in stunned silence. "What? You met a celestial being? And received a Qian bag filled with food and water?" Meng Lingqi, more receptive to the fantastical, quickly regained his excitement, exclaiming, "Sister met a celestial being. We have food and water now." The prospect of not going hungry any longer thrilled him. Jiang Yulong, still in disbelief, asked, "Wei, are you truly speaking the truth? Can this little bag really hold so much?" Her uncertainty was palpable, as if she feared awakening from a dream. Meng Jinhai mirrored her concern, his eyes pleading for confirmation. "It is indeed true. Allow me to demonstrate." Meng Fuyue smiled warmly, reciting an incantation they could not comprehend. In an instant, a large vat of rice materialized before them, leaving the family utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Following this, another vat of water appeared, freshly drawn from the kitchen. After a prolonged moment, the family finally grasped the reality of what had transpired, rushing forward to grasp the rice and water with eager hands. It is real rice and of the finest quality. They marveled. With food and water secured, their worries of hunger dissipated. The couple's joy was palpable, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. We have food now and so much of it. It will last us for quite some time." Overcome with emotion, they could not help but shed tears. Tears of joy that Meng Fuyue did not seek to quell. After a brief moment, the couple composed themselves, feeling somewhat embarrassed to display such vulnerability before their child. Meng Fuyue then retrieved several bowls, offering them water first. The family, parched from their ordeal, eagerly accepted the bowls and drank deeply. Upon tasting the water, they were astounded by its sweetness. "Wow, this water is so sweet," Meng Lingqi exclaimed, having never before experienced such delightful refreshment. "Is this what sugar water tastes like?" He pondered, unaware of what sugar water truly was. Jiang Yulong nodded vigorously indeed. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after drinking this water, I feel invigorated." Meng Jinhai added, "I too. It seems that celestial gifts are truly remarkable." In a world where the existence of spirits and deities was widely accepted, the family readily embraced the notion of the celestial being. Meng Fuyue then produced 4 peaches, distributing one to each family member. "It will take some time to prepare a meal, so let us have a peach to tide us over." The moment the peaches were unveiled, their delightful aroma filled the air, causing everyone to swallow hard in anticipation. After washing the peaches, the family devoured them with gusto. The taste was nothing short of extraordinary, an overwhelming sweetness that left them craving more. However, with the necessity of preparing a meal looming, they refrained from indulging further. Meng Fuyue retrieved a cast-iron pot and a wooden basin for washing vegetables from her spatial realm. The sight of a substantial pig leg, alongside radishes and cabbage, left Meng Jin and his companions wide-eyed, their throats dry as they swallowed hard once more. "Wow, there's pork, father. Mother, we can finally eat pork," Meng Lingqi exclaimed excitedly, his expression radiating the joy of savoring earthly delights. Indeed, was it not a taste of paradise? It was no exaggeration to say that. Even before the onset of famine, they rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year. During festive occasions, when chicken and meat were occasionally served, their family's lowly status meant they received only meager portions. They hardly had enough white rice to fill their stomachs, as the agricultural yields were scant due to high taxes. And the little rice left for the farmers was barely sufficient for their families, often numbering 10 or more individuals. Thus, they typically resorted to porridge, as it allowed the rice to last longer. The family quickly set to work, eager to prepare their meal. They built 2 small stoves, one for cooking rice and the other for vegetables. Jiang Yurong tended to the fire for the rice, while Meng Jin sliced the meat, and Meng Fuyue washed the vegetables. Meng Lingqi watched Meng Jin chop the meat, his mouth watering despite its raw state, swallowing repeatedly. Initially, Meng Jin intended to cut just half a jin of meat, but Meng Fuyue insisted on 2 jins, reasoning that they had long yearned for meat and a few pieces would not suffice to satisfy their cravings. Before long, the rich aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. Meng Lingqi lingered by the pot, making slurping sounds in delight. "It smells so good." Even Meng Jin and Jiang Yurong could not help but swallow in response to the enticing scent. Observing their eagerness, Meng Fuyue felt a twinge of sadness. However, now that she had taken on the form of their daughter, she would ensure they would not go hungry again. When the meal was finally ready, the family, too famished to savor their food, devoured it ravenously. After enduring such hardship during their journey, all they desired was to fill their bellies. Savoring flavors was a luxury they could not afford. Yet, they relished the meal, declaring it the most delectable they had ever tasted. Having already satisfied her hunger in her own realm, Meng Fuyue ate slowly, while the others soon reached their limits, feeling utterly content. Meng Yurong remarked that the amount of meat consumed at this meal surpassed all they had eaten combined in their lifetimes. For them, meat was a luxurious rarity, only enjoyed during festivals when they were fortunate enough to receive a few small pieces. Even a full meal of white rice was a distant dream. How could they dare to hope for meat? Indeed. But now things are different. Ayu has had a fortuitous encounter, and soon we shall eat our fill every day. Often enjoying meat, Meng Jin sighed, never having imagined a day would come when he could feast so heartily. Even now, he felt a sense of disbelief, fearing this might all be a dream, and that upon awakening, everything would revert to its former state. Jiang Yurong furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Even if we have ample food now, we cannot indulge excessively. What if it runs out? We have only traveled part way. And it will take us at least 2 months to reach the south. Besides, we won't have land to cultivate crops immediately upon arrival. Meng Jin silently agreed, remaining quiet. Sensing their worry, Meng Fuyue reassured them, you need not fret. The Jiankuan bag contains 5 large vats of white rice and 5 large vats of white flour, enough to sustain us for several years. In the future, we will work hard to earn money and enjoy meat regularly. Such quantities? The couple gasped in astonishment. 1 vat already seemed more than sufficient. Yet to learn there were 5 vats of rice and flour left them utterly astounded. Meng Fuyue nodded affirmatively, yes. Therefore, do not be overly frugal. Especially during this time of hardship, being well-fed is crucial for our strength to continue our journey. Otherwise, if we starve, what good will our provisions do? The couple recognized the wisdom in her words and ceased to worry about rationing their food. Without sufficient nourishment, how could they hope to endure their journey? Meng Fuyue continued. Since we are no longer with the main group and are not lacking in provisions, let us rest here for a few days to recuperate before we set off again. Meng Jin and Jiang Yurong exchanged concerned glances. Jiang Yurong voiced her apprehensions, but what if there are wild beasts in the mountains? We should hasten our journey. Being with a larger group is safer. At the mention of ferocious beasts, Meng Lingqi instinctively shrank closer to Jiang Yurong. In regions severely afflicted by drought, wild animals often have difficulty finding food and water, thus migrating elsewhere. However, in areas where drought was less severe, it was uncertain whether wild beasts still prowled. Noticing their fear, Meng Fuyue revealed her abilities. There is no need for concern. My grandfather, the immortal, not only bestowed upon me divine strength, but also the power to shatter stones and rend tigers and leopards asunder. Thus, even if we encounter bandits or wild beasts, we need not worry. Meng Jin and Jiang Yurong were left speechless, astonished by her declaration. Divine power? The ability to shatter stones and rend beasts? Had they truly heard her correctly? Are you serious? They asked, excitement bubbling within them. Accepting the existence of her grandfather as a divine being, they were no longer skeptical, though the suddenness of this revelation left them momentarily overwhelmed. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just watch. Meng Fuyue replied, striding toward a tree as thick as a human thigh. She delivered a powerful punch, and with a resounding crash, the tree fell to the ground. The family stood in stunned silence. Wow! Sister is amazing! Meng Lingqi exclaimed, jumping up and running to Meng Fuyue, embracing her leg, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Sister, can I be as strong as you? He longed to be as formidable as she, so he could protect their parents and his sister. Meng Fuyue gently patted Meng Lingqi's head. Speaking softly, if Chier diligently exercises and trains, you too can become strong like me. Indeed, in ancient times, martial skills were formidable. Toppling a tree was no trivial feat. Though she was uncertain about the specifics of cultivating inner strength, she recognized that Meng Lingqi needed to learn self-defense. He could not remain a helpless child. All right. Chia will definitely train and practice martial arts. Meng Lingqi affirmed with fervor, his determination solidifying. Meng Jin still harbored some concerns, but what if there are many bandits? Typically, they travel in groups of 20 or 30. Meng Fuyue smiled confidently, do not worry, even if there are 40 or 50, I am not afraid. Moreover, in addition to my divine strength, my grandfather also taught me exceptional medical and poison skills. Tomorrow, I will concoct a poison, just to sprinkle on the bandits, and they will fall instantly. I can also heal Father's foot, so he can walk normally again. Meng Fuyue pondered whether anyone else could enter her space besides herself. If they could, she could take them there in times of danger. As night fell and they succumbed to slumber, she decided to try. What? There are medical arts that can heal your father's leg? My daughter, truly? The couple became elated once more, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Meng Fuyue, fearful that they might be imagining it. Indeed, Meng Fuyue affirmed with a serious nod. Wonderful, wonderful. Jian Yuyang could not contain her joy and began to weep. Meng Jinhai's eyes also glistened with tears. They had feared that his foot would be irreparably damaged. Although they wished not to burden the Meng family, the actions of the elder brother's family had deeply disheartened them. Now that their daughter possessed both extraordinary abilities and medical skills, they placed their faith in her and decided to rest for a few days before continuing their journey. Father and mother, how embarrassing, crying at such an age. This time, Meng Lingqi could no longer hold his tongue. The atmosphere shifted as the couple's sobs subsided, replaced by an immediate awkwardness. You rascal, Wang Yuyong playfully tapped Meng Lingqi on the forehead, feigning annoyance. Understanding that his parents were not truly upset, Meng Lingqi stuck out his tongue at them and hurried to Meng Fuyue's side, his wide, round eyes brimming with eager inquiry. Sister, can father's foot really be healed? He would be overjoyed if his father's foot could indeed be cured, for that would mean he could walk normally again. Meng Fuyue affectionately ruffled Meng Lingqi's nose, smiling as she replied, yes, it certainly can. Oh, splendid, splendid. Father's foot will be healed. Meng Lingqi exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Meng Jinhai and his wife felt their eyes welling with tears once more. Meng Fuyue empathized with their emotions, yet she found it somewhat unbearable to witness their tears. Next, they set about erecting tents, 2 in total. Utilizing their old oilcloth, they constructed a small one, bringing out the bathing tub from their space to allow everyone to enjoy a proper wash today. They had not bathed in over half a month since fleeing, and the unpleasant odor emanating from them was truly unbearable. After all, even drinking water had become a luxury. Who could afford to think of bathing when conditions were lacking? One had to endure, but when conditions permitted, one should not suffer unnecessarily. Meng Fuyue filled a large pot with water for Wang Yuyong to boil. Then she retrieved fresh oilcloth from her space to set up the tent in which they would sleep that night. Once the tent was ready, Meng Fuyue refrained from hastily retrieving the bedding, for she was still quite dirty and did not wish to soil it. Thus, a bath was in order first. After the water was boiled, Meng Fuyue decided to wash herself first so she could prepare the bed afterward. Initially, she lamented the absence of a washcloth and shower gel, unsure how to cleanse herself effectively. However, to her surprise, the spring water from her space effortlessly washed away the grime. Yet, as she observed layers of thick filth falling away from her body, Meng Fuyue felt a wave of nausea nearly overcome her. Goodness, how filthy! At last, she emerged clean and refreshed, her skin feeling smoother and slightly fairer. After bathing, she donned clean clothes and proceeded to wash her hair. Once her hair was washed, she gathered some straw, spreading a thick layer on the ground beneath the oilcloth, followed by a thicker quilt for padding. It was already late autumn, and the nights were rather chilly. Thus, they required ample bedding to keep warm, necessitating a thicker layer beneath them to avoid the cold. After preparing the bedding, she retrieved 2 quilts. Meng Jinhai and Meng Lingqi would share one, while Meng Fuyue and Jiang Yuyong would share the other. Additionally, she took out some insect-repellent powder from her space and sprinkled it around the tent and on its top. When Jiang Yuyong emerged from her bath, her face lit up in surprise as she exclaimed to Meng Fuyue, "Ah, you, that water is truly miraculous. I was worried I wouldn't be able to clean myself without soap. But after soaking for a while and giving myself a gentle scrub, the dirt just came off, leaving me spotless. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but my skin feels less dry." Meng Fuyue smiled mysteriously and replied, "The water of the divine must surely differ from ordinary water. Drinking it will strengthen the body and lighten the complexion." Really? Jiang Yuyong exclaimed in delight. For even though they were farmers, perpetually toiling in the fields, they had little opportunity to attend to their appearances. Yet, being women, they all held a desire for beauty, though often lacking the means to pursue it. Indeed, Meng Fuyue nodded. As Meng Lingqi and Meng Jinhai finished their baths in succession, the family gathered around the fire to dry their hair. It all feels like a dream," Meng Jinhai could not help but exclaim, a tinge of worry in his voice. Indeed, Jiang Yuyong echoed his sentiment. "If I pinch myself and feel pain, then I'll know it's not a dream." Meng Fuyue jested. Hearing this, Jiang Yuyong playfully pinched Meng Jinhai instead. "Ouch!" he gasped, inhaling sharply, yet instead of being angry, he seemed even more delighted. "It hurts. Thus it must be real." Once their hair was dry, Jiang Yuyong went to wash clothes while Meng Fuyue examined Meng Jinhai's foot. He felt somewhat anxious. Due to their long journey in straw sandals, everyone's feet had suffered, especially Meng Jinhai's. Meng Fuyue felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing his foot. After her examination, she determined that the injury was not severe. It was merely a dislocated joint that had become swollen and painful due to neglect. With proper realignment and daily herbal soaks followed by wrapping the foot with herbs, it would heal within 5 days. Without alerting Meng Jinhai, she swiftly and unexpectedly realigned the dislocated joint with a sharp crack. He felt a momentary pain, but by the time he comprehended what had happened, the discomfort had already passed, leaving him bewildered. However, Meng Lingqi was startled by the sound, freezing in place with his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. His expression was utterly adorable. Meng Fuyue could not help but chuckle softly. The Meng family members all possessed fine features, however. As farmers, their skin appeared dull and their figures gaunt due to their arduous labor, which obscured their inherent beauty. When one struggles to find enough to eat, who has the luxury to think about appearances? As long as they survived, that was enough. Chapter 6. Entering the space. What happened? Jiang Yuyong asked anxiously. Father's foot is not severely injured, it's merely a dislocated joint causing swelling and pain. I have already realigned it, and with the herbal soaks and bandaging, he will be able to walk again in 4 or 5 days, Meng Fuyue explained. Upon learning that he would be able to walk again in a few days, Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuyong were filled with excitement. Should we just wait here until father can walk again before continuing our journey? Jiang Yuyong suggested. That sounds fine. Meng Fuyue agreed, as it would allow everyone to regain their strength. Having arrived in this unfamiliar place and taken over another's body, they had become her family. And wherever they went, she would naturally follow. She could not abandon them to leave on her own. She had not become so ungrateful. Having borrowed another's body to survive, she felt a debt of gratitude that was greater than the sky. Meng Fuyue retrieved a medicinal jar and herbs from her space to brew a concoction. After preparing it, she soaked Meng Jinhai's foot for 15 minutes before wrapping it with the herbal residue and bandaging it up. Subsequently, she took out another jar and herbs to prepare a restorative brew, saying, "Our bodies are currently quite weak. While we rest here for the next few days, we should also consume some herbal tonics to fortify ourselves." While the spiritual spring water can enhance one's constitution, the effects are far superior when medicinal herbs are utilized. She must hasten to restore their health, as time is not on their side. Meng Jin and Jiang Yurong nodded in agreement. All right. However, Meng Lingqi grimaced. His face contorted in reluctance. Herbal medicine is terribly bitter. Can't I avoid it? Meng Fuyue adopted a stern expression. No, you must consume the medicine to regain your health. If you obediently drink it, I shall reward you with a piece of candy. She discovered a jar of candy in the apothecary. This candy is crafted from corn, barley, wheat, millet, or maize, fermented and saccharified, and is also a traditional Chinese medicine, sweet and warm in nature, beneficial for the spleen, stomach, and lungs. Clinically, it is primarily used to invigorate the spleen and replenish qi, alleviate pain, moisten the lungs, and treat conditions such as spleen and stomach qi deficiency, coldness in the middle jiao, chronic coughs due to lung deficiency, and shortness of breath. Upon hearing about the candy, Meng Lingqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired. Really? Meng Fuyue chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it is true. Then I shall obediently drink the medicine. With this assurance, Meng Lingqi consented to take his medicine. After the herbal concoction was prepared, the family each consumed a bowl. Following this, Meng Fuyue handed Meng Lingqi a piece of candy. Once it was completely dark, Meng Jin declared, "You all should sleep. I will keep watch." In the depths of the mountains, it was imperative that someone remain vigilant to promptly detect any unusual occurrences. Let me keep watch. I am not tired yet. When I do feel weary, I will wake you, father, to take over. Meng Fuyue insisted. Thus, Meng Jin said no more, nodded, and retired to rest. Initially intending to take a light nap, he unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber. For the medicine Meng Fuyue had prepared had sedative properties, allowing one to sleep soundly until dawn. How can one expect to restore their health without proper sleep? After they had all succumbed to slumber, Meng Fuyue attempted to bring them into her space for a trial. Remarkably, she succeeded. However, once inside, Meng Jin and the others fell into a deep sleep and would not awaken within the space. Furthermore, they could only enter the space when she did, and would exit alongside her, unable to remain there independently. This was not without merit. At least they had a refuge in the face of insurmountable danger. Meng Fuyue, feeling wide awake, took the opportunity to further explore the intricacies of the space. The rice and wheat within the space were automatically harvested, yet only until the 10 large barrels in the storeroom were filled. If those barrels were full of rice and flour, the automatic harvesting would cease until there was space available. Other fruits and vegetables, however, needed to be harvested manually. Approaching the bookshelf, Meng Fuyue picked up a medical treatise and began to peruse its contents. As she read, she became engrossed. Although her studies were rooted in ancient medicine, Much of that knowledge had been lost to time, and many of the treatments and techniques within these texts were unfamiliar to her. It is not to say that the methods in ancient medical texts were superior. Rather, medicine had advanced considerably over the ages, with modern techniques being more comprehensive. Each era possesses its own strengths. After 2 hours of reading, Meng Fuyue felt drowsy and retrieved bedding to spread on the bed for sleep. Although the plants in her space grew at an accelerated rate, 10 times faster than outside, the passage of time remained constant. Whatever duration she spent inside mirrored the time that elapsed outside. At 6 o'clock, aligned with her biological clock, Meng Fuyue awoke. She brought the tent out of the space, kindled a fire, and set about cooking meat porridge before engaging in her physical exercises. Though she dreamed of being idle, she approached her fitness regimen with earnestness. Moreover, this body was still too frail. Her divine strength had yet to be fully realized, making physical training an absolute necessity. It was not until a quarter past the hour of Jin, nearing 8 o'clock, that Ming Jin and the others finally stirred. Having enjoyed a restorative slumber, they awoke feeling rejuvenated. However, upon seeing the sun high in the sky, Ming Jin was taken aback and quickly emerged from the tent. "Ewe, did I sleep so soundly that you couldn't wake me, leaving you to guard through the night?" he asked, filled with guilt for having made his daughter stand watch. Meng Fuyue explained, "No, I added a sedative effect to the medicine I gave you yesterday, which is why you slept so deeply. After traveling for half a month, you and Mother have allowed me and Aichi to rest while sacrificing your own sleep. It was essential for you to rest well to recuperate. If you do not sleep properly, how can you restore your health? Do not worry, Father. I also slept, and thanks to the guidance of my celestial grandfather, my senses are now remarkably acute. Even if I were asleep, I would awaken immediately if anything approached within 3 zhang." With the mention of her celestial grandfather, Meng Jin felt considerably reassured, alleviating much of his guilt. Although Jiang Yurong had intended to scold Meng Jin, she refrained upon hearing Meng Fuyue's explanation, but did caution her, "Do not let this become a habit. 1 night without sleep can affect your spirit for several days." "Understood," Meng Fuyue replied. The family gathered for breakfast. Although they were having porridge, it was richly infused with meat, leaving each one feeling thoroughly satisfied. However, after they had eaten their fill, Jiang Yurong's thoughts turned to her family of origin, and her mood plummeted. "I wonder how my parents are faring?" The Jiang family, residing in Shuishi village, was somewhat distanced from Mengjia village, and thus the 2 villages were each navigating their own struggles. The Jiang family was not as fortunate as the Meng family. Chapter 7. The celestial grandfather truly serves as an excellent shield. The Jiang family had always treated their daughter, Jiang Yurong, with great affection, and Meng Jin, her son-in-law, was equally well regarded. They even cherished Meng Fuyue, their adopted daughter, immensely, particularly in these past 2 years of drought, which had led to a scarcity of food. Meng Jin had been separated from the old Meng family and was left without rations. It was the Jiang family that frequently provided for them, allowing them to survive to this day. No household was faring well during these times, and the Jiang family's assistance was not merely a testament to familial bonds, but also a profound act of kindness. Meng Jin was filled with concern, indeed. "I wonder if they are ahead or behind us, whether they are taking the official road or the mountain path, if they have encountered bandits or wild beasts, and whether they have enough food." The official road, while easier to traverse, was lengthy and prone to encounters with robbers and marauding refugees. The mountain path, on the other hand, was treacherous and also susceptible to wild animal attacks. Thus, each village chose a different route. The Meng family initially took the official road, leading to an encounter with bandits. After their family was abandoned, they continued along the official road, for they were unfamiliar with the mountain path and did not know which direction to take. They hoped for the safety of their loved ones and longed for the day they could reunite. Meng Fuyue, having inherited the original owner's memories, was naturally influenced by emotions and sincerely wished to extend a helping hand. Even if they encountered members of the Jiang family later, their family could no longer indulge in the luxury of eating whatever they desired or sleeping in the space. Yet, these were minor inconveniences. When the time came, they could simply procure more grain. As for vegetables, she could start by making a jar of spicy pickled cabbage and radishes. For meat, they could hunt. And if they were unsuccessful, they could always retrieve a wolf from the space, ensuring they would still eat well. As for the Meng family, she lacked the compassion to care for them. Their survival was of no concern to her. After a hearty breakfast, Meng Fuyue took out scissors, needles, and a piece of deep gray cotton fabric, instructing Jiang Yurong to make clothing and shoes for the family. Their garments were in tatters, and their footwear was no better, having worn through to expose their feet. To her surprise, there was still a large piece of cotton fabric. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yurong's eyes sparkled with delight. Although it was merely ordinary cotton, for someone like her who couldn't even afford such fabric, it was exceedingly precious. Meng Fuyue refrained from mentioning that. In addition to the cotton, there was also silk and satin. However, during this time of hardship, they had no need for such fineries. Simple cotton clothing would suffice. Moreover, the new garments could only be worn underneath, as they still had to don their tattered outfits on the outside, lest they attract envy and unnecessary trouble. While she was not averse to complications, she certainly did not seek them out. In the absence of outsiders, the items within their space could be used freely. But in the presence of others, they needed to conceal their advantages. Given the multitude of people fleeing from disaster, it was inevitable they would encounter others on their journey. Thus, during their days of rest, Meng Fuyue assisted Meng Jinhai in constructing a wooden cart. As a carpenter by trade, Meng Jinhai found the task to be quite effortless. The cart was modest in size, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and 60 centimeters in width, primarily intended for carrying 2 bedding sets, their family's clothing, and food supplies. They also crafted a semi-finished tent. The tent was quite simple, supported by 4 wooden poles tied together at the top, forming triangular sides, which were then covered with oilcloth that could be easily draped over without the need for extensive tying. One side of the oilcloth remained unsewn to serve as a curtain. This design minimized the intrusion of wind. While the tent was not large, it could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals. When not in use, it could be easily collapsed, requiring minimal storage space. For lunch, they prepared some meat with radishes and cabbage, accompanied by a steamed egg custard. "Wow, this egg is absolutely delicious," Meng Lingqi exclaimed, delighted by the smooth and tender texture he had never tasted before. "Ayo, did this egg custard come from the teachings of the grandfather immortal?" Jiang Yurong inquired, having never witnessed Meng Fuyue prepare such a dish. "Indeed," Meng Fuyue replied. The grandfather immortal served as an excellent shield, instilling unwavering belief in her family. Except for Meng Fuyue, who had a hearty appetite, the others were completely satisfied. Fortunately, she had secretly cooked some rice in the space earlier, and she planned to seize an opportunity to sneakily indulge later. After their meal, Jiang Yurong continued to sew clothing. Concerned about the potential danger of leaving Meng Jinhai and the others behind, Meng Fuyue abandoned her original intention to venture into the mountains for hunting. After all, she had encountered 5 wolves during her journey the day before. Wolves are pack animals, suggesting that other packs could be lurking nearby. If so, their continued presence here would not be safe. However, Meng Fuyue felt assured with her space to hide, so she chose not to relocate her family. Unbeknownst to her, a pack of wolves had indeed passed by the previous night, but had departed upon finding no one around. On the second night in the space, Meng Fuyue decided to prepare some pickled radishes and spicy cabbage, along with brown sugar. Although she wished to be a sloth, it did not mean she was idle. She had to produce what was necessary, especially the dishes she longed to savor. Pickled radishes and spicy cabbage would pair delightfully with rice, congee, buns, and steamed bread. Brown sugar is beneficial for invigorating the blood, strengthening the spleen, warming the stomach, dispelling wind and cold, and promoting blood circulation, particularly suitable for postpartum women, children, and those suffering from anemia. While the divine spring water was even more effective than brown sugar, the latter's sweetness was necessary to enhance their taste. Meng Fuyue ventured to the sugarcane field, cutting down 10 stalks, washing them, and chopping them into segments to extract the juice by hand. Having divine strength was certainly convenient. Soon, all the cane juice was pressed out. She then started a fire, bringing out a large pot to boil the juice. While waiting for the cane juice to come to a boil, no stirring was required. Meng Fuyue gathered some cabbage and radishes, washing them by the spring before bringing them to the kitchen. Next, she retrieved 2 empty jars from the storage room. The process of pickling radishes was quite simple. First, she cut the radishes into chunks and placed them in the jar along with red peppers, ginger, salt, white sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar. Next came the spicy cabbage. The cabbage needed to soak in salt water for half an hour, so Meng Fuyue sliced it in half before submerging it. At this point, the cane juice had boiled. requiring her to skim off the foam and continue stirring. After more than half an hour, the juice had thickened. Once it reached the right consistency, she extinguished the fire and continued to stir, allowing it to cool. After a few minutes, it was ready to be poured out. The kitchen had several wooden trays, so Meng Fuyue directly poured the brown sugar onto a tray to cool. She then began preparing the ingredients for the spicy cabbage, peeling and chopping ginger, garlic, apples, and pears into pieces, then mashing them into a paste. Originally, she intended to include onions, but since there were none in the space, she omitted them. She needed glutinous rice flour mixed with water, but the space lacked ready-made flour. However, there was glutinous rice, which she ground into flour herself before combining it with the mashed ginger, garlic, apples, and pears. Chapter 8. Hunting the Tiger. She added shredded radish, scallions, chili flakes, and salt to form a paste, then began to pickle the vegetables. Starting from the innermost layer, she spread the prepared chili paste over the cabbage, both inside and out. All the seasonings used were those available in the space. Anything lacking could not be utilized. Although some seasonings were missing, it did not mean that the absence of these ingredients would render the spicy cabbage inedible. Once the brown sugar had cooled, she cut it into small squares, which could then be broken apart. Each piece was just the right size to soak in a bowl of water. Generally, it takes about 15 to 16 pounds of sugarcane to yield 1 pound of brown sugar. However, the sugarcane in her space thrived, yielding plenty of juice, allowing her to produce 1 pound from just 10 pounds. Meng Fuyue had cut 10 stalks, each weighing 7 pounds, totaling 70 pounds, thus yielding 7 pounds of brown sugar. The following day, she prepared brown sugar water for her parents and younger brother. Despite being aware of the treasures within Meng Fuyue's magical bag, they were still astonished each time she produced something new. "Wow, this water is so sweet," Meng Lingqi exclaimed, wide-eyed with wonder, having never tasted such sweet water before. "Indeed, it contains brown sugar," Meng Fuyue replied. "Brown sugar is a luxury, far more scarce than meat. With their meager means, who could afford to buy brown sugar to drink?" Jiang Yurong lamented, noting that it was only during her confinement that her family could send her some brown sugar to enjoy. In her in-laws' household, one could hardly hope for delicacies. Merely having enough to fill their bellies was a significant achievement. However, most of the brown sugar sent by her family was taken away by her mother-in-law, leaving her with only a few opportunities to enjoy it. "No worries. There is plenty in this bag. We can enjoy a bowl every day from now on," Meng Fuyue reassured them. Although preparing brown sugar required effort, the abundance of sugarcane was inexhaustible. They could have as much as they desired. "That's wonderful, that's wonderful," Meng Lingqi exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yurong watched, their hearts heavy with bittersweet emotions. It is entirely their fault for lacking the capability to allow their child to grow so large without ever tasting even a drop of brown sugar water. Not to mention brown sugar water, he has scarcely had the opportunity to consume meat. From that day forth, each meal became a feast, and the family enjoyed ample rest, visibly rejuvenating their spirits. On the 4th day, a sudden roar echoed through the forest, shattering the tranquility. It is the sound of a tiger. What shall we do if a tiger arrives? Tigers are formidable creatures." Meng Lingqi was so frightened that he immediately scrambled to his feet, while Meng Jinhe and Jiang Yuyang were equally startled, turning their anxious gazes toward Meng Fuyue. However, rather than being frightened, Meng Fuyue felt an exhilarating thrill. "You all stay inside the tent and do not come out. I shall go and deal with the tiger. Once we sell it, we will have money." It is worth noting that every part of a tiger is precious. In her previous life, one could not dare to confront a tiger, but now she felt emboldened. Furthermore, she recalled from the original owner's memories that tigers were indeed valuable. It was said that someone had sold a tiger in the county for 60 taels of silver. 60 taels, what a staggering sum. In an era when a farmer barely earned a few taels in a year, and 1 tael could purchase 200 jin of rice, many families had never even seen 60 taels in their lifetime. Yet, in the county, high-value items were seldom traded at good prices, often being severely undercut, with even half or slightly more being considered a windfall. Therefore, if this tiger were taken to the city, it could potentially fetch at least 100 taels of silver. "What? You intend to hunt the tiger?" Upon hearing Meng Fuyue's words, Meng Jinhe and his wife were instantly taken aback. "Have you forgotten? I possess divine strength. A mere tiger is no match for me. Besides, we have no choice. The tiger has already caught our scent and is approaching, Meng Fuyue declared. Her gaze fixed upon the mountain peak where she could already see the tiger's imposing figure. Meng Jinhe and Jiang Yuyang followed her gaze and indeed spotted the massive creature with its tawny coat and striking black stripes moving toward them, a sight that instilled terror. Be careful, they urged, realizing there was no time for further discussion and could only admonish Meng Fuyue to exercise caution. Understood, she replied, charging up the mountain. Initially, the tiger intended to approach them slowly, but having been detected, it surged forward, roaring with an earth-shattering ferocity. The occupants of the tent trembled in fear. Unflinching, Meng Fuyue wielded a thick wooden stick, and, as the tiger lunged towards her, she swung the stick with all her might, striking the tiger's head. With a thunderous thud, the tiger was sent soaring before crashing heavily against a tree 3 meters away, landing lifelessly on the ground. Meanwhile, the stick in Meng Fuyue's hand had splintered into 2 pieces. She swiftly transported the tiger into an empty room within her spatial pouch, where it would keep company with the 5 wolves. When Meng Fuyue returned, Meng Jinhe and Jiang Yuyang hurried out of the tent. Concern etched across their faces as they asked, Are you unharmed? I am fine. I have already stored the tiger in the Qiankuan bag. Once we reach the city, we can sell it. I recall hearing that someone sold a tiger for 50 taels a few years ago. Meng Fuyue exclaimed. 50 taels? Jiang Yuyang was momentarily stunned by the figure. This reminded Meng Jinhe of a past event. Yes. 5 years ago, the hunter from Yongjia village caught a tiger and sold it for 50 taels. That is splendid. Jiang Yuyang rejoiced, fully aware that they currently possessed not a single copper coin, let alone silver. Previously, all the silver Meng Jinhe earned as a carpenter had been surrendered to old Lady Meng, leaving them with no personal funds. They had once thought they might perish on their journey, yet now life appeared to be taking a turn for the better. Jia, may I see the tiger? Meng Lingqi asked, though fear gripped him, curiosity urged him on, for he had never seen a tiger before, only heard its roar. Of course, Meng Fuyue replied, releasing the tiger, which startled Meng Jinhe and the others into retreat. Meng Lingqi hid behind Meng Jinhe, revealing only half of his face, torn between wanting to see and fearing to approach, even though the tiger lay dead. After getting a glimpse of the tiger, he hurriedly requested Meng Fuyue to stow it away, unable to bear looking any longer. On the 5th day, after enjoying good food and medicine to restore their health, Meng Jinhe's foot was no longer a hindrance, and the family's vitality and constitution had improved significantly. Thus, they planned to set off after a hearty breakfast, consisting of minced meat porridge and eggs. Meng Fuyue had prepared spicy cabbage and pickled radishes, which they relished, enhancing the porridge's flavor. After finishing their meal, they stored all their belongings in the spatial pouch and set out empty-handed. Should they encounter outsiders, they would retrieve the prepared wooden cart. Chapter 9. We have abundant wealth. Given Meng Lingqi's tender age, he grew weary easily, prompting the family to proceed at a leisurely pace. However, with ample water, food, and fruit, they remained well-nourished and hydrated, quickly regaining their strength. When Meng Lingqi could no longer walk, Meng Fuyue brought forth the cart for him to ride in, insisting that Meng Jinhe and Jiang Yuyang join him. The parents, reluctant to burden their daughter, resisted, but ultimately succumbed to her insistence. Both were exceedingly frail. Meng Jinhe, a grown man, barely exceeded 100 jin, while Jiang Yuyang weighed just over 70, and Meng Lingqi was even lighter. Combined, the 3 of them weighed a little over 200 jin, making it effortless for Meng Fuyue, imbued with divine strength, to push them. Even if they weighed 2,000 jin, she would face no difficulty. Along the way, they occasionally encountered corpses, some having succumbed to exhaustion, others to starvation. Meng Lingqi buried his head in Jiang Yuyang's embrace in fright. Jiang Yuyang, equally terrified, dared not look, and Meng Jinhe, despite his role as the family's pillar, felt a chill of dread creep into his heart. Yet, he could not reveal his fear, as it would only serve to heighten the anxiety of his wife and child. Only Meng Fuyue remained unperturbed. Had she not seen her share of death in her previous life? The devastation wrought by earthquakes was far more terrifying than this. As their family was small and they had regained strength, their pace quickened considerably. In 3 days, they had traveled considerable distance. Apart from seeing those who had perished from starvation and those on the brink of death, they had encountered no other dangers. As the days passed, the rain still refused to fall. It was evident, if rain came so easily, how could there be drought? For the solitary souls who approached them, nearing starvation, Meng Fuyue, out of kindness, shared some food and drink. As a healer, though she did not possess the grand mission of saving lives, she could not bear to witness human suffering. She offered assistance where she could, as she had no shortage of provisions. It was merely a means of accumulating virtue. Another day passed, and as the hour approached noon, the family was en route when suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed not far ahead, startling Meng Jinha and the others. Meng Fuyue immediately urged them to hide in the grass by the roadside, fearing that the approaching figures might be ill-intentioned, leading to conflict. Despite possessing divine powers that render her unconcerned even in the presence of formidable foes, she does not relish the art of violence. Thus, it is preferable to evade conflict whenever possible. However, as she approached the horse, she noticed a figure sprawled on its back, riddled with arrows, lifeless or perhaps merely unconscious. Meng Fuyue resolved to investigate. If the man yet lived, she would perform a noble deed by saving him. If he were dead, she would inter him and claim his horse. With a steed at their disposal, their journey would be significantly facilitated. Even though 4 individuals could not ride a single horse, they could employ it to pull a cart. Consequently, when Meng Fuyue intercepted the horse, she refrained from immediately examining the man's condition. Instead, she prodded him gently with a stick, wary of the possibility that he might awaken and attack her if he were still alive. After her tentative poke, the man remained unresponsive. She then approached, placing her hand at his nostrils to check for breath, only to find none. "Ayu, what has become of him?" Meng Jinhai and the others inquired anxiously as they approached. "He is dead," Meng Fuyue replied. "Let us dig a grave for him, and we shall take his horse." Although the sight of so many arrows embedded in the man's back hinted at a grim fate, the confirmation of his death sent a chill through Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuru. "Very well," Meng Jinhai conceded. Given the circumstances, it seemed only fitting that they should claim the horse. Additionally, by ensuring the man did not remain a corpse left to the elements, they could consider it a form of gratitude. Meng Fuyue first led the horse into the woods, tethering it to a tree before retrieving the man's body and taking out a hoe to begin digging. Though Meng Jinhai and his wife were aware that the celestial being had endowed their daughter with a vast array of items in her spatial bag, they could not help but be astonished each time she produced something anew. The contents of this bag were seemingly endless. Father and daughter worked together, quickly excavating a grave sufficient to accommodate the man. Prior to placing him in the ground, Meng Fuyue hastily removed his sword and belongings, searching for anything of value. "Father, please check his person for any valuable items," she urged. "Is that not a bit inappropriate?" Meng Jinhai hesitated, feeling it disrespectful to search the belongings of the deceased. In these times, one cannot afford to be overly sensitive. Besides, we are performing the duty of collecting his body. If there are valuables, it would be no crime to claim them, Meng Fuyue explained. Were it not for her parents' presence and her own modesty as a young woman, she would have searched him herself. Meng Jinhai, seeing her point, nodded and began to search the man's body. After securing the sword in her spatial bag, Meng Fuyue opened the man's pack. Inside, she found only clothing and some provisions, yet on the man himself, she discovered a silver note worth 100 taels and several pieces of silver, along with a roll of cowhide paper. Goodness! A silver note for 100 taels and additional silver! Meng Jinhai exclaimed, his hands trembling with astonishment. He had never before encountered such wealth. What? 100 taels? Jiang Yuru and Meng Lingqi, cautious of the corpse, had kept their distance, but upon hearing this revelation, they rushed over, excitement overtaking their fear. Indeed, the silver note was genuine, and their exhilaration soared. Meng Jinhai had never seen such a sum, nor had Meng Lingqi, who gleamed with excitement, exclaiming, "How much is 100 taels? Can we buy countless things with it?" "Indeed, it is a substantial amount. We can procure many items," Jiang Yuru replied with a smile. "Wow! This is wonderful. We are rich." Meng Lingqi cheered joyously. "Ayu, quickly put that silver note into your bag," Meng Jinhai urged as he handed the note to Meng Fuyue, fearing it might be lost if left on the man. "Very well," Meng Fuyue agreed, promptly storing it away. She then unfurled the cowhide paper to reveal a topographical map inscribed with the words Qingya Mountain. Meng Fuyue's first thought was that perhaps this map indicated a treasure's location. Her second thought was that it might mark the stronghold of a mysterious sect. Regardless of the secrets hidden within this map, The man's death was undoubtedly related to it. Thus, others were likely pursuing him. This realization rendered their current location perilous. Without delay, Meng Fuyue stowed the map in her spatial bag, hastily buried the man, and then led her companions along the mountain path to depart. To avoid losing their way, they stayed close to the main road, ensuring they remained on the correct course. Chapter 10. A Direct Assault. As they traversed the uncharted mountain path, the horse struggled to navigate, prompting Meng Fuyue to store it within her spatial pasture. Upon entering the spatial realm, the horse did not succumb to slumber as Meng Jinhai and the others had. Half an hour after their departure, two figures clad in black galloped past on horseback along the very road they had just traveled. While traversing the mountain trail, Meng Fuyue seized the opportunity to forage for herbs. The forest was abundant with various plants, albeit mostly common varieties. She hoped to encounter ginseng or lingji. As if the heavens had heard her desires, she soon stumbled upon a cluster of 3 lingji mushrooms. Wow! What enormous mushrooms! Meng Lingji exclaimed in astonishment. Pfft! Meng Fuyue chuckled, explaining, these are lingji, not mushrooms. Lingji? Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuru were taken aback upon hearing this. While they were unfamiliar with the herb, they had heard of its value. What is lingji? Meng Lingji inquired, puzzled. Lingji is a medicinal herb, Meng Fuyue replied. Meng Lingji nodded, indicating his understanding. Not long after, Meng Fuyue encountered a ginseng root, prompting her to grab a small shovel and begin digging. Big sister, can this red fruit be eaten? Meng Lingji asked. This is ginseng? Meng Jinhai exclaimed excitedly, recalling having seen someone selling it at the apothecary. Indeed, this is ginseng. The red fruit is edible. But as it is a medicinal herb, it is not meant for direct consumption, she clarified, addressing Meng Jinhai first and then turning to Meng Lingji. What? This is ginseng? Jiang Yuru was equally astonished. Though she had never seen ginseng, she had heard of it. Most people, even those in agriculture, had heard of ginseng and lingji, but very few had ever encountered them. Meng Fuyue had no intention of selling the lingji and ginseng. She intended to keep them for personal use. In the following days spent wandering the mountains, Meng Fuyue discovered numerous additional lingji and ginseng, along with various other precious herbs. In total, she gathered 16 lingji and 5 ginseng roots, some aged for decades, others for centuries. Additionally, they hunted 2 wild boars, over 10 hares, and a dozen wild chickens, amassing an impressive bounty. Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuru transitioned from initial astonishment to eventual numbness, coming to accept that such fortune was only to be expected. Before nightfall, they exited the mountainous terrain and found a secluded spot to rest. The family took a brief respite, drinking water and consuming some fruit before setting to work once more. Meng Jinhai was busy setting up the tent, while Jiang Yurong was preparing a meal on the small stove, and Meng Lingji accompanied Meng Fuyue to gather firewood. It had been half a month since Meng Fuyue traversed into this era. In this brief span, the family had undergone a remarkable transformation. One by one, they had gained over 10 pounds, their complexions significantly brightened. In addition to indulging in nourishing food and medicinal tonics, they engaged in physical training under Meng Fuyue's guidance. Each morning, they would run for half an hour, followed by muscle stretching and martial arts training. Though they ended up utterly exhausted, not a single person harbored thoughts of retreat. Who wouldn't desire a robust physique? A sound body enables one to accomplish more. They could not perpetually hide behind Meng Fuyue, such a burden would be overwhelming for her. Moreover, they had begun to appreciate the benefits of improved health, walking became less taxing, and they could carry more. Even the petite Meng Lingji found himself less easily fatigued. In fact, Meng Jinhai managed to catch a wild chicken through his own efforts. For this, Jiang Yurong teasingly remarked, "We hardly resemble refugees. Anyone unaware would think we are the elderly matriarchs and young masters of a wealthy family, leisurely enjoying the scenic countryside." Indeed, who among the destitute appeared unkempt and emaciated like them? Aside from their patched clothing, they were clean and well-fed. Their figures not dwindling, but rather becoming plumper, resembling those out on an excursion. Beyond the family, their horse was also thriving, becoming robust and powerful. Typically, an ordinary horse could pull about a ton, however, a sturdier horse could manage even more. The horse Meng Fuyue had found, though its breed was unknown, was already strong and had been further nourished in the space's pasture, drinking from the spiritual spring and feasting on the grass from the realm, significantly enhancing its physique. It could effortlessly pull 2 to 3 tons and still had the capacity for more. At dinner, the family prepared a stew of wild mushrooms and chicken, adding a touch of medicinal herbs alongside a stir-fried garlic cabbage. With the right amount of oil and salt, even cabbage could be a delicacy. The cabbage from the space was particularly sweet and juicy, delicious regardless of how it was prepared. Consequently, Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yurong expressed their astonishment, having never realized cabbage could be so delightful. The following day, the family commenced their routine with running, training, and breakfast. They did not rush to travel, but opted to start with the horse-drawn carriage. The carriage measured 1.2 meters in width, 1.5 meters in length, and 1.2 meters in height, designed merely to provide seating without excessive features. Once the carriage was completed, lunch was ready, and after partaking in the meal, they continued their journey. Meng Fuyue drove the carriage while the others sat inside. An hour later, as they passed through a forested area, four burly men clad in black and masked suddenly emerged from the thickets, blocking their path. The trio inside the carriage, Meng Jinhai, Jiang Yurong, and Meng Lingqi, were instantly alarmed. Jiang Yurong quickly pulled her son close, shielding him from the outside chaos. "Leave your carriage and all your belongings behind, and we will let you go." Otherwise, one of the men began, but was abruptly interrupted by another, who gruffly added, "What do you mean, let go? Have you not seen how beautiful that girl is? She could fetch a handsome sum if sold. Hence, everything must stay." As he spoke, his lascivious gaze undressed Meng Fuyue, even licking his lips. If not for his greed for money, he would have relished sampling the beauty for himself. Seeing that she appeared young, he thought she must still be innocent. If she were sullied, her value would plummet. The first man, catching on, quickly amended, Right. No one gets away. Surrender quietly to avoid pain." Meng Jinhai, filled with apprehension, inquired, "Wei, can you handle this?" Although he was aware of his daughter's extraordinary abilities, the sight of the 4 men wielding large blades still filled him with dread. "Do not worry. I can manage," Meng Fuyue reassured him, drawing her sword and leaping from the carriage. The men, seeing her brandishing a sword, felt a flicker of wariness. Could this girl be a martial artist? Yet, they dismissed her as merely a young girl, thinking, even if she were skilled, how formidable could she truly be? With that thought, they no longer regarded her as a threat. Meng Fuyue had no intention of engaging them in dialogue. She charged forward, striking at them. Chapter 11. What does one have to lose? Seeing Meng Fuyue defy their commands, the men abandoned their caution and attacked. Employing her supernatural power, Meng Fuyue swung her sword, clashing it against the burly man's blade, which shattered upon impact. The sword then swiftly sliced through his neck, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 3 men were taken aback, never anticipating that the girl's sword would be so razor-sharp. Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yurong were equally stunned, having not expected their daughter to kill. Though they knew the men deserved their fate, witnessing Meng Fuyue take a life for the first time was hard to bear. Nonetheless, they did not view her as ruthless. The dire circumstances left her no choice but to act decisively. If she had shown mercy, it would have been their lives at stake. Meng Fuyue continued to battle the bandits. They were not particularly skilled, lacking deep internal strength, so she dispatched them with relative ease. In mere moments, she had eliminated another. The remaining 2 bandits, sensing their impending doom, wished to flee. However, Meng Fuyue offered them no opportunity, swiftly bringing them down. She collected the 2 intact blades and stored them in her space, then rifled through their pockets. Finding a total of 13 taels of silver, though not a fortune, it was a windfall nonetheless, sufficient to procure many items. She then kicked their bodies off the road and urged the horse to move on. Meng Jinhai and the others remained silent, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Meng Fuyue, sensing their unease, sought to alleviate their concerns. "These men were bandits. They targeted us. If we did not eliminate them, we would have perished instead. So do not think of me as cruel. Moreover, they have committed numerous heinous acts of murder and robbery, thus their death was warranted." Upon hearing this, Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yurong, fearing that Meng Fuyue might misconstrue their silence as disapproval of her actions, quickly clarified. Meng Jinhai said, Wei, we understand this logic. We do not view you as merciless. You need not worry about our thoughts. We were merely startled and require a moment to process. Jiang Yurong added, Indeed. Besides, you acted to protect us. How could we be so ungrateful? Their parents' understanding reassured Meng Fuyue greatly. Had they been unreasonable, their harmonious coexistence would have been jeopardized, potentially leading to a separation after ensuring their safety. Before nightfall, they arrived at a dilapidated temple, which, as expected, was drafty and worn. Despite their decision to rest in the decrepit temple for the night, they proceeded to set up their tent. After settling in, they took a moment to catch their breath before embarking on their tasks. Meng Jin ventured into the woods to gather firewood, while Meng Lingqi accompanied Jiang Yuru to collect stones for a small stove. Meng Fuyue busied herself by cleaning a corner, sprinkling insect-repellent powder around, and then turned her attention to erecting the tent. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. It was Meng Jin. The others were startled and hurried outside, finding him in the nearby woods where he had been collecting firewood. Meng Fuyue dashed over, exclaiming, "Father, what happened?" "I was bitten by a snake," Meng Jin replied, his face flushed with shame, feeling utterly useless for being bitten while merely gathering firewood. "How could you be so careless?" Jiang Yuru scolded, though her tone was laced with more concern than anger. Meng Lingqi's eyes brimmed with tears, fearing for his father's life, his gaze fixed on Meng Jin, which broke his father's heart. He quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear Qi, I will be fine." However, Meng Lingqi remained unconvinced, as he believed that a snake bite could be fatal. 3 years prior, an elder in their village had died from a snake bite. It was only after Meng Fuyue examined Meng Jin's hand that she calmed their fears, stating, "Rest assured, it is not venomous. Just rinse it with water. Apply some wound powder, and there will be no lasting effects." With her words, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They returned to the temple, where Meng Fuyue used some spring water to cleanse Meng Jin's hand and offered him a drink. Then she retrieved some wound powder from her supplies, applied it, and wrapped his hand in a cloth. In no time, the pain subsided, and it did not hinder his ability to work. "You set up the tent while I gather firewood," Meng Fuyue declared as she stepped outside. Before long, she returned with firewood. The tent was already pitched, and the stove was assembled, with rice washing underway. Due to the abundance of provisions, they primarily consumed white rice, often accompanied by meat, albeit in varying quantities. After all, excessive meat consumption was not advisable. Vegetables were also essential for a balanced diet. Today, they planned to prepare a bone soup with a touch of meat, some radish, and a mix of greens and wild mushrooms. After 10 days of meat-heavy meals, their cravings had diminished, yet the desire lingered. Just as the family was about to dine, Meng Fuyue heard footsteps approaching. She quickly rose to investigate. 5 individuals appeared, a middle-aged man pushing a wheelbarrow, a woman carrying a backpack, a young man around 18 or 19, and a boy approximately 13 or 14. Notably, the young man bore a person on his back, an elderly woman who appeared gravely ill. "I can smell meat. Someone is cooking nearby. Perhaps we could ask for a bowl of soup for Grandma," the young boy said, swallowing hard, his cravings evident, though he did not think of asking for himself. During these desperate times, even meat soup is precious. "I'll head into the mountains to see if I can hunt a wild chicken or rabbit," the young man suggested. Their family were hunters, and if wild game were available, hunting was not particularly difficult for him. However, the drought they had encountered made it exceedingly challenging to find any game in the mountains. Now that the forest was not as parched, a careful search might yield results. "But we have no water to cook with. Grandma can only consume liquid food right now. If she goes without, she may not survive," the boy lamented, his face falling and eyes glistening with tears. The family's expressions mirrored his distress. The woman said, "I have a pair of new shoes. I can trade them for some soup and food." They had encountered bandits on their journey and had become separated from their larger group, losing both their silver and provisions to thieves. Now, they were left with just a few flatbreads, which the elderly woman could not eat due to their dryness. "All right, you can try," the middle-aged man nodded, realizing they could not stand idly by while their mother suffered. Chapter 12. Everyone rise. Do not bow before me. Soon, the two families found themselves in the dilapidated temple, their gazes locking. The hunters stared longingly at the meat simmering in Meng's pot, unable to suppress their hunger. However, they quickly averted their eyes, fearing that the Meng family might misinterpret their longing as ill intent, and instead retreated to a distant corner. Once they were settled, the woman approached Meng Fuyue, holding the shoes. "Fellow villager, my mother is gravely ill from hunger. Might I exchange these shoes for a bowl of your soup and some food?" Her face bore a mixture of anxiety and hope, concerned that they might refuse, for food was a rare treasure in these times. Although Meng Fuyue was not a saint, she possessed a kind heart. Having encountered them, she felt compelled to help rather than stand idly by while they starved. If they had intended to rob her, she would have shown no sympathy. Yet, the fact that they offered shoes in exchange indicated their good intentions, prompting her willingness to assist. Certainly. Meng Fuyue replied with a smile, accepting the shoes from the woman. Please fetch a bowl. The woman's face lit up with relief and gratitude, and she hurried off to retrieve a bowl. The hunters exchanged appreciative glances with Meng Fuyue's family. Meng Jin and his wife were inherently kind-hearted, and having discussed it with Meng Fuyue before arriving at the temple, they were also inclined to lend a hand. When the woman returned with the bowl, Meng Fuyue accepted it but only filled it with water. The woman's expression faltered, confusion etched on her face as she looked at Meng Fuyue. Elderly individuals in such a weakened state, having not eaten in a while, cannot consume solid food directly. They require some water to ease their stomachs first, Meng Fuyue explained. Given how starved she is, if she does not drink some spring water to help her along, she may find it difficult to endure. Upon hearing Meng Fuyue's reasoning, the woman sighed in relief, her gratitude deepening. Thank you, kind lady, you are truly compassionate. She took the bowl and hurried back to give it to her grandmother. Before the woman could return, Meng Fuyue approached with 3 cloth bags. The hunters stared at her in astonishment. Although they were uncertain about the contents of the bags, it was easy to guess they contained food. Was she truly offering them sustenance? Meng Fuyue placed the bags before them, stating, inside are some white rice and flour. You have hardly any food left, you will not last long otherwise. I found a spring with running water about 10 meters up the right side of the back mountain. She had filled the bags with approximately 10 pounds each of rice and flour. If you ration it, it should last you about 20 days. Are you truly giving this to us? The middle-aged man asked uneasily. Yes, Meng Fuyue affirmed. The family suddenly became awkward. They did not refuse the offer, but the enormity of accepting such generosity weighed heavily on their hearts. In these times, food was a precious commodity. Even if they could provide that much food, it implied they were not in need, yet accepting such a bounty without reciprocating felt wrong. One can only lament the bandits who have absconded with their silver, otherwise, they would surely have sufficient funds to assist others. Meng Fuyue interjected directly, stating, there is no if in this matter. The very fact that we can offer assistance indicates our abundance. However, if you are without these provisions, it would indeed be arduous for you to endure. It was precisely this family's attitude that reassured her that she had chosen the right people to assist. The Hunter family understood the truth in Meng Fuyue's words and, at last, ceased their refusals. With a thud, the middle-aged man knelt before Meng Fuyue, prompting his family to follow suit. In that moment, offering them food equated to saving their lives. How could they possibly express their gratitude? Lacking any means of repayment, the only gesture they could muster was to bow deeply in reverence. As they prepared to prostrate themselves, Meng Fuyue quickly stepped back, saying, please rise. There is no need for such gestures. She was not accustomed to the ancient customs of bowing. The Hunter family, sensing her discomfort, refrained from kneeling further and instead expressed their thanks repeatedly. Upon returning to her own family for dinner, the Hunter family began their own preparations for the evening meal. The middle-aged man was named Li Dashing, with his wife being Mrs. Yang. Their eldest son, Li Wu, and youngest son, Li Wen, each bore names reflective of their respective talents. Li Wu was skilled in martial arts, having spent years hunting alongside his father. Thus their family circumstances had been quite favorable before the drought. Li Wen, on the other hand, had a passion for learning and consistently excelled in his studies. Had it not been for the drought, he might have already passed the examination for young scholars. Li Dashing went to gather firewood, Li Wu set out to hunt, and Li Wen took a jar and the family's water bag to fetch water. Mrs. Yang remained in the dilapidated temple to care for old Lady Li while also searching for stones to construct a small stove. After drinking the miraculous spring water, old Lady Li visibly improved, her mind clearing significantly, and she realized they had encountered a benefactor. However, her frail body still rendered her unable to rise. Before long, Li Wen returned with water. Once Li Dashing returned with firewood, they commenced cooking. No, it was more accurate to say they were preparing porridge. 7 or 8 pounds of rice would suffice for several days when made into porridge, but if cooked as rice, it would only provide a few meals. Thus, they needed to ration it carefully, ensuring they would not go hungry. About half an hour later, Li Wu returned, having hunted 3 rabbits, 2 large and 1 small. He promptly brought the largest one to Meng's family as a token of gratitude. Meng Fuyue graciously accepted, relieved to alleviate some of their burdens. After the Meng family had finished their meal, Li Dashing approached Meng Jinhai, introducing himself. "I am Li Dashing from Yonglu village in Funing County. May I ask your name and where you hail from?" Meng Jinhai replied, "I am Meng Jinhai from Mengjia village in Pingxi County." Li Dashing was taken aback, surprised as he asked, "So, you two are fleeing from disaster?" Yet, their appearance seemed incongruous with that of typical refugees. Although their clothes were worn, they did not embody the typical gauntness associated with such hardship. It was not that refugees must always appear emaciated, but he had never seen anyone so fair and well-rounded in countenance. Meng Jinhai nodded, discerning Li Dashing's thoughts, and offered no explanation. Li Dashing assumed the Meng family must be well off, hence their lack of visible distress. Of course, he thought, if they were not affluent, how could they afford a carriage? But how did your family come to travel together? Did some misfortune separate you from a larger group? Li Dashing inquired, for under ordinary circumstances, one would not travel alone. The dangers of fleeing were numerous. It was far safer to travel in numbers. Chapter 13. Encountering the Jiang family. Reflecting on this matter, Meng Jinhai felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, sighing heavily as he replied, "We encountered bandits and were scattered." He chose not to elaborate further. Despite their previous estrangement, being abandoned by family in such dire circumstances was still a profound sorrow for him. Yet, he had grown completely disenchanted, wishing never to encounter them again in this lifetime. Their fate, whether alive or dead, no longer held any significance for him. Li Dashing sighed as well. "We too faced bandits, our silver and provisions were stolen, and many lives were lost. Fortunately, we managed to escape with some belongings, albeit separated from the larger group. Alas, this calamity has claimed the lives of many." Indeed, Meng Jinhai concurred, "but the survival of our family is a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps I should be grateful for their abandonment. Otherwise, how could my daughter have encountered such serendipity? How else could they be thriving? May I inquire where your travel documents are leading you?" Li Dashing asked. Meng Jinhai replied, "We are bound for the south, to Shangyun County under the jurisdiction of Ningyang Prefecture in Ningzhou." "And yourselves?" Li Dashing responded, "We are also headed to Ningyang Prefecture, but to Guyuan County." Although both counties fell under the same prefecture, they lay in contrasting directions, approximately 100 miles apart. Shangyun County was closer to Ningyang Prefecture, about 40 miles away, while Guyuan County was situated 90 miles distant. However, from their current location, it was indeed closer to reach Guyuan County than Shangyun County. The route to Guyuan did not require passing through Ningyang Prefecture, but rather led into its territory, eventually reaching a place called Luwe Town before traveling an additional 50 miles to arrive at Guyuan County. Conversely, the Meng family would need to cover an additional 60 miles to reach Ningyang Prefecture, traverse through it, and then proceed 20 more miles to arrive at Shangyun County. Since both parties would ultimately need to reach Luwe Town, Li Dashing contemplated the merits of traveling together, for safety in numbers was far preferable. Yet, considering the presence of a carriage, he feared that accompanying them would only slow their progress. The Meng family had already provided them with ample provisions. He did not wish to impose further. Thus, Li Dashing refrained from voicing his thoughts. While the Li family quietly discussed this matter, Meng Fuyue overheard them. Though she had no desire to bring them along on their journey, their unspoken understanding endeared them to her, deepening her resolve to assist them further. Therefore, Meng Fuyue declared, "I have come across 2 large knives. I shall give you one to carry. Should you encounter ill-intentioned individuals, it may serve as a deterrent. Additionally, I possess some chi-replenishing pills. Taking one daily can bolster the spleen and stomach, invigorate the blood, and enhance one's constitution. If you trust me, I shall provide you with some." This would offer them a glimmer of hope for survival. The chi-replenishing pills, cultivated with medicinal herbs and the miraculous spring water, were exponentially more potent than those available in the marketplace. While the commercially sold pills took several days to yield noticeable effects, Meng Fuyue's pills demonstrated remarkable efficacy after just a few days of use. The Li family's expressions brightened at her words, and they felt no skepticism. Moreover, her statement clarified that the Meng family did not intend to accompany them on their journey, which relieved them of any sense of obligation. Li Dashing felt a twinge of embarrassment. How can one feel discomfort in such dire circumstances? Meng Fuyue remarked, approaching with a large knife and several porcelain vials. In times of desperation, there is little room for such feelings. Meng Fuyue articulated this very principle. And the Li family exhibited no further pretensions. We are most grateful to Miss Meng. After consuming the congee, old Mrs. Li regained some of her strength and personally expressed her gratitude to the Meng family. She had feared she might perish on the journey. Although she did not wish to burden her son and daughter-in-law, believing her death might alleviate their load, she found it hard to part from them. If given the choice, she would certainly wish to live. That evening, Meng Jinhai kept vigil at the Meng residence, while Li Dashing stood watch at the Li household. The latter had already taken the pills provided by Meng Fuyue, and after ingesting a single tablet, they distinctly felt their spirits lifting. This prompted yet another round of thanks to Meng Fuyue. The following morning, after the Meng family had finished breakfast, they departed, while the Li family chose to leave only after lunch. This was to avoid crossing paths, and Li Wu aimed to hunt more game, being prepared for any eventuality. By the next day, the Li family was brimming with vitality. Even old Mrs. Li appeared considerably revitalized. 2 days swiftly passed. The Meng family encountered no troubles, enjoying ample food and drink, living leisurely as if they were on a scenic excursion. That evening, around the hour of view, approximately 5 to 6 o'clock, they spotted a group of refugees in the distance. They were uncertain of the group's origin, but hoped it might be from Water Creek Village. Jiang Yuru couldn't help but exclaim, but knew this was but a fanciful wish. Contemplating her parents and siblings who were likely suffering, uncertain of their fates, while they themselves were well fed and rested, left her heart heavy with unease. Let us not approach just yet. Allow me to observe with binoculars. Meng Fuyue promptly retrieved her binoculars for a closer look. In recent days, they had been using them to monitor the surrounding terrain and conditions. Thus, Meng Jinhai and the others had grown accustomed to this. She hoped it might indeed be the people from Water Creek Village, which would ease Jiang Yuru's mind. Yet, she harbored no high hopes, merely wishing to ascertain the identity of the group, whether they were genuine refugees or marauders. The approaching contingent comprised approximately 200 individuals, indeed fleeing from calamity. As her gaze fell upon the leader, her eyes brightened. It was none other than the village chief of Water Creek. This confirmed that the group belonged to Water Creek Village. Upon further inspection, she spotted members of the Jiang family amidst the throng. All 13 members of the Jiang family were present, none missing. The elder couple was alive and well, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. Eldest son Jiang Yushan, married to Su, had 3 sons. Jiang Yushan's eldest, Jiang Han, aged 20, was already wed and had a 2-year-old son. The second son, Jiang Yang, aged 16, remained unmarried and was academically inclined, having already become a student. Had it not been for the drought, he would have sat for the scholar's examination this year. The youngest, Jiang Bei, was 13. The second son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yufeng, married to Tong, had 2 sons. The eldest, Jiang Yuan, aged 16, had a fiancé Yihu. Due to the disaster, had broken off the engagement before fleeing with her family to join wealthier patrons. The younger son, Jiang Lin, was 10 years old. As Meng Fuyue laid eyes on them, she noticed they had ceased their advance, instead veering into the nearby forest. She also heard enthusiastic shouts about the discovery of water. In times of drought, water was a precious commodity, and encountering a source would indeed elicit excitement. It seemed they intended to set up camp there for the night. Chapter 14. This hardly resembled a group of refugees. Upon encountering the Jiang family, Meng Fuyue felt a surge of joy and promptly informed Jiang Yuru, "Mother, wonderful news. It is a convoy from Water Creek Village. I have spotted grandfather and grandmother." What? The revelation astonished not only Jiang Yuru, but also Meng Jinhai and Meng Lingqi. Is it truly them? Your grandparents? Jiang Yuru grasped Meng Fuyue's hand with excitement, her voice quivering. Sister, is it really our grandparents? Meng Lingqi inquired, equally elated. Indeed. Meng Fuyue affirmed with a decisive nod. Then let us hasten to find them. Jiang Yuru urged impatiently. However, Meng Fuyue remained unhurried, guiding their horse at a leisurely pace. They have already halted. They are likely to set up camp there tonight. Before we approach, let us prepare our statements to avoid any discrepancies when they inquire about our circumstances. We should not conceal the matter of being left behind by the Meng family. As for Father's injury, we shall say it was not severe and healed with a few days of rest. Regarding how we acquired this horse, we will tell the truth. I will place 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of brown sugar, a jar of lard, and a jar of pickled radishes in the cart. When grandfather and grandmother inquire, we can say we discovered some medicinal herbs and then traded with a merchant caravan. Meng Fuyue refrained from bringing up sweet potatoes or potatoes, as such items were non-existent in ancient times, and she preferred not to explain their existence just yet. Once they were settled, she would introduce them with a fitting rationale. Understood, both Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuru nodded in agreement. Very well, Meng Ling, she added, also nodding. Meng Fuyue smiled as she ruffled his hair, finding him utterly adorable. As they journeyed, the rest of their possessions were stored away. But now they needed to retrieve the aforementioned provisions, as well as the tents, blankets, cookware, and their clothing. The villagers of Water Creek did not set up camp directly by the official road. They needed to walk about 20 meters inward to find a suitable clearing. Upon seeing a cart approach, the villagers immediately regarded it with suspicion. During times of refuge, the most perilous situation was the sudden appearance of strangers, with the fear that they might harbor ill intentions. Village Chief Jiang Disha stepped forward. Although he suspected they had come for the water source, vigilance was still paramount. The Meng family's cart lacked curtains, and due to their haste, Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yuru leaned out eagerly. As they drew closer, Jiang Disha recognized Jiang Yuru and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, is that not the daughter of Uncle Luo Fu Yuru? And her husband and child?" The individuals standing with Jiang Dishu were taken aback. "Yuru? They even have a cart?" One whispered in astonishment. It was well known that horses were exceedingly precious, and common farmers could scarcely afford them. Among their group, only 2 families possessed ox carts, one being that of the village chief and another had a donkey cart. Had they not encountered a water source today, those oxen and donkeys would likely have perished as well. Yet, how could the Meng family, rumored to be impoverished, afford a horse? Jiang Dishu and the others were envious, but not resentful. He promptly raised his voice to call out, "Uncle Luo Fu, your daughter Yuru and her husband have arrived." What? The sudden announcement caught the Jiang family, who had just settled down to rest, completely off guard. Although they had been watching the cart, they could not discern who it was from a distance. So, the individuals in the cart were indeed their daughter, sister, aunt? The village chief said Yuru and her brother-in-law have come. Jiang Yufeng was the first to react, excitement evident in his voice. Upon hearing those words, the family finally comprehended the situation, and their excitement was palpable. Ignoring their weary bodies, they promptly rose from the ground and hurried towards the horse-drawn carriage. They had been deeply concerned about the well-being of their sister's family. Who would have thought they would encounter them here? Yurong has arrived. Before even catching sight of her, old lady Jiang, Zhou Shi, could no longer hold back her tears, her eyes brimming with emotion. Meng Jinha's family had already disembarked from the carriage, exchanged greetings with the village head, and quickly made their way towards the Jiang family. Father, mother. Jiang Yuru could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. The moment she recognized it was indeed Jiang Yuru, Zhou Shi finally succumbed to her overwhelming emotions, sobbing uncontrollably as she rushed forward to embrace her daughter. "Yurong, my child, I thought I would never see you again." The plight of fleeing from calamity left them all wondering where they would end up and who would survive. Without a group to escape with, it often led to heart-wrenching separations. Unless they were headed to the same destination and could all make it there alive, the chances of reunion were slim. The Jiang family members were also in tears, overwhelmed with joy at their unexpected encounter. "This is wonderful news." Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng called out to their sister and brother-in-law, "Sister, brother-in-law, you, cheer." The younger generation chimed in, "Aunt, uncle, cousin." Each exchange was filled with exuberance. Those around them were equally moved, and families with daughters began to worry about their own. Would they ever have the opportunity to reunite? The sight of the carriage sparked envy. It was astonishing how the Meng family appeared so much better off than them, despite both being refugees. Instead of being disheveled and gaunt, the Meng family looked clean and well-nourished. How had they managed that? The Jiang family noticed this too, their astonishment palpable. But now was not the time for questions. Nevertheless, it was comforting to see that the Meng family had not suffered as much. "Jinha, how did you end up here?" "What about the Meng family from the village?" Jiang Yufeng inquired. Before Meng Jinha could respond, Jiang Luofu interjected, "Everyone is tired. Let us sit down first and discuss." They returned to their previous spot to sit. Upon learning that Meng Jinhe's family had encountered bandits during their escape and that Jinhe had been injured while rescuing his nephew, only to be abandoned due to his injuries, the family was furious. Zhou Shi exclaimed, "Those despicable people. The Meng family is utterly ungrateful. Especially the Meng Jinhe family. It's as if they are worse than animals." Jiang Luofu added, "What kind of parents or brothers act like that?" Jiang Yushan remarked, "It's simply infuriating. If he were here, I would surely give him a piece of my mind." Jiang Yufeng agreed, "We better not cross paths with them, or I will not hold back." The group united in their indignation indeed. Chapter 15. Without sufficient food, how can one escape? The Jiang family had more able-bodied men than the Meng family, and each one was industrious, giving them an advantage in stamina over the laziness of the Meng household. "Since the Meng family does not want you, you should join us," Jiang Luofu offered, glancing with concern at Meng Jinhe's injured foot. "How is your foot holding up?" The others followed suit, their expressions reflecting deep concern. Meng Jinhe, touched by their kindness, responded, "My foot is not severely injured, it was just swollen, and with a few days of rest, I am already fine. So there's no need for a doctor." This news relieved everyone. "In these days, you haven't encountered any dangers, have you?" Zhou Shi asked, her concern evident. Though they stood before her unharmed, the thought of their family of 4 journeying alone filled her with dread. What if they had encountered bandits or wild beasts? They would have had no means to defend themselves. Meng Jinhe reassured them, "We were fortunate. We did not encounter bandits or wild animals. Moreover, you found several medicinal mushrooms, and we traded with a merchant caravan for ample food." He added, "This horse was one we came across on our journey. It had a rider who was already deceased. We buried the person and took the horse, then fashioned our own cart." The family listened in astonishment. You had indeed found medicinal mushrooms and had procured a significant amount of food." Immediately, they regarded Meng Fuyue with admiration. You is truly remarkable," they praised. And the compliments made Meng Fuyue blush. "Father, mother, how was your journey?" Jiang Yuru inquired with concern. Zhou Shi replied, "We fared reasonably well. We did not encounter bandits. Occasionally, we faced some water, but we managed. Unfortunately, a few weaker individuals did not survive, and we had to bury them along the road. Fortunately, we encountered more water this time, allowing us to catch our breath and gather more supplies." She continued, however. "The village had mentioned that we cannot continue down the main road, as our food supplies are dwindling. Thankfully, this area has not been severely affected by drought. The forests are lush, and there should be plenty of wild vegetables in the mountains. If we are lucky, we might even hunt some wild chickens or rabbits." Meng Fuyue nodded. "Indeed, we have been traveling through the mountains these past few days, and there are indeed many wild vegetables, mushrooms, wild chickens, and even wild boars." Just then, the village head approached, having overheard Meng Fuyue's words, his face lighting up with joy. "Is that true? Are there wild chickens, rabbits, and wild boars in the mountains?" Although hunting wild boar is challenging, the strength of their numbers could make it manageable, with everyone's stomachs barely full. The thought of additional food was essential for their survival. "Indeed, my father and I managed to hunt a few wild chickens," Meng Fuyue exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with envy. Several men quickly headed up the mountain, eager to see if they could catch any wild chickens or rabbits. They had been deprived of meat for far too long. "Then we shall not rush to leave tomorrow. It's fine to delay for a day since there is a water source here. In the morning, we will organize a group to explore the mountains for game," Jiang Disha stated. As a responsible village head, he hoped everyone could endure until they reached the south. Afterward, he inquired about Meng Jinhe's family situation. Upon learning the details, the village head agreed that the Meng family had behaved poorly. However, he did not voice any objections to Meng Jinhe's family joining them for the escape. Their presence would not be detrimental. In fact, having more people was safer than having fewer. Once the village head departed, the family continued to reminisce. Seeing others preparing food reminded them that it was time to cook. Meng Fuyue immediately went to the cart and scooped out a large pot of rice. But Zhou Shi quickly stopped her. "Why are you taking so much? Put it back. We have enough food here, let us eat what we have first. And if we run short, we can use yours." "That won't do." Regardless of the circumstances, today everyone is not merely content with eating plain rice. They also yearn for meat. The wild chickens my father and I caught have yet to be consumed. Without a hearty meal, how can one muster the strength to endure the hardships of fleeing? Meng Fuyue, undeterred by Zhou's objections, boldly took a pot and headed to the stream to wash the rice. Of course, this was merely a fade. The water was actually conjured from her spatial abilities. Even in the midst of their escape, having water was a blessing, and concerns about its cleanliness were secondary. However, if given the choice, why not opt for the best? Ayu Zhou was taken aback and attempted to pursue her, but was halted by Jiang Yuyong. Mother, let Ayu cook. But that is far too much. Zhou grimaced at the thought. This was premium rice, after all, quite precious. If they made porridge, they could stretch it over several meals. She understood her granddaughter's intentions. Ayu was cooking such a large pot of rice out of concern for them, which touched her heart deeply. Yet, they were fleeing and still had 2 months ahead of them. They needed to consider their future sustenance. By the time Zhou reached Meng Fuyue, the rice was already washed. Jiang Yuyong leaned closer to Zhou and whispered, Mother, we have 100 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of flour. Besides, we don't eat plain rice every meal. We can have porridge tomorrow. 100 pounds of rice, if consumed as plain rice daily, would indeed be insufficient for a large group, but if they made porridge, it would last them much longer. Her daughter's Qianquan bag contained ample rice, but to avoid drawing attention, they could not reveal it again, so after this meal of plain rice, they would definitely need to switch to porridge. Hearing this, Zhou was astonished. What? 100 pounds of white rice and 100 pounds of flour? That's quite a lot. It should last us for a while. She had thought it was merely 20 or 30 pounds. At that moment, Meng Fuyue approached after washing the rice, speaking softly, Moreover, we have a ginseng. This ginseng is worth far more than Lingji. It's a 50-year-old ginseng, worth at least 70 to 80 taels of silver. So, there's no need to worry about running out of food. Once we reach the next city, we can exchange it for money to buy more supplies. 70 to 80 taels was a conservative estimate. It could be worth over 100 taels. She revealed the existence of the ginseng to assure Zhou and the others that they were not lacking in provisions, allowing them to feel at ease and eat more freely. What? There's a ginseng worth at least 70 to 80 taels? Zhou's eyes widened in shock. 70 to 80 taels. They, as farmers, could never earn such a sum in their lifetimes. Chapter 16. Isn't this provoking envy? Ayu and the others had actually found a ginseng worth 70 to 80 taels. With such wealth, they need not worry about funds for food. However, she still felt a pang of regret at the thought of cooking so much plain rice. After all, they would need money for many things in the future. They could not afford to be so wasteful. Seeing Zhou still in pain at the thought of the rice, Meng Fuyue sighed but refrained from saying more, carrying the pot towards the fire to cook. Just as she was about to scoop some rice to make porridge, her Aunt Sue was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Meng Fuyue prepare a large pot of plain rice, the Jiang family was taken aback. Their gazes fixed on her with fervent longing. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed a full meal of plain rice. Even when they had porridge, it was so thin that it barely contained any rice, leaving them perpetually half full and lacking strength. Yet, would cooking so much plain rice be too extravagant? The rice was already cooking, and Zhou did not wish for them to discuss it further, so she quickly interjected before they could voice their thoughts. All right. Let us all get back to our tasks. Everyone swallowed their words. Ayu had cooked so much to ensure they had a hearty meal, and they should not scold her out of concern for the rice. They should be grateful instead. Everyone thought. If the Meng family knew that their discarded son and daughter-in-law had found Lingji and exchanged it for so much food, would they not regret it deeply? Before anyone could fully process the rice situation, Meng Fuyue returned with a wild chicken, handing it to her eldest cousin Jiang Han, big cousin. Please go kill this chicken. The Jiang family was momentarily stunned, their surroundings filled with envious glances. Each of them gazed longingly at the wild chicken, their mouths watering in anticipation. However, they were not yet in dire straits, as each household still had some food. So the thought of resorting to theft did not cross their minds. Jiang Han held the wild chicken, unsure of how to proceed, casting an inquiring look towards Zhou. This was a chicken caught by his cousin and her father, and given that his cousin had already offered so much rice, he felt awkward about consuming her chicken. Go ahead and kill it. Zhou nodded, recognizing it as her granddaughter's goodwill. Moreover, even if she tried to stop it, she could not. With Zhou's consent, Jiang Han happily went to prepare the chicken. The prospect of eating meat thrilled him, for it had been far too long since he had tasted meat. Not to mention plain rice, it had been ages since he had enjoyed such a meal. He resolved to bring back a wild chicken for his cousin when they ascended the mountain tomorrow. Everyone rejoiced at the prospect of having meat. Oh, we have chicken to eat. 10-year-old Jiang Lin couldn't contain his excitement. His second aunt, Tong, immediately covered his mouth, casting a nervous glance at those around them. They already had wild chicken, which was enough to attract envy. To shout about it was to provoke resentment. While the food was rightfully theirs, and they could eat as they pleased, the others were already envious, and drawing attention to it would be rather inconsiderate. Zhou instructed several young men to gather wild vegetables to eat. Meng Fuyue had plenty of vegetables in her space, but dared not take them out due to their freshness, which would be hard to explain. To prevent them from using stream water to cook the chicken, Meng Fuyue took the pot to the stream, feigning a need to collect water, and discreetly brought back some spring water from her space. The effects of this spring water were not immediate. It merely alleviated fatigue and provided slight nourishment. Thus, there was no need to worry about any sudden, remarkable changes. In due time, any changes could be attributed to food. Even if they sensed something was amiss, they could not pinpoint the cause. As for the water, Meng Fuyue decided against revealing the spring water to them for now, to avoid questions about why the stream water tasted one way and her collected water another. Therefore, she planned to venture into the mountains tomorrow to fetch some and claim it was a spring she had encountered. Natural spring water was typically cool and sweet, and while it would not match the taste of her spiritual spring water, it would suffice as a reasonable explanation. Jiang's uncle began setting up the tents. Constructing tents was simple. A few branches could support a tarp. It was unlikely to rain, but with autumn upon them, the nights could be chilly. So a windbreak was necessary to avoid catching a chill. Meng Jinhe and his daughter also erected their own tent, using sticks to create a frame and covering it with a tarp, without needing to tie anything down, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Hey, how did you manage that?" Jing Luofu was the first to recover, asking curiously. "Just sew the tarp into the shape, prop it up with sticks, and it can be draped over like this. It's much more convenient," Meng Jin remarked, then produced another meticulously stitched tent. "We have an additional tent here, specially sewn by Yuru for your esteemed parents. Although we are uncertain if we will encounter the Jiang family again on this journey, we remain hopeful. Thus, we crafted an extra one and made clothing and shoes for the elders. We still have plenty of oilcloth. If your elder brothers wish to make something, they are welcome to take some." During these days, they have traveled swiftly and rested often, prompting Jiang Yuru to sew an extra tent along with garments and shoes for the elderly couple. "We hope to meet the Jiang family along the way and express our filial piety." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luofu and Mrs. Zhou could not help but feel their eyes moisten. They were uncertain if they would meet again. Their daughter was already thinking of them. Therefore, Mrs. Zhou did not wish to refuse her daughter's heartfelt gesture and accepted the tent. "It seemed that it would not require much oilcloth. We should have enough here. And if not, we can ask you for more." Jiang Yufeng also refrained from being overly polite with Meng Jin. In times of difficulty, mutual support is paramount. Everything can be discussed once stability is restored. Many around them were inspired to learn how to make tents, though some families were reluctant to waste thread on sewing and thus had no intention of doing so. Once the outer tent was set up, they laid down a layer of oilcloth on the ground, placed one of their own quilts on top, and spread clean sheets over it. Then, from their supplies, they retrieved a new quilt to cover them. "My dear, we have our own bedding. You may keep yours," Mrs. Zhou quickly interjected. Jiang Luofu echoed. "What your grandmother says is true. We have several quilts. They are sufficient." These quilts were also exchanged with the caravan, soft and quite useful. The family insisted, "Please, let us not stand on ceremony. Must we, a family of 4, also act as if we are strangers?" Meng Fuyue declared, disregarding Mrs. Zhou's objections, and proceeded to spread their quilt within the tent. Mrs. Zhou felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. Yet, since Meng Fuyue had spoken so, she did not hinder her further. Besides, what good would it do to resist? After setting up the tent, Meng Fuyue took out some insect-repellent powder and scattered it around to deter snakes and pests from approaching. Chapter 17. Wow. I want to eat meat. The villagers who had gone into the mountains seeking wild chickens and rabbits returned empty-handed. As darkness fell, they dared not venture too far. As the aroma of meat wafted from the Jiang family's camp, their cravings intensified. Their eyes gleamed with desire as they fixated on the pot, finding their own meals bland in comparison. Indeed, they were subsisting on gruel, mush, flatbreads, or coarse grains, devoid of flavor. Who could eat under such circumstances if it weren't for survival? The scent of chicken was so enticing that children began to wail. "Wow! I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Boo-hoo, I'm going to starve if I don't have meat." While they were indeed pitiable, the Jiang family could not afford to share their meat. They barely had enough for themselves. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Where do you expect me to procure meat for you? An elderly woman scolded. Yet she still dragged her child toward the Jiang family. Sister-in-law, look, this child can't bear it any longer. Considering we're all family. Could you spare me a bowl of chicken and broth? Li Xiuhua said somewhat uneasily. Li Xiuhua was Mrs. Zhou's sister-in-law. Their husbands were brothers, but from different mothers, leading to a long-standing, strained relationship, even animosity. When Jiang Luofu was 3, his biological mother passed away, and 2 years later, his father remarried. With a stepmother came a stepfather. Until he turned 12, Jiang Luofu was sheltered by his grandmother and did not suffer too much. However, after his grandmother's death when he was 12, he faced relentless hardship. With his father indifferent and his stepmother abusive, he was bullied by his younger brother. 3 years later, after his father's death, Jiang Luofu was cast out by his stepmother and took refuge in a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. Despite being meek in nature, Jiang Luofu was resilient and industrious, managing to support himself and even live better than he had in the Jiang household. Thus, he caught the eye of Zhou Shi from the neighboring village. Their life gradually improved, and within a few years, they built a home and acquired land. Naturally, this incited jealousy from his stepmother's family, who frequently caused trouble. Fortunately, Zhou Shi was a formidable woman, and they did not suffer much. Disputes persisted during their son's generation. But by the time of the grandchildren, things had settled significantly. Given that Jiang Luofu's family had many grandchildren while Jiang Ruigui's family had few, the bullying ceased. Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi scoffed derisively. What do you mean we are all family? Li Xiuhua, are you jesting? Over the past few decades, when did you ever consider us as family? Everyone in the village knows about the matters between our two families. So don't try to take advantage of us by invoking this notion of family. I assure you, it is impossible. Zhou Shi had always been a gentle matriarch at home, treating her sons and daughters-in-law and grandchildren kindly. However, she was fierce towards those who sought to bully them. If she were not fierce, would she not be trampled upon? Hearing Zhou Shi's words, the onlookers cast mocking glances at Li Xiuhua. The majority of the villagers bore an aversion toward the Li Xiuhua family. Aside from their disdain for the way the Li Xiuhua family consistently bullied Jiang Luofu's family, they also found them harsh and domineering in their dealings, having had numerous conflicts with the villagers, which had bred deep-seated resentment. Li Xiuhua had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The daughters were both forcibly married off for dowry money. The eldest son was lazy and uninterested in responsibilities, even refusing to defend his wife when she was bullied. As a result, she was subject to mistreatment within the household. The second son was of neutral character but tragically died 5 years ago, falling off a cliff while cutting firewood in the mountains. His family was then separated during the famine, fleeing with her family. The youngest son was a ne'er-do-well. Lacking skills yet possessing a fierce temper, everyone in the household feared him except for Li Xiuhua. The daughter-in-law of the youngest son was cunning and slippery, having a large family of brothers, thus managing to live relatively comfortably in her in-laws' home. The grandchildren were mediocre, none particularly outstanding. Now, the one crying for meat was the youngest child from the third household, who was also Li Xiuhua's favorite. Zhou Shi's words darkened Li Xiuhua's expression. Sister-in-law, it has been so many years. Why do you still hold on to past grievances? What family hasn't had disputes? Besides, Luo Gui has been dead for so many years. Why must you still harbor resentment? Huh. You aren't the one who suffered, so naturally, you don't hold grudges. What is wrong with me remembering? If you can't take it, just hold it in. If you keep stirring trouble, don't blame me for being rude, Zhou Shi retorted impatiently. You. Li Xiuhua was infuriated, yet she was aware that her family lacked the numbers to confront Zhou Shi's clan. Even her bold and hot-tempered youngest son was reluctant to clash with Jiang Luofu's family. Thus, at that moment, Jiang Sanfu stood nearby, witnessing the scene unfold without stepping in. Nevertheless, he seethed with anger at Zhou Shi and the others for denying his son even a bowl of chicken and broth. How petty they were. It was merely a bowl of chicken soup. What did the grievances between the adults have to do with his son? Yang, the wife of Jiang Sanfu, fumed silently, daring not to voice her anger aloud. They've left. They want to provide you with food. Li Xiuhua, infuriated, pulled Jiang Xiaobao away. Upon hearing the absence of meat, Jiang Xiaobao immediately burst into tears, wailing, "Wah! I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. If you crave meat, let your father venture into the mountains to hunt for wild chickens," Li Xiaohua replied irritably, her own cravings gnawing at her heart as she lamented why her son could not procure a single wild chicken. "All right. Tomorrow your father will ascend the mountain to hunt for you." Jiang Sanfu, despite his shortcomings, doted on his only son and hastened to reassure him. The village chief had announced that a hunting expedition would be organized the following day. Even if he himself could not catch anything, merely participating would guarantee a share of whatever was obtained. After some time of soothing, Jiang Xiaobao finally quieted down. That person is utterly shameless, daring to covet our family's meat." Meng Lingqi huffed. Though he too had coveted the meat of others, he would never stoop to consuming it, recognizing the struggle others faced to obtain it. Observing his puffed cheeks, Meng Fuyue could not help but pinch them playfully. "Rest assured, as long as we withhold it, no one shall partake of our family's meat." Your face still lacks sufficient flesh. It needs nurturing to become pleasantly plump for pinching." Despite being pinched by Meng Fuyue, Meng Lingqi remained unperturbed, instead flashing her a sweet smile. "Sister, you are the best sister ever. You always save the tastiest treats for me. Now, you provide me with even more delectable delights daily. I've even grown chubby." "And what about our grandmother?" Zhou inquired, leaning closer. "Grandmother is the best grandmother. And grandfather is the best grandfather. Uncles, aunts, and cousins are all the best," Meng Lingqi stated earnestly. Although he was young, he understood that his grandparents frequently provided them with food, otherwise they might have perished from hunger long ago. Thus, they were truly the best. His words elicited laughter from those around, a rare sound amidst their plight. Upon hearing the laughter, the eldest cousin's wife, Xiao, cradling her 2-year-old child, chimed in, "Okay, okay." This prompted another wave of laughter, though to others, it sounded harsh, as they were consumed by worries of sustenance during their exodus. Yet, no one dared to voice their discontent. People assumed the Jiang family had only a single wild chicken, unaware that they had also prepared a large pot of white rice, stirring envy among the onlookers. Someone could no longer contain their emotions and exclaimed, "Oh my! You've cooked such a large pot of rice. This could last for days if made into porridge." Such extravagance! Given the scarcity of food, no one dared to cook thick porridge, let alone white rice, even during times of plenty. Now, witnessing the Jiang family's feast, who wouldn't feel a pang of jealousy, even if the rice wasn't their own? Others echoed the sentiment. Indeed, such wastefulness. "I don't even dare to make my porridge thick." The village chief had indicated that their journey would last at least 3 months. If they lingered too long, it could be even longer. And they had only been traveling for 20 days. How will we manage after consuming so much in one sitting? Although the Jiang family shared the sentiment, they recognized the intention behind their daughter and son-in-law's generosity and felt unable to criticize. Zhou spoke up, "This is my daughter and son-in-law's grain. They are concerned that we are not adequately fed and have chosen to share their provisions for a hearty meal. While we too feel the weight of such a large quantity being cooked, we cannot refuse their goodwill. After all, it is merely one meal, and it won't hurt." Upon hearing this, envy deepened among the listeners, wishing for such benevolent children-in-law as the Jiang family possessed. With Zhou's words, others felt compelled to remain silent. This meal marked the tastiest and most satisfying experience the Jiang family had enjoyed, their plates left impeccably clean. After their fill, they felt their exhaustion dissipate, invigorated by the nourishment. However, they attributed their newfound energy solely to the meal, not contemplating further. Following the feast, some, unable to tolerate their body odor, began to heat water for bathing and washing clothes. Though the stream's flow was minimal, it was continuous, providing a steady supply. Additionally, while the villagers cooked, the village chief had dispatched his son downstream to dig a sizable reservoir, which was now brimming with water. For bathing, Meng Fuyue refrained from utilizing the spring water. The bathing area was simply constructed with wooden poles and covered with oilcloth, ensuring it was watertight. Someone was stationed outside to keep watch. While Jiang Luofu and his wife bathed, Jiang Yurong prepared the clothes and shoes she had made for them to change into afterward. As for her brother, sister-in-law, and nephews, Jiang Yurong had not made their garments, but Meng Fuyue had arranged 2 bolts of cotton fabric, scissors, and thread for Jiang Yurong to deliver to her sisters-in-law for their own sewing. Each fabric bolt was substantial enough to provide clothing and shoes for the entire family. When Su and Tong received the fabric from Jiang Yurong, they were taken aback, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Given their poverty, merely having enough to eat and wear was a luxury. Purchasing new clothes was out of the question. Consequently, their garments were patched and worn until they could no longer be mended. Thank you, Yurong, but these items are too precious. We cannot accept them, Su protested, attempting to return the gifts. However, Jiang Yurong firmly pressed them back into her hands, saying earnestly, "Sister-in-law, we are family and should not stand on ceremony. In these extraordinary times, we must assist one another and stand united. If it weren't for your support over the past 2 years, we might not have survived until now." Ultimately, Su and Tong accepted the offerings. For now, let us make undergarments. During our flight, it's best not to wear new clothes, Jiang Yurong advised. Agreed. Su and Tong nodded, understanding the wisdom in her words. The other members of the family, upon learning that Jiang Yurong had gifted a bolt of cotton fabric, felt deeply moved. They truly think of us even while trading with the merchant convoy, Jiang Yushan remarked. Although the Jiang family had never expected repayment for aiding their sister's family, viewing them simply as kin, they were nonetheless pleased that their sister and brother-in-law appreciated their kindness. Though it is often said that a grain of rice nurtures gratitude and a measure of rice breeds resentment, such notions did not apply within their family. They helped when needed and expressed gratitude when possible. This was the enduring principle of familial bonds. As the bathing process took time, Jiang Yurong assisted her 2 sisters-in-law in sewing a tent. Before long, they had completed 4 tents. Jiang Yushan and his wife took one, Jiang Yulin and her husband another, Jiang Han and their child a third, and the 3 brothers, Jiang Yang, Jiang Bei, and Jiang Yuan, shared the last. After everyone finished bathing, they felt considerably more relaxed. However, the constant journey had exhausted them, prompting a collective decision to retire early for the night. Before they succumbed to slumber, Meng Fuyue prepared a bowl of brown sugar water for each family member, which warmed their hearts with sweetness. They nestled in a tent sewn by their daughter, slept on a bed arranged by their granddaughter, and were covered with a quilt gifted by her, so soft and comfortable. Before long, the elderly couple drifted into a peaceful sleep. Given their circumstances of camping in the wilderness, it was necessary to assign night watchmen. Water Creek Village had a total of 213 inhabitants across 24 households. Some families were large, with over 10 members, while others were quite small, consisting of only a few. Each night, 5 individuals were designated to guard the first half of the night, and another 5 for the latter half. Today, the Jiang family was assigned 2 watchmen, one for the first half and one for the second. Since Meng Jinhai had been resting well these past few days and was not traveling today, he felt invigorated and volunteered for the first half of the night watch. Jiang Han would take over for the latter half. During the second half of the night, Meng Jinhai initially intended to let Jiang Han sleep, as he felt capable of staying awake until dawn. However, Jiang Han rose of his own accord. Chapter 19. The Fear of Innocence Bearing Guilt. After a hearty meal and a good night's rest, Jiang Han was also well rejuvenated. Thus, Meng Jinhai returned to his tent to sleep, and the night passed uneventfully. Around the 3rd watch of the morning, everyone began to awaken. Although they planned to depart after lunch, the farmers were accustomed to rising early, sleeping and felt foreign to them. "Sister, are we still going for a run and training today?" Meng Lingqi inquired, his eyes still bleary with sleep. "Not today. You should rest a bit longer," Meng Fuyue replied. "I can't sleep anymore. I'm getting up," Meng Lingqi insisted as he climbed out of bed. Once everyone was awake, they began preparing breakfast. The Jiang family prepared a thick rice porridge, differing from the thinner versions made by others, paired with the spicy pickled cabbage and radish brought out by Meng Fuyue. It was simply delightful. As for the origins of the spicy vegetables, they explained that they had traded for them with the merchant caravan. After finishing their meal, Meng Fuyue slipped a piece of candy into Meng Lingqi's mouth, causing his eyes to sparkle with delight. She then offered another piece to Jiang Lin, who was initially startled but soon recognized the sweetness, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Thank you, cousin," Jiang Lin whispered, aware of the need for discretion. Meng Fuyue smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. Once breakfast was complete, the village chief organized a hunting expedition into the mountains, with each household contributing one able-bodied man, preferably a young and strong male. Families without such men were exempt, but would receive a smaller share of the hunt. Given their collective plight, those with more men could opt to hunt independently rather than join the village chief. The game they caught would belong solely to them with no need to share. Let us go hunt on our own, Meng Fuyue suggested. I'll go with my father, my uncles, and my older cousin. All right, Meng Jinhai agreed. Confident in his daughter's extraordinary strength, her prowess could fell a tiger or a wild boar with a single blow, ensuring their safety and success in the hunt. If fortune did not favor them, they could always conjure a beast from their magical bag, feigning a successful hunt. That's all well and good, but the forest is perilous. A moon, as a girl, should not venture out. What kind of father allows his daughter to take such risks? Zhou Shi immediately objected. Her face set in a deep frown as she glared reproachfully at Meng Jinhai. He felt unjustly accused. How could he not care for his daughter? Yet, the truth remained, his daughter possessed divine strength. Anxiu also disapproved, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Jinhai. A moon should stay here with us while the men go hunting. Everyone nodded in agreement. Feeling the warmth of their support, Meng Fuyue understood that concealing her abilities would make hunting difficult. Unless she refrained from hunting altogether, her prowess would inevitably be revealed. Therefore, she revealed, during our escape, I fell and hit my head, which left me unconscious. Upon awakening, I discovered I possessed immense strength. I can break a large tree with a single punch. So if we encounter a wild boar, I can easily fell it. What? Upon hearing this, everyone stared in astonishment. Has A Moon encountered a fortuitous event? Jiang Yushan exclaimed excitedly. Be quiet. Zhou Shi immediately admonished, casting a warning glance at the others. This is something only our family should know. We must keep it to ourselves to avoid trouble for A Moon. The revelation of her granddaughter's extraordinary gift was a source of joy, yet it also filled her with concern. She feared that revealing such a secret could lead to peril. Understood, grandmother, they all replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Though they dared not speak of it further, their gazes towards Meng Fuyue were filled with fervent admiration. In ancient times, the concept of fortuitous encounters was readily accepted, as people believed in the existence of deities. Jiang Luofu added, this secret cannot be kept forever. If discovered, we can simply say A Moon was born with great strength. Agreed, they all concurred. Now, may I join my father and the others in the mountains? Meng Fuyue inquired. You may go, but be cautious. You all must protect A Moon. If she gets hurt, I want to spare you, Zhou Shi warned her son and son-in-law. Even though she knew her granddaughter was unlikely to be harmed due to her newfound abilities, she was still a girl and required protection. After several assurances, they set off into the mountains. Zhou Shi watched their departing figures, her brow furrowed with concern. Mother, you need not worry. A Moon is remarkably capable. Both her father and I have witnessed her break a tree as thick as cheer with a single punch. Jiang Yuru reassured her. Additionally, A Moon is nimble and manages to catch wild chickens daily. Otherwise, how could we have seen such significant changes in our family within just 10 days? If only they could share the existence of the magical bag, she would not have to conceal A Moon's feats of slaying a tiger and 2 wild boars. Grandmother, Ajia is truly incredible. Meng Lingqi chimed in, understanding the unspoken agreement to keep certain matters private. Hearing this, Zhou Shi's furrowed brow finally relaxed, her worries alleviated. Aside from their family, 2 other groups formed among the villagers. Those heading in the same direction would not follow them. Meng Fuyue and her companions traversed upstream along the creek, each carrying a woven basket, Meng Fuyue for gathering herbs, and Jiang Han for collecting wild vegetables. Even if they were to hunt, it was inconceivable to rely solely on meat. If one cannot hunt game, there must surely be wild vegetables to consume. Thus, the group meandered along, foraging for greens. Following the meandering stream made it easier to discover tender shoots. Before long, they had unearthed a considerable amount of wild vegetables. The others, intent on hunting, did not venture along the stream's edge. After a while, approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, around 30 minutes, they stumbled upon a small shallow pond, its surface adorned with a plethora of leaves. I wonder if there are fish in there? Meng Fuyue pondered and promptly approached, using a stick to clear away the foliage. Initially, she merely intended to take a cursory glance. To her surprise, the pond indeed harbored fish. And quite a few at that, each weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Chapter 20, The Hunt for Wild Boar. Jiang Yushan and the others were astonished at the sight. Jiang Yushan exclaimed, Heavens! There are indeed fish, and so many, so large. Jiang Yufeng remarked, you is truly a lucky star. We hadn't planned to look here. Jiang Han added, Indeed. If we hadn't checked, we would have missed out entirely. However, Meng Jinhai cast a skeptical glance at Meng Fuyue, suspecting she had summoned the fish from her Qianquan bag. Understanding the implication in his gaze, Meng Fuyue shook her head, indicating that she had not brought them forth. There were no fish in her space. This revelation left Meng Jinhai astonished. The pond truly contained fish. The group then entered into a fishing frenzy. They forbade Meng Fuyue from participating, yet she squatted by the pond's edge, seizing several fish while they were distracted, discreetly storing them in her space. There appeared to be over 10 fish in the pond. They could not consume them all in one meal. So she decided to keep a few in her space for later consumption. As she had yet to gather medicinal herbs, she used her basket to carry the fish, ultimately netting 8, each weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. Jiang Han switched his basket for one to hold the fish, while Meng Fuyue carried the one filled with wild vegetables. The party continued onward, collecting an abundance of wild mushrooms along the way. They even discovered 2 sprigs of Ganoderma. Let us use the Ganoderma to brew a soup today. It will be a nourishing treat for everyone, Meng Fuyue suggested. That simply cannot be. Those 2 sprigs of Ganoderma are worth quite a sum. Jiang Yushan quickly interjected. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Yufeng and Jiang Han readily agreed. Such a precious find should not be squandered on them. What I have found is mine to decide. No one shall deter me, Meng Fuyue declared with a hint of defiance. Having plenty of Ganoderma in her space, she was not the least bit concerned. Jiang Yushan and the others turned to Meng Jinhai for support. He shrugged. In our family, Yu calls the shots. He was unconditionally supportive of her decisions. He genuinely wished to nourish his in-laws, for the journey ahead was long and arduous. Jiang Yushan, Jiang Yufeng, Jiang Han. They were all aware that Meng Jinhai also wished to provide for them. Thus, what more could they say? Their hearts swelled with gratitude and emotion. Not long after continuing their journey, they encountered a small patch of bamboo forest. Within the grove, some tender winter bamboo shoots were poking through the earth. Autumn was indeed the season for harvesting winter bamboo shoots. Though not abundant, they were sufficient for a hearty meal. Everyone was filled with joy. Jiang Yushan remarked, "Today has truly been fruitful." Jiang Yufeng agreed, "Yes. The mountains are generous here, with plenty to eat." Jiang Han added, "I believe all of this good fortune stems from our cousin Yu. After all, she was the one who discovered it all." Indeed. Both Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng concurred. Meng Fuyue smiled. "Fear not, as long as I am here, I will lead you to even greater treasures, ensuring you all remain plump and healthy on this arduous journey." "Ha ha, I truly believe you, dear niece," Jiang Yushan laughed, confident in Meng Fuyue's abilities. After all, she was one who had encountered fortuitous events. Jiang Yufeng chimed in, "Then I too shall rely on Yu." Jiang Han echoed, "So shall I." Meng Fuyue cherished the harmonious atmosphere among her family. In her previous life, she had often felt isolated. Since her earliest memories, her parents had been absent. Leaving her to rely solely on her grandfather, she had never experienced such a lively and warm family dynamic. Consequently, in her childhood, she had been quite aloof and reclusive, focusing solely on her studies. After an hour of traversing the forest, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby bushes, causing the group to halt. "There appears to be a large creature ahead. You all stay here while I investigate," Meng Fuyue instructed, setting her basket down on the ground. "No. If it is truly a large creature, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. If anyone should go, it must be us," Jiang Yushan countered immediately. "You all would be the ones in danger. I possess divine strength, and no creature can harm me," Meng Fuyue asserted. The others, "Let Yu go," Meng Jinhai stated. One might think he was unconcerned for his daughter, but in truth, he understood her capabilities and trusted her. Since even Meng Jinhai had spoken in her favor, Jiang Yushan and the others no longer insisted, although they still cautioned Meng Fuyue to remain vigilant. She nodded in agreement and proceeded toward the source of the noise. After traversing about 10 meters, Meng Fuyue beheld 2 wild boars engaged in rather compromising activity. Well, this is awkward, she thought to herself, despite the fact that they were merely wild boars. The pair of boars, spotting Meng Fuyue, became enraged at the interruption and charged at her with a furious roar. The others, nearly 10 meters away, felt a shiver run down their spines. Their hearts heavy with worry, their eyes fixed intently on Meng Fuyue's position. However, the underbrush obstructed their view, leaving them anxious yet unable to assess the situation. They would have rushed over, but feared they might hinder Meng Fuyue. Unfazed, Meng Fuyue stood her ground, and as the wild boar charged toward her, she swung her stick with precision, striking its head. With a thud, the boar collapsed, lifeless. Meng Fuyue then stored the boar in her space. There were 2 boars. One would suffice, as more would be cumbersome to manage. A single boar weighed around 240 to 50 pounds, enough to feed their family of over 10 for several days. If left outside, it would spoil within a few days. She planned to retrieve it later after they had finished the current supplies. Having dispatched one boar, her stick broke, and she quickly discarded it, retrieving another to strike the second boar. The second boar met the same fate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The stick also broke. What a waste of a stick, she mused. Were it not for the concern of Jiang Yushan and the others witnessing her actions, she would have used a hoe or axe from her space. Father, uncle, second uncle, cousin, come here. Meng Fuyue called out to them. Upon hearing her, Jiang Yushan and the others hurriedly rushed over. Initially worried for Meng Fuyue's safety, they were rendered speechless upon seeing the boar lying motionless on the ground. This. Jiang Yufeng stammered, unable to articulate his astonishment. The wild boar. It truly is a wild boar. Jiang Yushan was so exhilarated that his entire being trembled with excitement. Although they had speculated that a large creature was lurking nearby, they remained oblivious to its identity, for the mountains were teeming with wildlife. Good heavens! Hadn't Ayu merely swung her sticks twice? And yet, she had felled the wild boar. Jiang Han swallowed hard, unsure whether he was astonished by Meng Fuyue's prowess or simply tempted by the prospect of a feast. They could not see the wild boar hidden behind the bushes and shrubs, but they could clearly see Meng Fuyue towering above them. Thus, they remained unaware that with those 2 swings of her wooden sticks, she had dispatched 2 wild boars. Chapter 21. Following Ayu means meat for all. Although they were aware of Meng Fuyue's remarkable strength, witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than merely hearing about it. Only Meng Jinhai remained composed, his face radiating pride. Once the others regained their faculties, they began to extol Meng Fuyue's accomplishments. Jiang Yushan exclaimed, Ayu is truly formidable, following her guarantees as a feast. Jiang Yufeng added, Indeed. I can already envision our daily meals filled with meat. Jiang Han remarked, The amount of meat we have consumed in our entire lives likely pales in comparison to what we have today. Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng nodded in agreement. Sometimes it wasn't that they couldn't afford meat, but rather that they hesitated to purchase it, as a single pound of meat could buy 6 pounds of rice. All right. Let us hasten back. We shall return just in time for lunch, Meng Jinhai suggested. The wild boar was carried by the Jiang brothers, bound with hemp ropes at its legs and then secured with a long wooden pole, with each man shouldering one end. I wonder if anyone else has managed to hunt a wild boar. If not, our family alone will attract envy and perhaps even incite trouble, Jiang Yushan voiced his concerns. Jiang Yufeng furrowed his brow in response, indeed. Although the village chief has said that game hunted by our family need not be shared, I fear that those who do not partake may come to claim it by force. In these trying times, survival is paramount and human decency takes a back seat. While our family is numerous, we would struggle to withstand the combined efforts of the villagers. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, quite right. Especially since we are all from the same village. Now is the time for mutual assistance and solidarity. The road ahead is long, and we cannot predict what troubles may arise. If discord erupts, our journey will surely be fraught with hardship. The Jiang family were inherently kind-hearted. If they had little or nothing to share, it would be one thing, but now they had hunted a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. This transcended mere goodwill. It was a matter of human nature and the complexities of relationships. However, the wild boar was the result of Ayu's efforts, and it was not for them to decide. Yet Meng Fuyue was not an unfeeling person, otherwise, she would not have selflessly aided so many in her past life. Of course, her healing was contingent upon her medical affinity. She would not treat just anyone, and her willingness depended on her mood and the circumstances. If someone refused her treatment or did not trust her, it would be impossible for them to seek her help again. Thus, Meng Fuyue was not averse to avoiding conflict with the villagers by sharing some meat with them. Even if she didn't consider her own well-being, she had to think of the Jiang family. They were all from the same village, and once they reached the south, they would likely be settled in the same village or perhaps 2 neighboring ones. If relations within the village were strained, it would lead to numerous complications. By extending a gesture of goodwill now, they might cultivate gratitude, which would yield benefits in times of need. Furthermore, if the villagers were weak from hunger, they would slow down the group's escape. After all, she had acquired the wild boar with relative ease, and there were still 3 more in her space. Therefore, there was no reason to be miserly. Let us divide the boar, regardless of whether the village chief has managed to hunt any. Each household can receive a share. Apart from our family, the village comprises nearly 200 individuals. If we divide it evenly, each person would receive half a pound, leaving us with over 100 pounds for our family, which should suffice for several days. I possess the ability to hunt wild boars, so we need not fear a shortage of meat, she declared. If they are grateful, they will not lack for food on this journey. If they are ungrateful, I shall not squander my meat on them. Jiang Yushan and the others were filled with joy, wholeheartedly agreeing with Meng Fuyue's sentiments. Jiang Yushan stated, Ayu is correct. We can perform good deeds without nurturing ingrates or being exploited. Jiang Yufeng concurred, indeed, we do not require their gratitude. We simply hope they do not turn against us and can lend a hand when we are in need, rather than standing idly by. And let us not share with the Li Xiuhua family, Meng Fuyue added. Agreed. No one will object to withholding from the Li Xiuhua family, as their relationship with ours is as antagonistic as that of enemies. They will not starve without our meat. As they had been foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms on their way, their return journey was swifter. They reached the camp in less than half an hour, being the first to arrive. Upon seeing the Jiang brothers carrying a wild boar, the onlookers were astounded, their tasks forgotten in the wake of such a spectacle. Although everyone had entered the mountains to hunt, no one could guarantee that they would capture anything substantial. Yet here stood the Jiang family, having brought back such a massive wild boar, surely weighing over 200 pounds. The villagers were envious, their eyes gleaming with longing as if they could slice off a few pounds with mere glances. Unfortunately for them, this bounty belonged solely to the Jiang family, with no share for others. They could only hope that the village chief had also managed to procure a large catch to distribute among them. Wow! Sister and the others are back with a wild boar. Meng Lingqi suddenly jumped up and dashed toward Meng Fuyue. The Zhou family followed suit, rushing over to encircle her, with many villagers trailing behind. Are you unharmed? Zhou asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, grandmother, Meng Fuyue replied with a warm smile. The feeling of being cared for was delightful, even if the concern was directed at the original owner of her body. Now that she inhabited that persona, it felt as though they were caring for her. Once Zhou and the others confirmed that Meng Fuyue was unharmed, they relaxed, turning their attention to the wild boar. Zhou beamed. It's so large, it should sustain us for quite some time. And there are 8 big fish too. Jiang Han quickly set down his basket to show them. The villagers gathered around, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the fish. Goodness, such large fish. This could last us several days. How could such a small stream possibly yield fish of this size? Each must weigh 2 or 3 pounds, they exclaimed. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their gaze toward Jiang Yushan and the others. Jiang Yushan explained. We followed the stream upstream for about half an hour and stumbled upon a shallow pool. Initially, we had no expectation of finding fish there. But Ayu suggested we check, and when she cleared the leaves from the water's surface with a stick, we were astonished to discover fish indeed. We managed to catch them all. Chapter 22. The Meat Distribution Controversy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with regret, lamenting why they had not followed the stream upstream. Had they done so, it would have been them who discovered the fish. Each one felt a pang of bitterness. How could the Jiang family possess such fortuitous luck? Observing the envious and resentful expressions of the people, Jiang Yushan suddenly proclaimed, Dear villagers, we are all from the same village, and the journey of fleeing from famine is arduous for everyone. Today, our family has hunted a wild boar, and it is only fair that we do not indulge ourselves alone. Therefore, regardless of whether the village head and others have had any luck, we have decided to distribute half a pound of meat per person. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately erupted in joyous cheers, expressing their gratitude to the Jiang family with countless compliments. Although Mrs. Zhou felt a twinge of regret at giving away half of the meat, she had already intended to do so even if Jiang Yushan had not spoken up. Everyone was suffering together from the famine. It was indeed a time to band together for warmth and mutual support. When one lends a helping hand during another's moment of need, that person is more likely to receive help in return during their own hardships. Conversely, if one chooses not to assist others in their difficulties and instead fosters animosity, they can expect nothing but disdain when misfortune befalls them. Had they merely hunted a few wild chickens, she would not have shared even a morsel. But this was a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. The villagers eagerly assisted in boiling water and preparing the boar. Grandmother, we also found plenty of wild vegetables. Wild mushrooms and winter bamboo shoots, Meng Fuyue exclaimed as she set down her basket. Upon seeing the bounty, Mrs. Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, you truly is our family's lucky star. This trip to the mountains yielded not only a wild boar but also a large fish, along with an abundance of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Mrs. Tong remarked. Indeed. With all you around, we need not worry about meat, Jiang Yuerong replied confidently. Rest assured. With all you here, we shall not lack for meat. Even if we do not encounter any more wild boars, my daughter's magical bag contains 2 more. Shall we take a fish to the village head's home? Jiang Luofu suggested. Jiang Disha's grandfather was Jiang Luofu's uncle, thus the family shared a kinship. In the past, when he had struggled to find enough to eat, his uncle had secretly provided him with food. Though his uncle was no longer around, his cousin had become the village head and had often looked after their family. The same applied to Jiang Dishu. Take it. If 1 fish is insufficient, then take 2. Mrs. Zhou urged. She could treat the villagers kindly, so how could she not understand gratitude? All right, Jiang Luofu agreed. And he set off to deliver 2 fish to Jiang Dishu's camp. The others watched with envy, but since the Jiang family had already provided them with pork, they felt it inappropriate to covet the Jiang family's fish. Upon arriving, Jiang Luofu directly presented the fish to Jiang Disha's eldest son, Jiang Chongsong. Jiang Chongsong quickly declined, and the village head's wife approached, urging him to keep the fish for himself. It was not that they did not want it, but Jiang Luofu's family had already promised to distribute half a pound of meat per person, and with 8 members in their family, they would already receive 4 pounds of meat, leaving them reluctant to accept the Jiang family's fish. Take it. We have plenty more on our side, Jiang Luofu insisted, pressing the fish into Jiang Chongsong's hands, leaving no room for refusal before turning away. Jiang Chongsong, taken aback, was left speechless. The village head's wife sighed, saying, Since this is your Grandpa Fu's intention, you should accept it. Many years ago, Jiang Disha's father had assisted Jiang Luofu. But had Jiang Luofu ever forgotten their family's kindness? For decades, whenever Jiang Disha's family needed a helping hand, Jiang Luofu's family had never turned them away. Since his own mother had urged him to accept, Jiang Chongsong decided not to dwell on it any further. Grandma, we have fish to eat now, exclaimed Jiang Chongsong's 5-year-old son, who had just returned from playing with his friends. Upon seeing the 2 fish, his eyes widened in excitement as he eagerly asked the village head's wife. Although the village head's family was not lacking in resources, they had only managed to eat their fill along the way, and they too were longing for meat. With a playful pinch on her eldest grandson's cheek, the village head's wife affectionately replied, Yes. Not only do we have fish, but we also have meat to enjoy. Really? Jiang Chongsong's son exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he jumped with joy. That's wonderful. After everyone had finished slaughtering the pig, the others who had ventured into the mountains began to return one by one. None had managed to hunt a wild boar, only a few wild chickens and rabbits, which were far too little to share. Upon witnessing that the Jiang family had indeed hunted a wild boar, the crowd was taken aback. More importantly, the Jiang family was willing to share with everyone. They had initially promised that any game caught by their own group would not need to be shared. Yet the Jiang family still chose to distribute, leaving everyone deeply moved. Jiang Dishu approached Jiang Luofu, sighing. I had initially hoped to lead everyone in hunting something substantial to share, but alas, we were unsuccessful. I must thank your family for providing meat for us all. As the village head, he felt a twinge of shame for not securing a large game. Jiang Luofu waved his hand dismissively. We are all from the same village. It is only right to lend a hand when we can. However, despite his words, very few could match the generosity of the Jiang family in distributing such a large quantity of meat. Since Water Stream Village was not heavily populated, everyone was aware of how many people were in each household, thus, simply sending one person from each family to collect the meat sufficed. Naturally, the meat would not consist solely of meat, it would include some bones as well. After all, a 250-pound boar would yield 70 to 80 pounds of bones. It was unreasonable to expect the Jiang family to consume all of it. Of course, the amount of bones allocated to them would not be excessive. Perhaps 1 to 2 pounds per household, determined by the number of people in each family. Receiving meat was already a significant boon, and no one dared to quibble with the Jiang family over such matters. If they angered the Jiang family, they might end up with nothing. As Jiang Yufeng prepared the meat, Jiang Yushan waited. The first to receive their share was Jiang Dishu's family, who were given an extra half-pound. Upon returning to their camp, Jiang Dishu realized that Jiang Luofu had brought 2 fish. He felt a surge of gratitude toward Jiang Luofu. Meanwhile, when Li Xiuhua's family arrived to collect their meat, Mrs. Zhou directly blocked their way. "There is no share for your family. Step aside." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhua's family was immediately infuriated. "Why does everyone else get a share but not us?" Li Xiuhua angrily demanded. "Are you unaware of our relationship? I will give to anyone but your family." "Step aside, do not block the way," Mrs. Zhou retorted coldly, shooing them away. Li Xiuhua, incensed, pushed towards Mrs. Zhou. Quick as a flash, Meng Fuyue yanked Mrs. Zhou back, causing Li Xiuhua to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. "Ouch! That hurts!" Li Xiuhua shrieked. Chapter 23. I was already quite kind not to kick her away. No one among the villagers felt sympathy for Li Xiuhua, for she had initiated the push. And it was only thanks to Meng Fuyue pulling Mrs. Zhou away that she avoided being knocked down. Had she not intervened, it would have been Mrs. Zhou who fell. Therefore, Li Xiuhua was indeed detestable. Mother Jiang Dafu and the others rushed over in alarm to assist her. Jiang Sanfu shot a fierce glare at Meng Fuyue, thinking that if she had not pulled Mrs. Zhou away, his mother would not have fallen. Yet, faced with the fierce stares of his uncle's family, he quickly cowered. Moreover, he desired meat, so he dared not to cause a ruckus. When Jiang Disha returned after releasing the meat, he beheld Li Xiuhua confronting Zhou Shi. Indignantly rebuking her, "Li Xiuhua, why have you resorted to violence? Who permitted her to withhold meat from our family?" Li Xiuhua retorted with righteous indignation. Jiang Dishu was almost amused by his anger. "The meat from Uncle Luofu's family is theirs to distribute as they please. What concern is it of yours if they choose not to share with you? Are you unaware of the state of relations between your family and Uncle Luofu's? If your family were to hunt a wild boar, would you consider sharing with Uncle Luofu's household? If it were anyone else, perhaps there would be a plea for compassion, but for Li Xiuhua's family, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. Should Li Xiuhua's family capture a wild boar, they would not share it with Jiang Luofu's family, nor with anyone else. Such was the stinginess of Li Xiuhua's household. But that would require my family to hunt a wild boar. Li Xiuhua's confidence wavered, for indeed, if they were to hunt one, she would not distribute it to Jiang Luofu's family, nor to their neighbors. After all, it was meat. Why should they share it with outsiders? Yet, since Jiang Luofu's family had shared with the neighbors, they too should have received their share. "Uncle, I understand that our 2 families have had many grievances in the past, and you harbor resentment towards us. But we have now reached a point of desperation. Why must you continue to hold on to such grudges? Can you truly bear to watch us starve?" Jiang Sanfu spoke with a softened tone. Despite his reluctance to bow before Jiang Luofu's family, for their hunger was pressing. His wife, Gao Shi, chimed in, "Yes, uncle, even if we adults can go without. The children must eat. They are innocent, after all." "Huh." Jiang Luofu sneered coldly. "Without my family's meat, would your family truly perish? If my family had not hunted a wild boar today, would you not be able to survive?" He had refrained from forcefully pushing his wife. So it was already an act of kindness that he had not sent her flying, yet how could they still demand meat? Were it not for the deep-seated animosity between the 2 families, he would not have been so ruthless. If they truly were on the brink of starvation, he might have felt pity for the children and offered a few bites. However, since they were not yet at the point of dying from hunger, he felt no compassion. Others echoed his sentiments. Did not Jiang Sanfu go hunting with the village chief? They caught 5 wild chickens and 6 hares, and there were 20 households involved. Each household could have received a small share of meat. How could you possibly starve? If you save, you could still manage 2 meals. Indeed, they seem to be overly greedy. Even without that meat, the mountains are filled with wild vegetables and mushrooms. One would not starve if they were industrious. Having bullied Uncle Luofu's family so thoroughly before, it was astonishing they had the audacity to ask for meat now. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to approach them. "Shut your mouths. What business is it of yours?" Li Xiuhua shouted in exasperation, her fury rising as these people meddled in affairs that were none of their concern. The crowd rolled their eyes at her, filled with disdain. "Leave quickly, lest we be forced to take action," Jiang Yushan threatened impatiently. Were it not for the fact that his wife had not been pushed down, they would have long since acted against Li Xiuhua. Although the men of the Jiang family typically refrained from striking women if their family was bullied, what would it matter if they resorted to violence? You! Li Xiuhua was nearly choked with rage, unable to fathom their callousness. Leave. Are you not embarrassed enough already? Jiang Dafu, although lazy, still cared about his reputation. Since uncle's family refused to share, he had no face to continue begging. Yet, in his heart, he harbored deep resentment towards uncle's family for their utter lack of compassion. After all this time, they still quibbled over every little thing. They could forget about ever receiving help from his family in the future. Li Xiuhua was unbothered by her loss of face, having lost the meat. What more did she have to fear? But Jiang Luofu's family simply would not give, leaving her no choice but to storm off in anger. Fortunately, they had still received some hare and wild chicken meat. Mother, should we cook all this meat? Gao Shi inquired, as she had always been in charge of household duties. Li Xiuhua, brimming with pent-up fury, found her wrath directed towards Gao Shi, delivering a resounding slap while scolding, "You foolish woman, if you cook all of it. What will we eat tomorrow? Just cooking this small hare leg will suffice." The commotion drew the attention of others, who glanced over at Li Xiuhua's household. Their expressions filled with contempt. Gao Shi had merely asked a question and received a slap in return. To have such a mother-in-law was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Moreover, Jiang Dafu watched his wife being struck without uttering a word, as if he were blind to the injustice. Their 14-year-old daughter felt pained for her mother, but dared not say anything. Gao Shi had an elder daughter who was already married. Although there were a few mothers-in-law in Shuishi village who treated their daughters-in-law poorly, none could compare to Li Xiuhua, who was utterly despicable both inside and out. And remarkably shameless. Yes, Gao Shi replied meekly, though she had only asked a question. How could one know how much to cook without asking? Yet, she dared not retort. Knowing Li Xiuhua was currently in a foul mood, the normally cunning third daughter-in-law, Yang Shi, felt the need to stay out of trouble and busied herself with some simple tasks, while the others divided the meat. Meng Fuyue took the water pouch belonging to the Jiang family and ventured into the mountains. After a short while, she returned with everyone's water pouches filled. Since there was a stream nearby, they wouldn't need to drink from the pouches for the time being. When it was time to cook, Meng Fuyue also prepared a pot of white rice. "You child." Zhou Shi wanted to reprimand Meng Fuyue, but found herself at a loss for words. Meng Fuyue grinned and replied, "We captured a wild boar today. I'm happy, and everyone is cooking rice." Indeed, with everyone having received meat that day, spirits were high, and many families were preparing to indulge in a hearty meal. Zhou Shi had no retort. As the meat simmered, Meng Fuyue added some spring water. Wild boar meat could be tough and unpalatable, but when cooked with spring water, it became tender and devoid of any foul odor. However, Meng Fuyue still added some slices of ginger and took out a piece of Ganoderma, slicing it and adding it to the pot. Chapter 24. Why does it taste so sweet? Ayu, what is this? Mushrooms? Zhou Shi inquired, unfamiliar with Ganoderma. Yes, mushrooms. To avoid Zhou Shi's wrath, she refrained from mentioning it was Ganoderma. Those who recognized it, such as Jiang Yushan and the others, remained silent, knowing that if they spoke up, their mother would surely be incensed. They had heard of the value of Ganoderma. One could fetch several taels of silver. As every household cooked meat, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Will this strong meat scent attract wild beasts? Someone voiced their concern. Upon hearing this, many others shared in the worry. Surely not. When we entered the mountains, we traveled quite a distance without encountering any beasts. There shouldn't be any nearby, was the general consensus, and with that, they felt somewhat reassured. The Jiang family not only cooked pork but also prepared braised fish, having caught 3. With over 100 pounds of pork, even if the Jiang family indulged, they could only consume 7 or 8 pounds in one meal. Fresh meat can only be kept until tomorrow. By the day after, it will spoil. Therefore, aside from what they intend to consume tomorrow, the remainder must be preserved through salting. However, they possess only half a pound of salt. And should they use it for curing, they would be left without any for their meals. A person deprived of salt is prone to weakness and collapse. Yet, insufficient salt would also render the meat inadequately cured. This predicament left Mrs. Zhou in despair. At that moment, Meng Fuyue produced a full pound of salt for Mrs. Zhou. Startled, Mrs. Zhou widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How do you possess such an abundance of salt? And it is fine salt at that." It is worth noting that fine salt is a luxury only affordable to officials and affluent families. Common folk cannot afford it, for it is rather expensive. Meng Fuyue explained. I traded for 20 pounds with the merchant caravan, anticipating that should we encounter wild boars along the way, we would have excess to preserve. Indeed. Ayu had thought ahead. However, the plethora of items that can be exchanged for the spiritual fungus seemed excessive. Mrs. Zhou praised her without a hint of skepticism. With ample salt at hand, Mrs. Zhou proceeded to cure the meat, for should it spoil, it would break her heart. This meal turned out to be one of the most satisfying and substantial they had experienced since fleeing the disaster. Although each person received only half a pound of meat, as a family, they managed to acquire several pounds, allowing most to indulge in generous portions. After enjoying their fill, everyone regained their strength. After an incense stick's burning time, they resumed their journey. They estimated that after traversing about a mile, they would begin their ascent into the mountains. Once they entered the mountain paths, the roads would become narrow and steep, necessitating the abandonment of ox carts, horse carts, and donkey carts, along with larger flatbed carts, at any moment. Thus, the village chief bellowed, "Prepare yourselves mentally." The crowd was so large that his voice needed to be raised to be heard. Only the village chief's family and one other household possessed an ox cart, while Meng Fuyue's family owned the horse cart. Several families had donkey carts, and many possessed large flatbed carts. However, the majority made do with one-wheeled handcarts. These one-wheeled handcarts, being compact, could traverse the mountain paths as long as they were not too treacherous. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members immediately turned their gazes toward Meng Jinhai's family, lamenting the loss of the horse cart. Even Li Xiuhua's family looked on with a hint of schadenfreude. Yet, Meng Jinhai reassured them, saying, "There is no need for concern. This horse cart can be disassembled and converted into a one-wheeled handcart suitable for traversing the mountainous terrain." While constructing the horse cart, Meng Fuyue had considered this possibility, thus instructing Meng Jinhai to build it in a manner that allowed for easy disassembly, enabling a quick transformation into a one-wheeled cart. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members exhaled in relief. As they set off, the village chief remained at the forefront, leading the way. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, who had originally occupied a central position, found themselves at the rear, a suggestion made by Meng Fuyue, who reasoned that being at the back would not facilitate convenient access to food along the route. The Jiang family had no objections. Meng Fuyue then insisted that the elderly couple take seats in the horse cart, while Mrs. Zhou cradled her 2-year-old grandchild, Xiao. Despite having rested for a night and having eaten well, their spirits were lifted. However, due to their advanced age, it was better to spare them any additional hardship. Unable to refuse Meng Fuyue's insistence, the elderly couple settled into the cart, embracing their little great-grandson. Mrs. Xiao felt significantly relieved. Although throughout the journey, Jiang Bei, Jiang Yuan, and the Su family would take turns carrying the child, it could still be quite exhausting for the little ones. Despite knowing that the Meng Jinhai family had a considerable supply of provisions, the sight of so much grain once they boarded the cart left them momentarily speechless. This is far too much. The cart could still accommodate Meng Lingqi and Jiang Lin, the younger boys, but they had enough energy to walk, so they chose not to sit. The Jiang family possessed a one-wheeled handcart and a large flatbed cart, which carried their clothing, bedding, provisions, and cooking utensils. The larger cart, laden with goods, was pushed by Jiang Yushan and Jiang Han, while Jiang Yufeng managed the one-wheeled cart. The others carried bundles or slung baskets over their shoulders. Meng Fuyue too carried a basket, intending to look for medicinal herbs as they ventured into the mountains. After traversing a mile, the group entered the forest. Though the path narrowed slightly, it remained relatively smooth, allowing the horse and ox carts to proceed for the time being. As everyone had eaten their fill, their spirits and stamina were considerably better than usual, enabling them to endure longer. Moreover, they had replenished their hydration, so when thirst struck, they were willing to drink more. When Jiang Lin grew thirsty, he opened his water pouch and took a sip, his eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, this water is delightful. It's sweet." "Sweet? How could it be sweet?" Everyone had previously drunk from the creek, so they dismissed his exclamation, attributing it to his thirst. After drinking, Jiang Lin felt rejuvenated and less fatigued, eagerly offering his water pouch to Tongshi, saying, "Mother, just a sip, and you'll feel less tired." Indeed, a sip of water can alleviate fatigue, so no one found anything amiss. However, Tongshi, feeling parched as well, took a drink. Her expression brightened immediately. The taste of this water was entirely different from the creek water they were accustomed to. It truly was sweet, and after just one sip, she felt invigorated. Father, this water is genuinely distinct from the creek water we usually drink. At that moment, Meng Fuyue approached and whispered, "This morning, I stumbled upon a small spring in the mountains. After drinking from it, I found it sweet and refreshing, so I filled everyone's water pouches. Since there wasn't much, I kept it quiet, but besides filling everyone's pouches, I also filled 2 extra jars, enough for our entire family for several days." She had refrained from replacing their cooking water with the spring water, as moderation is key. Upon hearing Meng Fuyue's words, the others began to believe Jianglin and Tongshi, and they eagerly took sips from their pouches. Indeed, it was sweet and refreshing, providing a surge of energy. Chapter 25. Ayu is truly a blessing. Ayu is simply a blessing. Due to their shared journey, to avoid delays, they couldn't rest whenever anyone felt fatigued. Instead, they were required to walk for an hour or an hour and a half before resting for a quarter of an hour to resume their trek. Continuous travel for so long was taxing, even for adults, let alone children. However, there was no alternative. The longer they lingered on the road, the greater the danger. They all yearned to reach their destination swiftly for peace of mind. After walking for half an hour, fatigue began to set in. The children, in particular, were struggling to continue. The youngest could still be carried for short distances or sit for a brief spell in the handcart, while those a bit older could only manage to keep going with determination. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, having the spring water, exhibited significantly better stamina than the rest. However, Jianglin and Meng Lingqi, being younger, eventually succumbed to fatigue and took seats in the horse cart. After approximately an hour and a half of travel, the village chief finally allowed everyone to rest for a quarter of an hour before continuing their journey. As soon as they were permitted to rest, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Although the spring water alleviated their weariness, they were reluctant to consume it excessively, and naturally, fatigue set in. Those seated in the horse cart, Jiang Luofu and Mrs. Zhou, also disembarked to stretch their limbs, for prolonged sitting could also induce fatigue. Throughout the journey, Meng Fuyue had been busily collecting various herbs and showed no signs of weariness. However, understanding that she had encountered a fortuitous event, one could certainly empathize with her. Although her spatial realm contained a plethora of herbs, it was not an inexhaustible reservoir. With no pressing matters at hand, it was prudent to begin gathering early. Especially for precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and reishi mushrooms, one could never have too much. Ayu, are these all medicinal herbs? Do you have knowledge of them? Jiang Luofu inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, the gazes of others fell upon Meng Fuyue with similar surprise. They had initially thought she was foraging for wild mushrooms, only to discover she was indeed collecting herbs. Of course, she had also gathered a considerable amount of wild fungi, sufficient for a hearty meal for everyone. Meng Fuyue nodded and produced a tome on herbal medicine from her spatial realm. Indeed, I have been studying herbal texts, thus I am acquainted with numerous herbs. I also possess a compendium of prescriptions, enabling me to concoct remedies for wind-cold ailments and tonics to invigorate qi, nourish blood, and bolster the body. At her words, the Jiang family marveled, their gazes upon Meng Fuyue becoming fervent. Ayu, you possess such extensive knowledge, Zhou Shi exclaimed, brimming with delight. That is splendid. As autumn deepens and the weather grows chillier, we are often exposed to the elements while traveling, making us susceptible to wind cold. Our village lacks a physician. Since you are aware of which herbs can treat such ailments, we need not worry if anyone falls ill. Naturally, we cannot provide these remedies for free. A small fee would suffice to prevent dependency. Zhou Shi was kind-hearted, yet not so naive as to offer unconditional assistance. A few acts of kindness were acceptable, but they would not allow outsiders to take advantage of their generosity. Nonetheless, they would avoid harboring grievances against their neighbors. Therefore, for strangers, they would cultivate goodwill rather than enmity. Indeed, grandmother speaks wisely, Meng Fuyue replied with a smile, recognizing that while old Lady Jiang was benevolent, she remained astutely aware. Though they were impoverished, they were not entirely destitute. Furthermore, even if they possessed silver, there were few places to spend it. If they hesitated to spend a few coins on medicine and someone's condition worsened, it would be a minor inconvenience if it simply delayed their journey. But if someone were to perish, what good would the saved money be? She would not charge excessively, for she did not rely on selling medicine for her livelihood. However, while extending her kindness, she also wished to avoid fostering a sense of entitlement regarding her assistance. After all, both their families benefited from the spirit spring, which afforded them some resilience against wind cold. While she hoped no one would fall ill, she recognized the necessity of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Does grandmother truly believe Ayu can concoct these remedies? Meng Fuyue asked. Of course I do, for our Ayu is unlike anyone else, Zhou Shi replied, her voice filled with trust, referencing Ayu's fortuitous encounter. The elders nodded in agreement, affirming their faith in Ayu. Her cousins echoed, we believe in our cousin. Meng Fuyue smiled, relishing the warmth of their trust. In less than 10 days, their family had transformed from gaunt to robust, not solely due to adequate food, but also because they had taken chi tonics that strengthened their bodies. She had contemplated offering them the tonics yesterday but hesitated, fearing they might doubt her intentions. Today, having gathered some herbs, she deliberately showcased the herbal compendium to prove her knowledge. Really? The Jiang family's expressions brightened at her words. How could we not trust you? They exclaimed in unison, clearly eager for better health. With that, Meng Fuyue confidently distributed the chi tonics and they eagerly consumed them. The pills dissolved effortlessly in the mouth, requiring no water to swallow and emitting a delightful fragrance. After ingestion, they immediately felt a marked improvement, as if a surge of energy had lifted their fatigue. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey. Meng Fuyue began to dart energetically from side to side. Cousin S' stamina is truly admirable, Jiang Yang remarked enviously, wishing he too possessed such vigor. Others shared similar sentiments. Indeed, my elder sister is remarkable, Meng Lingqi proudly declared, his youthful face glowing. Grandfather bestowed upon her an abundance of food, along with divine strength and medical skills. She can hunt wild boars and tigers, and she even healed our father's foot. However, he refrained from disclosing too much, though he could mention, in recent days, my sister has been teaching our parents martial arts. Every morning, we run for half an hour and then practice our forms. As he spoke, he mimicked some movements. As a result, we have all grown stronger. My father even caught a wild chicken. Is that true? Jiang Yang and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can ask my father, Meng Lingqi replied earnestly. Can we learn alongside you? Jiang Bei asked eagerly, harboring dreams of becoming a martial hero. Indeed. Can we join in the learning? Jiang Yang and the others chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Chapter 26, Selling Deworming Medicine. Though they did not harbor dreams of chivalry, they desired some skills to protect themselves, ensuring they would not be defenseless against bullies. Meng Lingqi's expression faltered slightly. I'm not certain. I must consult my sister. I cannot make decisions for her. What if she does not wish for that? He worried about putting her in a difficult position. At that moment, Meng Jihai interjected, of course, you can learn together. I fear you may not wish to join us. If everyone has some skills for self-defense, it would help if we encounter wild beasts or bandits, wouldn't it? Meng Jinhai wished to alleviate the weight on his daughter's shoulders, hoping the others would also acquire some skills to protect themselves. Even if they were fortunate enough not to encounter any dangers, possessing some abilities would be beneficial, ensuring they would not be easily bullied. Wonderful. We will learn alongside our cousin. Upon hearing Meng Jinhai's words, the boys erupted with joy. Initially, the adults intended to discourage them from burdening Meng Fuyue. But upon reflection, they agreed it was reasonable and thus refrained from voicing their concerns, though they urged the boys to study diligently. The boys readily agreed. Not long after setting off, Meng Fuyue spotted a golden expanse of fruit. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was wild persimmons. While she was not fond of eating persimmons, she enjoyed dried persimmons. There were numerous wild persimmons, estimated to exceed 1,000. Hence, Meng Fuyue decided against hoarding them all. Instead, she picked 200 and planned to return and inform the others. After returning to the group, she did not rush to seek out the village head, but took half of the wild persimmons back to her family's cart. Upon witnessing Meng Fuyue return with an enormous basket brimming with wild persimmons, the members of the Jiang family stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, Meng Fuyue swiftly gestured for silence, prompting them all to hush immediately. However, a few among them gazed at her with fervent admiration. There are still plenty of wild persimmons left. I shall speak to the village head and request that they take some of the villagers to gather them. Otherwise, It would be improper for us to indulge in them alone, Meng Fuyue declared. Aunt Zhou nodded in agreement, supporting Meng Fuyue's course of action. Given the abundance of the fruit, sharing a portion with the villagers seemed only fair. Subsequently, Meng Fuyue approached the village head and informed him of the 2 wild persimmon trees she had discovered, suggesting that he send some individuals to collect the fruit for everyone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dishu was overjoyed and immediately instructed everyone to pause for a moment, organizing around 10 people to accompany Meng Fuyue to gather the persimmons. Since the collection would be distributed evenly among households, there was no need for each family to send a representative. The news of the wild persimmons brought great joy to all, and they felt immense gratitude towards Meng Fuyue for her discovery. With wild boar meat for breakfast and now persimmons, how could they not be thankful? After guiding them to the location of the wild persimmons, Meng Fuyue distanced herself. Continuing her exploration of the forest, she successfully caught 2 rabbits, which she promptly stored away. Upon their return, the villagers had amassed 2 large baskets of wild persimmons, which were distributed according to the number of people in each household. Each person received 6, while those who had helped gather received an additional 3. The Jiang family, having discovered the persimmons, received an extra 10, a matter that aroused no objections. Since the village head had organized the gathering, even Li Xiuhua's family received a share, and she did not interfere. As long as the items were procured by their own efforts, they would not share with Li Xiuhua's family. Nonetheless, despite recognizing that Meng Fuyue was the one who initially found the wild persimmons, Li Xiuhua's family expressed no gratitude towards her, a fact that Meng Fuyue was indifferent to. Once the wild persimmons were distributed, the Jiang family began to indulge in them. "Wow, these persimmons are delicious," exclaimed Jiang Lingqi. Jiang Lin nodded vigorously, too eager to eat to utter any words. "Our Awe is truly fortunate," Aunt Zhou praised with a bright smile. "Indeed," the others chimed in, their gazes upon Meng Fuyue akin to that of worshippers before a deity. Meng Fuyue merely smiled in silence. After the persimmons were distributed, they resumed their journey, walking for an uninterrupted hour and a half. With autumn upon them, the days were growing shorter, and darkness fell well before the hour of the dog. The village head called for a halt, noting that this particular stretch of forest was relatively flat and suitable for camping. "We shall set up camp here for the night. This area has not been severely affected by disasters, but do be wary of snakes, insects, and rodents," Jiang Dishu warned loudly. Upon hearing of the potential dangers lurking in the forest, many began to panic. "What shall we do? We have no insect repellent powder." Indeed, in our haste to escape, who thought to prepare for such things? While they had previously camped outdoors, the severity of the drought meant they had not encountered many pests in the forest. At that moment, Meng Fuyue stepped forward and announced, "I have insect repellent powder available for sale, 1 per packet, with each packet usable twice. Those who wish to purchase may come to me. Do not question the efficacy of this medicine. If you trust it, buy it. If not, you may refrain. And do not criticize me for wanting to sell medicine at such a time. 1 is hardly a profit. If I sought to profit, we would not be sharing our meat with you. A half-gene of meat per family, when we could easily sell it for over 100 is no trifling matter. If I wished for wealth, I would not have discovered the wild persimmons with the intention of sharing them. I am merely offering this at a low price out of concern for our shared journey, hoping to prevent any misfortunes among us. If my goodwill is to be met with reproach, then I shall cease my charitable efforts." Initially, some had thought Meng Fuyue's desire to sell medicine at such a time was somewhat excessive. However, after hearing her words, they felt a wave of shame wash over them. Indeed, the value of what Meng Fuyue had provided far exceeded the trivial cost of 1. How could they dare to quibble over such a sum? Moreover, 1 for insect repellent was remarkably cheap. Prior to the drought, they had spent several on rat poison. "I'll buy 2 packets. Jiang Dishu was the first to step forward, exhibiting no skepticism. Several families followed suit, willing to trust her and purchasing a packet. Others hesitated, not out of disbelief in Meng Fuyue, but rather out of a desire to believe they would not encounter any pests. The notion that there might be snakes or insects in the deep woods did not guarantee they would meet with such misfortune. 1 was not a large amount, and they were reluctant to spend it frivolously. Chapter 27. A chorus of flattery. Meng Fuyue foraged for an abundance of medicinal herbs, wild mountain mushrooms, and various wild vegetables. As for wild chickens, rabbits, and boars, one could only rely on fortune, as they were not always readily available. The same applied to ginseng and reishi mushrooms. However, fortune smiled upon her as she stumbled upon a patch of raspberries, also known as thorny berries or thorn plums. After tasting a berry, she found it to be delectably sweet and tangy. She promptly gathered a substantial amount and returned to share them with her family, distributing generous handfuls to each. So delicious. Our Awe is indeed fortunate. Without her, we would have feasted on nothing but meager offerings throughout this journey. Indeed, our Awe is remarkable. Sister is the most impressive. Cousin is the most impressive. Elder cousin is the most impressive. The chorus of flattery left Meng Fuyue blushing. Throughout the day, she had received countless compliments. Yet she relished the feeling. As they approached the hour of the goat, around 1 o'clock, the village head organized a break for lunch. He also informed them that ahead lay a stretch where ox carts and horse-drawn vehicles could not pass, urging everyone to prepare for departure by the hour of the snake. Meng Jinhai and his daughter quickly set to work on the cart, with 2 uncles assisting them. They swiftly unloaded everything from the cart, disassembled it, and reconstructed it. Within half an hour, they had transformed it, including Zhang's family's 2-wheeled cart. One of Meng's carts was converted into 2 unicycles, with excess wooden planks stored on the unicycles. They tied the grain to the horses' backs while bedding and clothing were placed on the unicycles. Jiang's large cart was converted into a unicycle, reducing its capacity by half, necessitating that they leave behind some items. However, as Meng's family only required 1 unicycle, they offered the other to the Jiang family. Other households followed suit in their modifications. After enjoying their lunch and packing their belongings, they set forth on their journey once more. Without carts, Jiang Luofu and his wife had to walk alongside everyone else. Yet, they had journeyed on foot all along and felt no discomfort. In fact, they were now not only well-fed and hydrated, but also had partaken of the spiritual spring water. Although their health had not yet significantly improved, their stamina had greatly increased, allowing them to walk more efficiently than before. If one is truly fatigued, it is still possible to ride a unicycle for a while. However, the mountain path becomes increasingly arduous, and even pushing the cart proves to be quite taxing. The group's stamina wanes rapidly. After merely half an hour of travel, many find themselves struggling to continue. Upon seeing Meng Lingqi's pale face, though he stubbornly refrains from voicing his exhaustion, Meng Fuyue feels a pang of sympathy. "Chia, let me carry you," she offers. Yet Meng Lingqi shakes his head, insisting, "Sister, I can walk on my own. If you carry me, it will tire you out." "Sister's strength is great. I won't tire," Meng Fuyue replies, and without further ado, she hoists Meng Lingqi onto her back. Despite having gained some weight over the past 10 days, he weighs nearly 40 pounds, which feels almost weightless to her. "Sister!" Meng Lingqi exclaims in surprise, struggling to get down. "Stay still. I will only carry you for a quarter of an hour," Meng Fuyue asserts firmly. She is compassionate towards her brother, but will not indulge him. After a brief respite, he can continue walking. Hearing her words, Meng Lingqi ceases his struggles, profoundly moved by her kindness. Jiang Lin observes this exchange with a hint of envy. Though only 10 years old, he is quite slender. Not much different from a 6 or 7-year-old. Meng Fuyue produces a jar of candies and hands them to Jiang Yurong, instructing her to distribute one to each family member. The candies, crafted from her spatial supplies, are effective in alleviating fatigue and invigorating the spirit. Initially, the adults are reluctant to partake, preferring to save them for the children. "Not eating? Then I shall simply put them in your mouths," she states bluntly. Faced with Jiang Yurong's assertiveness, the others have no choice but to comply. The sweet flavor envelopes their palates, easing their weariness and refreshing their spirits. After a quarter of an hour, Meng Fuyue sets Meng Lingqi down. Refreshed from his brief rest, he is once again full of energy. After walking for an hour and a half, the village chief calls for a brief pause before continuing their journey. Noticing that everyone is hesitant to drink water, Meng Fuyue encourages, "You should drink some water. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure. We have stored plenty of water. Enough to last several days, and who knows when we might find another source." If their water supply were to run out and no sources could be found, she would not hesitate to dig a pit and store some spring water, even if the entire village had to share it. She is not so heartless as to let the villagers suffer from thirst. "We are not that thirsty. We can drink when we feel more parched," Jiang Yushan chuckles. "Not thirsty? Of course we are. But it hasn't reached a point where we can't bear it. We simply won't drink easily, they reply. But what if we run out and can't find water? They ponder, reflecting on the month they have spent fleeing, during which they have only found water twice. Meng Fuyue is not convinced by Jiang Yushan's words. Pushing such a heavy cart over such long distances, how could you not be thirsty? Just have a sip, please. Ultimately, they relent to Meng Fuyue's insistence and take a sip of water. Afterward, they enjoy a wild persimmon, and only then does she relent. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo from behind, several of them. Meng Fuyue quickly moves to investigate. If they are bandits, she will deal with them decisively. The Jiang family, accustomed to her swift movements through the woods, does not overthink her departure. Not far into her search, she spots several familiar figures. Aren't they the Li family she encountered at the dilapidated temple? What a coincidence to meet them again. Meng Fuyue has no suspicion that they are tracking her family. If they had been, she would have noticed long ago. Since they had decided not to follow her family then, it was unlikely they would secretly pursue them now. The Li family walks with urgency, and the last of them, Li Dashing, grips the large knife she had given him, occasionally glancing back as if being pursued. Just as she considers this, Meng Fuyue notices a few figures trailing behind them, armed with large knives, clearly bandits. Her eyes darken. Since they are indeed bandits, she cannot allow them to catch up. Meng Fuyue swiftly retrieves a large knife from her spatial supplies and strides forward. From a distance, the Li family sees someone approaching with a large knife and is taken aback, halting in their tracks. Li Dashing steps forward, prepared to confront the intruder. However, as the figure draws nearer, they realize it is Meng Fuyue. Miss Meng, what are you doing here? Li Dashing asks in surprise, but before she can respond, he urges, hurry, there are bandits behind us. I know, which is precisely why I came over. You all stay here. I will deal with the bandits and return, Meng Fuyue states. The Li family gasps at her words, alarmed. Chapter 28, Dealing with Bandits, Searching for Silver. But, do not worry, I have trained in martial arts. 3 bandits are mere trifles, Meng Fuyue reassures them before advancing. Hearing her confidence, the Li family does not attempt to stop her. If she says it is manageable, they believe her. Yet, they remain concerned, hoping for her safety. Exhausted from their escape, they can barely continue. Knowing they would be of no help to Meng Fuyue if they pressed on, and thus they wait for her return. Thanks to the food, water, and the energy pills provided by Miss Meng, they have the strength to run so swiftly. Otherwise, they might have already fallen victim to those bandits. Miss Meng is truly a good person, saving us time and again. We fear we can never repay her kindness. Li Posey exclaims, lamenting their inability to repay her generosity. Feeling utterly indebted. Had they not encountered the Meng family, she might have perished long ago. Indeed. The Li family nods in agreement, filled with gratitude for Meng Fuyue. The 3 bandits, pursuing the Li family, suddenly find their path obstructed by a beautiful girl wielding a large knife. With her fair complexion and striking features, they are momentarily captivated. Their luck seems fortuitous. Having stumbled upon such a lovely girl, it appears they may enjoy themselves. As for her holding a knife, they dismiss it entirely, thinking, how formidable could a girl truly be? Without hesitation, Meng Fuyue charges at them. Before the bandits can react, one loses his head. The remaining 2 are taken aback, astonished that this seemingly delicate girl can strike with such ferocity. Anger flares within them as they raise their knives to attack Meng Fuyue, forgetting any thoughts of enjoyment. Since she has already drawn blood, if they do not eliminate her, it will be their own lives at stake. Yet, they cannot even lay a finger on her before they too meet their demise. From their corpses, Meng Fuyue retrieves 33 taels of silver and several copper coins, storing them away. After a moment's contemplation, she takes out 3 taels of silver and the copper coins, then returns to the Li family. Upon her return, the Li family breathes a sigh of relief and rushes to thank her. Miss Meng, thank you. Had you not appeared in time, our family would surely have faced dire consequences. Miss Meng, your immense kindness is something we of the Li family will never forget. Regrettably, we lack the means to repay your life-saving grace. It is truly shameful. Meng Fuyue remarked, our family and my grandmother's village are not far ahead, resting. Had I not come, they would have pursued you to us, and I would have intervened regardless. Upon hearing this, the Li family felt a deeper sense of shame. Li Dashing, filled with guilt, responded, I was aware that Miss Meng's family and the villagers from your grandmother's village were resting ahead. Had we known, we would not have acted as we did. Fortunately, Miss Ming possesses formidable skills, had she been but a frail maiden. Leading the bandits towards her would have endangered her life. Meng Fuyue interjected, "This path is not solely ours to traverse. Attracting bandits was not your intention. And you were unaware of our presence ahead. Thus, there is no need for self-reproach. Were the bandits intentionally drawn here by you, I would indeed be angered. Perhaps even indifferent. However, the Li family merely happened to share the same route. What fault lies therein?" Hearing Meng Fuyue's words, the Li family felt somewhat reassured. Thankfully, no calamity had befallen them. Had it occurred, even without intent, they would have been racked with guilt. At that moment, Meng Fuyue pressed 3 taels of silver and several copper coins into Li Daxing's hands, saying, "I found some silver on the bandits and would like to share it with you as compensation for your troubles." The Li family was momentarily taken aback. What? Miss Meng is bestowing upon us silver and coins? This cannot be accepted. Since you found it, it rightfully belongs to you. Were it not for you, we might have perished at the hands of the bandits. Li Daxing returned the silver to Meng Fuyue as if it were a hot potato. They were already immensely grateful for her saving their lives. How could they accept such a gift? Despite their current lack of funds, the rest of the Li family echoed Li Daxing's sentiments, sharing his reluctance to accept. Meng Fuyue, feeling a sense of relief from the Li family's reaction, deftly avoided the silver being returned, insisting, "Take it, I have retained the majority for myself. If you refuse, it will be wasted." Although the silver was hers, it was also because of the Li family's actions that she had the opportunity to obtain it, so sharing some was not unreasonable. Waste it? This is silver. How could one possibly waste it? The Li family understood that Meng Fuyue was merely coaxing them to accept, and they felt no discomfort, but instead were moved to tears. Li Daxing did not refuse further, saying, "Then thank you, Miss Meng." The rest of the Li family echoed their gratitude. Had they not recalled Meng Fuyue's aversion to kneeling and bowing, they might have prostrated themselves before her in reverence. "Since we have encountered one another, let us travel together. When you need to take a different path, you may do so separately," Meng Fuyue stated. "After all, we are currently on the same road. What difference does it make? The only distinction is the proximity or distance between us." Upon hearing this, the Li family rejoiced, since Meng Fuyue had offered. They would not refuse and expressed their gratitude once more. The villagers of Shuishi village, upon seeing Meng Fuyue return with several individuals, were filled with curiosity about their identities. "Oh, Brothers Li, is that you?" Meng Jinhe quickly stood to greet them. "I noticed they were behind us and invited them to join," Meng Fuyue explained, omitting any mention of the bandits to avoid inciting panic. The Li family, having received Meng Fuyue's counsel, remained silent on the matter. Meng Jinhe had no objections. And the Jiang family certainly could not object, as these individuals were brought back by Meng Fuyue. Moreover, it was perilous for a single family to travel alone. Countless villagers had perished at the hands of bandits, so what chance did a small group have? However, it was still necessary to inform the village chief about their presence. Thus, Meng Fuyue allowed the Li family to rest while she made her way to the village chief's residence. For the villagers of Shuishi, the inclusion of the Li family posed no issue. It was a matter of survival. This family had undoubtedly encountered misfortune, compelling them to travel alone. After all, who would willingly travel alone? Rarely does one reach their destination when alone. The fewer the people, the greater the danger. The more people, the lesser the peril. Chapter 29. What is the big deal about killing a wild boar? Yet, Li Xiuhua could not abide this and immediately chastised Meng Fuyue. "You bring outsiders into our village's group without consent. What if they're villains? Did you seek our approval? You are not even from our village. What right do you have to act so?" Her concern was not genuine. Rather, she was deliberately targeting Meng Fuyue and the Jiang family out of resentment. However, upon hearing Li Xiuhua's voice, Li Daxing stood up and addressed her. "Is it you, Xiuhua? I am Li Daxing from Yonglu village. We are not villains. We are also headed to Ningzhou Prefecture and were separated from our group due to the bandits. Traveling alone is exceedingly dangerous. So we hope the good people of Shuishi village will allow us to follow behind." Li Xiuhua hailed from Yonglu village in Funing County and was distantly related to Li Daxing. Though they rarely interacted, they were still acquainted. Hearing Li Daxing's words made her expression falter. She had just accused them of being villains, only to be swiftly contradicted. Li Xiuhua shot Li Daxing a fierce glare, but refrained from further comment. Seeing that Li Xiuhua had nothing more to say, Meng Fuyue took the opportunity to discuss the Li family's situation with the village chief, who had no objections. The Li family and the Jiang family exchanged pleasantries. Old Mrs. Li lamented about their encounter with the bandits, saying, "Alas, were it not for Miss Ming's family providing us with some food and medicine, I fear I would have perished on the road." Zhou Shi added, "Their family is kind-hearted. They would never abandon others in peril. You need not feel too burdened by this. Encountering them again is fate. Traveling together will also prevent your family from facing the dangers of the road alone." Old Mrs. Li replied, "What you say is true, elder sister." As their journey consumed their strength, the group remained largely silent, focusing on the road ahead. As twilight approached, the village chief instructed everyone to set up camp. Upon halting, they disregarded rest and tent assembly, hastening to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms while there was still light. Li Wu hurried into the forest, hoping to hunt for some game. Since the Jiang family had ample meat, Meng Fuyue chose not to hunt but rather assisted in erecting tents. In just a short while, Li Wu returned triumphantly with 2 hares. He presented one to the Meng family as a token of gratitude for Meng Fuyue's life-saving assistance and to ensure they could continue traveling together. Meng Fuyue did not refuse but subsequently offered back a pound of meat, some bones, and a pouch of insect repellent. "Miss Meng, what are you doing? We offered you the rabbit as thanks, not to receive something in return." Li Dashing immediately protested. Old Mrs. Li echoed, "Indeed. Miss Meng, you should take it back." They felt they had already received enough help from Meng Fuyue and could not bear to accept anything further from her. "Yesterday, our family hunted a wild boar, and every villager received a share of the meat. Since you have joined us, it is only fitting that you partake as well. Moreover, if it remains uneaten today, it will spoil by tomorrow," Meng Fuyue stated, placing the meat down decisively. They indeed observed every household cooking meat and understood that, having received it from Meng Fuyue, they could not decline, so they expressed their gratitude profusely instead. Meng Fuyue continued, "This package contains pest repellent powder. When camping outdoors, there are numerous snakes, insects, and rodents. Sprinkling this is quite safe. One package can be used twice. If you need more, it costs a single coin per package, which is the common rate." "Thank you, Miss Meng." The Li family expressed their gratitude once more. As everyone was enjoying their meal, a sudden furious shout from an elderly woman pierced the air. "What are you eating? Do you think this meat is fit for a worthless girl like you? Save it for your brother. If you spoil him, I will deal with you." All eyes turned towards the source of the outburst. Meng Fuyue found the words grating, for she harbored a deep disdain for the preference of sons over daughters. The one hurling insults was Wang Posi, a notorious figure in Shuishi village, known for her extreme bias towards males. In her eyes, boys were treasures while girls were worth less than weeds, particularly her granddaughter Wang Xiaozhu, who had lost her birth mother and was now subjected to the whims of a stepmother. Before the arrival of the stepmother, her father had already treated her no differently than her stepfather. With the stepmother's presence, her life at the Wang household had become increasingly unbearable. At 15, she had hoped to marry soon and escape this hellish abode, but her plans had fallen apart amidst the chaos. "But I received half a gene of meat too." Wang Xiaozhu spoke weakly, yet a flicker of malice danced in her eyes. She had endured enough of this family and had harbored thoughts of escape before, but she feared the dangers that awaited her beyond. However, she had resolved that once she reached the south, she would flee far away from them. "You wretched girl. How dare you speak back? Do you want a beating?" Wang Posi retorted angrily, raising her hand to strike Wang Xiaozhu. Yet, before her hand could descend, it was seized by another hand. Wang Posi's fury intensified, and she opened her mouth to curse, but upon seeing it was Meng Fuyue, she swallowed her words. After all, the Jiang family had shared their meat, and Meng Fuyue had also found wild persimmons for them. She dared not insult her. Meng Fuyue coldly replied, "I cannot dictate what your family chooses to do with your own meat, but the meat our family has distributed must be rightfully shared with her. If you refuse her, then return all the meat, and henceforth, you shall never receive anything from our family's finds again." "Why? This wild boar was not hunted by you," Wang Posi retorted defiantly. Meng Fuyue smiled icily. "Pardon me, but this wild boar was indeed hunted by me, granting me the authority to allocate it as I see fit. If I could catch one, I could catch countless more. I shall give to whom I please and withhold from whom I choose." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. What? This wild boar was truly hunted by Meng Fuyue? Surely, this cannot be true. She is merely a girl. How could she possibly have the ability to hunt a wild boar? Doubts began to circulate. This wild boar was indeed hunted by my niece, Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng stood to defend Meng Fuyue. Really? Could it be that they are fabricating this? With both Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng speaking in her favor, the murmurs of skepticism began to dissipate. Thus, Meng Fuyue approached a nearby large tree and struck it with her fist. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled, leaving everyone in stunned silence. This Meng Fuyue's strength is extraordinary. With this display, no one dared to question her claim any longer. If she could break a tree with a single blow, what was a mere wild boar in comparison? In that moment, admiration and trepidation towards Meng Fuyue blossomed among the onlookers. Chapter 30. The Meng family becomes strangers. Meng Fuyue had no intention of concealing her extraordinary strength, and now she wielded it to intimidate others, scanning the surroundings. Her words were not solely directed at Wang Posey's family, but applicable to all. Having distributed meat to everyone, she would not permit any special treatment. The provision of meat was intended to ensure that all had the strength to continue their journey without being a burden. Many families, not just Wang Xiaoju's, had been unfairly treated, with varying degrees of neglect towards daughters. Some might receive a morsel or two, while others were outright denied. Even sons and daughters-in-law who were not favored faced similar fates. Few households managed to treat all equally. Wang Xiaoju's father trembled as he hurriedly placed several pieces of meat into her bowl, saying, "Eat, eat. From now on, whatever we receive, Xiaoju shall receive in equal measure." Wang Xiaoju's stepmother, though begrudging, dared not voice her dissent, nor did Wang Posey. Realizing the shift, Wang Xiaoju looked at Meng Fuyue with eyes full of respect and gratitude. Had it not been for Meng Fuyue's intervention, she would not have received even a morsel of meat. Should they ever deny you meat again, inform me. Whatever they eat, you shall eat in equal measure, Meng Fuyue instructed Wang Xiaoju, believing that a stern example needed to be set so that others would take heed. Thank you. Wang Xiaoju nodded vigorously, expressing her gratitude. Meng Fuyue acknowledged her with a nod before returning to her family's camp. At that moment, the village chief spoke up. As for your internal family dynamics, I shall not interfere. However, I support the words of Miss Meng. How you choose to divide the meat you have hunted is your own affair, but the meat obtained from the hunt organized with Miss Meng shall be shared among all. Should any family restrict another from partaking or reduce their share, they may come to me, and that family will be excluded from future distributions. With the village chief's declaration, those families with such tendencies dared not oppose. The previously neglected individuals now found themselves with meat to eat, their hearts swelling with gratitude towards Meng Fuyue. At the Jiang family camp, Mrs. Zhou sighed. That old crone, being a woman herself, how can she disdain girls as worthless? Wang Xiaoju was indeed pitiable. Having lost her mother early, the Wang family treated her as less than human, forcing her to shoulder all the burdens and leaving her barely enough to eat. 2 years ago, it was somewhat bearable, as food could still be found in the mountains. Moreover, Wang Xiaoju was a kind-hearted girl who often lent a helping hand to villagers, earning their sympathy. Occasionally, they would secretly provide her with food, for otherwise she might have starved long ago. She could hardly bear to see girls treated as less than human. Even amidst the preference for sons, surely a girl should be afforded a chance to live. Years ago, while gathering pig grass after a rain, she slipped and fell. Wang Xiaozu had rushed over to help her and even gathered a basket of pig grass for her. Therefore, whenever she encountered Wang Xiaoju in dire need, she would quietly offer her a cake. Then, with a disdainful glance at her grandsons, Mrs. Zhou remarked, "Our family can't even produce a daughter. All we have are these boys." The disgruntled boys chimed in, "We want a sister too." Wang, Tong, and Xiao families felt fortunate to have married into the right families. The Jiang family had never mistreated their daughters-in-law nor favored sons over daughters. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of a delicate daughter to cherish. Yet, alas, each of them has given birth to a son. Mrs. Zhou then declared, "Fortunately, we now have a you. Listen closely, you all. From now on, you are no longer connected to the Meng family. Should you choose to return to them, do not blame me for disowning you. If it were not for the Meng family's excessive actions, would she have ever uttered such words? The moment the Meng family abandoned them, they had already treated them as if they were dead. Thus, what need is there for such relatives?" Mother spoke wisely. Our ties with the Meng family are completely severed. From this point forward, the Meng family will be strangers to us. Meng Jinhai expressed his heartfelt sentiments. If the Meng family could treat them in such a manner, then to continue acknowledging them would only mean that their sufferings were deserved. They could only hope that, when the authorities designate their new settlement, it would be far removed from Mingjia village. Ideally, they would never encounter them again in this lifetime. Eat well, drink well, and rest early, they advised each other. For only with ample rest could they muster the energy to continue their journey. Although Wang Xiaozu was fortunate enough to have meat to eat today, she found herself unable to sleep in the tent. The Wang family believed that if Meng Fuyue could manage whether Wang Xiaozu had meat to eat, surely she could not concern herself with her sleeping arrangements. While Meng Fuyue was indeed unable to intervene, Wang Xiaozu was not foolish. She had carried her clothes all the way, and although she possessed only a few, she managed. First, she gathered some grass to lay on the ground. Then spread a thinner garment atop it, using a thicker one to cover herself. As it was already deep autumn, the nights grew quite cold, making it easy to catch a chill while sleeping outdoors. Yet for Wang Xiaozu, whether she slept in the tent or not mattered little. Her singular desire was to fill her belly and reach the south, far from them. However, a neighboring widow, Mrs. Yang, could not bear to see this and called Wang Xiaozu over to share her tent with her and her daughter. Mrs. Yang had a son and a daughter. Her son had married just last year, while her daughter was only 12. They had 2 tents, one for the son and his wife and another for Mrs. Yang and her daughter, making it perfectly reasonable for Wang Xiaozu to sleep there. Initially, Wang Xiaozu refused, not wishing to impose, but Mrs. Yang insisted. Recalling how Wang Xiaozu had once saved her daughter from drowning years ago. Seeing Wang Xiaozu being pulled into the tent by Mrs. Yang, old woman Wang was furious. Is there no place for you to sleep at home? Must you run off to sleep in someone else's tent? You might as well just become their daughter. Mrs. Yang was no easy target. Otherwise, how could a widow and her children hope to survive? When her husband passed, her son was only 10 and her daughter merely 3. If she had not stood her ground, they would have been bullied long ago. Mrs. Yang retorted sarcastically, Old Wang. Do you think nobody sees what is happening? Did you provide a place for Xiaolu to sleep? If I hadn't felt pity seeing her out in the cold, I would have never invited her to squeeze in with us. If you don't want her, I would gladly take her. Are you willing to part with her? Old woman Wang was momentarily speechless, her face flushing with anger. Mrs. Yang, this is a matter for our family. It's south, not your place to meddle. And if you want my granddaughter, it's because you see her coming of age, hoping to profit off her marriage dowry. I assure you that will not happen. Chapter 31. The granddaughter is nearly worn out. Rather than being offended, Mrs. Yang scoffed even more. Your granddaughter is on the verge of being exhausted by your family. And yet you still think about dowries? Denying her food and a place to sleep, is that not akin to driving her to her demise? You continually label her as a burden, but how much has Xiaodu cost your family? She has worked tirelessly from childhood. Can't she exchange her labor for a bit of food and clothing? Even if she were to serve as a maid, she could eat well and stay warm. Plus earn a few hundred won. And you're focused on marrying her off for a dowry? Isn't that just a means to profit? Who would willingly pay a dowry for a girl turned as thin and dark as she is? It's laughable that old Wang thinks a suitor wouldn't care about appearance, believing they offer whatever dowry she desires. Dream on. Families willing to pay high dowries are the most selective. They don't merely consider a girl's character and looks, they also avoid troublesome families. With all the issues in the Wang family, it's a wonder anyone would want your granddaughter. Old woman Wang felt her face flush with embarrassment. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, for Mrs. Yang spoke the truth. At Wang Xiaozu's current state, securing even a few taels of silver as a dowry would be considered fortunate. Those able to afford a higher dowry would naturally prefer someone better. The onlookers regarded old woman Wang with disdain. Ultimately, she chose silence, huffing in annoyance before turning over to sleep. The next morning, Meng Fuyue took several young men for a morning run. When Li Wu saw them, he inquired, Miss Meng, are you going hunting? No, she replied. I'm taking them to train and teach them some martial arts. Upon hearing this, Li Wu's eyes brightened. May I join you? Meng Fuyue, having already slain 3 bandits and being able to break a tree with a single punch, inspired his admiration. Of course, Meng Fuyue nodded, welcoming as many participants as possible. In fact, she hoped that all the youth would join in training, as having more individuals skilled in martial arts would enhance their sense of security. However, she would not suggest it outright. Instead, she would train Zhang's group first, allowing others to see the results before they voluntarily joined. Can we train with you as well? 2 boys approached to ask. One was named Lin Din, aged 16, and the other Lin Shaoan, aged 14. They were brothers and had a good relationship with Zhang's group. Absolutely, Meng Fuyue replied. Thus, their training group expanded by 3. Before they began their morning run, Meng Fuyue gave each of them a chi-replenishing pill. They ran for the duration of an incense stick, then rested briefly to stretch before continuing with their stances. In martial arts, foundational skills are indispensable. The basic stances consist of the bow stance, horse stance, crouching stance, empty stance, and resting stance. Therefore, we will run and practice these foundational skills every morning. While the evenings will be reserved for punching practice, Meng Fuyue instructed. Understood, they all replied. Although Li Wu possessed some martial skills, he had never undergone formal training. So when he first attempted the horse stance, he quickly grew weary, yet he persisted. Throughout the duration of an incense stick, they fell several times but never entertained thoughts of giving up. Practicing martial arts is no easy endeavor. After the incense burned down, Meng Fuyue led them in some more stretches. Once their bodies felt relieved, they returned to the camp. After a hearty breakfast, they resumed their journey. The mountain paths were not excessively steep, with only a few sections too steep for the wheelbarrow to traverse. Most of the roads remained passable. For the impassable areas, they carried the wheelbarrow together, helping each other, as no one wished to abandon it easily. Carrying their possessions directly on their backs was simply too exhausting. 5 days have swiftly passed, and the number of trainees has increased by 6. A few of them, however, could not endure the rigors and chose to withdraw. The initial group of trainees has undergone a remarkable transformation, both physically and internally. Externally, they are no longer as sallow and emaciated as they once were. Over the past few days, Meng Fuyue has not only guided them in training, but has also taken them hunting. Although they did not encounter any large game, the smaller creatures were plentiful, ensuring that everyone enjoyed hearty meals daily. Their families, too, benefited from these bountiful hunts, albeit in modest portions, just enough for their own consumption, leaving others envious and eager to join in on the spoils. However, those who displayed a lack of seriousness in training found themselves unceremoniously expelled by Meng Fuyue, who had no tolerance for slackers wasting her precious spirit water and energy pills. Consequently, whispers circulated among the villagers, particularly from the households of Li Xiuhua and Wang Pozi, that Meng Fuyue was behaving shamelessly, cavorting with these youngsters and likely engaging in unsavory activities behind closed doors. Yet, out of fear of Meng Fuyue's formidable strength, none dared to voice such accusations in her presence or that of the Jiang family. As for the internal changes, the trainees have significantly enhanced their physiques and strength, mastering various martial skills with notable agility. They could easily engage in a 1-on-3 combat scenario against ordinary individuals, and even a wild boar would not intimidate a group of 4 or 5 of them. The transformations were not limited to Meng Fuyue's trainees. The Li Dasheng family and the Jiang household experienced similar improvements, with the Jiang family witnessing the most significant changes. Their rapid progress can be attributed to their consumption of spirit water, which greatly accelerates physical development. While others tire after just half an hour of walking, the Jiang family remains sprightly, breathing only slightly heavier. Meng Jinhai and the men of the Jiang family have developed considerable arm strength under Meng Fuyue's guidance, making it far less strenuous to lift heavy objects than before. Although the Li Dasheng family lacks access to spirit water, they have benefited from the energy pills Meng Fuyue provided earlier, resulting in a physical condition that, while not on par with the Jiang or Meng families, is vastly superior to that of the other villagers. This disparity has ignited envy among the others. However, seeing the Jiang family, Meng family, and Li Dasheng family enjoying meat while they subsist on plain rice or dumplings, the villagers attributed their success solely to abundant food and drink. Curiosity led the village chief to inquire about Meng Fuyue's energy pills, learning of their remarkable properties that bolster vitality and health. He asked if she had any to sell and at what price. The herbal ingredients of the energy pills are not ordinary, and while they could be made cheaply through traditional means, the potency derived from Meng Fuyue's unique space has multiplied their efficacy manifold, thus inflating their price correspondingly. Should she charge exorbitantly, villagers would likely perceive it as extortion. Considering the substantial amount of resources she has already provided for free to her trainees, Meng Fuyue felt she could not demand too high a price from Jiang Dishu, especially given their familial ties. Therefore, she replied, "I do have some energy pills left. But I must be honest with you, Uncle Village Chief, these are not mere ordinary pills, and thus the price is not trivial. However, since you are the village chief, I will charge you 3 taels of silver for 40 pills, sufficient for each person to take one a day for 5 days, which will greatly improve their health. I cannot offer more than this, and I will sell exclusively to you, so please keep this matter confidential. If I were to sell to others, I would charge at least 1 or 2 silver coins per pill. Thank you, Meng girl. Rest assured, I will keep this to myself, said Jiang Dishu, fully aware of the value of the energy pills after witnessing the Jiang family's transformation. 3 taels of silver is not insignificant. Enough to purchase 600 pounds of rice before the drought, but health is paramount, so he willingly parted with the money. The village chief's family is also relatively well off. After acquiring the pills, Jiang Dishu hurried home to distribute them among his family. Upon consuming the energy pills, each family member was astonished by the immediate effects, feeling lighter, more energetic, and capable of walking several more miles without fatigue. After 5 days of travel, their water supply was nearly depleted, leading to growing anxiety over the lack of water. Despite having enough food from wild vegetables and mushrooms along the way, they were sorely missing a reliable water source. Although they had entered the territory of Chizhou province, escaping the drought-stricken areas, water was not as readily available as the lush surroundings might suggest. They needed to find a stream or river. Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out ahead. Meng Fuyue did not hesitate and quickly approached the commotion. An elderly woman had collapsed, her body unable to withstand the prolonged absence of water. If it were merely dehydration, a little water and rest would suffice. But the woman had struck her forehead in her fall, blood streaming down and alarming those around her. As the crowd panicked, Meng Fuyue commanded, "Step aside," and they instinctively obeyed, wary of her formidable strength. Yet, someone challenged her authority. Why should we clear the way? It was Wang Pozi, who harbored resentment towards Meng Fuyue for intervening in the matter of Wang Xiaozhu receiving meat. With the meat now gone and no further distribution from Meng Fuyue, she felt emboldened. Meng Fuyue cast a cold glance at her and replied, "If you do not step aside, how can I save her?" In response, Wang Pozi scoffed. "Do you think reading a medical book makes you a healer? What if you fail?" Everyone knew Meng Fuyue had perused medical texts, yet they remained skeptical of her abilities. "What if I can heal? If I do not save her, will you? If you do not intend to help, why obstruct me? Or do you secretly wish for this woman to suffer?" Meng Fuyue retorted. Her words prompted the crowd to regard Wang Pozi with suspicion. While they were unsure of Meng Fuyue's capability, their ignorance prevented them from openly challenging her. Wang Pozi's complexion paled as she stammered, "You're talking nonsense. I do not wish for anything to happen to Jiang Pozi. I merely doubt your abilities." Just then, the Jiang family members approached, their expressions fierce, with Zhou Shi glaring at Wang Pozi. "If you do not wish for harm to come to Jiang Pozi, then do not interfere. Are you saying that if my granddaughter does not save her, then none of you will? Will we all just stand by and watch Jiang Pozi suffer?" The villagers found Zhou Shi's argument compelling. Indeed, if one is incapable of providing assistance, it is best not to intervene, as such actions would merely delay Miss Meng's timely aid. Is it not so? This matter does not concern her, yet she insists on meddling, revealing a rather malicious intent. The collective reproaches from the crowd, coupled with the watchful eyes of the Jiang family, rendered old Granny Wang somewhat apprehensive, causing her to retract her neck. Jiang Lirong, the son of Granny Jiang, cast a fierce glare at old Granny Wang before earnestly imploring Meng Fuyue, "Miss Meng, I have faith in you and beseech you to examine my mother." The very fact that Meng Fuyue dared to step forth to render assistance indicated her competence. Moreover, among those present, she alone possessed knowledge of medicine. Entrusting her with the task was undoubtedly preferable to any other. Old Granny Wang dared not utter another word, for she was keen to observe whether Meng Fuyue truly possessed the ability to heal or merely feigned it. Li Xiaohua, witnessing the futility of old Granny Wang's efforts, muttered a curse under her breath, deeming her useless. However, Meng Fuyue nodded in acknowledgement. While her intentions were benevolent, she was not a saint. If the family wished for her to treat their matriarch, she would gladly oblige. If they did not, then she would remain indifferent even if the woman perished later. Jiang Lirong's willingness to trust her made her more inclined to assist. Meng Fuyue knelt beside Granny Jiang to take her pulse and assess her condition prior to administering treatment. To act recklessly without understanding the patient's state could lead to further harm. Fortunately, the old woman was merely suffering from external injuries, which were not severe. Meng Fuyue first attended to her wounds, moistening a silk handkerchief with water to cleanse the laceration on her forehead. then applying a healing powder and binding it with a cloth strip. Following this, she offered the old woman a drink of water. Soon, Granny Jiang regained consciousness. Cheers erupted around them, and the crowd's faith in Meng Fuyue's medical expertise blossomed, their gazes now filled with admiration. Old Granny Wang slinked away, her confidence thoroughly shaken. To her surprise, Meng Fuyue indeed possessed remarkable skills. "Thank you, Miss Meng, thank you." Jiang Lerong and his family expressed their gratitude profusely, attempting to kneel before her, only to be halted by Meng Fuyue's gentle refusal. "There is no need for such gestures." At that moment, Jiang Dishu interjected, "Aunt San, given the circumstances, it is unwise to continue our journey. Let us rest here for a while, and I shall take a few individuals to search for a water source." The group settled down to rest. Meng Fuyue had no intention of idling. She too sought to locate a water source. Just then, Jiang Lirong's wife approached, holding 2 salted duck eggs, and pressed them into Meng Fuyue's hands. "Miss Meng, you saved my mother. As we are fleeing from calamity, we have little to offer. But please accept these 2 salted duck eggs as a token of our gratitude. I hope you will not find them wanting." These eggs were precious, reserved by their family for special occasions. "Your generosity is most appreciated. I would never refuse such a gift," Meng Fuyue replied, accepting them graciously. Chapter 33. Respite in the cave. Though she had voluntarily rendered aid without expectation of reward, accepting their offering was a different matter altogether. To decline would set a precedent wherein others might feel entitled to refuse her assistance in the future. Jiang Lirong's wife, relieved by Meng Fuyue's acceptance, exhaled deeply. After handing the salted duck eggs to her grandmother, Meng Fuyue departed with the children. If they were unable to locate a water source, she would have to procure some from her spatial realm, for the thought of everyone perishing from thirst was unbearable. As they searched, the sound of flowing water suddenly caught Meng Fuyue's attention, prompting her and a few others to investigate further. They soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. The arc-shaped opening of the cave was approximately 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters high. Due to the spacious clearing before the cave, which was devoid of trees, ample light illuminated the interior, allowing a clear view of the cave's conditions. The cave was shallow, extending no more than 10 meters within. This space could comfortably accommodate the entire village. The sound of water emanated from the edge of the cave, where it seeped from the cave wall, producing a substantial flow. Below lay a small pond, about 1 meter in diameter, with crystal-clear water, its depth sufficient to supply the entire village. "Wonderful! We have found water!" exclaimed the villagers, their spirits lifted by the discovery. "We can rest within this cave. It is far superior to the forest." They echoed enthusiastically. "Indeed, indeed." They hurried to quench their thirst, having been parched for far too long. "Li Wu, cousin Yuan, please return to inform the village chief that we have located a water source and a spacious cave. We will secure our spots here. I will ensure that Li Wu's family is situated beside ours," Meng Fuyue instructed. "Understood," replied Li Wu and Jiang Yuan, darting back with haste. The remaining children began to stake their claims, but only after Meng Fuyue had established her own location did they proceed. Over the past few days, they had come to regard Meng Fuyue as their leader, always allowing her to make the initial choices. Meng Fuyue chose to set up her area at the cave entrance rather than deeper inside, as the ventilation would be poor, and with a larger group, unpleasant odors would inevitably arise. She positioned her family's area at the outermost edge, followed by the Jiang family, and then the Li family. The others followed suit, aligning their spots in a row. A few individuals armed with hatchets began to clear the underbrush from their claimed areas before sprinkling insect-repellent powder. Meng Fuyue, carrying an axe, understood that with outsiders present, she could not wait until the moment arose to retrieve tools from her spatial realm. Her selected area was already free of weeds, so she set about gathering some wooden sticks to construct a framework for a tent. Given the distance from the villagers' resting place, each trip would take a considerable amount of time, so by the time they arrived, Meng Fuyue and her companions had already gathered sufficient firewood and built a small cooking fire. Seizing the moment when others were preoccupied, she siphoned off a third of the pond's water into her water tank from her spatial realm and replenished the pond with some spring water. Seeing their frail conditions stirred her compassion. Although diluting the spring water would reduce its efficacy somewhat, it would still retain half its potency. With several days of consumption, their health would markedly improve. The villagers, upon discovering the vast cave and water source, were elated. They rushed to claim their spots. hurriedly drinking their fill before returning to set up tents, having suffered from thirst for far too long. After quenching their thirst, the villagers felt revitalized, though none realized the true reason behind their newfound vigor, attributing it solely to the water. As for Meng Fuyue's decision to erect her tent at the cave entrance, none from the Jiang family voiced dissent, recognizing that her choice was justified. At that moment, Jiang Disha spoke. "We have traveled continuously for so long, and everyone is exhausted. I propose we rest here for 3 days, recuperate our strength, and then set off again. The women can gather wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits, while I will take some individuals to hunt." Upon hearing Jiang Disha's words, no one objected. They indeed needed time to recover. Meng Fuyue pointed toward a nearby bamboo grove and suggested, "There is a patch of bamboo over there. We should find some bamboo shoots." Upon hearing her suggestion, the villagers' spirits soared as they looked in the direction she indicated. "Indeed, there is a bamboo grove. Let us go dig up some shoots. I will fetch the baskets and hoes." The women gathered their baskets and hoes, preparing to dig for bamboo shoots. Li Daxing's daughter-in-law, Li Yangshi, joined Jiang Yurong and Su Shi in their endeavor. Meng Fuyue, however, opted not to accompany them, as she had her sights set on hunting. "Aren't you going to hurry and gather some bamboo shoots? The meat is all gone, and if you don't seek out something to eat, there may be nothing left for you," Wang Pozi shouted at Wang Xiaozhu. Without a hint of reluctance, Wang Xiaozhu picked up a small hoe and a basket and followed the village women to dig for bamboo shoots. After all, she still relied on the Wang family for her meals. Gathering some wild vegetables and shoots was of little consequence. In recent days, the Wang family dared not restrict Wang Xiaozhu's food, yet they still forbade her from sleeping in the tent, leaving her to squeeze in with Widow Yang and her daughters. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaozhu did not take advantage of their hospitality for naught. Each time she foraged for wild vegetables and mushrooms, she made an effort to gather extra and secretly gifted some to Widow Yang's family, always selecting the finest to give away while keeping the lesser quality for herself. Initially, Widow Yang was reluctant to accept, but Wang Xiaozhu insisted, leaving her no chance to refuse. If she were to reject the offering, how could she face Wang Xiaozhu when they shared the tent? Thus, Widow Yang had no choice but to accept. Before setting out, Meng Fuyue sprinkled beast repellent powder on the periphery of the flat ground outside the cave to prevent any wild animals from appearing in her absence. "Sister, can I go with you?" Meng Lingqi eagerly ran over, his face alight with anticipation. Jiang Lin, standing beside him, mirrored his enthusiasm. "No, you're too young. It's dangerous in the mountains. Just wait for us to return." Meng Fuyue gently pinched his cheek, declining his request. The two boys looked at her with pitiful expressions, prompting Meng Fuyue to relent slightly and hand them each a piece of candy, instantly brightening their faces. The group walked for about a quarter of an hour without encountering any wild chickens or rabbits, but they soon stumbled upon a chestnut tree. Meng Fuyue's heart soared. She adored chestnuts and could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of roasted chestnuts, boiled chestnuts, chestnuts and rice, and so on. "There's a chestnut tree. Let us go gather some," she exclaimed, having been the first to spot it. "What? Chestnuts?" The others responded with surprise and delight. As they approached the chestnut tree, its age was apparent. Its trunk was robust and tall, with lush branches laden with abundant fruit. The sight filled them with exhilaration. "Wow, so many chestnuts," they chorused. "Yes, we have delicious food now. I've had roasted chestnuts before. They're delightful. I've tried boiled ones. I've only had them raw." Everyone stepped back. "I'll shake the chestnuts down first," Meng Fuyue instructed, and the group stepped aside. The shells of the chestnuts were prickly, and a falling one could cause injury. "Cousin, be careful not to get hit," Jiang Bei urged with concern. "Don't worry. I'll be fine," Meng Fuyue reassured him, then approached the tree, grasped its trunk, and began to shake it with all her might. A cacophony ensued as chestnuts rained down like hail. Soon, most of the chestnuts had fallen, leaving only a few stubbornly clinging to the branches. Meng Fuyue decided not to shake the tree further. "Let us fill our baskets first, and then notify the villagers to come and gather some," she suggested, as there were plenty of chestnuts to share. A full basket would suffice for many meals. "All right," the others agreed, and they began to collect the chestnuts. Apart from Meng Fuyue, the Jiang family, and Li Wu, the remaining 8 individuals represented 5 households, each carrying a basket, resulting in a total of 8 baskets. Because they collected the chestnuts with their shells, they quickly filled their baskets. After gathering 8 full baskets, they had taken more than half of the chestnuts, leaving a small portion for the 18 households to share. From a distance, Meng Lingqi, who had been playing with several boys of similar age, spotted Meng Fuyue and the others and immediately ran over, with Jiang Lin following closely behind. "Sister, how did you return so quickly?" Meng Fuyue handed a few shelled chestnuts to Meng Lingqi and Jiang Lin. "First, take the chestnuts back, then we'll go hunting." "Wow! Sister found chestnuts." Meng Lingqi cheered. "Cousin, you're amazing," Jiang Lin praised. Hearing Meng Lingqi's enthusiastic exclamation, the boys who had been playing with him gathered around, their eyes wide with desire as they watched Meng Fuyue, clearly wishing to partake. However, they did not reach out for any. Meng Fuyue generously handed them a few. "Thank you, Sister Meng," the boys said politely without refusing her gift. Knowing they were grateful made her happy to share. "I want some too." Jiang Xiaobao from Li Xiuhua's family joined in, reaching for the chestnuts in Meng Lingqi's hands. He quickly dodged, causing Jiang Xiaobao to lunge forward, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. The fall elicited a loud cry from him. Upon hearing the sound, the adults rushed out, fearing something had happened to their own children. Upon seeing her grandson had fallen, Li Xiuhua hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh dear! My precious grandson! How did you fall? Tell Grandma, did someone push you? I'll stand up for you." Her words implied she was convinced someone had pushed Jiang Xiaobao. Anger flared within her. How dare anyone push her precious grandson? He fell on his own. No one pushed him, a boy quickly explained. Jiang Xiaobao, however, indignantly accused. "I tried to grab Meng Lingqi's chestnuts. If he hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have fallen." Was he blaming Meng Lingqi for avoiding him? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads at Jiang Xiaobao. This child had truly been spoiled by Li Xiuhua's family, brazenly justifying his actions. Li Xiuhua, ready to confront someone, found herself at a loss for words. Primarily, she feared Meng Fuyue. Had Meng Fuyue not been present, she might have twisted the truth to reprimand Meng Lingqi, claiming that if he hadn't dodged, her grandson wouldn't have fallen. Yet, seeing that everyone had chestnuts while her grandson had none ignited her frustration, leading her to shift the blame. "Who told you to give to everyone and not to my grandson? Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to grab them and wouldn't have fallen." Everyone understood that Li Xiuhua was shameless, but they were still taken aback by her audacity. "He rushed in to grab. How could we give him any? If he had politely asked, we would have happily shared." Lin Xiaoan interjected, displeased. "This old woman is utterly unreasonable, turning things around on us." Though he disliked Li Xiuhua and her family, including Jiang Xiaobao, he acknowledged that if Jiang Xiaobao had asked nicely, he would have willingly shared a few chestnuts. After all, they had more than enough to spare. Li Xiuhua was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. "I spoke to Granny Li, insisting that you ought to properly guide your grandson. If he desires something, he should ask for it. How can he resort to thievery? If you fail to educate him appropriately, what will become of him as he matures? Is it not true? While your family may indulge him, the outside world will not show him such leniency. If he ventures out to steal from others, merely being beaten would be a trivial matter. Being apprehended by the authorities would spell disaster. Enough of this. With such poor moral conduct in your family, what sort of virtuous grandson can you possibly raise?" The initial remarks resonated somewhat with Li Xiuhua, but the latter statement ignited her fury, prompting her to shout back, "Your family is the one with poor morals. It is you who cannot raise a good grandson. Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." The old woman, far from being angered, responded with a smug grin, "Huh. At least my grandson does not steal from others. Instead, he trains in martial arts with Miss Meng, hunting and foraging for wild fruits. He is quite industrious." Indeed, this old woman was the grandmother of one of Meng Fuyue's companions. Li Xiuhua was momentarily speechless, her anger only intensifying as she struggled to find a retort. Just then, the old woman's grandson came running over with a basket on his back, joyfully exclaiming, "Grandma, we found so many chestnuts." "Such a bounty?" The old woman's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart swelling with joy. This plentiful harvest would sustain their family for many days. Instantly, the attention of everyone shifted to the chestnuts. Upon seeing the full baskets carried by Meng Fuyue and her companions, envy and admiration flooded the onlookers, who eagerly inquired, "Meng family girl, where did you find these chestnuts? Are there any left?" "Indeed, we wish to gather some as well," Meng Fuyue replied, for those who desire chestnuts. Send one person from each household, and I shall take you to gather them. Naturally, who wouldn't want some? Li Xiuhua, momentarily forgetting her grievances about Jiang Xiaobao's fall, rushed back to her camp to summon her people. Erya and the third daughter-in-law, go together. 2 of you will surely gather more. Jiang Erya, the youngest daughter of Jiang Dafu, was deemed too small and weak for the task, so it was decided she should not go. Yes, Mother Yang, known for her cunning ways, voiced no objections, for she could forage some for herself along the way. Though there were others who wished to send 2 individuals, they quickly abandoned the idea upon hearing Meng Fuyue's stipulations, ensuring each household would only send 1 person to prevent any unfair advantage. Meng Fuyue, having returned to her camp with the chestnuts, was met with praise from her family. Your luck is truly remarkable. Every time you venture into the mountains, you return with food. It was you who discovered the bamboo forest, and now you've unearthed such a bounty of chestnuts. Indeed, with 2 baskets of chestnuts, we shall eat well for a long time. Ever since Ayu joined them, their family had not known hunger, always enjoying meat at every meal. The Jiang family members chimed in, filled with pride in her accomplishments. Meng Fuyue smiled and said, Grandmother, I wish to eat braised rabbit with chestnuts. And please add plenty of chestnuts. Since Meng Fuyue had been hunting daily, they still had a wild rabbit and a wild chicken left uneaten, perfect for the dish. Concerned that Zhou might skimp on the chestnuts, Meng Fuyue emphasized her request for a generous portion. Of course, Zhou replied with a smile, if my granddaughter desires it. We shall prepare it with plenty of chestnuts. Those who had accompanied Meng Fuyue in gathering chestnuts did not return for more, but they were eager to join her in hunting, so they handed the chestnuts to their families and set off with her once again. As the Jiang family had Meng Fuyue and a few others hunting, no one else joined the village chief and others in the hunt. They remained at the camp. Thus, the task of shelling the chestnuts fell upon them. After leading the villagers to the chestnut grove, Meng Fuyue took the others to hunt. They all knew of her prowess, having witnessed her catch wild chickens and rabbits with ease, yet they had never seen her take down a wild boar. After learning that the wild boar distributed among them a few days prior had been hunted by Meng Fuyue, they were eager to witness her in action against a boar. Unfortunately, they had not encountered any wild boars in recent days. Wow, is that a Ganoderma? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoan exclaimed. Meng Fuyue rushed over to investigate and confirmed, indeed. That is a Ganoderma. Keep it safe. We can sell it in the city. Upon receiving Meng Fuyue's confirmation, the Lin brothers, Lin Din and Lin Xiaoan, were overjoyed, feeling as if they had struck it rich. To them, it was indeed a windfall. This Ganoderma, though not particularly large, could fetch 5 to 6 taels of silver. 5 to 6 taels would sustain their family for 2 years. Aside from Meng Fuyue and the Jiang family, the others were filled with envy, wishing to find a Ganoderma of their own. Lin Dun carefully harvested the Ganoderma, wrapping it in grass and placing it in his basket. As they sought out game, they also kept an eye out for rare herbs like Ganoderma and ginseng. However, such precious herbs were not easily found, often scarcer than wild chickens and rabbits. They had successfully hunted several wild chickens and rabbits, yet no more Ganoderma had been discovered. Suddenly, from a distance came the grunting sounds of a wild boar. Meng Fuyue promptly signaled for everyone to halt. Once they paused, they too could hear the grunting noises. This sound, unmistakably, belonged to a wild boar. Li Wu, being a hunter, was familiar with the sounds of wildlife. Upon recognizing it as a wild boar, the others grew excited. They had finally encountered a wild boar. You all stay here. I will go take a look, Meng Fuyue instructed, moving towards the direction of the boar's sounds. Though they wished to follow her to see Meng Fuyue hunt the boar, they respected her request to remain behind, understanding that if the boar were to charge, their presence would only hinder her. Their gazes, however, remained fixed on her. As Meng Fuyue stealthily approached, she spotted a sizable dark mass rooting in a not-so-deep pit, the boar's grunts emanating from beneath it. Initially, she could not discern what the dark figure was, but when it sensed her presence and abruptly raised its head, she realized it was a bear. This creature was indeed formidable. Though bears have poor eyesight and slow movements, they are renowned as the strongmen of the animal kingdom, capable of tearing apart lions and tigers. Furthermore, their tough bodies are notoriously resistant to knives and weapons. Meng Fuyue, wishing to claim the bear for herself without alerting the others, dashed forward with lightning speed, raising her axe and striking the bear squarely on the head. Typically, A mere few blows would hardly be enough to stun a bear. However, Meng Fuyue is no ordinary individual, possessing divine strength that surpasses that of the bear by tenfold. With a single strike, she rendered the bear lifeless and subsequently secured it within her spatial realm. This bear is far more valuable than a tiger. While a tiger might fetch 100 taels of silver, a bear could easily command several hundred. Although this is merely Meng Fuyue's conjecture, it is not far from the truth. The wild boar had already been gravely injured by the bear, and with a decisive blow, it too met its end. "Come here and help carry the wild boar," Meng Fuyue called to her companions, entrusting them with the task of transporting the boar back. Since they had all come together, the meat should be shared, and it was only fair that she did not shoulder the burden alone. Upon hearing her summons, Li Wu and the others eagerly rushed over. "My goodness, Meng Fuyue, you are truly remarkable. This wild boar must weigh around 200 jin, and you managed to fell it with just 2 strikes. Lin Xiaoan gazed at Meng Fuyue with starry eyes. Not only Lin Xiaoan, but the others shared the same admiration. Meng Fuyue had become their idol. It was merely a matter of finishing off an already wounded boar to make it easier to carry back, Meng Fuyue remarked modestly. Even so, it is impressive. Regardless of the boar's condition, we would struggle to bring it down so swiftly, one of the young men commented. Indeed, the others chimed in, unanimously agreeing. At that moment, everything Meng Fuyue did seemed extraordinary to them. Chapter 36. Someone is injured. Having caught the wild boar, they decided not to continue hunting and began their trek back with their prize. "Cousin, are we going to share this with the others in the village?" Jiang Yuan inquired. "Not this time," Meng Fuyue replied. "If the village chief's group fails to catch anything substantial, we will offer some bones and the pig's head to make soup and a communal dish, with each household contributing some bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. However, if the village chief's group manages to secure a good catch, we will keep this for ourselves." Though she could have easily apportioned a couple of jin of meat to each household, since she was the one who single-handedly brought the boar back, there were 8 households involved. She could not disregard their sentiments. While she would provide bones and the pig's head, there would still be enough meat for a hearty meal. The others had no objections to Meng Fuyue's arrangements, even if it meant only receiving a couple of jin of meat per household. Although they had accompanied Meng Fuyue, they were acutely aware that she was the one who discovered and defeated the wild boar, and they felt they were merely reaping the benefits without contribution. "Wow, big sister, they're back, and they have a wild boar," Meng Lingqi exclaimed as he and his companions played near the cave entrance. Upon their return, he immediately spotted them and shouted in excitement. Upon hearing wild boar, the crowd rushed out to see. Indeed, behind Meng Fuyue, Li Wu and Linda were carrying a large wild boar. The onlookers were filled with envy and admiration. The families of those who had helped Meng Fuyue were particularly elated, relieved that their sons had not resorted to trickery but had been fortunate enough to assist Meng Fuyue. Otherwise, they would have had little meat to enjoy in the days to come. Not only had their sons grown stronger, but the nourishment they received also granted them more vigor than others. Thus, they felt profound gratitude towards Meng Fuyue. As Meng Fuyue and her companions approached, someone asked, "Miss Meng, will you be sharing the meat with everyone?" "No, this pork was not solely my effort, it was a collective endeavor. However, if the village chief's group has not made a significant catch, we will offer the bones and the pig's head, along with some pork for a communal meal, so that everyone can have a hearty feast. If the village chief's group has secured a good catch, we shall keep this for ourselves," Meng Fuyue explained. In response, no one dared voice dissent. Even if they had reservations, they kept them to themselves. Speaking up might offend Meng Fuyue, especially if the village chief's group had not made a catch, leaving them with nothing to eat. Although they hoped that the village chief would also hunt a wild boar, they understood that such creatures were not easily captured. Meng Fuyue's success was largely due to her immense strength. Li Dixing, a skilled hunter, took charge of butchering the pig while the families of the young men assisted, all bustling about. Just as they finished processing the boar, the village chief returned with his group. They had caught a smaller wild boar weighing around 100 jin, but there were injuries among them. "Is Meng Yata here?" the village chief called out urgently upon his return, searching for Meng Fuyue. At that moment, she was nearby, entertaining Meng Lingqi and the other children, fashioning grasshoppers for them. Upon hearing the village chief's call, she quickly rose and approached. "I'm here. What is the matter?" "Meng Yatu, could you take a look at Dinyo?" He got scratched on the arm while capturing the wild boar, Jiang Deshu said. "Of course. I will fetch the medical kit," Meng Fuyue replied, making her way back to her camp. The medical kit was in her spatial realm, but she could not retrieve it in front of everyone. Once she had the medical kit, she followed Jiang Deshu to where Donghua was. The Jiang family, aware that Meng Fuyue was coming to treat Donghua, trailed behind. Around Donghua, a crowd had gathered. Seeing his arms stained with blood, the onlookers were filled with concern. Donghua's family was particularly distressed, their eyes brimming with worry. Upon seeing Meng Fuyue arrive, Donghua's mother immediately implored, "Miss Meng, please help my son." Very well, Meng Fuyue nodded and knelt beside Donghua. His wound was covered with cloth to staunch the bleeding. "Bring a basin of clean water," Meng Fuyue instructed. Right away, Donghua's wife responded, rushing off to fetch water. Meng Fuyue first administered a healing pill to Donghua, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating injuries, both internal and external. Then she removed the cloth covering the wound, revealing a gash approximately 10 centimeters long, though fortunately, it was not deep enough to require stitches. Nevertheless, the sight was quite gruesome. The water arrived, and Meng Fuyue used a clean cloth to wash the wound. Having discreetly added some spring water, the bleeding gradually subsided, and Donghua felt a reduction in pain. Next, Meng Fuyue sprinkled a hemostatic powder on the wound, quickly stopping the bleeding. Finally, she applied wound ointment and bandaged it. All done. You must rest well for the next few days. Do not exert this arm. And I will check the wound again soon, Meng Fuyue instructed. Thank you, Miss Meng. Thank you. Donghua and his family expressed their gratitude profusely. Meng Fuyue acknowledged them with a nod and returned to her camp with the medical kit. The others were even more impressed by her medical skills. They were grateful to have Meng Fuyue around, otherwise they would have had no choice but to endure their injuries. Though Meng Fuyue did not accept any form of compensation, the Jiang family was not without manners. They had no surplus food, but a little money remained. Thus, Jiang Danio's mother brought over 20 coins, saying, "Miss Meng, I am uncertain what the appropriate fee for the consultation should be. Given the current hardships, I can only offer this 20 coins as payment, and I hope you will not take offense." "Of course not," Meng Fuyue replied, accepting the coins. While her medicinal remedies were worth far more than the sum, her willingness to assist came without expectation of recompense, even if they had offered nothing. She would not have thought twice. However, since they had given something, it was only fitting that she accepted it, setting a precedent for others. Since the village chief and the others had successfully hunted wild boars, Meng Fuyue decided that all the boar meat would be divided among the 8 households. This time, rather than dividing it per individual, they would split the boar into 8 portions according to households. The heads of the boars were not taken by the Meng or Jiang families, but were instead shared among the others. The meat prepared by the village chief amounted to merely 100 or so pounds, and after removing the heads and bones, only about 70 pounds remained. Each household received 3 pounds of meat, totaling 54 pounds, with the remainder being used to cook a large pot of stew for the 18 households to share. Consequently, each family was tasked with contributing some vegetables. In Chapter 37, as the wolf pack approached, one individual took charge. Everyone had gathered considerable bamboo shoots and wild vegetables, so each family contributed a portion. After the meat was distributed, the families feasted separately, the aroma of the meat wafting enticingly, causing many to salivate. Previously, when Meng Fuyue had shared meat, many households had hesitated to indulge, so they savored it sparingly. However, this time, with the large pot of stew, everyone eagerly devoured the meal, fearing that if they hesitated, they would miss out on a portion. Despite the wild boar meat being somewhat gamey and tough, to those unaccustomed to consuming meat, it was a veritable delicacy. That night, all were thoroughly satiated. Suddenly, a howl pierced the night air, awakening everyone in an instant. Heavens! Wolves! What shall we do? Panic ensued, and children began to cry in terror. Though Meng Lingqi did not weep, he instinctively retreated into Jiang Yurong's embrace. Meng Fuyue swiftly rose, axe in hand, and called out, "All strong men, gather at the cave entrance and bring your weapons." In their ranks of 200, a third were men aged 15 to 40. Responding to Meng Fuyue's command, the men hurriedly armed themselves and lined up at the cave entrance, for they had a duty to protect their families. "You boys, stoke the fire brighter," Meng Fuyue instructed a few youths. They rushed to kindle the flames outside the cave more fiercely. Soon, they spotted a dozen pairs of green eyes drawing near, and the grip on their weapons became clammy with sweat. One trembled and said, "There are just too many." Indeed, another echoed, "Are we afraid?" "Of course we are. Yet, Despite their fear, retreat was not an option. They had no avenue for escape. Resistance offered a chance at victory. Surrender meant certain death. However, the pack of wolves halted at the perimeter where Meng Fuyue had scattered the animal repellent powder. Are they afraid? Someone inquired. I spread the repellent powder, which generally deters wild animals, as it renders them weak if touched. But these are wolves, a pack, easily capable of breaking through, Meng Fuyue explained. Though the wolves had not yet charged in, they remained poised, clearly unwilling to abandon their pursuit. The villagers felt a swell of gratitude for Meng Fuyue. Without her intervention, the wolves would have stormed in without hesitation. I will lead the charge. You all guard the cave entrance. If wolves approach, then you may act, Meng Fuyue declared. Stepping forward. Ayu, though knowing of her remarkable strength, Zhang's family and Meng Jinhai still harbored concerns. Have faith, I shall be fine, Meng Fuyue reassured them. Although they remained uneasy, they did not impede her, knowing she was their most capable protector. After a while, 3 wolves lunged forward. Despite the repellent powder, Meng Fuyue could not wait for them to close in. Seizing some stones, she hurled them with precision at the approaching wolves. The stones struck fiercely, and with a series of thuds, the 3 wolves fell, incapacitated though not dead. The villagers gasped in awe, their gazes fixed on Meng Fuyue with admiration. That is astonishing. As the pack instinctively recoiled, their eyes fixated on Meng Fuyue, a mix of wariness and fury emanating from them. Regardless of their agitation, Meng Fuyue pressed on, launching both the sedatives and repellent powder towards the wolves. She first tossed the vials, then followed with stones to shatter them, releasing the powders that swiftly descended and coated the wolves. Before the pack could mount an offense, they were already feeling the effects of weakness, collapsing one after another. This scene left the villagers utterly astounded. Incredible. She is truly remarkable. They barely needed to lift a finger as the wolf pack was already decimated. Only 3 wolves remained unscathed by the powder, and upon realizing their predicament, they turned to flee. Simultaneously, Meng Fuyue hurled stones, bringing down the last 3 wolves. Wolves are known for their grudges. Allowing them to escape would be akin to setting a tiger loose in the mountains, as they would surely seek revenge. Moreover, it was uncertain whether these wolves were part of a larger pack, and if allowed to flee, they could return with reinforcements. While not every wolf would return, allowing any to escape would increase the likelihood of further threats. With the immediate crisis averted, the villagers finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, applause erupted, followed by a chorus of praises. Miss Meng is truly remarkable, single-handedly vanquishing so many wolves. Indeed, were it not for her, we would have faced unimaginable casualties tonight. Isn't it true? If it were just 2 or 3 wolves, we might have managed, but there must have been over 10. I counted 13. The elders of the Jiang family beamed with pride. Look, that is my granddaughter. Behold, that is my daughter. See, that is my niece. Look, that is my cousin. Observe, that is my sister. Look, that is my elder sister. Meng Fuyue then addressed the assembly. Our family will take 1 wolf, but I shall claim all the pelts. Are there any objections? Though her inquiry was merely a formality, she intended to distribute as she pleased. The villagers understood that she had done the work of bringing down the wolves, and even if she only offered them 1 or 2, they had no right to protest. The crowd responded in unison, no objections. What could we possibly say? You did this. We are merely fortunate to benefit. Even if we are not allocated any, we harbor no grievances. After all, without Miss Meng, our lives would likely meet their end here. Let alone the wolf pelts. We may not even manage to get a taste of the meat. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Even the families of Li Xiaohua and Wang Pozi dared not voice any dissent. At this moment, provoking Meng Fuyue would mean they would receive not even a morsel of meat. However, considering that Jiang Dafu and Jiang Sanfu had emerged from the cave to ensure everyone's safety, she chose not to hold it against them regarding the meat distribution. To avoid attracting more wild beasts with the scent of blood, they refrained from slaughtering the wolves in the dead of night. Meng Fuyue first produced some hemp ropes, instructing everyone to bind the wolves, and then administered a sedative to ensure they remained unconscious until dawn. Chapter 38. The atmosphere had never been more favorable than it was at this moment. Meng Fuyue spoke to her family. Winter is approaching. These wolf skins can be fashioned into boots, 1 pair for each of us, with the remainder reserved for Grandpa and Grandma, as well as for Aki and Jianglin to make vests. Winter was imminent, yet their journey to their destination was far from over. Pingxi County was somewhat remote, nearly reaching the border, thus the distance to Ningyang in the southern province of Ningzhou was considerable, spanning over 3,000 miles. If they traveled at a normal pace, they would arrive in just over a month. However, burdened with their belongings and accompanied by the elderly, women, and children, who were poorly nourished and fatigued, their pace was significantly slower. After nearly 2 months, they had covered just a little over half of their journey. At this rate, it would take considerably more time to reach Ningyang. Consequently, they had to traverse the frigid winds, and without proper warmth, they risked falling ill. Are we not going to save any for sale? Such an abundance of wolf pelts. I've heard that one can fetch 3 to 4 taels of silver. Sue, the eldest aunt, inquired. She was reluctant to use anything that could be sold for money, as they would need silver for many future expenses. After setting aside 5 pelts for making boots and vests, 7 remained. Even if each were sold for 3 taels, that would amount to 21 taels of silver, a substantial sum indeed. It could purchase several years' worth of grain. Indeed, we adults can do without. It seems quite wasteful otherwise. Yes, the Jiang family members agreed, equally reluctant to part with the pelts. Meng Fuyue frowned, resolutely stating, no, everyone must have a share. I possess ample silver. And there's still unsold ginseng. Jiang Yuru echoed her sentiment indeed. Since Wei insists, we shall heed her. They truly did not lack for silver at present. Until they were settled, they would not neglect the Jiang family. Thus, the Jiang family refrained from further objections, their hearts filled with gratitude. Wei was exceedingly kind to them. Noticing Meng Lingqi's unwavering gaze upon her, Meng Fuyue smiled and inquired, what is it? Is there something on my face? At that moment, Meng Lingqi seemed to have forgotten his earlier fears, and with admiration, he exclaimed, Sister, you are so formidable. I wish to be as powerful as you, so I can protect father and mother, as well as grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunt, and cousins. Meng Fuyue's smile softened further as she patted his head, encouragingly saying, Then Aki must diligently train alongside me. Yes, I will certainly practice hard with you, sister. Meng Lingqi nodded earnestly. Having been training with her diligently and not slacking off despite the fatigue, Meng Jinhai and his wife exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Although they were currently fleeing from disaster, they felt that the family's atmosphere had never been more harmonious. Previously, Meng Fuyue had been obedient yet rather somber, often choosing silence over speech. How different she was now. So bright and cheerful. That night, many found it difficult to sleep. It was not fear of the wolves that kept them awake, but rather the tantalizing thought of wolf meat. Although they had consumed a fair amount at dinner, years of deprivation from meat could not be satisfied by a single meal. They yearned for meat at every meal. As dawn broke, everyone immediately rose to process the wolves, their spirits buoyed by joy and laughter. It was only when they were well fed that their arduous days of fleeing took on a semblance of color. Since the wolves bore no wounds, their hides were of excellent quality. To ensure the best skins were obtained, Meng Fuyue enlisted the experienced Li Dasheng and his son to assist with the skinning, offering them a pelt in return. The first wolf skin was allocated to the Jiang and Meng families, with the remainder distributed among themselves. With 24 households sharing 12 wolves, each household received half a wolf. Given the varying sizes of the wolves, smaller households received the smaller ones, while larger households received the larger. No one voiced any dissent regarding this arrangement. For breakfast, everyone boiled the wolf meat. Since each household had received half a wolf, the smaller ones weighed around 17 or 18 jin, while the larger ones weighed 21 or 22 jin, allowing them to be more generous in their cooking. They could not preserve the meat for long without ample salt for curing. With the promise of meat, the village had opted not to continue hunting. Additionally, after the previous night's encounter with the wolf pack, many still felt apprehensive, fearing another attack, especially with the presence of the elderly, women, and children, who lacked the strength to defend themselves. Today, Meng Fuyue did not venture into the mountains, but instead continued to train the young boys. During a break, the village head approached her, inquiring if she could teach some of the strong young men in the village a few martial skills. As they were burdened with travel, they could not practice as the younger boys did, but they could learn techniques during the evenings. Acquiring skills, even limited ones, was better than having none at all. After all, during the previous night's encounter with the wolves, Meng Fuyue had managed to handle the situation alone. not solely due to her strength, but also because they had only to defend one side in the cave, preventing the wolves from surrounding them. If they were on the road, with wolves attacking from all directions, even Meng Fuyue's formidable abilities would be stretched thin. Thus, it was imperative for everyone to enhance their own capabilities to increase their chances of survival. Such was the rationale. Otherwise, why would Meng Fuyue waste her time? Precious spirit water and energy-regenerating pills training these boys? Therefore, she had no objections to the village head's proposal. Upon receiving her consent, the village head returned to consult with the others to see who wished to learn martial skills from Meng Fuyue. This was entirely voluntary. However, he made it clear that in the event of danger, one should not always wait for others to come to their rescue. Everyone would prioritize their own kin first, and only if they had the strength left would they assist others. Thus, the more capable one was, the better they could protect themselves and their families. Upon hearing this, even some who had initially been reluctant to exert themselves decided to join in. Yet, a few remained too lazy to participate. In the end, 32 individuals expressed their desire to learn from Meng Fuyue. However, Meng Fuyue did not choose to instruct them directly. Instead, she assigned the task to the boys, supervising from the side. Having trained with her for 5 days, the boys had become familiar with the basic techniques and were now capable of teaching. Martial training was certainly not easy. By the first day, several had already withdrawn. The group had taken refuge in the cave for 3 days, and their physical condition had notably improved. While being well-fed and hydrated contributed to this recovery, the primary reason lay in the fact that the water they had consumed for cooking had been infused with the essence of the spiritual spring. During these days, Meng Fuyue had replenished the water in their storage with considerable amounts from her own space. When the time came for a water shortage, she would be able to utilize this water, simply adding a touch of the spiritual spring water to it. On the 4th morning, after a hearty breakfast, they prepared to continue their journey. As the wolf meat was nearing its spoilage, every household had cooked up the last remnants of it, and the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Not far away in the mountains, 2 men were on the hunt for wild game. Suddenly, a young man with a sharp nose and a monkey-like face inhaled deeply, his expression betraying an insatiable craving as he turned to his companion, saying, "Dafe, I can smell the meat cooking." The man named Dafe rolled his eyes in disbelief, retorting, "Have you lost your mind over meat?" "No, I'm serious." "You don't trust my nose?" The monkey-faced man replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, young Dafe began to think that perhaps the monkey-faced man truly had caught the scent of meat, and he too felt his mouth water in anticipation. "Let us go take a look," young Dafe suggested, and they moved forward. After a short while, young Dafe confirmed the delightful aroma of meat, solidifying their suspicions of its presence. The 2 men cautiously approached the source of the enticing scent, eventually spotting the villagers of Water Stream Village within the cave. Although they could not discern exactly what the villagers were consuming, the rich fragrance of meat indicated that they had an ample supply. Furthermore, the presence of a water source was evident, which was particularly appealing since they were running low on water themselves. "We should return and inform the village chief," young Dafe declared, recognizing that with so many people present, 2 men could not confront an entire village alone. Thus, they quietly retreated back to their camp. A fragrant incense stick later, they returned to their encampment, which comprised a group of around 100 individuals, predominantly men, with not a single elder over 60 in sight, and very few women and children. Young Dafe and his companion quickly relayed their findings to the village chief. "What?" the chief exclaimed, astonished, his eyes glimmering with unmasked greed. "How many do you think there are?" Young Dafe replied, "Approximately 200, including many elderly, women, and children." The chief frowned slightly, pondering, with so many of them, it may prove difficult to wrest food from their grasp. The monkey-faced man suggested, "Why don't we assess the situation first? Even if we can't seize their meat, they have a water source, which isn't exclusively theirs. We could utilize it as well." Upon hearing the mention of water, the chief hesitated no longer and led the group towards the cave. Meanwhile, the villagers had just finished breakfast and were packing their belongings when they heard commotion approaching. Startled, many speculated, could it be wild beasts? The mere thought of potential beasts sent panic rippling through the group. The men immediately armed themselves with their sickles and knives, positioning themselves defensively around the elderly and children. Meng Fuyue listened for a moment before asserting, "It's people, not beasts." However, there are quite a number. Likely another group fleeing disaster. At the mention of people, The tension eased somewhat, yet vigilance remained, for in these times, humans were often more perilous than wild beasts. To survive, people could resort to unspeakable acts, perhaps even cannibalism. Will they attempt to seize our provisions? Someone voiced their concern. With Meng here, what is there to fear? If we can handle a pack of wolves, surely we can manage humans, right? Besides, we are not without our own strength. Though I've only trained in martial arts with Meng for 2 days, I can feel my body growing stronger, another replied confidently. Indeed. I too have trained alongside those who have practiced with Meng for many days, and I see their skills have improved significantly. Encouraged by these affirmations, the group's apprehension began to dissipate. Yes, with Meng Fuyue among them, what was there to dread? Soon, the opposing group appeared. Upon observing that the majority were men and that there were scarcely any elderly or women and children, the villagers started to form their own conclusions. Could it be that these individuals had abandoned the weak and vulnerable? It was improbable for a group to consist predominantly of robust men without some being left behind. This thought fostered a sense of aversion towards the newcomers. As Yang Dafei and his companions drew closer, they noticed the row of men from Water Stream Village wielding various weapons, and a sense of wariness crept in. Clearly, this group was not to be trifled with. Even if they did not seek to steal meat, they would undoubtedly require water, and thus they continued towards the cave. The village chief of the opposing group approached first, offering a polite smile as he said, "We came over upon noticing the water source here. The water did not belong to them, so naturally they would not impede their access." Jiang Disha nodded in acknowledgement. "Help yourselves." He then turned to the villagers of Water Stream Village. "All right, everyone. Continue packing and prepare to move on." The villagers resumed their tasks, but remained alert to the presence of the other group. "Are you all leaving so soon?" the opposing village chief inquired, sensing that if they left now, the opportunity to act would slip away. However, they also felt that attacking now would not guarantee success. "Indeed. We have rested here for 3 days. It is time to continue our journey," Jiang Dishu replied coolly. "Where are you headed?" "Perhaps we could travel together for safety in numbers," the opposing chief suggested. "I'm afraid our village is not accustomed to traveling with outsiders. Let us part ways." Jiang Dishu declined. While some villages traveled together, they were typically neighboring communities, not strangers. Traveling alongside outsiders only increased danger, for conflicts would surely arise if complications ensued. Water Stream Village had allowed Meng's family to join because Jiang Yurong and Meng Jinhai were the daughter and son-in-law of the Jiang family. They had also welcomed Li Dashing's family due to their acquaintance with the Meng family, considering Meng Fuyue's family. However, they were naturally reluctant to accept completely unfamiliar individuals, especially from an entire village. To agree would be akin to inviting wolves into their midst. Upon hearing Jiang Disha's refusal, the opposing village chief's expression soured. The monkey-faced man chimed in, "There are plenty of wild beasts in these mountains. Just yesterday, we encountered wolves, but we managed to fend them off. We have several hunters among us and individuals who have traveled with escort agencies. We possess the skills to protect ourselves. Traveling with us would be advantageous for you." "Wolves, you say?" At that moment, Meng Fuyue stepped forward. "How fortuitous. Just the other night, we encountered 13 wolves right here. However, before they could strike, I single-handedly dealt with them." Chapter 40. How will one marry in the future? Meng Fuyue observed them for a moment and quickly discerned their intentions. 2 individuals gazed greedily at their possessions. Their intentions unmistakably clear, they desired to seize what belonged to others. Although there was no fear of confrontation, the prospect of actual conflict was unwelcome, for once hostilities commenced, injury to their side was inevitable. Thus, a display of intimidation was necessary to deter any aggressive moves. Upon hearing Meng Fuyue's assertion, the opposing group was taken aback. Yet not a single soul believed her, dismissing her words as mere bravado. Laughter erupted from among them as one scoffed, "Ha! My lady, your boast is rather audacious. One person dispatching 13 wolves? Who do you think you're fooling?" The laughter was contagious, and soon many were in fits of amusement. The villagers of Shuishi were incensed and rallied behind Meng Fuyue, proclaiming her prowess. "Miss Meng is indeed formidable. She single-handedly dealt with 13 wolves. We all witnessed it." Despite their claims, the opposing group remained skeptical, attributing it to the camaraderie of their village. Then, Meng Fuyue approached a boulder larger than herself and, with a powerful strike, shattered it to pieces with a resounding crack. The crowd fell into stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape as they beheld Meng Fuyue's strength. Even the villagers of Shueshi, who had previously acknowledged her abilities, were awestruck. Good heavens! This girl is astonishing. After a prolonged moment of shock, they began to regain their composure, swallowing hard. The villagers from the opposing group now regarded Meng Fuyue with a newfound wariness, their ambitions of theft thoroughly extinguished. Now do you believe? I have faced wild boars, tigers, bears, and wolves, each encounter merely a matter of a single punch, Meng Fuyue stated, her words devoid of exaggeration. Witnessing her strength left no room for doubt. If she could vanquish 13 wolves, what were tigers and bears to her? Indeed, we believe you. The village leader of the opposing group chuckled as they retreated, creating distance from Meng Fuyue. Once the villagers of Shueshi had gathered their belongings and departed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Someone remarked, "Thank goodness we didn't resort to violence, otherwise we might have ended up like that boulder, shattered into pieces." Indeed. Fortunately, there's a water source here, alleviating our immediate concerns. Let us return to hunting. However, the mention of recent wolf sightings sent ripples of anxiety through the group. Encountering 1 or 2 wolves was manageable, but a pack posed a grave threat. The village leader advised, "This place is indeed unsafe. We should quickly hydrate and rest before we leave." There were no objections, and they all drank their fill before refilling their water containers. Back with the Shueshi villagers. They felt grateful for Meng Fuyue's display of strength, which had deterred potential aggressors. Truly, Miss Meng is our guardian angel. With her around, we can enjoy several days of hearty meals. Indeed. I've eaten more meat in these few days than I have in my entire life. Another added. Miss Meng is also skilled in medicine. Without her, my mother might have suffered greatly. Their gratitude towards Meng Fuyue was profound, as not only were they well-fed, but their health had improved, allowing them to walk with renewed vigor, no longer succumbing to fatigue as quickly. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as Meng Lingqi stumbled and fell. What happened? What is wrong? The family rushed over in alarm. Wow! Wild chicken eggs! Meng Lingqi exclaimed, excitement replacing any pain. The others turned to see what he had discovered. Oh, there truly are wild chicken eggs, quite a few of them, Zhou exclaimed. This child has stumbled upon a bounty of wild chicken eggs. What luck! Others nodded in agreement. Meng Lingqi got up and scathed, and Su quickly fetched a basket to collect the eggs. The Meng and Jiang families had become one, blurring the lines between their households. After rising, Meng Lingqi gazed at Meng Fuyue with shining eyes. She was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he was looking at her so intently. Noticing her lack of response, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Understanding dawned on Meng Fuyue, and she affectionately tousled his hair. Our dear Aki is indeed fortunate. With her praise, Meng Lingqi beamed with satisfaction, while Meng Fuyue smiled with a blend of exasperation and fondness. They continued their journey for an hour and a half, taking a brief rest before resuming for another hour and a half until they paused for lunch. After their meal, they pressed on until evening, when they stumbled upon a narrow creek, its waters flowing abundantly, accompanied by a soothing sound. Although they had sufficient water from their earlier travels, the discovery of a water source brought them joy. With ample open space on either side, the village leader decided to set up camp right there. After claiming a suitable spot, the men erected tents while the women foraged for wild vegetables. Meng Fuyue peered into the creek and was delighted to find an abundance of fish, prompting her to catch some. The others quickly rallied their families to join in the fishing. After catching 5 fish, Meng Fuyue chose to stop, allowing others their turn. Just as she stepped away, an unexpected incident occurred. A scream pierced the air, followed by a splash. Someone had fallen into the water. Though the water was shallow and not dangerous, the commotion drew everyone's attention. The unfortunate soul was Wang Xiaozhu, who fell right in front of Li Wu, prompting him to instinctively rescue her. Amidst the chaos, the sharp voice of Granny Wang rang out, "Oh no! That Li boy has touched my granddaughter. How will she ever find a husband now?" Upon hearing this, Li Dashing's family rushed over, panic-stricken. No one dared to contradict Granny Wang's words, while Li Wu had only acted to save Wang Xiaozhu. It could not be denied that he had made contact, and there were witnesses aplenty. Flustered, Li Wu glanced at the still-dazed Wang Xiaozhu, feeling his ears grow warm as he stammered, I'll take responsibility." He had always thought well of Wang Xiaozhu, and whenever he saw her being mistreated by her family, he longed to defend her but lacked the standing to do so. Wang Xiaozhu, taken aback by Li Wu's declaration, met his gaze briefly before lowering her eyes, her own ears betraying a flush of color. Deep down, she too found Li Wu admirable, tall, handsome, and a skilled hunter. In recent days, while foraging for wild vegetables, she had interacted with Li's mother and found her agreeable, not the sort to mistreat a daughter-in-law. Moreover, she had overheard Li's mother speaking to her own mother-in-law, lamenting that Xiaozu girl is truly pitiful. If it weren't for the current famine making life so arduous, I would wish to bring her back for my Ao as a bride. If she could truly be with Li Wu, she would no longer have to endure the Wang family's torment or accompany them to Yu County, allowing her to sever ties with them entirely. She simply hadn't received a formal proposal, and being a young lady, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to exhibit too much emotion, would it? Yet, when Li Wu expressed his willingness, a pair of eyes in the crowd glimmered with jealousy and resentment. How could this be? How could Li Wu willingly take responsibility? Granny Wang was immediately elated. Excellent. However, we require a dowry of 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. That was far too steep. Wang Xiaoju's countenance soured, and the Li family grew anxious. They certainly did not possess such a sum. Setting aside the matter of Li Wu saving Wang Xiaoju and taking responsibility for her, the Li family, recognizing Wang Xiaoju's industriousness and plight, had genuinely hoped to have her as a daughter-in-law. After all, Li Wu was already 19, and due to the drought over the past 2 years, he had been unable to marry. Their urgency was palpable. Thus, the prospect of marrying Wang Xiaoju was indeed a joyful occasion. As for the unreasonable Wang family, they naturally thought little of them. Once Wang Xiaoju became part of the Li family, the Wang family would no longer have the power to bully her. The Li family had no custom of mistreating their daughters-in-law, and they intended to treat Wang Xiaoju well. However, the dowry of 10 taels was simply unattainable. Some bystanders could no longer hold their tongues and interjected, "Granny Wang, have you no shame? If it weren't for your grandson snatching the fish from Wang Xiaoyu and pushing her down, this wouldn't have happened. It seems you intend to extort money." Wang Xiaohu, who had pushed Wang Xiaoju, showed no sign of remorse, glaring defiantly at the speaker. Another person remarked, "Isn't that the truth? Li Wu is merely acting out of kindness to save someone and is willing to take responsibility. You should be grateful. If he were unwilling, there would be nothing you could do." Upon hearing this, Granny Wang grew agitated, but he could have chosen not to save her. Since he did save her and touched my Xiaoju, he must marry her. Otherwise, I shall report him to the authorities. A snicker erupted from the crowd. Report him? Do you think the officials will care about you now? We are all refugees. Even if we perish, no one will take notice. The realization struck Granny Wang, and she panicked. She understood that in such dire times, even death would go unnoticed. Perhaps the authorities would prefer to see more perish, making their own lives easier. "Well, we can't just give our girl away without a dowry," Granny Wang said, unwilling to concede. It was impossible to forego the dowry, otherwise the Wang family would suffer a loss after raising Wang Xiaoju for so long. Jiang Dishu approached, casting a fierce glare at Granny Wang. "Isn't this all a result of your own family's actions? If Wang Xiaohu hadn't snatched the fish and pushed her, would it have escalated to this? Regardless, I am not concerned. The dowry is non-negotiable. If 10 taels are absent, then a 200-pound wild boar will suffice as the dowry." Li Wu readily agreed. "Very well, I shall offer a 200-pound wild boar as the dowry." Initially, he had intended to mention that his family possessed 2 taels of silver. But since they requested a wild boar, he would comply. A 200-pound wild boar is worth 4 taels of silver, significantly less than the 10 taels. He continued, however, "While traditionally marriage is arranged by the parents, I do not wish to force Miss Xiaozu. Thus, I would like to inquire about her wishes first." He turned to Wang Xiaoju, not wanting her to feel coerced. If that were the case, she would be unhappy, and he would be unhappy too. Wang Xiaoju's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, yet she replied, "I am willing." Hearing her consent to marry him filled Li Wu with elation. Granny Wang breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Wang Xiaoju might refuse, which would mean a loss of a wild boar for her. Although the situation was not of their making, now that it had occurred, she would certainly go with the flow. "Just wait for you to bring the wild boar, and then Xiao can come to your home. For now, I must take Xiaozu back to work," Granny Wang said, attempting to pull Wang Xiaoju away, as there was still work for her to do at home. As for Wang Xiaozu's life after marriage, wasn't it all about escaping together? She could always return to help once she was married. Granny Wang's plans were well thought out, but it depended on Wang Xiaoju's willingness and the Li family's agreement. Wait. At that moment, Meng Fuyue's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. She appeared, carrying a wild boar weighing approximately 200 pounds, eliciting envy from the crowd. Miss Meng is truly impressive, effortlessly hunting wild boars. I shall lend you this wild boar for now, Meng Fuyue said, handing it to Li Wu. Since Wang Xiaoju had already decided to marry him, they should expedite the marriage process without the need for further delays. She harbored a degree of sympathy for Wang Xiaoju. Thank you, Miss Meng. I will return the favor by hunting one in due time, Li Wu replied, accepting the wild boar without pretension. Otherwise, who knew when he would manage to hunt one himself, as wild boars were not easily encountered. The Li family also expressed their gratitude to Meng Fuyue. Thank you, Miss Meng. Even Wang Xiaoju cast her eyes towards her in appreciation. You're welcome, Meng Fuyue replied. Although the journey has its inconveniences, this is a significant matter of marriage, and we cannot proceed without any ceremony. Therefore, I propose we hold a simple ceremony. The village chief can draft a marriage certificate, allowing the elders of both families to place their fingerprints to prevent any future reneging that might cause embarrassment. I have a piece of red cloth, which Wang Xiaoju can use to cover herself as she departs from her family's camp, while the Li family can bring the wild boar to welcome her into their camp for the wedding ceremony, after which the veil can be lifted. Once the ceremony concludes, Wang Xiaoyu will officially belong to the Li family, and the Wang family will no longer have any claim over her. Meng Fuyue did not believe that the Wang family would let Wang Xiaoju go easily after her marriage. However, she could see that once Wang Xiaoju distanced herself from the Wang family, there would be no further ties. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozu once again directed a grateful gaze towards her. Granny Wang, however, felt a simmering resentment. Meng Fuyue was meddling far too much. Yet, the village chief and the Li family found her suggestions quite agreeable. It was indeed considerate of Fuyue. Once Xiaoyu married into the Li family, she would naturally become one of them, and the Wang family could no longer dictate her life. A marriage certificate was essential. And I shall now go draft one for the families to sign, Jiang Disha stated, turning to return to his own camp. Chapter 42 at last. She was to leave the Wang family. Wang Xiaoju was escorted back to her own camp. The notion that the Wang family could no longer dictate her life was not something Meng Fuyue had the authority to decide. As soon as they returned to the camp, Granny Wang began instructing Wang Xiaozu. You must remember, even after you marry, you are still my daughter from the Wang family. You need to support your family when the time comes, do you understand? Without your family backing you, life in your husband's household will not be easy. Wang Xiaozu feigned agreement, but inwardly she scoffed. Did the Wang family truly consider her a fool? Did they believe that after enduring their torment for over a decade, she would still support her family? Her mother had long passed away. What family did she have left? Even if they perished, she would shed not a single tear. Years of submission had led the Wang family to believe she would never change, so upon hearing her compliance, they assumed everything remained as it was. Consequently, the Wang family had no objections to Wang Xiaoyu marrying Li Wu. Rather, they were quite pleased. Just then, a girl of similar age approached Wang Xiaozu. Xiaozu, come here for a moment. I have something for you. Wang Xiaozu approached the girl, saying, Shimei, what gift will you bestow upon me? We are good friends, and you are about to be wed. During this time, I have little of value to offer you. Here, take this handkerchief I have embroidered myself. Let it serve as your wedding gift. Wang Shimei said, presenting a new handkerchief to Wang Xiaozu. With a gentle smile, Wang Xiaozu accepted the handkerchief, replying, Thank you, Shimei. However, Wang Shimei, filled with concern, questioned, But Xiaozu, do you truly wish to marry that Li Wu? He hails from a different village and does not share our path. We know nothing of his character, and I worry for you. Wang Xiaozu reassured her, Do not fret, Shimei. Li Wu is a fine man. At the very least, my life at the Li family will be better than it was at the Wang household. But Wang Shimei tried to interject, only to be cut off by Wang Xiaozu. Enough, Shimei, this is my decision. Seeing her resolve, Wang Shimei refrained from saying more, excusing herself to leave. However, once turned away, her expression darkened with jealousy and resentment, for she too harbored feelings for Li Wu and sought to escape her own family through marriage. Wang Shimei's situation at home was not much better than Wang Xiaoju's. Although she had a biological mother, her family favored sons over daughters, treating her more like a servant. The only advantage she had over Wang Xiaozhu was that she could eat a little more. Marrying Li Wu would not only mean daily meals of meat, but also freedom from her family. Initially hesitant to approach Li Wu, she had been striving to muster the courage to speak with him, but now she felt bitter that Wang Xiaozhu had beaten her to it. Wang Xiaozhu, watching Wang Ximei's departing figure, felt a chill in her heart. How could she not perceive Wang Ximei's intentions? She had seen Wang Ximei gaze at Li Wu with longing on numerous occasions, indicating her affection for him as well. Although today's events were unexpected, she found herself grateful to Wang Xiaohu. Had he not pushed her into the water, she might not have had the opportunity to wed Li Wu. What thrilled her most was that she sensed Li Wu reciprocated her feelings. If he harbored no affection for her, or worse, despised her, she would never force the issue. That would merely be exchanging one perilous situation for another. Yet, she remained uncertain about what awaited her in the Li family. Everything seemed to hinge on fate. The Li and Jiang families' camps were adjacent to one another. Li Wu, brimming with excitement, could not contain his smile. The Li family, recognizing his demeanor, understood that he had long admired Wang Xiaozhu. With their eldest son marrying a woman they approved of, their spirits were high. Mrs. Zhou expressed her happiness for Wang Xiaozhu, saying, "Xiaowu is a wonderful girl, though perhaps she is not married into the best family. Yet, I see how well you and your mother-in-law get along. You are not a household that mistreats a daughter-in-law. Marrying into your family will surely mean an escape from her hardships." Old Lady Li interjected. "Our family has never mistreated a daughter-in-law. As long as she does not cause trouble, harmony prevails. We do not subscribe to the notion that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen. Our sons partake in all chores. However, women tend to manage better, as the men must often venture out to earn a living and cannot attend to every household matter." This was evident. The men of the Li family had been cooking and preparing meals more frequently of late. Li Wu was ready, and Meng Fuyue provided him with a red cloth, 1 meter long and 20 centimeters wide, to carry the bride home. The Jiang brothers and fellow martial arts practitioners accompanied Li Wu for the wedding procession, creating quite the spectacle. Meng Fuyue arrived first at the Wang family camp, draping the red cloth over Wang Xiaozhu. The Wang family members regarded Meng Fuyue with hostility, yet none dared to voice their displeasure. At that moment, Wang Xiaozhu was both anxious and unexpectedly relieved. She was finally leaving her family behind. When Li Wu and the others arrived, the village chief presented the marriage contract. Jiang Yuan and Lin Dun carried a wild boar, which delighted the Wang family. Soon, the wild boar would belong to them. Without much further ado, they set down the boar, and Wang Laopa and Wang Xiaozhu's father pressed their handprints onto the marriage contract, and Wang Xiaolu was taken to the Li family camp. Li Wu felt nervous, his palms sweating, and Wang Xiaolu shared his sentiment. Wang Ximei stood outside the crowd, her eyes filled with resentment and her fists clenched. Suddenly, Meng Fuyue shot her a look that made Wang Ximei lower her head in fright. Meng Fuyue surmised Wang Ximei's thoughts, but deemed it her own matter. As long as she did not create trouble, she would protect Wang Xiaozhu. After all, their relationship with the Li family had been quite amicable over the past few days. "Mother, will we have boiled meat to eat?" Wang Xiaohu gazed at the wild boar on the ground, swallowing hard, longing for a taste. "We shall eat it tomorrow. It is too dark now to slaughter the pig," replied Wang Lapa. Though Wang Xiaohu felt somewhat dissatisfied, he chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the Li family camp, the village chief instructed Li Dashing and his wife to sign the marriage contract and then reminded them to keep it safe. Next came the ceremonial bowing to heaven and earth. The village chief announced, "First bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents." Now, the couple bows to each other. On the road of escape, there was no bridal chamber and the veil was lifted directly. With the veil removed, Wang Xiaozhu's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, feeling shy and hesitant to look at Li Wu. Li Wu, grinning foolishly, said, "Xiaozhu, from this day forth, you are my wife, Li Wu. No one shall bully you, and should anyone dare, I will confront them." Chapter 43. The Unsellable Wild Boar Meat. "Yes," Wang Xiaozhu nodded, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, wanting to cry but holding back her tears. The new bride presented tea to her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandmother. The village chief stated, "As we have no tea, we shall use water as a substitute." Water was prepared, and Wang Xiaozhu lifted a bowl to serve the Li family elders, formally addressing them as her parents and grandparents. "Xiaozhu, during this time of hardship, we must ask you to endure a bit. Once we are settled, We will provide you with all that you need, Li Wu's mother, Li Yang, said, grasping Wang Xiaozhu's hand with affection. The Li family were hunters. Li Dashing and his son were skilled in the art of hunting, allowing them to live comfortably, often enjoying meat and saving over 20 taels of silver from their hunts. In their village, they were considered well off. Unfortunately, they encountered bandits who stole their silver and grain. Thankfully, their bedding, clothes, and kitchenware were spared, otherwise, they would have lost everything. They were fortunate to have met Miss Ming's family, who provided assistance, otherwise, they would not have survived. However, now Li Wu was able to hunt daily, and they could fill their stomachs. Once they settled down, the father and son would continue hunting, ensuring their lives would not be overly challenging. Moreover, they still had the 3 taels of silver given by Meng Fuyue. Mother, Xiaozu does not need anything extravagant. As long as there is food to eat, I will be content, Wang Xiaozhu said sincerely. Upon hearing this, the Li family felt even more sympathy for her, and old Lady Li immediately scolded. What nonsense are you speaking? In our household, we have never harbored the ill habit of mistreating our daughters-in-law, nor would we ever allow our daughter-in-law to feel wronged. We shall provide her with what is necessary. Furthermore, you are a member of the esteemed Li family, not merely a servant or an outsider. Should you feel any grievances, please express them openly. We shall stand by you. Do not bottle up your feelings, lest you harm yourself. Wang Xiaozhu felt increasingly touched, believing she had made the right choice in marrying Li Wu, and obediently replied, yes, grandmother. Some who typically mistreat their daughters-in-law felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this, while others were left speechless. After all, a daughter-in-law is merely an outsider. Why treat her with such kindness? Due to this incident, dinner had yet to be served. Once matters were settled, everyone dispersed. The Li family prepared porridge, which was somewhat thin but accompanied by ample meat. Wang Xiaozhu felt a bit shy to take meat for herself, so Li Wu directly served her a piece of wild chicken leg. This made Wang Xiaozhu a little nervous. Eat up, encouraged Li Yangshi, and Wang Xiaozhu instantly felt at ease. Wang Shimei observed the scene with growing jealousy. While Wang Xiaozhu savored her porridge and chicken, she herself was left with only wild vegetable mush, devoid of any meat. The Li family had set up 2 tents, one for the men and one for the women. Although Wang Xiaozhu had become Li Wu's wife, their current circumstances precluded them from sharing a bed, so she slept with Li Pozi and Li Yangshi. Wang Xiaozhu expected to have trouble sleeping, yet was pleasantly surprised to find herself sleeping exceptionally soundly, more so than ever before. The following day, as everyone rose, she too got up and accompanied Li Yangshi to forage for wild vegetables to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, at the Wang household, Wang Pozi, upon noticing this, let out a cold snort and glanced at her still sleeping second daughter-in-law, her anger bubbling to the surface. Second daughter-in-law, why are you still lying there? Get up and go find wild vegetables, you lazy thing. Everyone else is up and you're still sleeping. Sleep away, and you might as well sleep yourself to death. Usually, Wang Xiao would be the one gathering wild vegetables, but now that she had married out, the task fell to Jiang's second daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaohu's mother, as Jiang's eldest daughter-in-law was busy cooking porridge. Upon hearing Wang Pozi's words, Jiang's second daughter-in-law quickly got up. She had not yet adjusted to the fact that Wang Xiaozhu was already married and had thought Wang Xiaozhu had gone out to find wild vegetables. So, she immediately rose to go foraging. You too, slaughter the pig. This large wild boar is far too much for our family to consume. Let us sell it for 40 won per jin, which is quite generous. Wang Pozi instructed her 2 sons, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was being wronged. Normally, the price for domestic pork was 30 won per jin. Wild boar meat is tougher and not as palatable as domestic pork, thus typically selling for 25 won per jin. However, during the drought, both domestic and wild pork prices had skyrocketed to nearly 10 times their usual rates, reaching around 200 to 300 won per jin. Wang Pozi understood that under the current circumstances, selling at a premium price would yield no buyers. Yet, she was reluctant to sell at the normal price, so she raised it by 15 won. All right, her 2 sons responded, seemingly unconcerned about whether anyone would actually buy at that price, as they believed it to be reasonable. However, when they finished butchering the pig and called out to sell, not a single person came to buy. After several days of enjoying meat, the villagers were no longer as eager. Of course, if it were offered for free, they would gladly accept. But for copper coins, that was out of the question. 41? They would rather save their money for grain once they reached the city. I say, Wang Er, your family is being rather unscrupulous. The normal price for wild boar is 25 won per gene, yet you're selling it for 41. Even if you sold it for 25 won. I doubt anyone would want to buy it now that everyone else had their fill of meat for the past few days. If anyone craves meat, let the village chief organize a hunt in the mountains. Even if they can't catch larger game, smaller catches would suffice for a feast. The Wang family's expressions darkened like charred pots. They had not anticipated that no one would purchase their cooked meat. As a result, if they could not sell it, it would spoil. Mother, what shall we do if they want to buy the meat? Should we sell it for 25 won per gene? Wang De and Wang Er inquired of Wang Posey, their faces filled with concern. Then let it be 25 won. Wang Posey gritted her teeth, fearing the meat would spoil, and reluctantly agreed to sell it at a lower price. Yet, even at 25 won, no one showed interest. If they don't want to buy, then let us just keep it for ourselves, Wang Posey scoffed, her face revealing disdain while her heart bled profusely. Oh dear, what are we to do now? I thought we would earn a tidy sum, yet now we see not a single coin. With no other choice, the Wang family resorted to consuming the meat themselves. However, their worries dulled their appetite and the meat no longer seemed as delectable. Only Wang Xiaohu, oblivious to their troubles, relished every bite. Even though the Wang family was willing to indulge in the meat, they had only consumed a few pounds, leaving the rest to be carried away. Unfortunately, their bundles were already heavy, and with nearly 200 pounds of pork added, the burden became even more arduous. Yet, what could they do? After all, it was meat. Before departing, the village chief informed everyone, we will likely descend the mountain via the official road in about 3 days, and then we will traverse another 40 to 50 miles to Xiangping Prefecture. Chapter 44. The Meat Spoils. Xiangping Prefecture lies within the jurisdiction of Qizhou Province, being the closest prefecture to Shizhou Province. After passing through Xiangping's territory, one reaches the southern borders of Ningzhou Province. The distance from Xiangping to Ningzhou is approximately 300 miles, which will take at least 10 days, depending on our pace. Moreover, during this period, we cannot pass through the city without paying a fee, though the amount remains unknown. If we do not wish to pay, we must take a longer route, extending our journey by another day. Someone immediately questioned, Village Chief, why must we pay a fee to pass through the city? Many were curious. The village chief explained, Xiangping Prefecture is the only route to Ningzhou Province. If refugees could enter freely, chaos would ensue. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone understood. Indeed, allowing unrestricted access to refugees would lead to disorder. Then let us take the longer route. We have no money to pay if we had it. We would rather buy grain. 2 days later, the boys training with Meng Fuyue either found lingji or ginseng, which could be sold for silver to purchase grain once they reached Xiangping. Though the ginseng might only be a few years old, it could still fetch over 10 taels, inciting envy among the villagers. Everyone tried their hand at foraging. Yet, finding ginseng or lingji was no simple task. Even if they stumbled upon ginseng, they might not recognize it. Once we exchange this ginseng for silver, we shall buy Xiaozhu a complete outfit, from clothes to shoes, Li Yasher declared. Li Wu had indeed found a ginseng root worth approximately 10 taels. Since the Li family was not impoverished, their clothing was not tattered, and they possessed several garments to rotate. Only Wang Xiaozhu had but 2 outfits, both in a state of disrepair. Understood, mother, Li Wu responded. Even if Li Yasher did not mention it, he had already resolved to sell the ginseng and use the proceeds to procure a set of clothing for Wang Xiaozhu. As for other matters, they would be addressed once they had settled down. During their time of fleeing from disaster, it was imprudent for them to acquire too many possessions. The Li family was managed by Li Yangshi, yet unlike other families where sons surrendered all their earnings to the household, the Li family was only required to submit half of their income, allowing them to retain the other half for personal use. Consequently, regardless of the amount he could sell the ginseng for, only half would need to be given to the family, while the remainder could be at his discretion. Previously, Li Wu would have unhesitatingly handed over all his earnings to his mother for her management, but now that he was married, he needed to set aside some funds for his wife's expenses. They would only resort to using their own money to supplement their needs if the household funds were insufficient. Wen Shimei approached Wang Xiaozhu, coincidentally overhearing this conversation. A surge of jealousy ignited within her, and she could not suppress the flash of resentment that crossed her gaze as she looked at Wang Xiaozhu. Why was Wang Xiaozhu so fortunate? Not only had she married Li Wu and secured a life of comfort, but now Li Wu had also found ginseng to provide her with a complete new wardrobe. How could the Li family be so generous to Wang Xiaoyu while she herself was left wanting? It was all Wang Xiaoju's doing. Having seized the opportunity that could have been hers to marry Li Wu. Noticing the animosity in Wang Ximei's eyes, Wang Xiaoju's expression darkened, though she pretended not to notice. After all, they would soon be parting ways, and she had no desire to confront Wang Ximei openly. "Ximei, did you come to see me for something?" Wang Xiaozu inquired. Wang Ximei quickly regained her composure, concealing her jealousy with a smile as she replied, "I came to invite you to gather wild vegetables together." Before Wang Xiaozu could respond, Li Yangshi interjected, "We have plenty of wild vegetables at home. There's no need to go searching. If you want some, you can find them yourself." Li Yangshi, unaware of Wang Ximei's intentions, merely thought it unnecessary to search any further, believing wild vegetables were abundant and did not require hoarding. Very well then. With that, Wang Ximei had nothing more to say and departed. Once she turned her back, her expression grew cold. Her visit had not been genuine. She was merely seeking an excuse to see Wang Xiaoyu and to gain some recognition in Li Wu's eyes. Although Li Wu and Wang Xiaoju were now married, she had not yet given up hope and was determined to take action. Meng Fuyue observed Wang Ximei's demeanor, and having already grasped Wang Ximei's intentions from Wang Xiaoju's reaction, she chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, the Wang family's pork began to emit a foul odor after 2 days. Although they were troubled by it, they remained unwilling to share it with others, prompting expressions of discontent from the community who felt it was wasteful. Unable to contain themselves, one individual remarked, "Wang family, your meat is starting to smell. Do you intend to let it rot without sharing it?" To which Wang Posey retorted, "Why should we be compelled to share our meat with you? If you want meat, you can purchase it with coins." Nobody wanted to buy when the meat was fresh. Now that it stinks, who would be willing to spend coins on it? Everyone is fleeing from disaster. Who has money to buy meat? With 25 coins, one could buy several pounds of grain instead, especially since we will soon reach Xiangping Prefecture. Another person added, "Indeed, if you shared some with everyone, they would be more inclined to lend a hand if needed." Although the reasoning resonated with Wang's 2 sons, Wang Posey remained obstinate. "Even if the meat stinks, we want to give it away for free," she insisted, doubting that anyone would come to their aid. Consequently, the crowd fell silent. As night fell and they set up camp, everyone kept their distance from the Wang family to avoid the stench. By the 3rd day, the pork had become so rotten that it attracted a swarm of flies, and the odor was nauseating. Once again, someone could not help but exclaim, "Wang family, if you plan to eat it, hurry up and finish. If not, throw it away. It's disgusting." Complaints echoed around. "What is it to you? If you find it stinky, just keep your distance," Wang Posey yelled back. Despite the meat being spoiled, she was unwilling to throw it away. After all, it was still meat. The village head could no longer bear to watch the situation unfold. "Refusing to share your meat is your prerogative, and no one is forcing you. But that meat has gone bad. If you continue to eat it, your health will suffer, and no one will be able to help you. Moreover, that rotten meat will inevitably attract wild beasts, so do not blame me for not warning you." The faces of the Wang family turned grim. They were aware of the truth, but were simply reluctant to part with it. Seeing that the Wang family would not heed his advice, the village head could only shake his head and walk away. Just as everyone was taking a break for lunch, suddenly, a wild boar burst forth from the forest, charging towards the Wang family's camp. The Wang family had no time to react before they were thrown into chaos, crying out in distress. Others, witnessing the scene, quickly rose to avoid the stampede, fearing for their own safety. The wild boar charged back and forth, wreaking havoc in the Wang family's camp. Wang Er was hit, but was only slightly injured, though his stomach ached immensely. Wang Er's wife was struck on the foot by a cart that was knocked over, suffering no serious injury but knowing that recovery would take time. Wang Xiaohu was protected by Wang Er's wife and emerged unscathed. Wang Posey was directly trampled by the wild boar, suffering no broken bones or internal injuries, yet she would endure back pain for some time, finding it difficult to walk. Wang De fell while attempting to dodge, but was not seriously hurt. Wang Da's wife and child had just moved away to gather wild vegetables and firewood, thus escaping the chaos. As the wild boar appeared poised to charge into another household's camp, Meng Fuyue took action. She had noticed the boar approaching long before, but had refrained from intervening, even as it attacked the Wang family, believing they needed a lesson. Bringing along the stinking pork on their journey only posed a danger to everyone. And now, the danger had arrived. Armed with an axe, Meng Fuyue swiftly positioned herself in front of the wild boar and, before the eyes of the entire village, struck down with a single blow, bringing the creature crashing to the ground. Having witnessed Meng Fuyue's prowess before, the villagers no longer expressed surprise, their gazes filled with admiration. Uncle Li, Brotherly Wu, help me with this wild boar. I need 10 pounds of meat for my family, you can keep 10 pounds for yours, and the rest can be shared among everyone, Meng Fuyue declared. The wild boar was not particularly large, weighing just over 100 pounds. After removing the bones, there would be enough for each household to receive a portion, enough for a meal or two. All right. Li Dashing and his son promptly stepped forward to carry the wild boar. The news of more meat brought joy to the villagers. No, you cannot take the wild boar. Wang Posey interjected immediately, her expression akin to that of someone whose own boar had been stolen. Although she had been trampled, her injuries were not severe. And while she could not rise, she was still able to speak. Meng Fuyue raised an eyebrow, looking down at Wang Posey, still sprawled on the ground. Why can't we take the wild boar? It attacked us, so it belongs to the Wang family, Wang Posey asserted with conviction. This situation instantly incited public outrage. How brazen of you, old Wang, to utter such shameless words. How can you claim that the wild boar that injured you belongs to your family? What kind of logic is that? If it weren't for Miss Meng, you might have been trampled to death by that wild boar. And now you still desire to keep it? Is it not true that if you hadn't insisted on clinging to that foul-smelling pork, the wild boar would never have been attracted? You are not only harming yourselves, but also endangering others. If anyone else gets hurt, can your Wang family afford the compensation? Li Dashing paid no heed to Wang's unreasonable tirade and had long since taken the wild boar away to be slaughtered. Wang, haven't you caused enough trouble? The village head scolded in exasperation. The Wang family was truly being outrageous. Although Wang felt a twinge of fear from the village head, she still protested. Are we to suffer injuries in vain? The village head, incredulous, retorted, You brought this upon yourselves. I warned you this morning that the rotten meat would attract wild beasts. But you refused to listen and insisted on keeping it. If Miss Ming hadn't killed the wild boar, would you have been able to do so yourselves? The Wang family members admitted they could not. If you wish to avoid suffering in vain, it is certainly possible, Meng Fuyue suggested ominously, her voice laced with malice. Since I have slain the wild boar, it rightfully belongs to me. I shall procure another live one for you to deal with yourselves. And we shall ensure to keep our distance so as not to interfere with your hunt. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Wang family turned pale. Would they not be left to face death here? They had been incapable of confronting the wild boar before their injuries, now, with their wounds. How could they possibly contend with it? The onlookers reveled in their misfortune. Indeed, we will keep our distance and will not contest with your family for the wild boar, as we already have pork to eat. If you are trampled to death, we will lack the time and strength to recover your bodies, likely within days. The beasts will have devoured them. At that moment, Wang was rendered speechless, unable to continue her unreasonable outburst. Thus, a farce came to a temporary close. No matter how reluctant the Wang family was to part with the spoiled pork, they could no longer keep it. So Wang Da directly found a place to dispose of it. Wang cried uncontrollably, gasping for breath, yet no one offered her sympathy. They merely dispersed. Meng Fuyue also turned to leave, showing no intention of revealing her injuries to the Wang family. Why should she? They had brought this upon themselves and were undeserving of sympathy, especially given their malicious nature. However, Wang lacked this awareness. Seeing Meng Fuyue refuse to treat her injuries, she angrily exclaimed, Meng Fuyue, aren't you skilled in medicine? Why won't you examine us? Huh. Meng Fuyue coldly smiled and turned back to face her. While it is true I possess medical knowledge, what compels me to assist you? If you are willing to treat others, you must treat us as well, Wang insisted indignantly. Meng Fuyue was nearly amused by Wang's audacity. Why should my willingness to treat others extend to you? Who do you think you are? Of course. If you desire my assistance, it is not impossible, but it will cost you 1 or 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Wang exploded. What? 1 or 2 taels? Are you robbing us? Even Wang Er and others glared at Meng Fuyue with hostility, as if she truly intended to seize their silver. Zhou glared with a fierce gaze. What? Do you expect my granddaughter to treat your injuries for free? Who do you think you are? With that, Zhou took Meng Fuyue by the arm and left. The Wang family, confronted by the fierce expressions of the Jiang family, instantly shrank back, not daring to utter a word. As they walked away, Zhou continued to grumble, "Humph. What nonsense. How dare they treat my granddaughter with such disdain? They deserve to be injured by wild boars." Meanwhile, the Wang family lamented loudly. "How will we manage to continue our journey?" the village head inquired. Although the Wang family was indeed detestable, they could not simply be ignored. Naturally, he would not force Meng Fuyue to treat their injuries. "Given our condition, how could we possibly continue?" Wang protested, feeling wronged. "Then let us set up camp here for the night," the village head decided. "We shall resume our journey tomorrow." He could not compel them to press on, especially since it was nearly dusk. If they continued for another hour, they would need to camp anyway, so setting up early would not be detrimental. The villagers, weary from their travels, had no objections and began to make camp. After Meng Fuyue left for a quarter of an hour, she returned with 2 large radishes she had pulled from the ground, drawing envious glances from many. The radishes were substantial, nearly the size of an adult's arm. "Oh, Miss Meng, where did you find such radishes?" someone inquired. "I stumbled upon a patch of uncultivated land and found these 2 radishes, so I brought them back," Meng Fuyue replied. She had indeed discovered a patch of wild land and a dilapidated thatched hut, clearly once inhabited but now abandoned. No one doubted her story, but they were all envious. Meng Fuyue's luck was remarkable to have come across 2 such enormous radishes. "Our Awe is truly fortunate," Zhou remarked with a smile. "Indeed. Ao's luck is unparalleled," others chimed in with praise. Accustomed to such compliments, Meng Fuyue no longer felt embarrassed. Since she had personally slain the wild boar, she did not share any with the Li family. Although she held no affection for the Wang family, she did not intervene. The Li family had assumed they were to receive a share of the meat, only to discover that none would be allotted to them. This displeased Li Xiuhua, who immediately confronted the meat distributors. "Why are we not receiving any meat?" Meng Fuyue promptly replied, "Have you forgotten my previous words? Any meat taken down by my family will not be shared with yours." Li Xiuhua had indeed forgotten, but upon Meng Fuyue's reminder, she recalled. "Last time when you distributed wolf meat, why did you give it to us, but not this time?" Li Xiuhua questioned defiantly, having forgotten Meng Fuyue's earlier stipulation due to last time's distribution. Meng Fuyue explained, "Because last time your family sent someone to guard the entrance for everyone. This time, I personally hunted the wild boar." Did she appear to be someone who would go back on her word? Li Xiuhua was left speechless, unable to retort. Although unwilling, she left dejectedly. Now Meng Fuyue was someone she truly dared not provoke. "Wah! I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Jiang Xiaobao cried upon realizing he received no share of the meat. He had not eaten meat for several days. "Eat, eat, eat. All you care about is eating. If you have the ability, go hunt it yourself." Li Xiuhua, filled with rage, could only vent her frustration on the crying Jiang Xiaobao. Jiang Dafu and the others cast resentful glances at the Jiang family, but dared not speak out. Xiaobao is truly shameless, crying over not getting meat at his age. "I don't have any either." A 5-year-old boy playing with Meng Lingqi remarked disdainfully. Meng Lingqi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the indulgence of his family that had spoiled him. "My sister says that obedient children will achieve great success in the future. I diligently practice martial arts with her every day, along with writing, reading, and memorizing texts." Indeed. Aside from training Meng Lingqi in martial arts, Meng Fuyue has also taken it upon herself to teach him writing and reading during their leisure moments. He has now memorized the 3-character classic. Although Jiang Lin, who studies alongside him, lacks Meng Lingqi's innate talent, he has managed to stumble through and memorize a considerable portion. However, Meng Lingqi's brow immediately furrowed in distress. "The last character of my name is too difficult to write. I still haven't learned it. Jiang Lin's name is so simple, he has already mastered it. Why didn't my father give me an easier name?" He lamented. Meng Yi or Meng Yi would be much simpler to write. The adults nearby could not help but chuckle at his plight. Meng Jinhe, adopting a stern demeanor, admonished him, "You must learn to write even the difficult characters. There are plenty of challenging words out there. Are you to avoid learning them all in the future?" Upon hearing this, Meng Lingqi immediately sulked, falling silent. The camp was filled with the savory aroma of meat, yet the Li family found themselves without any to eat. Jiang Xiaobao began to wail once more, and Jiang Sanfu and his wife were at a loss, unable to soothe him despite their attempts. Ultimately, Li Xiuhua had no choice but to produce 2 copper coins and trade them with a friendly family for a small piece of meat to quiet Jiang Xiaobao. Wang Er had been rammed in the abdomen by a wild boar, and though he felt considerably better by the next day, a lingering pain remained, particularly when pushing the cart, where he struggled to exert much strength. Wang Posey, on the other hand, could not stand straight, needing to bend at the waist for some relief, yet walking remained a challenge. Wang Er's wife had injured her foot and walked with a noticeable limp. If she were not carrying anything, she could manage a bit, but the moment she bore any weight, the pressure exacerbated her pain. Without timely treatment, she feared she might always walk with a limp. In truth, their quick recovery overnight was largely thanks to the water they had stored in their water bags, which had been mixed with the miraculous spring water from the cave. Otherwise, they would not have improved so significantly in just a few days. Yet, they hesitated to drink more, fearing it would diminish their reserves. Due to Wang Er's struggle with the cart and his wife's inability to carry heavy loads, Wang Posey directly instructed Wang Er to call his son-in-law, Li Wu, for assistance. Wang Er saw nothing amiss in this request and made his way to the Li family's camp. Li Wu, both I and your mother-in-law are injured and unable to move the cart. You must lend us your aid, Wang Er stated with an air of entitlement, as if this were Li Wu's obligation. Li Wu raised an eyebrow in response. Isn't my mother-in-law already deceased? How can there suddenly be a mother-in-law now? Wang Er was taken aback. He knew well that Li Wu was deliberately provoking him. His expression darkened with displeasure as he assumed the role of an elder, coldly rebuking. Though she is merely the stepmother to Xiaozhu, she is still a mother, your mother-in-law. I refuse to acknowledge that, Li Wu replied. A stepmother who has bullied his wife for many years wishes to be considered a mother-in-law? Such an arrangement is hardly fair. He had not sought revenge against the stepmother for the injustices done to his wife, which he felt was already commendable. Wang Er felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, fearing to provoke Li Wu further. If you refuse to recognize it, then just help me push the cart. Li Wu retorted, why should I help you push the cart? Wang Er, momentarily at a loss, snapped, I am your father-in-law. And what of it? Just because you are my father-in-law, you expect me to neglect my own family and assist yours? Li Wu scoffed, dismissing Wang Er's claim to authority. He did not regard him as a father-in-law because he felt he did not deserve such respect. Had he shown even a modicum of kindness toward Wang Xiaozhu in the past, he might have considered helping him with the cart. Chapter 47. The softness of the mouth and the shortness of the hand. However, to Wang Xiaozhu, her father was merely a servant to be commanded. He had made her work hard without providing adequate sustenance. Given this, he could hardly blame her for his lack of courtesy. Wang Xiaozhu stood aside, showing no intention of speaking up for Wang Er. Her demeanor was so cold that it seemed Wang Er was merely a stranger. Indeed, for Wang Xiaozhu, ever since her marriage into the Li family, the Wang family had become nothing more than strangers to her. Wang Er could not comprehend Li Wu's attitude and was immediately filled with indignation. He turned sharply to Wang Xiaozhu, intending to voice his grievances. But before he could speak, Li Dasheng stepped forward to address the situation. As the head of the Li family, my word holds sway here. I will not permit my son and daughter-in-law to assist your family in any capacity, so you would do well to seek help elsewhere. Wang Er was furious. But with Li Dasheng's proclamation, further protest would be futile. They were resolute in their refusal to assist the Wang family. Ultimately, Wang Er could only storm off in anger. Due to the Wang family's unpopularity, the others did not find anything amiss with the Li family's stance. Instead, they believed the Wang family deserved their plight. After several days of interaction, it became evident that the Li family was genuinely good-natured. Were it not for the Wang family's transgressions, the Li family would not have withheld their assistance. Consequently, the Wang family could only rely on themselves to push the cart. Their selfishness ensured that no one was willing to lend a hand. Had the Wang family shared some wild boar meat a few days prior, they would not be so isolated now. Such is human nature, the softening of the mouth and the shortening of the hand. Meng Fuyue had shared meat with everyone several times, fostering a sense of gratitude among them. Should she require assistance, they would be more than willing to help. The Wang family struggled immensely, even feeling an overwhelming desire to cease their efforts due to the hardship. Yet, when it came to parting with a couple of silver coins for Meng Fuyue's healing, they were utterly unwilling. 1 or 2 silver coins could purchase 200 pounds of rice. Their entire wealth amounted to merely a few taels of silver. Nevertheless, the village head was accommodating, allowing them to rest for a quarter of an hour after walking for about half an hour. Although the villagers disapproved of the Wang family and provided no assistance, they did not voice objections upon witnessing their suffering. Moreover, they too were fatigued and desired a break. Frequent rests had delayed their progress. They could have arrived at the official road before the hour of the monkey, but now reached it only at the hour of the dog. Upon reaching the official road, the village head instructed everyone to take a moment to rest. Meng Jinhe promptly converted 2 of the single-wheeled carts into a horse-drawn carriage, loading most of the goods while ensuring space for the elderly and Meng Lingqi and Jiang Lin to sit. The remaining single-wheeled cart was tied to the back of the carriage for the horse to pull. "Ayu, is this going to be too heavy? Will the horse manage?" Jiang Luofu asked with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. "Not at all. This horse is exceptionally strong," Meng Fuyue assured him. "It drinks the miraculous spring water daily. Its stamina has improved 100-fold. With her confidence, no one dared to question her. Thus, as they set off once more, the Jiang family found themselves almost unencumbered, drawing envious glances from others. Although the health of the elderly Jiang had improved significantly, their age still rendered them less resilient than the young. And after such a long journey, they were quite fatigued, so they took to the carriage. Li Wu had also gained considerable strength, allowing him to assist Wang Pozi onto the cart with ease. Wang Xiaozhu carried her own bundle, refusing to take on anything else. During her days in the Li family, she had not only filled her belly, but also taken energy-boosting pills, resulting in a noticeable improvement in her health. In the Wang family, the old woman Wang naturally took her place on Wang Da's handcart. After a day of travel, she felt as though it might take her life. The distance to Xiangping Prefecture was still about 40 li, and they had yet to encounter other refugees. Before the hour of the dog, darkness descended, prompting everyone to find a suitable spot to set up camp. They were now only about 30 li from Xiangping Prefecture. The official road was easy to traverse, and they would arrive at Xiangping before the hour of the monkey the following day. After a hearty meal, it was time for rest or martial practice. They trained for an hour before taking a break. By midnight, those on watch began to feel drowsy. Though they fought to stay awake, their vigilance waned, and they failed to notice a group of 10 bandits stealthily approaching, armed with large blades. The few who remained awake were oblivious, while those who had succumbed to slumber were even less aware, deeply immersed in sleep from exhaustion, except for Meng Fuyue. With her stamina, she was not fatigued, and her sleep was light. When the bandits were within 30 meters, she heard the commotion. She promptly roused her family and called for Li Wu, urging him and the Jiang family's young men to awaken the others and prepare their weapons for defense. Their task was merely to hold the line, while she would lead the charge. Should any bandits breach her position, the defenders would counterattack. Many were startled awake, but upon being alerted, they remained silent, their hearts racing at the thought of approaching bandits. After instructing Li Wu and the others, Meng Fuyue moved toward the direction of the bandits. She listened carefully. The bandits were approaching from a singular direction rather than from multiple fronts, making it easier for her to confront them. If they had come from all sides, she would be overwhelmed, forced to choose which side to defend first. In such a scenario, she would naturally prioritize her own family, only extending help to others if she had the capacity. The noble notion of sacrificing oneself for the sake of others had never resonated with her. At most, she would do good deeds that did not jeopardize her own safety. Meng Fuyue had no intention of confronting them openly. She would employ any means necessary to neutralize the threat. Thus, she climbed a tree at the location where they would pass and, as they drew near, she unleashed a cloud of sleeping powder from above. With a series of dull thuds, the first 4 bandits inhaled the powder and collapsed. The others, witnessing this, retreated a few paces in alarm. What was happening? Confusion and dread swept over them. Seizing the opportunity while they were dazed, Meng Fuyue produced several silver needles and launched them at the bandits. Regrettably, although all the needles found their marks, only 2 bandits fell, while the others evaded the strikes. Realizing they were under ambush, the remaining bandits quickly withdrew, scanning their surroundings. "Who goes there? Show yourself," they called out. The sensation of being hidden while the enemy remained in the light was utterly disheartening. Yet, Meng Fuyue refrained from revealing herself, continuing to send silver needles their way. 1, 2, 3, 4. After 2 rounds, the last 4 bandits finally succumbed. Descending from the tree, Meng Fuyue approached the fallen bandits, her first order of business to search them. She took their silver first, then their blades. The silver was evenly distributed among the bandits, each carrying just over 4 taels, never exceeding 5. It seemed they had shared the spoils of their plunder. In total, Meng Fuyue collected over 40 taels of silver before lifting one of their large blades. This time, she did not store it away but intended to provide it to the young men for their protection. Upon returning to the camp, the sight of the blade in her hands indicated to everyone that she had dealt with the bandits. Even those who had witnessed Meng Fuyue slay wolves and strike down wild boars were left in awe. "Miss Meng, have you dealt with the bandits?" they inquired eagerly. "Yes. All 10 of them, about 5 zhang from here, are incapacitated but not yet dead. Their clothing is decent. Feel free to take it," Meng Fuyue replied. While she had no interest in the bandits' attire, others would likely not be so discerning, as their clothing was superior to that of the villagers. Upon hearing her words, several women and men rushed toward the fallen bandits. If the bandits were dead, they might have hesitated, but since they were still alive, there was no reason for reluctance. Meng Fuyue distributed the large blades to the older boys and gave one to the village chief, who was in greater need of a weapon. After handing over the blade, she also offered him 10 taels of silver. "I found this silver on the bandits. Once we reach the city, let us buy some grain and distribute it per person." Not one to hoard the spoils for herself, Meng Fuyue was not a saint but could not bear to witness others suffering. Whether to help or not depended on her means. The village chief was not the only one taken aback by Meng Fuyue's generosity. The entire group was equally astonished. Although the silver was acquired from the bandits, she had vanquished them and collected it, so it rightfully belonged to her. Even if she chose not to share, no one would have deemed it inappropriate. In contrast, most would hesitate to part with even a single tael, yet Meng Fuyue had willingly offered 10. 10 taels of silver could purchase over 2,000 jin of fine rice or 4 to 5,000 jin of coarse rice. If only coarse rice were purchased, that would mean a distribution of around 20 jin per person. After the initial shock came excitement. "Meng, are you truly willing to part with this 10 taels to buy grain for everyone?" The village chief stammered, trembling with emotion as he sought confirmation. Indeed, Meng Fuyue nodded. The village chief sighed in relief. "Thank you, Miss Meng. Thank you, Miss Meng." The others echoed their gratitude. Meng Jinhai and his wife, as well as the Jiang family, voiced no objections to Meng Fuyue's decision. She had previously mentioned the 40 taels of silver from the bandits, so despite some hesitation, the Jiang family acquiesced. Everyone faced hardships. After all, this silver was a windfall. Moreover, compared to the value of those 10 or so wolves, 10 taels was negligible. For those wolves were worth over 100 taels. Soon, the individuals tasked with collecting the bandits' clothing returned, each bearing an item, leaving the bandits clad in nothing but their undergarments. Although the encounter with the bandits had frightened many, they soon drifted back to sleep, trusting in Meng Fuyue. Nevertheless, a few more were stationed on watch for the remainder of the night. By dawn, nothing further transpired. Meng Fuyue led everyone in morning exercises, and after breakfast, they resumed their journey. As they drew closer to Xiangping Prefecture, refugees began to appear in increasing numbers, some in groups, others in smaller clusters. Tattered garments adorned their frail figures, with gaunt faces revealing the harshness of their existence. Some among them had become so emaciated that only skin clung to bone. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of Water Stream Village, although similarly malnourished, fared considerably better than many others. They had seldom known hunger, often indulging in meat, and their health remained relatively intact. This improvement was largely attributed to Meng Fuyue, for whom they harbored deep gratitude in their hearts. Even in the face of their own suffering, they could not bear to witness the hardships of others. Thus, upon seeing the plight of these refugees, a somber mood enveloped them. Yet, that was the extent of their concern. They had little means to care for themselves, let alone offer assistance to others. It was uncertain whether the city of Xiangping had initiated any soup distributions. If not, the death toll could rise alarmingly. Jiang Luofu lamented, his heart heavy upon witnessing the scene. Xiangping must be unaffected by the drought. They surely would be distributing soup, remarked Zhou, reflecting on their family's ample provisions. We shall not go hungry, but so many others will. With everyone lacking food, it seemed unjust for their family alone to partake. Meng Fuyue resolved that if Xiangping did not provide soup, she would take it upon herself to do so, for her spatial storage brimmed with grain. A hearty meal might not guarantee survival, but it could offer a glimmer of hope to many. The group from Water Stream Village attracted the gaze of other refugees. Yet their numbers and the presence of over 10 individuals wielding large knives, wooden clubs, and hatchets deterred any approach. However, they were closely observed until they reached the city gates. Outside Xiangping city gates, throngs of refugees, numbering in the thousands, filled the area. The air thick with a foul stench and swarming flies. Though the surroundings should have been repulsive, the refugees bore it, for mere sustenance was a luxury. And survival trumped all else. They overheard discussions among the refugees that Xiangping would distribute soup twice daily, albeit thin and watery, but still containing visible grains. This news brought immense joy to the villagers of Waterstream. The soup was to be served at noon and dusk. And with only a quarter of an hour until the third hour, they anticipated the distribution eagerly. The area near the city gates was already overcrowded, prompting the villagers to settle at a distance of 200 meters away. This distance suited Meng Fuyue well, as it minimized the unpleasant odors. The village chief instructed his son, Jiang Chongsong, to inquire about entering the city and the necessary procedures. Jiang Chongsong quickly returned with the information. Entry was permitted, but each individual required 500 won. 500 won. The revelation left many astounded. Such an amount could purchase over 100 jin of rice. If it were only a few won, they might have considered crossing the city. 500 won, however, was beyond contemplation. For a family, that could amount to several taels of silver. How many could muster such wealth? Yet, for Meng Fuyue, several taels were but a trivial concern. Despite knowing that even if she had ample silver, the Jiang family would hesitate to abandon the villagers of Waterstream for a solitary passage through the city, she still posed the question. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, the villagers collectively rejected the notion. It's merely a day's journey further. There's no need to expend so much silver to traverse the city. Our family alone paying would seem very out of place and disrupt our harmonious relations. Moreover, if we go ahead, we would have to wait for them. They whispered among themselves, ensuring their conversation remained private. Jiang Chongsong sighed, addressing the villagers. There's no alternative. This is a peculiar time. If entry were unrestricted, there wouldn't be so many refugees outside the city. As the village chief had previously indicated, they understood the situation but still found the 500 won exorbitant. The chief declared, "We shall rest here tonight to avoid attracting attention while purchasing grain. Tomorrow, I will arrange for 2 individuals to enter the city to buy supplies. If anyone wishes to purchase items, bring your silver to me for registration. And we will have them acquire those as well." While others would enter the following day, Meng Fuyue felt compelled to venture into the city immediately. Li Wu accompanied her, selling ginseng and buying a set of clothes for Wang Xiaozhu. The Lingji mushrooms belonging to Lin Den and his companions were entrusted to Meng Fuyue and Li Wu to sell, while also compiling a list of needed purchases. "Sister, could you buy me some candied hawthorn?" Meng Lingqi tugged at Meng Fuyue's sleeve, his round eyes pleading. Meng Fuyue affectionately ruffled his hair, responding, "Of course. I will get some for you and all in." Knowing Meng Fuyue possessed considerable silver, no one objected. In contrast, had it been another family, they would have been deemed extravagant and forbidden from making such purchases. "We have little grain left, we must bring back more," urged Jiang Yurong, her words merely a front, as the actual acquisition would come from her spatial pouch, making additional supplies feel inconsequential. Zhou produced 2 taels of silver to hand to Meng Fuyue, saying, "We have little money, this is all we can offer." They had been reliant on their daughter's family for sustenance and felt deeply indebted. Waiting for them to provide was no longer an option. Yet, Meng Fuyue declined, stating, "Grandma, keep the silver for yourself, I have more than enough. I retrieved dozens of taels from the bandits." Nevertheless, Zhou insisted on offering the silver, but Meng Fuyue remained resolute, turning away as she departed. "That child," Zhou sighed, not pursuing her further. The others were deeply touched. Upon entering the city gate, they found themselves on the main thoroughfare. Xiangping City was relatively prosperous. Without needing to inquire, they gathered from the surrounding chatter that the price of grain had remained stable, much to Li Wu's relief. Fortunately, the drought hasn't affected Xiangping, so the grain prices remain unchanged, Meng Fuyue noted. However, their rugged appearance betrayed them as refugees, and upon entering the apothecary, they were mistaken for beggars and promptly shooed away. "Out, out! Don't come in here and disturb our business." Meng Fuyue and Li Wu's expressions darkened. "We're here to sell medicinal herbs," Li Wu replied, struggling to contain his frustration. The shop assistant, finding their claim amusing, retorted with derision, "Sell medicinal herbs? What could you possibly have?" Just as Li Wu was about to respond, Meng Fuyue interjected, "Oh, Not particularly valuable herbs, just a few fungi and ginseng. However, we don't sell to just any apothecary, especially not one with such a condescending attitude. If you wish to buy, I shan't sell to you. As she spoke, she deliberately revealed the ginseng and fungi to the assistant before turning on her heel to leave. Yet, upon catching sight of the precious herbs, the assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated such valuable materials would be offered for sale. Do not leave. The attendant immediately chased after them, blocking their path. We have accepted your ginseng and reishi mushrooms. If the shopkeeper finds out that you have carelessly pushed these items outside, he will certainly be furious. Meng Fuyue scoffed. Did you not hear what I just said? Given your condescending attitude, I refuse to sell to you. The attendant, incensed, felt that these two individuals were utterly ungrateful and angrily threatened. Do you know who stands behind us at Hutching Hall? Our shopkeeper's sister is the governor's wife. How noisy! Meng Fuyue interrupted him, and, before she could continue, a male voice interjected. Oh, so you at Hutching Hall resort to threatening others with your status to sell medicine? Upon seeing the newcomer, the attendant's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately donned a smile, saying, Young Master Chiao, you misunderstand us. We do not intend to use our status as a threat. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I misheard? Young Master Chiao raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident, wearing a look that suggested he thought the attendant was questioning his hearing. The attendant, startled, hastily clarified, No, it is my fault. I misspoke. Young Master Chiao snorted disdainfully. The shopkeeper of Hutching Hall is merely the concubine of the governor's illegitimate brother and dares to bully others under the guise of the governor's power. The attendant, too frightened to speak, trembled in fear. If I hear any more about Hutching Hall using the governor's influence to oppress others, be wary. I will ensure that you can no longer operate in Xiangping City, young Master Chiao coldly threatened. Yes, I will never dare again, the attendant quickly responded. Hutching Hall had often exploited the governor's influence to take advantage of others without ever being caught, but now they were directly confronted by the governor's legitimate second son. Young Master Chiao ignored the attendant further and turned his gaze towards Meng Fuyue and her companion. Ladies, allow me to purchase these reishi and ginseng from you. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Meng Fuyue, having established a baseline price in her mind, replied, How much are you willing to offer for these, young Master Chiao? Young Master Chiao examined the reishi and ginseng before stating, The reishi varies in size. For these 3 smaller ones, I shall give 5 taels of silver each. For these 2 medium-sized ones, 6 taels each, and for this large one, 8 taels. That is utterly laughable, Meng Fuyue retorted. As for the ginseng, due to its short age and small size, the price cannot be too high. For the smallest one, I shall accept 15 taels, and for the slightly larger one, 18 taels each. What do you think? However, this price is already the most reasonable I can offer. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire at other apothecaries. Given that this price was considerably better than their initial estimates, Meng Fuyue and Li Wu had no reason to refuse and thus sold the reishi and ginseng to young Master Chiao. The items sold were Li Wu's and others, while Meng Fuyue kept her own finds, as she did not currently lack silver and preferred to hold on to her medicinal materials for future needs. Unless she found herself in a tight spot, she would reconsider selling them. The ginseng sold for 18 taels belonged to Li Wu, who then took the silver to buy clothing and shoes for Wang Xiaozhu. Meng Fuyue did not accompany Li Wu, as she had quite a few items to purchase herself, so she entrusted the silver and her shopping list to him. Li Wu had no objections. After parting ways with Li Wu, Meng Fuyue first visited the bank to exchange her banknotes for silver, as coins provided a greater sense of security. After securing the silver, she proceeded to shop, purchasing a plethora of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Although the grains and vegetables in her space could be produced endlessly and would never run out, the condiments were limited and would deplete with use. She also bought 10 chickens, sending them to her small farm in the space, 5 of which were laying hens. Additionally, she ordered 2 roast chickens, 50 meat buns, and 50 steamed buns. She purchased several pounds of boiled meat, most of which would be used for her small kitchen, as she had a hearty appetite and would enter her space to cook daily. Meng Fuyue also bought boots for her family. Although they had wolf skin to make boots, they were not yet finished. Furthermore, she acquired warm cotton jackets and trousers for each family member, along with some hats. Although her space contained fabric and cotton, Extracting them and explaining their origins would be cumbersome. Thus, buying ready-made clothes was more convenient. She also purchased several sets of spare clothing for herself, including undergarments, mid-layers, and outerwear. While she did not bathe and change clothes daily, she did so every 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, some villagers outside the city were searching for their relatives. Those who had married out, daughters who had wed into Shui Creek village, were particularly missed. Unfortunately, they found no one. Before exiting the city, Meng Fuyue retrieved a bag of rice weighing 100 pounds and a bag of flour weighing 50 pounds from her space, along with some cabbage and radishes. Since cabbage and radishes do not keep well, she only took a small quantity. As Meng Fuyue left the city, her hands and back were laden with goods. On her way out, she fortuitously encountered Li Wu. Seeing Meng Fuyue's abundant load, Li Wu was astonished. "Miss Meng, why have you purchased so much?" Li Wu's own purchases were modest, consisting of Wang Xiaoju's clothing, around 50 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, and some oil, salt, and sugar. Meng Fuyue explained, "I have a large family, so I bought a bit more, including cotton jackets, trousers, and shoes for everyone." Upon hearing this, Li Wu did not consider it excessive. With only 6 members in his family, it was understandable that Meng Fuyue, with her dozen or more family members, would require more provisions. "Do you need help carrying anything?" Li Wu inquired. "No, I can manage," Meng Fuyue declined. Li Wu knew Meng Fuyue possessed extraordinary strength and did not insist further. Although the grain was concealed in sacks, making it difficult to discern their contents, the refugees speculated that it might be food, and their eyes glistened with anticipation. Some, seeing only the 2 of them, felt emboldened to block her path. Meng Fuyue coldly stated, "Step aside, or do not blame me for being rude." While she empathized with these unfortunate refugees, it did not mean she would tolerate their provocations. Yet the refugees were undeterred by Meng Fuyue's threats and continued to approach her. Just as they attempted to seize her belongings, they were swiftly sent flying by Meng Fuyue's kicks. This scene left everyone astonished and intimidated, causing others with robbery intentions to retreat a few steps, no longer daring to advance. Fortunately, the city of Xiangping provided kanji daily, ensuring that they would not reach a point of desperation where theft was their only option, so preserving their lives took precedence. Returning to the Shui Creek village camp, the sight of Meng Fuyue's haul evoked envy among the onlookers. The Jiang family was collectively astonished. "How did you acquire so many items? This is far too much." Meng Fuyue replied, "Besides the food, I also have everyone's cotton jackets, trousers, and boots. The weather is getting colder, and we may need to don our cotton clothing soon." Although everyone possessed cotton-padded jackets, they had been worn for many years and had long ceased to provide warmth. New jackets offered better insulation, especially for those who braved the elements, susceptible to the biting cold. Originally, they intended to admonish Meng Fuyue, believing that since they all had cotton-padded jackets, there was no need to waste money on new ones. However, upon witnessing her genuine concern for them, they were profoundly moved, and any thoughts of reproach evaporated. Would it not be disheartening to voice such criticisms? Meng Fuyue presented the candied hawthorns she had purchased, ensuring each person received one, except for Jiang Han's young child, who was too small to enjoy the treat. Instead, she procured a soft cake for him. Upon seeing the vibrant red hawthorns, Meng Lingqi and Jiang Lin were filled with delight, their mouths watering at the sight. They had never tasted candied hawthorns before, only observing others indulge. The sweet, glistening treats appeared utterly delectable. Once in hand, they eagerly licked them, the sugary flavor causing their eyes to squint in blissful satisfaction, drawing envious glances from those nearby, accompanied by the sounds of swallowed saliva. The adults, reluctant to indulge, wished to save the treats for the children. However, with so many to share, they could not consume them all at once, fearing they would spoil by morning. "Let us all partake," Meng Fuyue declared. Thus, the adults finally relented. Yet, they ultimately consumed only 2 or 3 each before setting them aside. Upon noticing that Li Wu had acquired numerous items, the Wang family and Wang Shimei were consumed with jealousy. She's nothing but an ingrate, hoarding all those delightful goods without a thought to bring some back to her family. Does she truly believe that once married, she ceases to be a daughter of the Wang family? Without the support of her kin, I wonder how she will fare against her in-laws' bullying. Wang Posey indignantly lamented, as if Wang Xiaozu were indeed an ungrateful wretch. Hearing this, Widow Yang could not contain her laughter. How utterly ludicrous. No one in her family ever lent her a hand, denying her food and exploiting her to the utmost. Yet now that she is married, suddenly her family is invoked for support? The Li family is so kind-hearted, they would never mistreat their daughter-in-law. Unlike your Wang family, which relentlessly oppresses its own daughters and granddaughters. Chapter 51. The Wang family is truly deserving of their fate. Widow Yang's words left Wang Pozi red-faced with rage. Without allowing Wang Pozi to retort, Widow Yang interjected, "What of it? Do you dare claim my words are untrue? The whole village has witnessed how the Wang family treats Wang Xiaozhu. And have you forgotten the handprint she pressed on paper the day she wed? Once wed, she is no longer to be commanded, is she? It has only been a few days, and already you covet her possessions?" Wang Pozi was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet in her heart, she remained unconvinced. Even with a handprint, it did not alter the fact that Wang Xiaozhu was still a daughter of the Wang family. Therefore, what was wrong with her having food to eat and showing them some filial piety? However, they dared not directly approach the Li family to request food. At that moment, Wang Shimei was consumed with jealousy towards Wang Xiaozhu. Why was it not she who married Li Wu? Had she been the one to wed him, she too would have enjoyed those luxuries. Wang Shimei's envy intensified, becoming uncontrollable until she spotted Meng Fuyue approaching, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze, feeling guilty. Meng Fuyue's arrival was not intended for her but rather to seek out the village chief. However, upon observing Wang Shimei's countenance, she cast a cold glance her way. Truly, she was a restless young woman. Meng Fuyue approached the village chief to inform him of the grain prices in the city. Upon learning that the grains were not overpriced, the village chief expressed great delight. However, he noted that the prices in the provincial city were somewhat higher than those in the county. In the county, 1 tael of silver could purchase 200 pounds of rice, whereas in the provincial city, it would only secure 180 pounds. Nevertheless, this was still considered reasonable for them, especially given the severe grain inflation in Pingxi County following the drought, where a pound of rice had skyrocketed to 21. Li Wu filled a cloth bag with 3 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour before heading towards Widow Yang's home. The Yang family had often cared for Wang Xiaozhu, and as her husband, he felt compelled to express his gratitude through tangible actions. Widow Yang hesitated. Not because she did not desire the grains, oh, how she longed for them, but because she felt she had not truly aided Wang Xiaozhu, having merely shared a bed with her and her daughter. In contrast, Wang Xiaozhu had always shared the best wild vegetables with her, making her reluctant to accept anything further from them. Nonetheless, Li Wu insisted, and Widow Yang ultimately accepted the offerings. The already disgruntled Wang family seethed with anger upon witnessing Li Wu bestow rice upon Widow Yang's family while neglecting their own. They felt a desire to protest, but were too intimidated to do so. Yet, Wang Xiaohu, accustomed to bullying at home, was unafraid and boldly stormed to the Li family's camp, shouting at Wang Xiaozhu, give me all the good food, or I will beat you. In the past, whenever someone offered Wang Xiaozhu food, Wang Xiaohu would pounce on it. Would she refuse? She wished to, but dared not. For if she did, Wang Xiaohu would report her to their parents, leading to her being beaten and left without food. Her resentment towards Wang Xiaohu had long since festered. Now that she was married into the Li family and no longer dependent on the Wangs, she felt no fear of them. And her gaze towards Wang Xiaohu was icy. Why should I give you anything? Wang Xiaohu, taken aback by Wang Xiaozhu's refusal, was momentarily stunned before erupting with rage. You dare not give me anything. With that, he lunged forward, ready to strike her. Yet, before he could lay a hand on Wang Xiaozhu, Li Wu effortlessly lifted him, calling out towards the Wang family, if you don't discipline your son properly, I shall not hold back. The Wang family had already witnessed Wang Xiaohu's approach to demand food from Wang Xiaozhu, but they refrained from intervening, believing that as Wang Xiaohu was still a child and Wang Xiaozhu's brother, she would surely share her food. Little did they know that Wang Xiaohu would refuse, and Li Wu would take action against Wang Xiaohu. This shocked Wang Pozi and the Wang couple, who hurried over to retrieve Wang Xiaohu. How can an adult bully a child? Wang Pozi exclaimed in furious indignation, chastising Li Wu. Li Wu replied coldly, had it not been for his age, I would have kicked him away. He came to my camp to steal food and threatened to harm my wife. Does he think the Li family is easy prey? Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to act, regardless of age. There are other children around 10 years old in Shuishi village, and none of them behave so thoughtlessly. Wang Xiaohu is the most unreasonable of them all. Wang Posey was momentarily silenced, intimidated by Li Wu's fierce demeanor. But unwilling to concede, she retorted, "What is wrong with him asking his sister for some food? And besides, he's just a child. How could he possibly kill anyone?" Li Wu was nearly driven to laughter by her naivety. It is not the asking that is the problem, but rather, does his sister have anything to give him? When Xiao married, she had nothing. She is my wife now, free to eat as much as she pleases, yet your Wang family cannot even expect a single grain from her. Though he may not be able to kill, he can certainly inflict pain. I would not dare raise my voice at my wife. So why should you come here to intimidate her? Listen well, if any member of the Wang family dares to harm Xiaozhu in the slightest, I shall not hold back, Li Wu declared, brandishing a large knife and plunging it deep into the earth, startling Wang Posey into a quivering fright. As if she truly believed he would act on his words. Wang Posey, is it that you cannot survive a single day without causing a ruckus? The village chief approached, seething with anger. With such vigor to create trouble, you should not complain of exhaustion when fleeing famine. Xiaozhu is now a member of the Li family. Do not approach her any longer. If you desire food, earn your own silver through your own efforts. Wang Posey, thoroughly cowed, slinked back to her camp. While no one offered their sympathy to the Wang family, instead, they reveled in their misfortune. The Wang family had brought this upon themselves. Husband, Wang Xiaozhu said, her eyes misty with emotion, rendered speechless by the unexpected defense on her behalf. She had never imagined a day would come when she would be so fiercely protected. She thought that as long as she could avoid being bullied by her in-laws and have enough to eat, she would be content. Seeing her distress, Li Wu's heart ached for her, and he immediately reassured her, "Rest assured, as long as I am by your side, I will not allow anyone to bully you." Li Posey and her mother-in-law also offered comforting words, warming Wang Xiaozhu's heart immensely. However, this only intensified Wang Ximei's jealousy to a boiling point. With nearly half an hour remaining until the porridge distribution, many had already taken their bowls to queue for it, knowing that those who arrived early would be served first. Meng Fuyue remarked to her family, "We should refrain from joining the queue for porridge. There are too many people, and waiting could take an eternity. Besides, we are not lacking for a meal. I have purchased some meat buns. We shall dine on those for dinner." The others voiced no objections to her suggestion. Chapter 52. Encountering the Meng family, the Li family also chose not to collect porridge, as Li Wu had bought a substantial number of meat buns. As everyone else lined up for their porridge, Meng Fuyue and her family began to enjoy their buns. Consuming just 2 was quite filling. And with the addition of some spring water, they felt quite content. Camping outside the city of Xiangping was relatively safe, since the city was distributing porridge. No one felt particularly hungry and were unlikely to resort to thievery. Moreover, the bandits lacked the audacity to venture outside the city gates to cause trouble, especially with thousands of people present. Everyone had received sustenance, thus they were not as weak as they might have been on the road, making it difficult for bandits to pose a threat, especially with soldiers stationed on the city walls. Nonetheless, those on night watch remained vigilant, just in case. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. At dawn, everyone rose, and once the city gates opened, the village chief organized a group to push a wheelbarrow into the city to purchase grain, to prevent their supplies from being seized upon their return. He also arranged for a dozen individuals to wait outside the city. They planned to leave as soon as the grain was procured, rather than waiting for the midday porridge distribution. As the grain buyers entered the city, the villagers of Shuaishi began to pack their belongings. Although they felt a twinge of regret over the free bowl of porridge, they respected the chief's arrangements. Fortunately, after purchasing the grain, they each received a fair share, alleviating any lingering hesitation. Upon exiting the city with their grain, they indeed found themselves under the watchful eyes of many. However, due to their numbers, none dared to act brazenly. Since the area was bustling, it was not suitable for distributing the grain. They needed to find a more secluded spot for that. Suddenly, a male voice pierced the air. The Jiang family and Meng Jinhai turned to see a group from the Meng family approaching them. Instantly, their expressions shifted. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter the Meng family here. Meng Jinhai was taken aback. "Jinhai, how is it that you are unscathed, and your foot has healed?" he exclaimed. "What? Does elder brother wish for us to suffer misfortune?" Meng Jinhai retorted sarcastically. A flicker of guilt crossed Meng Jinhai's eyes as he quickly denied. "How could I wish such a thing upon you? The circumstances at that time were beyond our control." He did not desire ill for the Meng family. merely believed that their situation had become dire. After all, traveling as a family of 4 was fraught with peril. Who could have predicted that not only had they escaped misfortune, but Meng Jinhai's foot had also healed, and they had encountered the Jiang family. Regarding the moment they abandoned Meng Jinhai's family, he felt a twinge of guilt and unease, a weight on his conscience. Seeing them unscathed, he felt a sense of relief within. Especially Meng Qingyang, who had been saved by Meng Jinhai, kept his head down, unable to meet Meng Jinhai's gaze. Is that so? Meng Jinhai scoffed, unfazed by Meng Jinhai's thoughts. Since the Meng family had cast them aside, he had no desire to maintain any further connection. It appeared that after his younger brother's family had left, they had fared quite well. Look at us, each of us thin as a bamboo stalk. While his brother's family not only remained well-fed, but had also gained weight, their faces glowing with health. Meng Dajiao remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Her gaze towards Meng Jinhai filled with envy. It was not just Meng Dajiao, the entire Meng family shared her sentiments. Clearly, Meng Jinhai and his family had not only avoided hardships, but had likely enjoyed a feast along the way. How could the Meng family reconcile such a disparity? Meng Jinhai's daughter, Meng Xiaowen, had always been envious of Meng Fuyue's beauty, and now her jealousy intensified, for Meng Fuyue appeared even more radiant than before. Why? Why had they not perished along the journey? She had relished the thought of Meng Fuyue's family meeting a grim fate after being abandoned. Finally, Meng Fuyue would no longer be a thorn in her side. Yet now Meng Fuyue not only reappeared but had become even more irksome. Meng Fuyue sensed Meng Xiaowen's gaze, but chose to disregard it, for Meng Xiaowen could not affect her in any way. Indeed, we owe you a debt of gratitude for abandoning us, as it led us to the people of Shuishi village. Our journey has been fortuitous. We have hunted not only wild chickens and rabbits, but also wild boars, feasting on meat nearly every other day. How could we not become plump and rosy? Meng Jinhai said, inviting envy with every word. Meng Dajiao was momentarily speechless, her heart racing with jealousy. If you are so grateful, perhaps you might share some of that meat with us? She unashamedly suggested. Upon hearing this, the onlookers cast disdainful glances at Meng Dajiao. How brazen could she be? None whatsoever, Meng Jinhai replied curtly. Meng Dajiao was taken aback. Aunt Meng San's gaze fell upon their cart, her eyes brimming with envy and greed. How is it that you possess a cart? The Jiang family is so impoverished. How could they afford a cart? And why do you have one when the Meng family does not, trudging along on foot until our feet are worn raw? Not wishing to reveal that the cart belonged to Meng Jinhai, Zhou Shi interjected, what concern is it of yours how we acquired a cart? Aunt Meng San was momentarily silenced. While it was not her affair, her curiosity was piqued. We are about to depart, so we shall not linger, Meng Jinhai said coldly, unwilling to engage further with them. However, while he intended to ignore the Meng family, they were determined not to let them leave unchallenged. The utterly disregarded Meng Pozi suddenly exclaimed in anger, Meng Jinhai, what is this attitude? You do not even greet your own mother? Mother, Meng Jinhai replied, devoid of emotion. His tone perfunctory. To Meng Jin, the figure of Meng Pa could only be referred to as mother. This revelation only served to incite further ire in Meng Pa. What is this attitude you display? She retorted. And what attitude does mother expect of me? Meng Jin countered, his gaze unwavering and indifferent. You, Meng Pa gasped, indignation surging within her. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your mother. I have never claimed otherwise, he replied. But we truly must be on our way. It is unreasonable to delay the others for my sake. Meng Pa nearly choked on her anger, demanding, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that you would abandon your mother here? As she spoke, she plopped down on the ground, weeping pitifully. Oh, what sins have I committed? My son has forsaken me. What meaning does my life hold now? Upon hearing her lament, others gathered around. And her theatrical display of grief led onlookers to mistakenly believe her son was deeply ungrateful. Meng Jin and his wife remained composed, observing Meng Po's antics with a calm demeanor. Though they were the least favored branch of the Meng family, they were undoubtedly the most devoted. They toiled the hardest while consuming the least. Chapter 53, The Heart of a Wolf and the Lungs of a Dog. When the old woman fell ill, it was they who tended to her most diligently. Yet, in the end, they bore the brunt of all misfortunes. However, their hearts had grown cold, and they would no longer show leniency towards the Meng family, nor would they concern themselves with how others perceived them. The villagers of Shuishi knew well that Meng Jin had been cast aside by the old Meng family, their expressions filled with disdain as they regarded the old woman. If life held no meaning, she might as well embrace death. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Zhou Shi shouted in anger, "Your words are truly laughable, old woman. Was it not your old Meng family that abandoned Jinna's household? Since you have forsaken them, why not treat them as if they were dead? Now you wish to say these things? Are you hoping to attach yourself to them now that they have found some semblance of fortune?" Meng Po's expression flickered with guilt as she defensively replied, "That was only because Jin was indeed a burden at the time. We had no choice." Zhou Shi laughed derisively. "A heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, you speak of no alternatives. I have encountered shameless individuals, but none as shameless as you. How did Jin sustain his injuries? Was it not while rescuing you ungrateful wretches of the Meng family? In the end, you abandoned him. You are well aware of the dangers of traveling alone on the road during a famine. By abandoning them, you effectively signed their death warrant. No decent person would commit such a heartless act." Meng Po was left sputtering with indignation, yet she could find no words to refute her. For they had indeed cast Meng Jin aside without a thought for his survival. The surrounding villagers murmured and pointed at the old Meng family. "Let us depart. We needn't associate with these irrelevant matters," Zhou Shi urged as she pulled Meng Jin and Jiang Yurong away. "Do not leave." Meng Po could not easily let them go. Regardless of how they had treated Meng Jin, he remained her son, and as his mother, she could not simply disregard him. Why should they have a cart while she did not? However, the Jiang family rallied together, their fierce countenances intimidating the Meng clan. The men of the Jiang family were numerous, and the Meng family could not contend with them. Not only the Jiang family, but the Li family and several villagers of Shuishi also stood in solidarity. "Let us see who dares to prevent the Meng brothers from leaving. If you wish to keep them here, you must first contend with us." Throughout their journey, they had relied on Meng Fuyue, who had guided them through numerous perils and occasionally provided them with stews. Without her, they would have faced grave danger, although they were aware of their own motives. The primary issue was that Meng Jinna's family did not wish to stay, for the Meng family had shown them no humanity. If Meng Jinna's family had desired to remain, no amount of persuasion would have sufficed. Once the villagers of Shuishi intervened, the Meng family was thoroughly intimidated, with no one from Meng family village to support them. They did not dare to voice further objections, merely watching helplessly as Jinna's family departed. After all, the villagers harbored guilt for abandoning Meng Jinna's family, and they felt no inclination to defend the Meng family. Was Meng Po content with this outcome? Certainly not. Yet, what could she do? All she could do was throw a tantrum and hurl insults, venting her frustrations. The presence of the Meng family had somewhat affected the mood of Meng Jin and his wife, but they were not despondent, merely incensed. The audacity of the Meng family was truly staggering. After their departure, they were followed by several stragglers, all drawn by the allure of their provisions. Though these were refugees who, despite their ill intentions, were ultimately driven by desperation, Meng Fuyue had no desire to harm them. She resolved to first intimidate them to dissuade their pursuit. Deliberately lagging at the rear, she shattered a large stone with a single punch, effectively deterring the stragglers who dared not follow any longer. The villagers of Shuishi, startled by the sound, turned to investigate, realizing what had transpired upon seeing the retreating figures behind the caravan. Having procured such a large quantity of grain, it was inevitable they would attract attention. Fortunately, with Meng Fuyue's intervention, they were deterred, otherwise, they might have faced a conflict over their supplies. As most refugees congregated outside Xiangping Prefecture, planning to gather porridge before departing, they traveled several miles beyond the city before encountering only a few stragglers. A small stream lay at the foot of the mountain, and they decided to rest there, dividing their rations before breakfasting for the journey ahead. Both white rice and brown rice were available, with the latter apportioned more generously. With careful rationing, they would manage to reach their destination. Upon receiving their provisions, everyone was overjoyed, relishing the opportunity to enjoy a hearty porridge. Each face radiated with joy, as their current circumstances far surpassed the hardships endured prior to their escape. On the Jiang family side, Meng Fuyue prepared a delightful mix of minced meat and shredded cabbage. Complemented by spicy pickles and fermented radishes, no other household could boast a meal as lavish as theirs. Though they dined sumptuously each day, every meal left them feeling satisfied. Before encountering Meng Fuyue, they had struggled to find enough to eat, uncertain if they would even survive the journey south. Yet now, with her assistance, they were well-fed and content, their lives transformed for the better. As they prepared to traverse the mountain paths, the carts and oxen could no longer navigate the terrain, prompting the men to convert their cart into a wheelbarrow during the porridge preparation. Around midday, when everyone had finished their lunch and was ready to set off again, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. The wind picked up, making the already cool air feel even chillier. Is it going to rain? They wondered. It seemed likely. It had been a long time since they had seen rain, yet sadly, it appeared that it would not fall upon their home in Shizhou. As the ominous clouds gathered, the village chief urged everyone to hastily erect tents before the impending rain, to avoid the discomfort of being drenched and succumbing to the chill. Upon hearing this, the villagers promptly set to work, constructing makeshift shelters. Meng Fuyue led a group to gather numerous wooden poles, using them to elevate the ground before laying down a layer of material and then pitching the tents. This method ensured that their bodies would not come into direct contact with the damp earth while they slept, thereby mitigating the accumulation of moisture. With the onset of rain, the ground would become saturated, intensifying the humidity. While summer might have allowed for some leniency, the onset of winter meant that increased dampness would render the cold even more biting. Although it was not an absolute certainty that they would fall ill, taking precautions was always prudent. Initially, some family members regarded Meng Fuyue's meticulous efforts as cumbersome. However, recognizing her intentions for their collective good, they refrained from voicing any complaints and instead offered their full cooperation. The Li family took a similar approach. Chapter 54, 50 coins, and I shall cure her. Meng Fuyue also constructed a simple tent for the horses, digging a trench around it to prevent water from seeping underneath. As the villagers busied themselves with tent construction, thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Everyone collaborated efficiently. Some focused on erecting tents, while others gathered firewood, ensuring they collected ample supplies, lest the rain render the wood unusable. Once preparations were complete, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The sight of the long-awaited rain evoked mixed emotions among the villagers. Had there been more such rains in Shizhou, they would not have been forced to flee. Regardless of their destination, nothing could replace the comfort of home. As the rain fell, the temperature plummeted, and the wind whipped through the air, chilling the skin painfully. Families hurriedly stoked their fires, seeking warmth. The downpour continued for about an hour, gradually lessening, yet it persisted. Even when the rain finally ceased, they could not immediately set out, for the mountain paths would be treacherously slippery. By the time the rain had entirely stopped, it was already evening, and the villagers began preparing dinner. As night fell, the temperature dropped further. Meng Fuyue brewed a pot of traditional herbal medicine and called out to everyone, "After the heavy rain, the temperature has decreased, and the night will be quite cold. We are sleeping outdoors, and the humidity is high, making us susceptible to colds. I have prepared some warming herbal medicine to prevent illness, available at 2 coins per bowl." Having gained the villagers' trust in her abilities, many approached her to purchase a bowl, acknowledging that while they might not necessarily fall ill, her reasoning was sound, and spending a few coins for peace of mind was worthwhile. For a family, the cost was merely a few coins, not an exorbitant sum. However, some were reluctant to part with their money, reasoning that they might not catch a cold and deeming it unnecessary to spend. In the end, about 7 households, including the Li family and Granny Wang's, opted not to purchase the medicine. By midnight, several villagers awoke, shivering from the cold. The Meng and Jiang families, however, remained undisturbed, as their tents were elevated from the ground, effectively isolating them from the dampness. Their tents were well sealed against the wind, and the thick blankets, combined with their newly donned heavy cotton coats, kept them comfortably warm. The following morning, 6 individuals were afflicted with colds, suffering from persistent coughs and general weakness. Notably, those who fell ill came from the households that had declined to buy the medicine, including Li Xiaohua and Granny Wang. The villagers who had purchased the herbal remedy felt a sense of relief, while not everyone who abstained from the medicine fell ill. The potential consequences were too great to ignore. Subsequently, apart from Li Xiaohua and Granny Wang, the remaining 4 who had caught colds rushed to Meng Fuyue to buy the remedy. The medicine for treating colds was significantly more expensive than the preventive tonic, priced at 20 coins per bowl, yet it promised relief within a mere quarter of an hour. Relief in just a quarter of an hour? Is it truly that effective? Doubt crept into their minds. What if it doesn't work? Someone inquired. If it doesn't work, I'll refund your money, Meng Fuyue assured them. This declaration left the skeptics with little to argue against, and they promptly produced 20 coins to pay her. The price of 20 coins to cure a cold was In fact, quite reasonable. Previously, they had spent hundreds of coins at pharmacies for medicine. Since the medicine required preparation with spiritual spring water, Meng Fuyue did not simply hand it over for them to brew themselves. Instead, she prepared it for them. As the medicine simmered, breakfast was also being prepared. Once they had eaten, the villagers took the medicine, and after consuming a bowl, they immediately felt a sense of lightness. By the time they had finished packing their belongings and were ready to depart, only a quarter of an hour had passed, and they already felt significantly better. The efficacy of this medicine is truly remarkable. A single bowl, and in just 15 minutes, I am well again. One exclaimed. Indeed. When my son caught a cold, he required several days of treatment to recover. Another added. Meng Fuyue is truly impressive. Meanwhile, Li Xiuhua and Granny Wang, who had not purchased the medicine, continued to suffer. Li Xiuhua was plagued by a relentless cough, while Granny Wang felt utterly depleted, needing assistance to walk. Their families, witnessing their discomfort, failed to urge them to buy the medicine. Ultimately, the Li and Wang families proved to be selfish, unwilling to spend the 20 coins on a bowl of medicine for the elderly women, though they were not yet at the point of starving. One could only speculate how far they might go to conserve resources if they ever reached such dire straits, possibly even wishing for their elders to perish to save on provisions. The village chief, unable to bear it any longer, urged them. You should spend some coins to buy medicine from Meng Fuyue. Otherwise, if the situation worsens, you will be spending far more than 20 coins. He added. And 20 coins is hardly excessive. You won't find medicine for less than 1 or 200 coins at a pharmacy. What of a cold? It won't kill anyone. Li Xiuhua retorted dismissively, noting that her only symptom was coughing, which did not hinder her ability to travel. Granny Wang remained silent. The chief, having his goodwill treated with disdain, chose not to press the matter further. By noon, the group descended the mountain and paused to prepare lunch. Granny Wang, feeling unwell, decided to take a nap until the meal was ready. However, when the food was prepared and Wang Er's wife went to call her, she found Granny Wang unresponsive. Noticing Granny Wang's flushed complexion, she touched her forehead and recoiled, exclaiming, "Husband, mother is running a fever." Upon hearing this, the Wang family was thrown into a panic. What should we do? What can we do? Someone cried. Only Meng Fuyue possesses the medical knowledge required. If you wish to avoid her demise, you must seek her aid. Another suggested. Wang De immediately rose to find Meng Fuyue. Meng Fuyue, I implore you to examine my mother. She is feverish, he pleaded. 50 coins. And I shall cure her, Meng Fuyue replied, not immediately rising, but first discussing the price. When they had the opportunity to spend 2 coins on preventive medicine, they had refused, and now, with the situation escalated, the cost had naturally increased. While the price seemed high to them, it was exceedingly reasonable in the marketplace to cure a feverish cold for 50 coins. Out of compassion for their plight during these difficult times, she was inclined to assist them. Regardless, she did not suffer any loss. Wang De hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. If the ailment were not treated promptly, it could worsen, leading to exorbitant expenses. Wang De handed Meng Fuyue 50 coins, and she produced a pill for him. This pill is for reducing fever. It will completely alleviate the fever within a quarter of an hour. Once you awaken, come back for a bowl of medicine to dispel the chill, and after another quarter of an hour, you should be well on your way to recovery. Chapter 55, Slaying Bandits, Searching for Silver, Seizing Horses. Wang De took the pill and dashed back. Meanwhile, Li Xiuhua was alarmed by the state of old Wang, as she too felt her own cold symptoms intensifying. Initially, it was merely a cough, but now her body began to grow weak. However, Li Xiuhua could not bring herself to ask Meng Fuyue for medicine, so she sent her eldest daughter-in-law instead. Although Li Xiuhua harbored enmity towards the Jiang family, she did not refuse to pay for the medicine Meng Fuyue provided. While everyone was preparing the meal, Meng Fuyue was busy concocting the medicine. After taking the pill from Meng Fuyue, old Wang quickly began to recover. Within 15 minutes, her fever had subsided completely, and she awoke. Upon learning that her eldest son had spent 50 coins on medicine from Meng Fuyue, she felt a pang of reluctance, but said nothing. For this illness had frightened her. What if she didn't take the medicine and fell gravely ill? Although she had aged, she was not yet ready to meet her end. Surely, silver could not be valued more than life. Meng Fuyue also finished preparing the medicine and distributed a bowl to both old Wang and Li Xiuhua. After consuming it, both women felt immediate relief from their ailments. In about 15 minutes, they were nearly restored to health. Li Xiuhua no longer coughed, and her strength returned, as did old Wang S. After lunch, everyone set off once more. At the southern city gate of Xiangping Prefecture, there were not many refugees in sight, as most rogues had temporarily congregated at the western gate, leaving few to cross over. The villagers from Shuishi village journeyed southward. Although they had passed through Xiangping Prefecture, it did not guarantee their safety. They still faced the potential threat of marauding bandits and starving refugees along the way. However, they felt considerably safer on the official road, having traveled for 2 days without incident. Yet, on the third day, at the hour of Shin, a group of refugees suddenly ran back towards them, and the villagers of Shuishi assumed they were there to plunder, quickly arming themselves in defense. The fleeing group shouted, "Run! There are bandits ahead!" Upon hearing this, panic ensued. However, it was already too late to escape, as the bandits, mounted and numbering around 20, were soon upon them. Many from the front line of refugees had already perished at the hands of the bandits. Meng Fuyue immediately seized an axe, instructing Li Wu and the men of the household, "Protect your families. I will confront the bandits." The few who had trained with Meng Fuyue had acquired some skills. While they could not withstand the enemy, they could defend against several bandits, provided they were not skilled fighters themselves. If they faced true masters, they would stand little chance. Yet, if she did not charge forth to confront them, many lives would be lost. She may lack power, but with it, she could not stand idly by as tragedy unfolded. Everyone was deeply concerned for Meng Fuyue. Yet they understood that only she had the potential to deal with the bandits, and thus they could only watch as she rushed forward. Li Wu and the other young men quickly gathered their families, shielding them closely. Just as the bandits were nearing Shuishi village, a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds hurtled towards them. The bandits were taken aback, with no time to evade, for fell from their horses, one of which was injured by the falling rock. When they realized the source of the boulder was a young girl of merely a few years, the bandits were astonished, but more so captivated by her beauty. The girl, with her exquisite and delicate figure, was utterly enchanting. Their eyes gleamed with lustful intent. The leader of the bandits leered, This little lady is quite something. I wonder what it would be like to have her beneath me." Before he could finish his thought, Meng Fuyue struck again, hurling a vial of sleeping powder and shattering it with a stone, causing the powder to disperse into the air. Several more bandits and horses succumbed to its effects, collapsing one after another. The bandits, now filled with dread, no longer regarded her with lustful gazes, but with vicious intent. "Damn it, kill that wretched girl!" they shouted as they charged towards her. Meng Fuyue brandished her axe and engaged the bandits in battle. The villagers of Shuishi watched in terror. Although they knew Meng Fuyue was formidable, they could not help but worry, silently praying for her victory. They felt immense gratitude towards her. Without her, they would have surely suffered greatly, if not perished. Throughout the skirmish, the sleeping powder continued to be cast. One by one, the bandits fell, some succumbing to the powder while others were struck down by Meng Fuyue. She made every effort not to harm the horses, knowing their value would ease their own burdens. Before long, all 20 bandits lay defeated, with 28 horses, 3 of which were injured, 1 critically so. Since the horses had also inhaled the sleeping powder, they did not flee. Once the bandits were vanquished by Meng Fuyue, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Meng Jinhe and his wife, along with the Jiang and Li families, as well as the young men who had trained under Meng Fuyue, rushed over to check on her well-being. "Sister, are you all right?" Meng Lingqi grasped Meng Fuyue's leg tightly, eyes brimming with tears, filled with concern. "I'm fine, everyone need not worry," Meng Fuyue reassured them, pinching Meng Lingqi's cheek. Seeing her unharmed eased their worries. "Let us hope we do not encounter bandits again. It is far too perilous," Zhou said, clasping her hands in prayer. Even though Meng Fuyue was formidable, the possibility of danger lingered. It would be best to avoid such encounters altogether. "Indeed," the others echoed in agreement. "Return to check on your belongings. It would be unfortunate if someone were to steal them," Meng Fuyue advised. Hearing this, Zhou and the others complied and made their way back. Initially, Meng Lingqi was reluctant to leave, but seeing the fallen bandits filled him with fear, prompting him to follow. Meng Fuyue instructed the young men, dispose of the bandits' bodies to the side, then search them for silver and collect their weapons. "Understood," they replied, promptly setting to work. The villagers were tempted by the prospect of searching the bandits for silver but dared not interfere. Meng Fuyue then administered the antidote to the horses, securing them to a nearby tree once they regained consciousness. Meng girl, we found this silver. Li Wu and the others returned with the recovered coins and presented them to Meng Fuyue. Although she had instructed them to search for silver, they dared not take a single penny for themselves, knowing it was all thanks to her efforts. Meng Fuyue accepted the silver and counted it. The bandits were far wealthier than those they had encountered previously, possessing 200 taels in silver notes, 250 tael notes, 3 10-tael notes, and several additional taels of silver. Chapter 56. Except for the Li Xiaohua family, Meng Fuyue accepted the 200 tael silver notes and over 10 taels of silver. These 250 tael notes shall be divided among your households, and these 3 10-tael notes should be given to the village chief to purchase grain for everyone. The crowd gasped in astonishment. But you dealt with those bandits alone, Li Wu exclaimed. Indeed. Others echoed in agreement. Although they all desired the silver, with 100 taels divided among 7 households, each would receive merely over 10 taels, an amount that could facilitate numerous endeavors. Yet, they felt it inappropriate to accept what was rightfully Meng Fuyue's merit. I have already acquired over 200 taels, sharing some with you is no burden. Now enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed swiftly, Meng Fuyue stated decisively. The others fell silent, deeply moved. When grappling with personal misfortune, they could hardly bear to witness the suffering of others, let alone now when she could assist with just a flick of her finger. Furthermore, this money did not come from her personal coffers, so there was no reluctance. Helping those who have never wronged her is kindness, aiding those who have caused her harm is the epitome of selflessness. Meng Fuyue took the 30 taels in silver notes to the village chief. Village chief, these 30 taels are for purchasing grain to distribute among everyone, excluding the Li Xiaohua family. As for these horses, I shall not distribute them to anyone, but they may be borrowed by one household each for carrying goods, to be returned upon reaching their destination. Each household may also receive a sword for self-defense, still excluding the Li Xiaohua family. Additionally, there is one horse severely injured and beyond saving. It may be slaughtered to share the meat, again excluding the Li Xiaohua family. The village chief held no objections regarding Meng Fuyue keeping all the horses, for they were spoils of her own conquest. Without her intervention, many lives would have surely been lost to the bandits. The grievances between the Li Xiaohua family and the Jiang family were indeed difficult to overlook. Thus they were rightfully excluded, and he saw no fault in this decision. The village chief relayed the message to everyone. Most villagers had no qualms about Meng Fuyue retaining all the horses. Even if there were dissenters, they dared not voice it, for those horses were undeniably won through her own prowess. Without Meng Fuyue, they might not have even managed to save their own lives, let alone acquire horses. Moreover, Meng Fuyue had contributed 30 taels for grain and arranged for meat from the slaughtered horse. They ought to be grateful to her. However, the Li Xiaohua family, receiving nothing, was incensed, with Li Xiaohua even reduced to tears. Yet, wary of Meng Fuyue's power, they refrained from causing a scene. Besides, Meng Fuyue was now the village's champion. Should they provoke her, the other villagers would undoubtedly rally to her defense before she could intervene. Thus, they could only silently endure their bitter fate. Water Creek Village comprised 24 households, and with the addition of the Li Dashing and Meng families, the total reached 26. Excluding the Li Xiaohua family, there remained 25 households. With each household taking one horse, 2 would remain with Meng Fuyue. She decided to keep the 2 injured horses, knowing that giving them away would not ensure their treatment, but rather exacerbate their conditions. With just a bit of spiritual water and some healing powder, the horses would soon recover, as they were still quite robust and had been well fed. Each household sent one person to retrieve a horse for carrying goods, along with a sword. Each horse significantly lightened their burdens, leaving everyone feeling considerably relieved. Sister, are all these horses ours? Meng Lingqi asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although he had heard others say so, he sought confirmation from his sister. Yes, all these horses belong to our family. Once we are settled, I will teach you and your brothers to ride, and each of you shall have one, but you must care for them yourselves. Meng Fuyue replied. Wow, that is amazing. Meng Lingqi exclaimed, jumping with joy, and the other boys shared in his exuberance. Previously, they could not even dream of having a single horse, yet now they found themselves owning so many. Though these horses belonged to Meng Fuyue, they had no intention of claiming them, they merely wished to ride. This was not a place to linger, so Meng Fuyue used a wheelbarrow to transport the horse away. She brought forth 100-tael silver note to hand to Zhou. Once we reach our new home, use this silver note to purchase land and build houses. This is taken from the bandits, so do not refuse it. I have shared some with others, but as my grandmother, you shall receive a little more. She refrained from directly providing the funds for house construction, as any silver withdrawn from her hand might lead them to perceive the house as hers, leaving them uneasy. However, by giving them a note freshly acquired from the bandits, it felt as though they were sharing in the spoils together, rather than receiving her money, which would alter their mindset. In the end, they would build their homes as they pleased, with no interference from her, fostering a greater sense of belonging. But this is too much, Zhou exclaimed, having never encountered such a substantial silver note, feeling as if it were a hot potato, nervous and anxious. I have even more than this. Rest assured, I will not allow myself to suffer loss, Meng Fuyue reassured her. Firm in her resolve, Zhou held her tongue. Yet her heart brimmed with gratitude. The Jiang family felt similarly. Just as Meng Fuyue had anticipated, by directly distributing the silver notes, they felt touched and thankful without the burden of expectation. After all, Meng Fuyue had not only given to the Jiang family, but also to others. Albeit the Jiang family received a larger share. Had Meng Fuyue built houses for them, they would have felt no sense of ownership. Before departing, she ensured the bandits were thoroughly dealt with. These scoundrels had committed countless atrocities and deserved their fate. Meng Fuyue administered a lethal poison to them. The group continued their journey. An hour later, they arrived at a small creek at the foot of the mountain, where they paused to camp as dusk fell. The village chief arranged for the severely injured horse to be slaughtered for meat, while Meng Fuyue directed everyone to lead the other horses to drink and graze. She secretly retrieved some grass from her space to nourish the horses, improving their condition. She also specifically fed the 2 injured horses with spiritual water. Their injuries were minor, and after a few doses, they were nearly fully healed. Having just distributed grain, the camp was now filled with laughter and joy as they feasted on meat. Such a scene could only be witnessed in the Water Creek village. Other groups would be too weary even to speak, let alone laugh, except for the Li Xiuhua family. Chapter 57, Rescuing a Noble Due to Not Receiving Any Meat. Jiang Xiaobao cried and threw a tantrum, prompting Li Xiuhua to begrudgingly spend a few coins to buy 2 taels for him. Indeed, the child who cries gets the candy. However, in the Li Xiuhua household, it was only Jiang Xiaobao's wailing that bore any fruit. It was impossible for anyone else to evoke such sympathy. After all, Jiang Xiaobao was Li Xiuhua's most cherished grandson. Meng Fuyue retrieved the cabbage and radishes, preparing to indulge in hot pot once more that evening. After a satisfying meal, everyone busied themselves with various tasks. Some tidied up, others rested, while a few resumed their training. As the night deepened into silence, a sudden cacophony of clashing swords and blades jolted everyone awake. The immediate thought that crossed their minds was, are bandits upon us? Despite the surge of panic, they swiftly armed themselves and gathered the villagers together. Holding an axe, Meng Fuyue gazed toward the source of the commotion. Although the night was dark, her exceptional night vision allowed her to discern 2 factions engaged in combat not far from her position. Enclosed within a throng of cloaked figures was a horse-drawn carriage, while 2 men clad in dark attire battled against 5 masked assailants, each exhibiting formidable prowess that momentarily intimidated Meng Fuyue. Observing that the 2 men were holding their own against their 5 adversaries, she decided against intervening, at least for the moment. However, a woman's panicked voice emanated from the carriage. My lord, do not succumb to slumber. Remain vigilant. We shall soon reach Xiangping Prefecture and find a physician. At this, Meng Fuyue could no longer remain a bystander. She instructed Li Wu and the others to maintain their positions and advanced toward the fray, swinging her axe at one of the black-clad figures. Clearly underestimating her, the assailant carelessly deflected her blow with his sword, confident that he could send her flying with his internal energy. To his astonishment, Meng Fuyue's axe cleaved through his sword and struck toward his body. The black-clad man, caught off guard, felt the axe slice across his neck, and in an instant, his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. This shocking scene stunned the onlookers momentarily before they resumed their fierce battle. The 2 men in dark attire, relieved to see an ally instead of a foe, pressed on. Though they had not been at a disadvantage against their 5 opponents, the struggle was taxing, especially since their lord was in dire need. Meng Fuyue launched herself at another black-clad assailant. Having learned from the fate of his comrade, this one did not underestimate her. Yet when their weapons collided, It was Meng Fuyue's axe that severed his blade, continuing its deadly arc toward him. Despite his quick reflexes, he could not evade, and his arm was swiftly lopped off, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Relentlessly pursuing her quarry, Meng Fuyue soon dispatched him as well. With only 3 adversaries remaining, the 2 dark-clad men found themselves in no peril, their victory imminent. "Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance," they expressed with respectful bows once they had subdued the remaining foes. "We are fleeing from the western region. Our village is not far ahead where we have set up camp. I am a physician. Would you like me to examine your lord?" Meng Fuyue inquired. The 2 men exchanged wary glances, their eyes betraying a mixture of hesitation and vigilance. They noticed the flickering lights in the distance and heard the clamor of voices, recognizing them as fellow refugees, thus alleviating their doubts about Meng Fuyue's identity. Yet, they remained cautious regarding her medical abilities. Before they could respond, a voice from the carriage exclaimed, "Is that true?" The elderly woman lifted the carriage curtain, peering out. Upon seeing the youthful girl, disappointment flickered across her face. How could someone so young possibly possess the skills to treat their dire affliction? Noting the woman's visage marred by red blotches, Meng Fuyue deduced, "You are afflicted with leprosy? Indeed. Can you possibly provide treatment?" The elder's eyes brightened at Meng Fuyue's swift diagnosis, igniting a flicker of hope. Leprosy is an exceedingly dreadful contagion that is notoriously difficult to cure, often leaving those afflicted to await their fate. Most alarmingly, should the authorities discover a leprosy patient, they would be sent to Leprosy Mountain, deprived of any chance for treatment. Although their lord's status was uncommon, they were still at risk, as those in power had their sights set on them. Only upon returning to Ningyang Prefecture would they be safe. But they faced relentless attempts on their lives to prevent their return. Thankfully, Xian Yi and Xian Er were skilled fighters, otherwise they would have met with disaster long ago. "I can treat it, but I must first assess whether there are any other ailments besides leprosy. If there are, I can address those as well. If it is inconvenient to show yourselves, extending a hand from the carriage will suffice for a pulse check. However, my services are not free." While she could offer treatment without charge to those unable to pay, it was evident that these individuals were of considerable means. "Should you successfully heal my lord and me, we shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely," the elder asserted, her demeanor suddenly turning grave, exuding an air of authority. "But should you fail and we suffer no further ill consequences, we shall not pursue you. However, if you worsen our condition, we will hold you accountable." "That is only natural," Meng Fuyue replied, unperturbed. The 2 men in dark attire exchanged glances, harboring some concern, yet they reasoned that since she had already assisted them in vanquishing 2 foes, she could not harbor ill intentions. Thus, they refrained from objecting. "Come inside and examine my lord first," the elder urged, lifting the curtain and igniting an oil lamp. Once Meng Fuyue beheld the figure lying within the carriage, a woman in her 30s, her face marred by red blotches, she could still discern her striking features. After taking the woman's pulse, Meng Fuyue confirmed that aside from leprosy, she exhibited no other ailments. She then checked the elder's pulse, finding the same. "You have no other ailments beyond leprosy. I possess a remedy and the necessary herbs, but merely consuming the medicine will yield slow improvement, approximately half a month to show significant progress. However, if you can take a medicinal bath for 2 hours, you will see substantial improvement, followed by 3 days of medication for near-complete recovery. There is a stream nearby, but we lack a bathing tub." The group, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and had no reason to doubt Meng Fuyue, as the timeline for her proposed treatment was short and results would soon be evident. "There is a relay station 30 miles ahead. I shall procure a tub," one of the dark-clad men declared, confident that he could make the round trip swiftly on horseback and return with the necessary supplies. "Excellent, Xian Yi, do so without delay," the elder urged. For their lord had already lost consciousness, and as her most trusted confidant, her words carried weight. Xian Yi mounted his horse and departed post-haste. "Do you have oilcloth?" Meng Fuyue inquired. "If so, it would be best to erect a tent, as it is not convenient to bathe in the carriage. If you lack any, I can fetch some from my home. We do not have any. We would be grateful if you could bring some, and we shall compensate you for it," the elder replied. "Very well," Meng Fuyue responded, gesturing towards the stream downstream at a distance from Lushui village. "You all go wait by the stream over there." And then set up 3 small stoves, 2 for boiling water to expedite the process, and 1 for preparing the medicine. "Gather some firewood to start a fire. I will fetch the oilcloth and 2 pots for boiling water." There were 2 leprosy patients among them. So it was crucial they kept their distance from the villagers of Lushui. Understood, replied Yu Mama and Xian, who then prepared to drive the cart over. However, just a few steps away, Meng Fuyue suddenly returned, approaching the men in black. Xian and Yu Mama exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, before they could inquire, they saw Meng Fuyue confiscate their swords and search them. She collected 5 swords along with a considerable amount of silver. Xian and Yu Mama were taken aback. They did not regard Meng Fuyue's actions as unbecoming. Instead, a pang of sorrow struck them. After all, they were fleeing from disaster. Life must be arduous for them. And the silver they had seized could very well be a lifeline. Yu Mama silently resolved that once she had healed her mistress, she would implore her to grant her a larger fee for her services. The villagers of Lushui, seeing Meng Fuyue had been gone for quite some time without returning, grew increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, having been instructed not to leave, they dared not wander off. It was only upon Meng Fuyue's return that they all let out a sigh of relief. Miss Meng, are you all right? Several people hurriedly surrounded her, inquiring. Meng Fuyue replied, I'm fine. A lady and her servant were targeted by bandits, but I have dealt with it. The lady was unwell, but I treated her. And she is now fine. You all should rest. Upon hearing this, everyone felt completely reassured. As they were unaware of the healing process, they did not press for further details. Returning to her camp, Meng Fuyue used the cart for cover, retrieving some oilcloth, a medical kit, and herbs for treating leprosy, along with 2 pots. You, let me help you. Jiang Yurong immediately rose to offer assistance. Others also stood up, eager to aid Meng Fuyue. No need. I can manage myself. That lady prefers no one to come too close. You should rest first. Meng Fuyue insisted. Thus, they did not press further. But their concern for Meng Fuyue kept them from falling asleep. By the time Meng Fuyue returned with her supplies, Xian had already constructed 3 small stoves and gathered firewood with impressive speed. Since Yu Mama was also a patient, although she had not fainted, she lacked the strength to assist. Miss, are you not fleeing from disaster? How do you have so many horses? Xian asked, puzzled. As they reached the stream, they could see numerous horses near the camp of Lushui village. While they recognized those were indeed refugees, they were curious about the source of the horses. Oh, today, we happened upon over 20 bandits, dealt with them, and took their horses. With these horses, the villagers can manage more easily, Meng Fuyue answered with a casual demeanor, leaving Xian quite astonished. She had never encountered such formidable refugees before. Yet, recalling how effortlessly Meng Fuyue had slain 2 skilled adversaries, it no longer seemed implausible. Although they were all fleeing, who was to say that extraordinary talent could not arise from humble origins? Therefore, they harbored little suspicion or doubt regarding Meng Fuyue. Regardless of her background, if she could heal their mistress, she was their benefactor. Meng Fuyue went to fetch water for boiling, while Xian gathered long wooden poles to set up a tent. Naturally, the water was not sourced from the stream but from a spatial reservoir. Otherwise, how could she dare claim that a medicinal bath would suffice to alleviate ailments in just 2 hours? Such was the miraculous efficacy of the spring water. Once the water was boiling and the medicine simmering, Xian returned from the bath bucket, splashed it with stream water, and placed it in the already erected tent. Meng Fuyue instructed Xian and Xian to pour the hot water into the bath bucket, while she added the prepared medicine. The hot water was scalding and required dilution with cool water. Meng Fuyue carried the wooden bucket to the stream to fetch more water. When the temperature was suitable, she assisted Yu Mama and the lady from the cart into the tent, helped them remove their outer garments, leaving only their underclothes, and placed them into the bath bucket. As Xian and Xian were men, it was inappropriate for them to assist, so Meng Fuyue took on the task alone. The bath bucket was sizable, allowing both Yu Mama and her mistress to soak together. The water would cool down relatively quickly, necessitating the continuous boiling of more water to replenish it. Additionally, there was the medicine to brew. In addition to the medicinal bath, they would also require oral medication. When half of Yu Mama's body was submerged in the medicinal water, she suddenly felt a jolt of comfort seep into her being. Before long, her previously feeble strength began to gradually return. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the noble lady awakened, startled by the scene before her. After Yu Mama explained the situation, the lady understood, her heart swelling with gratitude towards Meng Fuyue. At that moment, she felt considerably better. That young lady's medicine is truly effective. I feel much improved now. How about you, my lady? Yu Mama inquired. Indeed. I feel significantly better. The noble lady nodded in response, having thought she was doomed this time. I promised that young lady, should she heal you, we would surely reward her generously. Please do not blame me for taking the initiative, Yu Mama expressed contritely, aware that her mistress would not hold it against her, yet feeling the need to apologize nonetheless. The life-saving grace warrants a generous reward. I do not blame you. The noble lady would never reproach Yu Mama. Yu Mama's promise of a generous reward was made out of a desire to save her. Even if Yu Mama had not pledged a reward, she would have offered one nonetheless. Xian Yi and Xian Er stood guard outside the tent, overhearing the conversation between Yu Mama and her mistress. Upon learning that the mistress had awakened and was feeling much better, they both felt a sense of relief. Meng Fuyue, too, had heard their exchange. After a while, as the water temperature dropped, Yu Mama called out for Meng Fuyue. She promptly entered with hot water, inquiring with concern about the noble lady's condition. Now that I have strength again, I feel much better. Thank you, young lady. Rest assured, we will certainly reward you handsomely, the noble lady stated. Meng Fuyue nodded. Indeed. During this time, Meng Fuyue returned to her camp and found her family waiting for her, wide awake. A warm sensation filled her heart. Nevertheless, she urged them to rest, lest they lack energy for the journey the following day. Upon hearing this, her family promptly settled down to sleep. In truth, they were all quite fatigued, merely holding on out of concern. After soaking in the medicinal bath for 2 hours, both the noble lady and Yu Mama fully regained their strength, and the red spots on their bodies and faces had diminished significantly. Once they had changed into fresh clothing, they emerged from the tent. Stepping out, illuminated by the firelight, the noble lady finally beheld Meng Fuyue's visage, taken aback by her beauty. This young lady is remarkably lovely, she mused, though she couldn't shake the feeling that Meng Fuyue looked somewhat familiar, as if she resembled someone she had encountered before. However, recognizing that people could bear resemblances, she did not dwell on it further. The medicine had been prepared and slightly cooled, ready for consumption. The noble lady grimaced as she regarded the dark concoction, wrinkling her brow in distaste. She harbored a profound aversion to taking medicine, each dose inducing a wave of nausea that made her want to retch. After the matron consumed her medicine, noticing that her mistress had yet to do so, she gently urged, "My lady, bitter though the remedy may be, it is essential for your recovery." At that moment, a delicate hand appeared before her, holding a piece of candy. The noblewoman turned to Meng Fuyue, who smiled and said, "Once you drink the medicine, you may enjoy a piece of candy to alleviate the discomfort." The noblewoman's usually stern expression softened, revealing a faint smile as she replied, "Thank you." She accepted the candy, swallowed the medicine in one swift motion, and then savored the sweetness of the candy, which indeed brought her relief. "From where do you hail? Where are you fleeing to?" the noblewoman inquired. "We come from Shui Creek Village in Pingxi County, Xining Prefecture, and are heading to Shangyun County in Ningyang Prefecture," Meng Fuyue replied. The noblewoman nodded in acknowledgement and did not elaborate further, instructing Yumomo to fetch 100 taels in silver notes for Meng Fuyue. 100 taels was indeed a substantial amount, and Meng Fuyue accepted it without any sense of inadequacy. Subsequently, she prepared a 3-day supply of medicine for the noblewoman and gifted her a jar of candy. Once she had finished her tasks, only an hour remained until dawn. As the first light of day broke, the noblewoman and her entourage departed without exchanging farewells with the villagers of Shui Creek. The villagers paid little heed to their absence, resuming their daily routines as usual. After breakfast, they continued their journey. After half a day on the official road, they ventured onto mountainous terrain. Upon entering the forest, Meng Fuyue resumed her search for medicinal herbs, discovering a wealth of valuable plants, including ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Some individuals observed her efforts and joined in the search, particularly since their burdens were lightened by the horses carrying their supplies. Jiang Yang and Jiang Yuan stumbled upon a 50-year-old ginseng, while others found some ginseng and reishi of lesser ages. Those who found nothing could only watch enviously. In the meantime, Li Wu independently hunted a wild boar weighing nearly 200 pounds, which he brought back to Meng Fuyue. After accepting it, she distributed the meat among the group. Not sharing would have been futile. As usual, Li Xiuhua received no meat, and every time the scent of others cooking wafted through the air, Jiang Xiaobao would insist on having some. Li Xiuhua had no choice but to spend a few coins to buy 2 tails of meat exclusively for him. Her resentment towards Meng Fuyue festered silently, for she dared not express her feelings openly. Throughout these days, a persistent pain gripped her chest, a result of her frustrations. 7 days later, the group entered the territory of Ningzhou province, where the weather turned increasingly frigid, causing many to wake from the cold each night. Few households, like Meng Fuyue's, were fortunate enough to be wrapped in thick, warm quilts. Following the previous bout of cold, everyone now spent 2 coins each night to purchase remedies from Meng Fuyue to ward off the chill, thus avoiding further illness. Although they lamented the expense, their health took precedence. The villagers of Mengjia were not as fortunate. 2 days after leaving Shui Creek, they resumed their journey and managed to obtain porridge in Xiangping Prefecture. But this was not a sustainable solution, and no one knew how long it would last. Once they acquired the travel permits for Ningyang Prefecture, their only option was to settle there. The journey was fraught with peril, as many succumbed to hunger and cold, including the matriarch of the Meng family, who fell on the mountain path and grew unwell, ultimately perishing from the cold that night. Curiously, the Meng family felt a sense of relief rather than sorrow. The matriarch had never favored Meng Jinhai's family and held little affection for Meng Jinshan's either. Her foremost priority had always been herself, followed closely by her 2 sons and several grandchildren, while her daughters-in-law and granddaughters were viewed as outsiders and burdens, frequently reprimanded. Thus, the women of the Meng family were the most pleased by the matriarch's demise. Having entered the borders of Ningzhou province, they also crossed into the realm of Ningyang Prefecture, which bordered Xiangping Prefecture. After approximately 3 more days, they would reach Luwei town, where the Li family would part ways with the villagers of Shui Creek. Having traveled together for so long, the bonds formed between the Li, Jiang, and Meng families made the impending separation bittersweet. Wang Shimei had yet to relinquish her feelings for Li Wu, but found herself unable to approach him, for he was either with Meng Fuyue or in his own camp, or with Wang Xiaozhu, never alone, leaving her at a loss for how to act. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she often found herself distracted while working, incurring reprimands from her family. The more she felt this way, the stronger her desire to escape from the Wang family grew. Due to their ample provisions and the strength gained from adequate nourishment, coupled with the horses carrying their belongings, their pace quickened significantly. Throughout the journey, they encountered no other refugees. Upon reaching Luwei town, they found it sizable, yet the cold weather kept the streets sparsely populated. Without walls, they faced no restrictions entering the town, but they sought open spaces to set up camp and refrained from entering, allowing those who wished to procure supplies to do so independently. While their food supplies remained sufficient, vegetables were lacking, prompting many to venture into the town to purchase some. Since they had not yet exhausted their grain, Meng Fuyue's earlier gift of 30 taels to the village head was not immediately needed for food, prompting the village head to approach Meng Fuyue to discuss distributing the silver instead, allowing individuals to buy as they wished. Meng Fuyue had no objections. Each household received a little over 1 tael of silver, bringing them great joy, as it represented a small fortune to them. After dismounting their belongings from the horses, Li Wu approached Meng Fuyue to return the horse. "You should keep this horse," Meng Fuyue insisted, as she had acquired them through less than noble means and had ample horses herself, showing no reluctance to gift them one. "This is simply not acceptable. A horse is worth dozens of taels." Li Wu was taken aback by Meng Fuyue's generosity, feeling undeserving of her kindness. "I have no need for it," Meng Fuyue replied. "I understand you do not, but I feel embarrassed to accept it," Li Wu protested. The Jiang family members echoed Meng Fuyue's sentiments, suggesting they should indeed take the horse if she offered it. Feeling compelled by their kindness, Li Wu ultimately accepted the gift. The Li family expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Meng Fuyue and the Jiang family. Observing Meng Fuyue's generosity in gifting a horse to Li Dashing, many felt envious and speculated whether she might extend similar kindness to them. However, they were not entirely naive, recognizing the special bond between the Meng and Li families. "Can I go with you?" Meng Lingqi tugged at Meng Fuyue's sleeve, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Not only Meng Lingqi, but Jiang Lin also looked at her with wide, round eyes, though he remained silent. "Qi and everyone will be just fine here. If you desire anything, your sister can bring it to you." Meng Fuyue had no intention of bringing Meng Lingqi along. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingqi's eyes sparkled. In truth, He did not feel compelled to accompany her, he merely wished to purchase some treats. "I want candied hawthorn," he stated. "Very well," Meng Fuyue chuckled softly, playfully pinching his chubby cheek. After some time of nurturing him, Meng Lingqi's face had filled out considerably. Their entire family appeared anything but refugees. "Ayu. This time let us buy less, just enough for the child will suffice." "We shall not partake," Mrs. Zhou promptly advised Meng Fuyue, concerned that she might squander money again. Although she was aware that Meng Fuyue possessed a fair amount of silver, the expenses of settling into the Yin family would inevitably require substantial funds. "Indeed. We adults do not fancy such things," they concurred. "Yes, those treats are far too sticky, we have no liking for them." The others nodded in agreement, either expressing distaste or outright aversion. "Very well." Meng Fuyue sighed in resignation. Regardless of whether their disinterest was genuine or feigned, she acquiesced. "Then let us purchase a modest amount." Though clad in tattered garments, Meng Fuyue's unblemished beauty was not lost on passers-by. At a tea house by the street, two elegantly dressed young gentlemen gazed at her in astonishment. Who would have thought such a stunning beauty could be found in this humble locale? "I am smitten. I have resolved to take her as my concubine," declared the man in blue, rising promptly to descend the stairs. The man in white, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. "I too have taken a fancy to her, let us each rely on our own merits." In no time, the two gentlemen blocked Meng Fuyue's path upon reaching the street. Up close, their admiration for her only deepened, almost wishing to whisk her away immediately. "Miss, I reside in Ningyang Prefecture and my family possesses immense wealth. If you agree to become my concubine, I promise you an endless supply of delicacies, luxurious silks, and boundless riches. What do you say?" The man in blue spoke with fervor. The man in white, equally determined, added, "Miss, I too hail from Ningyang, with wealth to match. If you consent to be my concubine, I shall ensure you enjoy a life of opulence and abundance." Onlookers observed the scene with envy, particularly the vain young women who were not only envious but also consumed by jealousy. Their glares at Meng Fuyue brimmed with animosity, as if she were obstructing their paths. To those of high standing, a concubine was deemed a trivial matter. Yet, for the common folk, marrying into wealth represented a fortuitous life, indifferent to the title of concubine. What did social standing matter? The ability to savor delicacies, adorn oneself in fine silks, and revel in luxury was of utmost importance. Meng Fuyue, though dismissive, remained unperturbed. With a cold smile, she retorted, "To marry me, mere wealth is insufficient. You must also possess the strength to protect me. I would not wish for a husband incapable of safeguarding me." Her words elicited gasps from the crowd. This young woman was challenging the two gentlemen to a duel? How could a delicate lady possibly contend with men? Many perceived Meng Fuyue's stance as an act of feigned superiority. Some even thought her foolish for acting haughty when she had caught the eye of affluent young masters. However, the two gentlemen speculated that Meng Fuyue's bravado likely hinted at some skill. Yet, they did not regard her as a serious threat. Though not masters themselves, they had trained. And dealing with a woman would be exceedingly easy. But how could we, as gentlemen, lay hands on a delicate lady? The man in blue feigned gallantry. Indeed. The man in white concurred. Meng Fuyue remained silent, deftly scooping up a stone the size of an egg with her foot, catching it in her left hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment at her display of skill. Then, with a swift motion, she struck the stone in her palm with her right hand, shattering it to pieces without so much as a scratch on her own hand. The onlookers swallowed hard, their expressions filled with trepidation. This young woman was exceptionally formidable. The two suitors, now pallid, instinctively recoiled several paces, evidently intimidated by Meng Fuyue's prowess. Such a fierce woman was beyond their capacity to handle. "Would you care to test your strength against me?" Meng Fuyue inquired, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "And no, that won't be necessary," they stammered in unison, shaking their heads in denial before retreating hastily. The remaining crowd dispersed, wary of incurring her wrath. Unfazed, Meng Fuyue proceeded to purchase some fresh vegetables and 5 skewers of candied hawthorn. After retrieving a few pears from her spatial pouch, she exited the town. Upon returning to the camp, she distributed a pear to each person. They had initially contemplated sharing a single pear among several, but Meng Fuyue intervened, stating that sharing a pear symbolized separation. The superstitious folk, upon hearing this, refrained from dividing it and instead consumed one each. Although they now possessed ample rice, They still primarily subsisted on porridge, as white rice alone would not suffice for many meals. However, they had grown somewhat indulgent, with the porridge now thick and hearty, unlike the watery gruel they had endured before. Chapter 61. These two men are far too easily frightened. A restful night passed. The following day, after breakfast, the Li family bid farewell to everyone. The Wang family had long given up on trying to gain any advantage from Wang Xiaozhu, and upon seeing her departure, they dared not pursue any further schemes. Wang Xiaozhu felt no sorrow. Rather, she relished the freedom from the Wang family's presence. She left alongside the Li family. The villagers of Shuishi village also gathered their belongings to depart. However, Wang Ximei's family reported her missing. Though Wang Ximei had always been overlooked at home, her situation was akin to Wang Xiaozhu's. Her family could not simply ignore her absence. After all, many household chores awaited her attention, and they were counting on her to marry and bring home a bride price. Could she have gone to relieve herself? Someone suggested. No one suspected Wang Ximei held any ulterior motives, so they assumed she had merely gone to the latrine, and thus they decided to wait. This wretched girl, even when seeking a toilet, fails to inform her family, causing unnecessary worry. Wang Ximei's grandmother scolded, harboring no doubt that her granddaughter had merely wandered off. She believed that a young lady like Wang Ximei could not possibly go far. Without her family, she would struggle to survive. Meng Fuyue, however, gazed in the direction the Li family had departed, deep in thought. Could it be that Wang Ximei had followed them? After informing her family, Meng Fuyue stealthily trailed in the direction the Li family had taken. Sure enough, after walking a mile, she spotted Wang Ximei quietly following the Li family. Wang Ximei did not hasten to make her appearance. Rather, she wished to wait until they had ventured far enough before revealing herself. This way, they would not simply allow her to depart on her own, but would take her safety into consideration and accompany her. Yet, this was merely her own notion, for the Li family had no intention of concerning themselves with her. They had long perceived Wang Ximei's intentions and would certainly refrain from inviting trouble into their midst. Meng Fuyue suddenly materialized before Wang Ximei, startling her and rendering her too ashamed to meet her gaze. I have already warned you not to harbor designs against them. Now, return with me. I shall keep your actions today a secret. Simply say you were suddenly afflicted with a stomach ailment and sought a privy. Should you resist, though, know this: if I must resort to force to bring you back, I will reveal your behavior to everyone, and you shall be left to endure the shame. Meng Fuyue threatened. Wang Ximei bit her lip in frustration. How could she possibly stand against Meng Fuyue? Thus, despite her reluctance, she followed Meng Fuyue back. Although her actions were indeed distasteful, one must acknowledge that she was a pitiable soul, trapped by circumstance. Had her family treated her with even a modicum of kindness, she likely would not have felt the urgent need to flee her familial home. In the face of such injustice, not everyone possesses the ability to rise above their plight. They have been deprived of opportunities to learn and experience more. Since childhood, their lives have revolved solely around household chores, accompanied by the disdain and insults of their elders. As they matured, they would be pressured into marrying those they did not love, merely to secure a bride price for their brothers. Though Meng Fuyue loathed such an environment, it was beyond her power to change. She could only manage her own affairs and those of her loved ones. The two soon returned to the group. Wang Ximei was met with a painful twist of her ear from her grandmother, who scolded, "You ungrateful girl. You leave without a word, making everyone wait for you." Wang Ximei grimaced in pain, her eyes darkened by resentment. If there was one person she loathed most in this household, it was undoubtedly her grandmother. Though her mother also favored sons over daughters, she did not resort to such frequent physical punishment. Her grandmother, however, would unleash her frustrations upon Wang Ximei, making her a mere outlet for her anger. Why doesn't that old hag just fall ill or break her neck on the road? The group continued their journey. The distance from Luo town to Ningyang Prefecture City spanned 60 miles, which they could cover in a day and a half. In truth, if they had traveled at a brisk pace, they could have arrived in a single day. However, the group comprised many elderly and fragile individuals, making swift travel impractical. Given the shorter distance, they opted not to navigate the mountain paths, but to take the official road instead. After half a day of travel, two horses approached from the direction of Luo town, passing by them. The riders were the very men who had sought to take Meng Fuyue as a concubine, but had been frightened away by her. Upon seeing this band of refugees with an abundance of horses, they were taken aback. Were it not for their tattered clothing, They might have suspected these were not indeed refugees. Having encountered many destitute groups on their journey to Xiangping Prefecture City, they had witnessed the dire conditions they faced. Yet, how could this group have so many horses? Were they stolen? Out of curiosity, the two men followed the group and inquired, "Hey, you refugees. How come you have so many horses? Surely they can't be stolen." The man in blue asked. Upon hearing this, many were struck with fear. For the horses indeed had been taken from bandits. They worried that if these men were to uncover the truth, they might report them to the authorities. Although Meng Fuyue had taken the horses, they were all implicated, and should trouble arise, it would be a collective consequence. Meng Fuyue glanced over, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, "Indeed. They are all stolen, taken from over 20 bandits along with their weapons." The two men, recognizing her as the formidable girl from the previous day, nearly lost their balance on their mounts. With a shout, they hastily spurred their horses to flee. The villagers from Shuishi village were left bewildered. What just happened? Those men are rather easily frightened. Jiang Yuan scoffed, unaware that the two had already been intimidated in Lue town. However, Jiang Yang expressed concern. "Do you think they might go to the authorities about us?" This prompted a ripple of anxiety among the group. "Even if they do, it matters not. We stole from bandits, not from honest folk. Moreover, those bandits are precisely who the authorities wish to capture. We have done them a favor," Meng Fuyue asserted. The villagers had developed a blind trust in Meng Fuyue. Since she had said it, they believed it, and thus they all breathed a sigh of relief. Once the two men had distanced themselves, they slowed their pace and exhaled deeply. The man in blue exclaimed, "Good heavens! It was that strong woman. I have no doubt she could take horses from over 20 bandits. Her prowess is evident even in her ability to seize both horses and weapons." The other man, in white, gulped nervously, agreeing, "You're right. It's fortunate we did not marry her as a concubine. One wrong move, and she might have simply crushed us with a single strike." Although he was drawn to beauty, he preferred gentle and obedient companions, not a fierce tigress. Why invite suffering upon oneself? The journey ahead remained smooth, and by midday on the following day, they arrived at Ningyang Prefecture City. The city gates of Ningyang were even more grand and imposing than those of Xiangping, free from the encroachment of refugees. The area outside the city walls was remarkably clean and orderly. The villagers of Shuishi were not the first wave of refugees to arrive in Ningyang. Several others had come before them. Most of those who had arrived earlier were well off, possessing horses, carts, and guards, thereby encountering no misfortunes on their journey. Additionally, they had paid silver to enter the city, bypassing the mountain routes, thus facilitating a swift passage. Upon spotting the Shuishi village refuge party approaching, the soldiers stationed on the city walls exclaimed, "Look, they are here." Although we heard from young master by yesterday about a strong woman in their midst who seized horses from bandits, witnessing it firsthand is still quite astonishing. Indeed, when the two men had returned to Ningyang, they had shared their encounter with the soldiers at the city gate, who were all equally astonished. The act of seizing goods from bandits indicated that these refugees were not to be trifled with. Isn't that so? Young Master Bai mentioned that the strong woman could crush a stone with a single slap. She is certainly not to be underestimated, remarked one soldier. With such a powerful woman among them, they likely endured little suffering on their journey. I've heard that many other refugees have perished from hunger along the way. But this group appears to have fared well, commented another soldier. Had it not been for our duties, I would have loved to meet that strong woman and witness her shatter stones with her bare hands, lamented one soldier. His companions echoed their disappointment, longing to see her prowess. As the Shuishi village group drew nearer, an officer inquired, "Are you the villagers from Shuishi village in Pingxi County?" The villagers, upon hearing the inquiry, were momentarily taken aback. How did these officials know they were from Shuishi village in Pingxi County? After all, they were not the only ones fleeing from famine to Ningyang Prefecture. An immediate sense of unease spread among them. Jiang Disha quickly affirmed, "Yes, we are indeed villagers of Shuishi village in Pingxi County. I am the village chief, but I am curious as to how the officials came to know this. I hope nothing unfortunate has transpired." Observing Jiang Disha's anxiety, the officer reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. The matter is thus, a young lady from your village, surnamed Meng, rescued a noble person on the road. That noble has instructed us to provide you with a suitable place to settle. Currently, there are 3 locations available for your selection. Please call forth Miss Meng." At this announcement, Jiang Dishu was initially startled, but soon a wave of joy washed over him as he deduced which noble had been rescued. Excellent. I shall summon Miss Meng at once, he exclaimed, dashing towards the rear of the group. Meng girl. Meng girl. He called out even before reaching her. What is it, Uncle Village Chief? Meng Fuyue inquired, but upon seeing Jiang Dishu's excited demeanor, she felt reassured that it was not a matter of distress. The officials at the city gate said you saved a noble, and that noble instructed them to arrange a good place for us to settle. They have 3 locations for us to choose from, and I am here to fetch you, Jiang Dishu relayed. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in joy. Meng Fuyue, too, was taken aback. She had sensed that the noblewoman she had aided was of no ordinary status, so she was not surprised to learn of her noble connections. It was remarkable, however, that she had already given her 100 taels as a consultation fee, yet still arranged for them a place to settle. Naturally, she would not decline such a generous offer. Meng Fuyue followed Jiang Dishu to the officials. Greetings, esteemed officer. This is Miss Meng, Jiang Dishu introduced her promptly. Greetings. Meng Fuyue echoed, and upon the officer's gaze, it was evident that he was no ordinary soldier. Despite not exuding an overt presence, his aura was unmistakably commanding. Indeed, he was not an ordinary guard, but one of the 4 esteemed knights of the princess's court, holding the rank of a 6th-rank captain. Ningyang Prefecture was the domain of Princess Ningyang, where her authority surpassed even that of the local magistrate. The officer, upon beholding Meng Fuyue, could not help but be captivated by her beauty. Though he was curious about how she had saved the noble, it was not his place to inquire further. He stated, "It is due to Miss Meng's act of saving a noble from Ningyang Prefecture that she has been granted the privilege of choosing a more favorable settlement for her village. There are 3 commendable options available. The first is a farmstead, located 30 miles east, which does not require entering the city. The land is fertile, with mountains and rivers, and sufficient housing for about 20 families, though the space is somewhat limited. Each family would receive just 2 acres of land. Housing would be provided at no cost, but the 2 acres of arable land would require a payment of 10 taels to be settled over 5 years. The government will provide each family of migrants with 5 taels and 10 pounds of fine rice as relocation aid, but if you choose the farmstead, the 5 taels will not be applicable, though you will still receive the 10 pounds of rice. The second option consists of Shanghe and Xiahe villages, located 25 miles from the prefecture and 17 miles from Shangyun County. Originally, there was only Shanghe village. 10 years ago, some refugees were relocated there. But the village could not accommodate all, leading to the establishment of Xiahe village nearby. Xiahe village comprises around 30 households and 200 residents, with ample land available to accommodate your entire village. However, construction and farming would need to be undertaken by you. The foundation for houses would be provided free of charge, but would be allocated based on population. Any additional land would require a fee of 10 taels per acre. Timber for construction can be harvested at no charge, but the existing arable land must be purchased. If you cultivate the land yourself, no taxes are owed for the first 3 years, commencing thereafter. The third option is Shuifang Town, which necessitates traveling 30 miles past Shangyun County. The town has some vacant houses, but the surrounding area lacks available farmland, compelling you to purchase land from nearby villages or cultivate new land. As farmers, the first option of 2 acres per household is evidently insufficient, thus it is dismissed. Given that Shuifang Town lacks available land for crops, it is even less desirable. Living in the town while needing to acquire land or cultivate elsewhere is less appealing than settling directly in a village. Chapter 63. Arrival at Xiahe Village. The inadequacy of farmland at the farmstead and the absence of cultivable land surrounding Shuifang Town led to the conclusion that Xiahe Village was the most suitable choice. Meng Fuyue remarked, "I concur that Xiahe Village is the most fitting," Jiang Dishu added, noting the spacious land and its proximity to both the county and the prefecture. The villagers nodded in agreement, having never anticipated ready-made houses when considering relocation, thus they were prepared to construct their own. They also had not expected to receive 5 taels, making it a delightful surprise. The timber could be utilized freely, and the 5 taels would be sufficient to hire laborers and purchase tiles. The officer continued, "In light of this, I must inform you that relations between some villagers of Shanghe and those of Xiahe are somewhat strained, as some hold disdain for outsiders. However, the majority of Xiahe's villagers are amiable, and their chief is reasonable. Should any disputes arise, you may approach the chief for resolution." Both Meng Fuyue and Jiang Dishu perceived this as a non-issue, for such exclusionary behavior towards outsiders is commonplace. If harmonious coexistence is possible, it shall be embraced, otherwise. Should they be mistreated, they would not hesitate to stand their ground. What difference does it make between locals and outsiders? While both Meng Fuyue and Jiang Dishu favored Xiahe village, they understood that a consensus among the other villagers was necessary. Thus, Jiang Dishu set out to consult them. Meanwhile, Meng Fuyue inquired of the officer, "May I ask, esteemed officer, if after our village moves to Xiahe village, will there be arrangements for other refugees as well?" "No. Once you relocate, there will not be sufficient space for others," the officer replied. Upon receiving this answer, Meng Fuyue felt a wave of relief. For she had been concerned that her family might be brought over from Meng family village. That particular family, she wished to avoid encountering again. After consulting with the villagers, Jiang Dishu returned with unanimous agreement to choose Xiahe village, with the sole exception of Li Xiuhua's family, who opted for Shanghe village, rejecting the Five Tails in favor of housing. Although they could manage to build a house with the Five Tails, given the unpleasantness with Shuishi village, they preferred to seek a fresh start in a new environment. The villagers were wholeheartedly supportive of Li Xiuhua's decision, as they too were eager to part ways with her family, who had been a constant source of disruption. Although Shanghe village and Xiahe village were neighbors, they remained distinct entities. The officials did not probe further and readily consented. Once the decision was made, the officials instructed everyone to line up, allowing the doctor to take their pulses and check for any signs of plague or similar ailments. After all, they had journeyed through hardship and encountered numerous corpses along the way. Who could ascertain if they had contracted any maladies? If they were to enter the city carrying a contagion, it would spell chaos for the urban populace. Fortunately, everyone was found to be in excellent health, much to the astonishment of both the doctor and the officials, who had never witnessed such robust individuals emerging from months of famine. It was no surprise, as they had been consuming medicinal brews made from the purest spring water, which undoubtedly contributed to their vitality. After their health was assessed, the officials led them onward. Ningyang Prefecture was bustling and vibrant, a stark contrast to the relatively modest Xining Prefecture, leaving the newcomers in awe. Indeed, Shizhou Province was one of the less prosperous regions of the Dexian Kingdom, and it was no wonder that the affluent Ningyan Prefecture surpassed it in wealth. Even the wealthiest from Xining could not hope to rank among the top 10 in Ningyan. While the latter was undeniably affluent, the cost of living was correspondingly high. As the residents of Shuishi village entered, they quickly became the center of attention, especially with their impressive number of horses, prompting a flurry of speculation about how these refugees could afford such a wealth of steeds. Moreover, their rosy complexions contradicted the expected pallor of famine-stricken wanderers. Before long, discussions about Shuishi village spread, as the townsfolk found it all quite remarkable. Ningyan Prefecture was expansive. It took a considerable amount of time to traverse from the north gate to the south. The journey from the south gate to the infamily's location was approximately 25 li, requiring around an hour and a half of walking. There was no need to pass through Shanghe village to reach Xiahe village. A fork in the road led directly there just before reaching the entrance of Shanghe village. As they passed by, their procession drew the attention of many onlookers, who were equally bewildered and astonished by the sight of refugees possessing such an abundance of horses. The villagers couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, for a single horse was worth dozens of taels of silver. In their village, few owned even a donkey or an ox, making the disparity all the more glaring. The official summoned the village chief of Shanghe village, Mr. Zhao Changfu, a 56-year-old man. He initially assumed the official wanted him to accommodate the entire group, and though he concealed his dissatisfaction, he felt quite resentful. After all, Shanghe village lacked the space to house so many, especially those who arrived with horses, which incited his jealousy. If they settled in Shanghe village, it would overshadow his authority as the village chief. However, upon learning that he only needed to arrange lodging for one household, his discontent dissipated, and he expressed eager compliance, promising to ensure that Li Xiuhua's family would be well accommodated. He then led them to Shanghe village, but the thought of those horses still gnawed at him. "Are you not a group of refugees? How could you possess so many horses?" Zhao Changfu inquired. "We seized them from bandits," Li Xiuhua replied, her voice tinged with jealousy and resentment. She lamented that Meng Fuyue had taken so many horses while refusing to share even one for their burdens, forcing them to carry their own loads. Moreover, despite having so many horses, Meng Fuyue had not distributed a single one among them. "I hope those horses of hers are stolen or perish," she cursed. Zhao Chongfu was astonished that they had managed to wrest horses from so many bandits. These individuals were indeed formidable, or perhaps the bandits were merely weak. Regardless of the reason, he remained envious. Before they had even entered Xiahe village, word had already reached the village chief, and by the time they arrived at the village entrance, he was present to greet them. From the entrance, one could see 7 or 8 households, with the most prominent being a grand brick and tile house belonging to the village chief, Li Jinguang, a 50-year-old scholar known for his wisdom and fairness. The residents of Xiahe village, having themselves endured the scorn and coldness from Shanghe villagers, empathized with the plight of the refugees from Shuishi village and thus exhibited no hostility. However, the sight of so many horses inevitably sparked feelings of envy. The refugees, despite being escapees, appeared healthy and well-fed, starkly contrasting with the skeletal figures of those who had previously fled, many of whom had perished along the way. Comparisons were disheartening. Li Jinguang approached the group. "Greetings, esteemed official. I am Li Jinguang, the village chief of Xiahe. Is the government planning to settle these individuals in our village?" "Indeed. They have fled from Xining Prefecture after saving a noble who has arranged for their accommodation here. I trust you will foster a harmonious relationship with them." "I leave the details to you, chiefly," the official replied, outlining the arrangements for land allocation. Li Jinguang acknowledged his understanding, assuring the official that he would handle everything properly. After the official departed, Jiang Dishu offered him 5 taels of silver as a token of gratitude, which was politely declined. Once the official was gone, Li Jinguang remarked, "Your village appears quite prosperous, with every household possessing horses. These horses belong to a single household. We received only one for our burdens," Jiang Dishu explained without elaborating further. Li Jinguang was taken aback by the revelation that so many horses belonged to one household, recognizing it as a sign of considerable wealth. Though envious, he did not harbor ill feelings. As night fell, he suggested, "Since it is getting late, why not set up camp here at the village entrance? We can delineate the land tomorrow when daylight returns." He gestured towards a nearby well shaded by a large tree. "Very well, thank you, chiefly," Jiang Dishu replied. Upon arriving in Xiahe village, Jiang Dishu found himself no longer in a position of authority, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, he was pragmatic enough to recognize that the safety of his family was of paramount importance, and he could not dwell on such trivial concerns. However, with winter already upon them, he feared that snow might soon fall. If they could construct their homes within 10 to 15 days, it would be ideal. Yet, the speed of construction would require labor, and Li Jinguang kindly reminded him of this necessity. The construction of wooden houses proceeds with remarkable swiftness. If one were to erect 4 or 5 rooms, it would be accomplished in 4 to 5 days. However, should the endeavor involve 7 or 8 rooms, naturally, additional days would be required. Yet, the task of erecting over 20 houses at once is beyond the capacity of their small group. After all, even a few wooden houses necessitate a workforce of 5 or 6 individuals. It remains uncertain how many skilled builders reside in Xiahe village. My family will certainly hire laborers, and I will inquire about others later, Jiang Dishu remarked. Shuishi village boasts around 20 individuals adept in house construction, yet this number is still insufficient. While constructing 1 or 2 houses is feasible, undertaking a larger scale is simply unmanageable. Li Jinguang added that both Xiahe and Shanghe villages could muster approximately 40 builders, although not all from Shanghe village are readily available. Some villagers from Shanghe have historically looked down upon those from Xiahe, often leading to conflicts, thus making it a point not to consider them. I understand, Jiang Dishu responded. Those who disdain the villagers of Xiahe would naturally not be inclined to assist them. Hence he had no desire to seek their help. Meng Fuyue had approached the front, intending to inquire about the builders with Li Jinguang. Village chiefly. Do these builders possess the skills to construct brick and tile houses? Upon hearing this, Li Jinguang was momentarily taken aback, yet he answered promptly, indeed. Among the 40 individuals I mentioned, half of them earn a living through construction, frequently traveling to build for others, whether it be wooden or brick houses. The brick house I reside in was constructed by them. Li Jinguang's family is relatively well off. His eldest son, Li Hun, is a scholar currently teaching at the county school and also earns a decent income by copying texts during his free time. His second son, Li Hong, engages in modest trade in the county, yielding a small profit each year. His daughter has married a constable from the county office. Thus, the Li family enjoys the most favorable circumstances in Xiahe village, residing in a sturdy brick house and even owning cattle. Compared to Zhao Chongfu, the village chief of Shanghe, their situation is markedly superior, which only serves to increase Zhao Chongfu's disdain for Li Jingguang, who aspires to surpass him but lacks the capability to do so. What is the wage structure for house construction in your village? Meng Fuyue inquired. Li Jingguang replied, generally, it is 30 yuan per day, which includes a meal. Wooden houses are quick to construct. 5 or 6 rooms can be completed in 5 or 6 days, while 7 or 8 rooms would take a few more days. Brick and tile houses, however, require more time. 5 or 6 rooms may take around 20 days, while 7 or 8 rooms could take about a month. Naturally, this estimate is based on the labor of 10 or so individuals. With more hands, the process could be expedited. Meng Fuyue stated, our family consists of 4 members. And my grandparents' family has 13 members, necessitating at least 10 to 20 rooms. Given our desire for a swift completion, we will require a significant workforce. 30 individuals would be ideal. Therefore, I kindly request Village Chief Li's assistance in finding laborers. With less than 2 months until the new year, the onset of snow could delay us by 4 to 5 days, so it is imperative to have a sufficient number of workers to shorten the construction period. In ancient times, formaldehyde was not an issue. Once constructed, the houses could be ventilated for a few days before occupancy. During the construction phase, Meng Jinhai and his companions planned to craft some furniture. Although Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng lacked Meng Jinhai's expertise, they possessed some skills and could lend a hand. There is no trouble in seeking workers for house construction. It will also provide additional income for the villagers. If our numbers are insufficient, we can recruit from neighboring villages. Li Jingguang expressed, finding joy in the prospects. As the village chief, he naturally wished for his villagers to increase their earnings, especially with the new year approaching, allowing for a better feast. While he hoped for his villagers to prosper, he was also mindful not to hinder the speed of construction. It was, after all, the dead of winter, and building shelters outdoors would be quite cold. With the new year imminent, everyone desired a proper home to celebrate the occasion. Thus, seeking assistance from neighboring villages was not an issue. Yet, with the house's completion not imminent, Meng Fuyue realized they would need to rent a place to stay. Are there any vacant houses available in the village? She asked. There are a few in Shanghe village, but none in Xiahe, Li Jingguang responded. Chapter 65, The Plan for Brick and Tile Houses. Shanghe village? She was reluctant to go there due to the distance and the difficulty in supervising the work. If necessary, they might first erect a simple wooden house or a thatched cottage. What is the maximum amount of arable land available for purchase in the village? Meng Fuyue inquired. Currently, there isn't much good land for sale, perhaps around 17 or 18 acres, Li Jingguang replied, noting that each acre commands a price of 5 taels of silver, making it unaffordable for most villagers to purchase in excess. While their family had the means, with their sons earning money elsewhere, it was just the 2 of them remaining at home, making extensive purchases impractical. Therefore, even with the silver, they refrained from buying more. I will reserve 7 acres of arable land and later check if there are other buyers. If not, or if there are any remaining unsold, I will purchase the rest, Meng Fuyue declared. Although Xiahe village offered ample land for reclamation, the plots closest to the village had already been cultivated, leaving only distant lands available for this purpose. They would also engage in reclamation, but acquiring some good land was essential. What? The sudden announcement of 7 acres astounded Li Jingguang. Not only him, but the other villagers of Xiahe were equally surprised. 7 acres equate to 35 taels of silver. Could it be that the horses belong to this young lady? If so, selling just 1 horse would cover the cost of 7 acres, with silver to spare. The villagers looked on with envy. I too require 3 acres, Jiang Disha chimed in, thinking that had it not been for the need to spend on housing, he would have desired to purchase all remaining land. Constructing a sufficiently spacious brick house for their family would certainly demand no less than 30 taels of silver. Having just settled in the area, it would be imprudent to expend too much silver all at once. Whatever they intended to cultivate would need to wait until spring. Therefore, in the coming days, they would require silver for basic necessities. Very well, Li Jingguang responded. After ensuring everyone was temporarily settled, he took his leave. The villagers lingered for a while before dispersing, as many had yet to have their evening meal. The villagers of Shuishi began to set up camp and prepare their meals. Jiang Disha gathered the heads of each household for a discussion on the housing project. Meng Fuyue and the elderly Jiang couple were also present to listen. The Jiang family had already agreed to build brick and tile houses. Now that the conditions permitted, they aimed for better accommodations. Apart from the 100 taels of silver given by Meng Fuyue, they also possessed a 50-year-old ginseng, potentially worth 70 to 80 taels. This ginseng was discovered by Jiang Yang and Jiang Yuan together, and thus the profits would be shared between their two families. Jiang Yang and Jiang Yuan were yet to marry, and the proceeds would be presented to their parents. Half of the funds would be allocated for the family, while the other half would be saved for their future brides. With the grandchildren growing up, the eldest already married with children, and the younger ones ready to pursue courtship, it was becoming inappropriate for the two families to share a courtyard. Hence, this opportunity to build new homes would facilitate their separation, allowing each family to construct their own houses, with every child needing their own independent room. The elderly couple would provide 30 taels of silver to each household, sufficient to build 7 or 8 brick and tile rooms. When it comes to purchasing land and other matters, they should utilize their own funds. The other villagers are unable to construct grand brick houses and thus only build wooden homes. As for hiring help, aside from a select few families willing to spend money on hiring laborers to build their houses, the majority are reluctant to part with their silver, preferring to assist one another within the village. After all, everyone needs to build houses, so mutual aid means no one has to spend any money. However, the question arises, who assists whom first? This issue sparked a debate among the villagers. With an unexpected snowfall and the new year approaching, everyone is eager to complete their homes swiftly and settle in. Silence. Jiang Dishu commanded, and the arguing villagers fell silent. He continued. Although we are all from the same village and should help one another, it is unjust to allow some to take advantage of others. If your family can only spare 2 people to help, you should not expect 4 from another family that can offer more assistance. That is clearly inequitable and would not be welcomed. Therefore, I propose that those in need of workers should provide fair wages. Just like hiring from outside, 31 per day, including 1 meal, is equitable for all. If the compensation differs, who would prefer to choose the better offer? In a few days, everyone will receive compensation from the government. We don't have to spend silver on the foundation, nor on timber. Our only expense is labor, which would amount to only 2 or 3 taels of silver. Surely, we can all afford that. Moreover, haven't each household just received a little extra silver from Miss Meng? Are we truly so reluctant to spend this small amount on our own homes? If one is really unwilling, they can always construct earthen houses or thatched cottages. Although many were still hesitant to spend silver on hiring help, they recognized the validity of Jiang Disha's argument. None wished to be at a disadvantage, and only by contributing equally could fairness be achieved. Unless they opted for earthen houses or thatched cottages, in which case they would not require laborers at all. Without relocation funds, many would surely consider this option, but since the government provided relocation funds, they desired better accommodations. My family requires not only a brick house, but also a stable, thus we need quite a few workers, at least 30, Meng Fuyue stated. She would have liked to hire more, but since other families also required help, she could not selfishly consider only her own needs. Naturally, once the laborers completed the houses for others, her family would also need additional hands if their own house remained unfinished. Jiang Disha replied, My brick house also needs about 10 workers. We can find around 40 people from Shanghe village and Xiahe village, and we should be able to gather another 30 or 40 from surrounding villages. Ming's family and mine alone account for over 40 people, leaving 21 households. What do you think? Should we build in batches, with more people working together to finish in 6 or 7 days, or should we have fewer people per household, extending the timeline to 10 days? Regardless of whether we build in batches or with fewer hands, the wages will remain the same. So there is no need to overthink it. However, I suggest we build in batches. Having more people working together is indeed more efficient. When it came to building in batches, drawing lots to determine the order was met with no objections, so everyone decided to proceed accordingly. As for the good farmland, Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng each wished to buy 2 mu, Ming's family 3 mu, and Jiang Disha's family 3 mu, while several others, including Lin Dan and his peers, required a total of 6 mu, 1 for each household. Although the total farmland amounted to about 17 or 18 mu, the sizes varied. Those needing 3 mu might require 5 or 6 plots to make up the difference. Thus, if everyone exceeded their share slightly, the originally designated 14 mu would be entirely allocated. Chapter 66. Acquiring the Hilltop. Upon reaching their destination, the villagers finally relaxed their previously tense spirits. During their flight from disaster, they had only thought of how to reach safety, but now that they had arrived, their concerns shifted to the well-being of their family members left behind. The in-laws of the brides who had married into Shueshi village, as well as the daughters who had married out, weighed heavily on their minds. Tong and Xiao families felt similarly. Su, having lost her parents and not maintaining a good relationship with her only brother, had no particular attachments. The Tong family, however, was quite decent, naturally leading to worry and concern. As for the Xiao family, her only remaining concern was for her mother. Her father and 2 brothers had long ago frozen her heart, rendering her indifferent to them. Yet, worrying was futile. They had no idea where their family members would be settled. Even if they were all in Shangyun County, which contained 6 towns and dozens of villages, finding them would be no easy task. What if they were assigned to a different place altogether? Establishing a new village on unfamiliar land? This group had arrived relatively early in Niyang Prefecture, so they would have to wait for a decisive moment and then spend some silver to find someone to inquire on their behalf. Once the housing arrangements are settled, Yushan should go to the county town to inquire about the school and let Yang and the others go to study. In the meantime, Yang will continue teaching Bayer and the others, ensuring they learn enough to pass the assessments to attend school, Jiang Luofu suggested. Jiang Yang, already a student, had performed well academically. Jiang Bei had attended a primary school but had to stop due to poor family conditions. Jiang Lin had never been to school but had been learning to read alongside Jiang Yang. Throughout the journey, Meng Fuyue and Jiang Yang had taught them a great deal, so they had acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Jiang Yuan had attended school for a few years and learned many characters, but as he was not suited for academic pursuits, he had eventually left to work. Initially, he stayed home, but after 2 years of drought, work had become scarce, leaving him to remain at home. Meng Lingqi had previously lacked even the opportunity to learn characters, but he showed considerable aptitude for study, learning quickly from Meng Fuyue and Jiang Yang during the journey. Initially frustrated by the complexity of the character Qi in his name, he soon mastered it and could write it with ease. Now that they could provide for their children's education, sending them to school was a necessity. All right. I will ask village chiefly later. I hear he is a scholar and should be well informed, Jiang Yushan replied. That day, every household in Shanghe village and Xiahe village was abuzz with discussions about the new village they had fled to, particularly regarding their horses, which were a source of envy. In the stillness of the night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily approached the perimeter of Shueshi village's camp, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of over 20 horses tied to the trees. Yet, with 7 or 8 people on watch, patrolling the area, they found no opportunity to strike and were ultimately forced to retreat in defeat. Nevertheless, they would not give up easily and would seek another chance to steal the horses. The next morning, Li Jinguang arrived with his wife, joined by many villagers from Xiahe and Shanghe, creating a bustling crowd. The area was somewhat cramped. Had it been larger, more people would have gathered. Before Li Jinguang's arrival, Meng Fuyue had already scouted the area and identified a suitable foundation for building. As soon as he arrived, she inquired, "Village chiefly, does that hill have an owner?" Meng Fuyue pointed to a hill across from the village entrance, approximately 50 to 60 meters away. The hill was modest, roughly the size of a football field, around 10 mu in total. The elevation of the hill is not particularly high, with its highest point appearing to be merely around 10 meters. Moreover, a significant portion of the hill's surface is barren, interspersed with numerous rocks of varying sizes, which occupy roughly 1/3 of the entire area. Consequently, this terrain is unsuitable for cultivation, explaining the absence of any agricultural endeavors in the vicinity. However, there exists a 1-acre expanse of pine forest adjacent to a river, which is quite favorable for horse breeding. This is precisely what Meng Fuyue has set her sights upon. Rather than the larger pine forest nearby, she has chosen this smaller hill, envisioning a 3-acre enclosure within the forest to raise horses, allowing them to breed and eventually engage in equine commerce. The horses imbued with the essence of the spiritual spring possess capabilities that surpass even those of warhorses, and their breeding potential is substantial, ensuring prosperous trade in the future. Additionally, she plans to cultivate fruit trees and vegetables in her spatial farm. As for the rocks, Meng Fuyue sees them as no obstacle. Her immense strength renders them trivial. With a single punch, the stones can be reduced to rubble. Furthermore, the stones required for the foundation of her brick house will not go to waste, as they can be sourced from the very rocks she plans to break. Yet, some of the stones possess an aesthetic charm, and thus, she does not intend to dispose of them all. It is worth noting that the hill, despite its rocky surface, has areas of fertile, loose soil. Li Jingguang furrowed his brow, puzzled by Meng Fuyue's intentions. Is there no one else interested? He inquired directly. How much silver would it cost to purchase that hill outright? What? Li Jingguang was taken aback. This young woman wishes to buy a hill littered with rocks? He kindly cautioned, but there are too many rocks. It would be difficult to cultivate. The location is quite appealing, but the abundance of rocks poses a challenge, he reiterated. Nevertheless, I have a fondness for that place, Meng Fuyue replied resolutely. Are you truly capable of making decisions for your family? Li Jingguang questioned. For she appeared to be merely a young girl, and he felt that a more authoritative figure should engage in the conversation. Rest assured, she can indeed make decisions for her family, and she has already discussed it with them, Jiang Dishu interjected on Meng Fuyue's behalf. He understood her prodigious strength, rendering the rocks inconsequential. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why she desired that particular hill. Thus, Li Jingguang ceased further objections. That hill is priced at 15 taels of silver. Given its status as uncultivable wasteland, the price isn't exorbitant. If I were to purchase that hill and construct a house there, could I still stake a claim for the foundation? Meng Fuyue inquired, concerned that acquiring the land might jeopardize her claim to a proper foundation. Although their house would be situated on the hill, a foundation was still necessary, as it could potentially evolve into a workshop. To achieve prosperity, merely farming would not suffice. She would devise a suitable business venture for her family, including her uncle's household. There is no conflict in that, Li Jingguang affirmed. Excellent, then I shall take that hill, Meng Fuyue declared, slamming her hand down decisively. Moreover, in addition to constructing a residence, I will require a stable for the horses, necessitating a considerable workforce. Chapter 67 Isn't that quite the affront? Very well, Li Jingguang acquiesced, knowing that once he learned the horses belonged to Meng Fuyue's family, even her purchase of a large mountain would not astonish him. Can I procure the stones needed for the foundation directly from your site? Jiang Dishu asked Meng Fuyue. Of course, she replied, they are merely stones. Li Jingguang informed Jiang Dishu, we shall first finalize the foundation and arable land this morning, then assess how many workers you will require. I will send someone to gather laborers for the construction. This afternoon. Each household must send a representative with their documents and household registration to the county office to claim their settlement funds. Those purchasing arable land should also bring sufficient silver. Upper River Village and Lower River Village belong to Shangyun County, so these matters are under the jurisdiction of the county office. The other villagers of Shuishi Village awaited the arrangement of the foundation, planning to set up camp beside it. Meanwhile, the party from the Jiang and Meng families made their way to the hill in a grand procession. 28 horses. Could one not call it grand? The residents of Upper River Village and Lower River Village were left in awe. My goodness, do all those horses belong to her family? It certainly seemed so, otherwise. Why would they be taking them all away? Goodness. This family is quite wealthy. I see several young men among them. I wonder if they are available. I should inquire. And if not, I shall bring it up to my daughter. Li Dama, her eyes gleaming with avarice, had already begun to covet Meng's horses even before any formal introductions were made. If her daughter were to marry into their family, wouldn't it be reasonable to request 4 or 5 horses as a bride price? After all, they have over 20 horses. Selling one could fetch 40 or 50 taels of silver. With that sum, her family could build a grand brick house and acquire a carriage, thus enabling her son to propose to a suitable girl. Li Dama was dreaming big, but upon hearing this, Zhao Sanyang, who had always been at odds with her, could not resist interjecting. Oh, wasn't your daughter enamored with Scholar Xiao before? Now that you see others are wealthy, you've changed your affections? However, it's true that Scholar Xiao has never looked favorably upon your daughter. If you weren't changing your affections, she still couldn't marry him. It was said that your daughter had even feigned a fall in front of Scholar Xiao, only to be ignored entirely. Li Dama's face flushed with anger, alternating between shades of crimson and pale, as she lunged at Zhao Sanyang. You wretched woman, spreading such slander will ruin my daughter's reputation. Zhao Sanyang deftly dodged her attack, retorting with a sneer, what lies have I told? Many witnessed it. Your daughter deliberately fell against Scholar Xiao, hoping to coerce him into marriage, didn't she? The crowd began to regard Li Dama with disdain. Many had indeed seen the incident unfold. My daughter merely stumbled and twisted her ankle. Scholar Xiao is a mere penniless scholar. Our family has no interest in him. Li Dama protested vehemently, attempting to project an air of superiority over Scholar Xiao. But was it truly disinterest? Certainly not. The truth was that Scholar Xiao had no interest in her daughter, and she was merely saving face by denying it. Scholar Xiao is truly blind to the fine qualities of my daughter. Who does he think he is? An orphan. With no parents, what gives him the right to be so haughty? Just because he has passed his scholar exams, it doesn't guarantee he will succeed in the higher ranks of the imperial examinations. If he remained merely a scholar, what great prospects could he hope for? Of course. This was merely her envy speaking, for Scholar Xiao had indeed achieved the top score in the scholar exams. Scoring the top position means he has a better chance of succeeding in higher examinations than average candidates. Zhao Sanyang laughed derisively. Why don't you ask everyone if they believe it was merely an accident? You. Li Dama was nearly choked with indignation, well aware that the crowd would hardly believe it was an accident. However, as long as no one spoke of it, she could maintain her dignity. Once it was brought to light, it would be a painful reminder. Enough. Are you not ashamed enough already? Li Jingguang admonished, displeased that such disgraceful incidents had arisen with the arrival of new members to the village. As soon as he spoke, Li Dama had no choice but to fall silent. Despite her unwillingness, yet, with a fierce glare reminiscent of a predator, she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Sanyang, her eyes a vivid shade of crimson. Zhao Sanyang, however, merely shrugged nonchalantly, paying no heed to Fang Dinyang. Their quarrels were not a novelty, it had been an ongoing rivalry. And never had Fang Dinyang emerged victorious. If Zhao Sanyang had not found any advantage in provoking her, she would not have instigated the confrontation. Zhao Sanyang's demeanor incited such fury in Fang Dinyang that she felt an overwhelming urge to pounce and rend her to shreds. However, with the village head present, she dared not create a scene and could only storm back home in indignation. In truth, Zhao Sanyang was not alone in her designs on the Jiang family's son. Every household with unmarried daughters of suitable age harbored similar aspirations. It was not merely the Jiang family's son who attracted attention. Meng Fuyue was also a subject of interest. The young lady was not only strikingly beautiful but also came from a well-off family, making her an enviable prospect for marriage. One could only imagine the excitement that such a match would bring. The path from the village entrance to the hill was lined with the foot of a pine forest, though the trail was narrow. It was sufficiently gentle for a cart to traverse. However, upon reflection, it would require widening for future journeys. Yet, upon entering the hill, the route became impassable, obstructed by numerous boulders. Meng Fuyue instructed everyone to lead their horses ahead while she dealt with the stones. She intended to shatter and excavate the boulders, accumulating them in one place for future use when laying the foundation. When they constructed the houses, they would build upon this area, as the road lay directly in front of the courtyard, ensuring convenient access. For now, they needed to tend to the horses, so they decided to set up tents in the woods. Once the horses were secured in the pine forest, Zhou Shi and Jiang Yurong remained behind to prepare breakfast, while the others took hoes to level the path for the cart's passage. Upon returning home, Fang Dinyang immediately ushered her daughter into a room for a private conversation, since that Xiao Jinji does not recognize your worth. It's best to abandon any thoughts of him. There's a new family that has recently fled here with considerable assets, boasting over 20 horses. They just spent 15 taels of silver to purchase the hill opposite the village entrance, planning to build a grand house with blue bricks and big tiles. They have several young men around 17 or 18 years old. While they may not match Xiao Jinji's handsomeness, they are not far behind. In both Xianghe village and Xiahe village, aside from Xiao Jinji, they are the most attractive. If you can marry into their family, our household will also prosper. We could demand 4 or 5 horses as a bride price, and selling just one would allow us to construct 7 or 8 blue brick houses. In a couple of years, your brother will also need to find a wife. If our family possesses blue brick houses and horses, what decent girl would refuse us? Once you are married, you won't have to worry about food or drink. Hearing her mother's words, Li Baozhen felt a stirring in her heart. Chapter 68, Xiao Jinji, Unappreciative? Li Baozhen possessed commendable features. Although she had grown somewhat thinner and darker, she was by no means unattractive. Among the young women of Xianghe village and Xiahe village, A significant portion admired Xiao Jinji, not only for his good looks, but also for his scholarly nature. Yet, Li Baozhen was the most self-assured of them all. In her eyes, she was the most beautiful girl in both villages, thus deserving of Xiao Jinji. However, it was precisely this ungratefulness from Xiao Jinji that led him to overlook her, even allowing her to stumble publicly, which was a source of humiliation. Consequently, resentment brewed within her, but she remained unwilling to relinquish her pursuit. Now, however, she felt a growing interest in the family her mother spoke of. Compared to the uncertain future with Xiao Jinji, the immediate promise of wealth appeared far more enticing. Therefore, if she could marry into this family, she would have no regrets in letting go of Xiao Jinji. "Mother, I will strive for this," Li Baozhen declared earnestly, a glimmer of confidence flashing in her eyes. Though she had faced rejection from Xiao Jinji, her self-assurance remained unshaken. His lack of appreciation for her was merely his folly. The distance from here to the woods was about 50 meters, and it took them considerable effort to excavate the path. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, they first had breakfast before setting up the tents. Jiang Lin and Meng Lingqi had already begun frolicking upon arriving at the hill, running about until they returned for breakfast. "Sister, will this mountain truly belong to our family?" Meng Lingqi inquired, though the hill was not the largest, to him it seemed vast. He envisioned running freely and playing hide-and-seek with his friends among the boulders. "Indeed, it is all ours," Meng Fuyue replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she looked at him with affection. "Can I invite my friends to come play hide-and-seek in our mountain?" Meng Lingqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," Meng Fuyue chuckled, before adding, "however, there are many stones and some risks involved, so be careful while playing." "Wonderful!" Meng Lingqi exclaimed, leaping in joy. "Sister, rest assured, we will be cautious." The others joined in laughter. Despite having traveled thousands of miles to a strange land, they felt no trace of unease or discomfort. Perhaps it was the comfort of being together as a family that made anywhere feel like home. Furthermore, they had little to worry about. In fact, their circumstances seemed to be better than before, all thanks to Meng Fuyue. After a hearty breakfast, they tidied up and began constructing the tents. The trees designated for tent building were felled from their own forest, while they would later gather wood from the village for housing. Since they required a considerable amount of timber, this acre of pine trees could not withstand excessive cutting. However, the wood provided by the village for free was limited to housing only. The timber for the stable would require purchase. If they were allowed to cut indiscriminately, chaos would ensue. Once the tents were erected, they set to work on the boulders, clearing the area designated for the stable. After all, if workers were to excavate these stones, it could take an inordinate amount of time, delaying progress. Moreover, the foundation for the houses also needed attention. The stable would not only house the horses, but also require 4 or 5 rooms for people, for someone needed to guard the horses, lest they be stolen. Last night, she had sensed someone creeping close, but they had left without making a move. Building so many blue brick houses would take at least a month. Thus Meng Fuyue planned to first construct wooden houses for people near the stable, allowing them to move in before the snow fell, as living in tents would be inconvenient. With more hands, 5 wooden houses could be completed in 2 or 3 days. Once the wooden houses were finished, they could assign 4 or 5 individuals to continue constructing the stable while the others focused on the blue brick houses. The stable could be completed in just 5 or 6 days. With Meng Fuyue's strength, she handled the stones with remarkable speed, swiftly clearing a large area. While working on the stones beside the pine forest, her back was turned to the entrance of Xiahe village, so no one could see her. However, when she began to tackle the foundation opposite the village entrance, many villagers witnessed the astonishing speed at which this family was working, each one taken aback. Surely, they could not have been mistaken. This family was processing the stones at an incredible pace. How long had it been since they began? They had already cleared such a vast expanse. Due to the considerable distance, they were unable to discern how Meng Fuyue's family had managed the boulders, prompting them to rush over for a closer look. When they discovered that these formidable stones had been uprooted and shattered solely by a young girl, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Heavens! This girl possesses extraordinary strength, they marveled. Indeed, I was born with great strength, Meng Fuyue replied unabashedly. She had no intention of concealing her prowess. Rather, she wished for everyone to recognize her capabilities, as this would deter the unwary from troubling them. After all, Once they arrived in Xianghe village with such a multitude of horses, anonymity was no longer an option. The sheer number of horses they possessed would undoubtedly arouse envy. And it was inevitable that some would covet their steeds, even to the point of attempting theft. Thus, to instill a sense of caution in others, she felt it imperative to demonstrate that she was not to be trifled with. Soon, the tale of the Meng family's daughter, who could effortlessly uproot and shatter colossal stones, spread like wildfire, leaving the populace in disbelief. Many flocked to witness the spectacle. Those who arrived early were fortunate enough to observe firsthand how Meng Fuyue accomplished such feats, while those who came later could only see the transformed landscape, which left them convinced of the truth of the accounts. Among those who had contemplated theft the previous night were now part of the crowd. Initially gripped by trepidation upon hearing the news, they found themselves questioning its authenticity. However, witnessing the aftermath solidified their belief. Yet, would they simply let it go? Certainly not. They would only proceed with greater caution. For the sake of harmonious relations among villagers, the foundations of Shuishi village were situated across a river from those of Xianghe village, right in front of the hill where Meng Fuyue resided. The river separating Xianghe village was not particularly wide, measuring a little over 10 feet, with its waters crystal clear. Meng Fuyue could even see fish swimming in its depths. However, they did not feel the need to catch any at the moment, as their provisions were plentiful, replete with meat and vegetables. Li Jingguang, while having heard from the villagers about the Meng family's daughter's remarkable strength, was nonetheless taken aback upon witnessing the extensive area where the boulders had been cleared. He recalled his own attempts at tilling the land, which had yielded only a few stones after much toil. Yet this family had managed to accomplish such a feat in a mere instant, especially the young lady Meng, truly remarkable. Village chiefly. There is something of utmost importance I must discuss with you. With our family bringing so many horses, it is bound to incite jealousy. And there may even be those who wish to steal them. In fact, last night, someone stealthily approached the vicinity, but left without an opportunity to act, Meng Fuyue stated. Upon hearing this, Li Jingguang's countenance darkened. He understood that the sudden influx of horses would undoubtedly provoke envy among the villagers. However, he had not anticipated that someone would attempt theft. He was certain that the culprits were not from Xianghe village, but rather from upstream, where a few unsavory characters resided. Meng Fuyue continued, "We wish to coexist harmoniously with the villagers, but if anyone harbors ill intentions towards us, we are not to be trifled with. You have witnessed my innate strength, as have others. Along the way, we encountered numerous bandits, packs of wolves, and wild boars, all of which I dispatched with ease. Therefore, I truly wish to avoid any conflict, lest I inadvertently cause serious harm." Li Jingguang was left in a state of shock. What? They encountered several bandits, wolves, and wild boars, all of which this young lady dealt with? No wonder everyone in their party, after months of fleeing, still appeared robust. They must have feasted on wolf and boar meat. Apologetically, Li Jingguang addressed Meng Fuyue and the others. "I sincerely regret that such incidents have occurred under my jurisdiction. While I cannot control those with ulterior motives, I will certainly warn the villagers. It is not that I am partial to the villagers of Xianghe in all these years. There have been no cases of theft here, whereas upstream has seen its fair share of such occurrences, particularly from a few individuals notorious for their misdeeds. Nonetheless, regardless of which village they hail from, should they dare to infringe upon your family, you are entitled to retaliate. As long as it does not result in death or serious injury, everything else can be easily managed." This implied that even minor injuries would be permissible. The officials who had escorted them had also stated that the villagers of Xianghe were mostly decent folk, and that the village chief was reasonable, which instilled trust in Li Jingguang's words. Subsequently, Meng Jihai accompanied Jiang Yushan and Li Jingguang to the county town, traveling by horse-drawn carriage. With over 20 individuals in their party, 3 carriages were necessary. Since Meng Fuyue's family owned only one trailer, they borrowed another from Li Jingguang and one from Jiang Dishu, harnessing them to Meng's horses. Meng Fuyue entrusted 50 taels of silver to Meng Jihai, instructing him to purchase land as well as 2 large iron pots, 2 taels of rice, 1 tael of flour, 20 pounds of soybeans, 20 pounds of cooking oil, 5 pounds of salt, and 5 pounds of soy sauce. Workers were set to commence work the following day, and with the number of hired hands increasing, the demand for grains and seasonings had also escalated. The soybeans were intended for making tofu and sprouting. As for other vegetables, they would procure them from the village when the time came. Regarding meat, she planned to venture into the mountains to hunt for game. And if luck did not favor her, she could always retrieve some of her prior catches from her storage, which was abundantly stocked. The Jiang family was well aware of Meng Fuyue's capabilities, so they harbored little concern. Jiang Yang and the others expressed a desire to accompany her, but she declined, asking them to remain at the camp to catch some fish for dinner. The young men had grown accustomed to following Meng Fuyue's guidance, and since they were generally obedient, they did not press the issue further. The neighboring mountains offered no game, necessitating a journey to more distant ranges. Along the way, they encountered a bamboo grove teeming with tender bamboo shoots, which they promptly harvested and stored. They also passed through a patch of ferns, collecting a substantial amount, as it would pair delightfully with the cured meat they had at home. They gathered wild green onions from the mountains as well. After spending over half an hour, Meng Fuyue finally arrived in the deeper mountain region. Upon entering, she quickly discerned signs of wildlife activity. Moreover, the area was replete with medicinal herbs, which she gathered with ease. She even stumbled upon several clusters of Ganoderma and ginseng. Continuing her trek, she spotted wild chickens and, without hesitation, hurled a stone, rendering them incapacitated. She collected them and stored them safely. Soon after, she managed to capture 2 more wild chickens and a nest of rabbits, totaling around 7 or 8. Suddenly, a grunting noise reached her ears from a short distance ahead. It was a wild boar. Meng Fuyue approached cautiously, only to find that the boar was already engaged in a struggle with another party, a young boy, around 17 or 18 years of age. Though clad in humble attire, the boy possessed striking features. Meng Fuyue chose to observe from a distance, intrigued by the unfolding scene. The wild boar charged wildly towards the young boy. Yet he did not flinch. With a sharp spear in hand, he thrust it directly into the creature's eye, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. The boar, still alive, writhed in agony. The boy swiftly withdrew the pole and brought it crashing down upon the beast's head, rendering it dazed and unable to struggle further. With one final strike, the boar succumbed to unconsciousness. Who goes there? The boy turned, his gaze landing precisely on Meng Fuyue, despite her figure being obscured by the trees. His voice was chillingly cold, and his eyes mirrored the frost of his demeanor. He had sensed someone approaching but chose to ignore them, as no hostility was detected. With her presence unveiled, Meng Fuyue stepped forward confidently, declaring, "I have come to hunt." Hearing the boar's commotion, I approached but refrained from advancing upon seeing another. Hunting? Xiao Jinji regarded the seemingly delicate girl before him, unable to fathom her capabilities as a huntress. Yet, her audacity to venture into the depths of the mountains suggested she was anything but frail. "Farewell," Xiao Jinji announced, hoisting the boar upon his shoulder and departing. Meng Fuyue clicked her tongue. The boy was rather aloof, yet she paid him little heed. After circling around again without encountering another boar and noticing the time was getting late, she retrieved the smallest boar from her spatial pouch and made her way home. As Meng Fuyue hurried back to the village, villagers of Xiahe noticed her, astounded by the sight. This young girl has indeed slain a wild boar. Once one person learned of it, the news spread rapidly, leaving the entire village in shock. Only the Meng and Jiang families, along with the residents of Shuishi village, remained unperturbed. After all, Meng Fuyue had effortlessly handled over 10 wolves and 20 bandits. What was one wild boar to her? Chapter 70. Xiao Jinji's rebirth. Upon Meng Fuyue's return, Jiang Yuan promptly informed her, we caught about 20 fish, though they are rather small, only 2 fingers wide. That's sufficient. Not every meal needs to be grand. We can manage with that, Meng Fuyue replied. Let us construct a pen. I have 8 rabbits in the basket that we can raise. Rabbits? At the mention of rabbits, Jiang Lin and Meng Lingqi hurried over, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the numerous creatures. Dear sister, may we keep a few rabbits for ourselves? Meng Lingqi inquired eagerly, yearning to care for some rabbits as pets. Let us keep them all. Our household lacks not for meat, Meng Fuyue affirmed. Splendid. Jiang Lin and Meng Lingqi rejoiced, their cheers filling the air. The adults quickly set to work, erecting a pen in the pine forest and placing the rabbits inside. Given the rabbits' remarkable breeding capabilities, Meng Fuyue planned to let them multiply, ensuring a steady source of income in the future. After removing the layer of wild vegetables from the basket, she tossed some into the pen for the rabbits to eat, leaving a portion outside for later feeding. Then, she upended the basket, letting the ferns and bamboo shoots spill out. Today, let us prepare stir-fried bacon with ferns. Meng Fuyue suggested. Very well, Zhou replied, then inquired. How would you like the fish to be prepared? Half shall be braised with bamboo shoots, and the other half shall be made into a radish fish soup. I bought a few large radishes while passing through the capital yesterday. Meng Fuyue said, retrieving several sizable radishes from her satchel. All right, let us proceed as you wish. Zhou agreed. After Xiao Jinji departed with the boar, he made his way to the capital to sell it. Since he bypassed the village, no one witnessed his encounter with the boar. Having ascended the mountain only yesterday, he was just now learning about the arrival of a refugee group settling in Xiahe village. This revelation astonished Xiao Jinji. What is happening? In my past life, there was never a refugee group settled in Xiahe village. Could it be that his rebirth has altered certain events? Indeed, Xiao Jinji had been reborn. Born into a prestigious family, he narrowly escaped death at the age of 8 due to an assassination attempt that resulted in a fire. Rescued by his secret guards, he fled, encountering refugees who perished along the way. In a desperate bid for survival, he and his guards assumed the identities of 2 deceased boys, making their way to Xiahe village. Driven by vengeance, he diligently trained in martial arts and studies, eventually returning to the capital through the imperial examination. However, the quest for retribution proved more complicated than he had envisioned. The enemies he sought were merely pawns executing orders, with a hidden mastermind pulling the strings. When the mastermind was finally revealed, his lone protector perished in an attempt to save him, and he himself was cast into a ravine. Though he survived, the ensuing years were fraught with torment. A peculiar old man, fond of poisons, rescued him, using his body for experiments that filled him with various toxins. 3 years later, the old man succumbed to his own poison, granting Xiao Jinji his freedom. Yet, with the old man's demise, the lethal toxins within him remained unresolved. And before he could exact his revenge, he succumbed to the effects of the poison. Awakening a month later, he found himself back in the capital, with over a year remaining until the spring examination. Upon his rebirth, he dispatched his secret guards to handle affairs. Regardless of whether the arrival of Shueshi village was influenced by his rebirth, it was of little concern to him. In this life, he would not allow the machinations of others to succeed. Having grasped the truth of the entire affair, he was now equipped to strategize effectively for his vengeance. As dusk approached, Meng Jihai and the others returned, having completed all necessary formalities. Upon Jiang Yushan's arrival, he eagerly shared with the family. We inquired with village chiefly. His son is also a scholar, teaching at the county school. Yang has already become a student and can directly enroll. There is a school adjacent to the county school that accepts students who are not yet of age. Bei and the others can attend. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. The distance from Xiahe village to the county is quite short. Whoever is free can take the carriage to school and pick them up afterward, Zhou remarked. Indeed, the others chimed in agreement. Meng Fuyue added, in a few days, I will visit the capital to purchase a sturdy carriage. Although Meng Jihai could craft a carriage, it was merely a makeshift solution. A proper vehicle would be more durable for family use. Everyone concurred with her plan. When shall we go to the school? Jiang Yang asked, his impatience evident as he was eager to learn, having developed a love for education. Perhaps in a few days. The family is quite busy at the moment, leaving little time to take you, Jiang Yushan replied. All right, Jiang Yang responded, though anxious. He could manage a few days of wait. Oh, we can go to school. We can go to school. Meng Lingqi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Jiang Lin echoed his enthusiasm, indeed. I can attend school too. Upon witnessing their exuberance, the elders felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. They had finally managed to gather the funds to send their children to school. However, after they constructed their abode, the remaining shadows could only afford to pay a couple of years' worth of tuition fees. Once everything settled down, they would need to seek avenues for earning a livelihood. Although Meng Fuyue had such means, as an uncle and aunt, how could they possibly exploit their niece's resources? They had already benefited sufficiently. Observing their expressions, Meng Fuyue could surmise a fair amount of their thoughts. She possessed numerous profitable ventures, yet she could not undertake them alone, inevitably. She would enlist their assistance when the time was ripe. However, it was still early, and actual action would require some time, so she decided to refrain from discussing it for the moment. Half an hour later, Li Jingguang arrived with several representatives from the construction crew tasked with building Meng Fuyue's house. The workers, having heard of Meng Fuyue's remarkable strength during the morning, displayed little surprise upon seeing the well-prepared foundation and stable, as their astonishment had already been quelled. Nonetheless, they held immense admiration for Meng Fuyue, treating her with utmost respect. The design and construction of the stable and the Meng residence were entirely under Meng Fuyue's direction. She had already laid out the blueprint. The Meng household was divided into a front and a back courtyard. Upon entering the front courtyard, one encountered a yard. To the left were the kitchen and dining area, while to the right were a private bathing room and a storage room. The center housed the main hall, with 2 guest rooms flanking either side. Passing through the main hall led to the back courtyard, which contained 3 additional rooms. The primary room was designated for Meng Jinhai and his wife. The left wing was allocated to Meng Lingqi, while the right wing belonged to Meng Fuyue. Each wing was designed as a suite comprising a main room and a bedroom. Additionally, the courtyard's ground was paved with blue bricks to prevent muddy conditions during rainy weather, ensuring cleanliness. Such grand designs astounded the workers, as the dwelling resembled that of a prominent family in the city. However, given the family's wealth, there was little to contest. As for the toilet, Meng Fuyue could hardly abide the primitive facilities of ancient times. Therefore, she intended to consult a porcelain workshop to craft a few squat toilets and drainage systems. Even if the quality did not match that of later eras, a comparable standard would suffice, provided they were easy to clean and hygienic. Yes, that would be the plan. Uncle Li, are there porcelain workshops in Ningyang Prefecture? Meng Fuyue inquired of the laborers who had come to discuss the construction. Uncle Li replied, indeed. There are 2 ceramic workshops in Ningyang Prefecture, the Xin and Zhao workshops. Both have prominent storefronts on Fulu Street, making them easily identifiable. However, I recommend the Xin workshop for its reliable quality, as the Zhao workshop's products are prone to issues. Meng Fuyue responded, thank you for the advice, Uncle Li. The elder Meng couple also requested Meng Fuyue to draft their desired layout. They required merely a hall, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The positioning would be between Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng's courtyards, with walls connecting to facilitate easy access for the elderly couple. Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yufeng also asked Meng Fuyue to design their layout, requiring additional rooms due to their larger family size. Each son would have his own room, alongside 2 extra guest rooms for each family. Once the layout and dimensions were finalized, the workers departed, with work commencing the following day. Those tasked with labor would report to the site, while others would procure bricks and tiles. Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yushan would accompany the purchases, bearing the expenses themselves. With only the Meng and Jiang families remaining, they began processing the wild boar. Meng Jinhai fashioned a large wooden steamer, as their current pot could not accommodate the volume of rice needed. After preparing the wild boar meat, Zhou remarked, tomorrow we shall prepare bamboo shoots with braised wild boar and a bone and cabbage soup. Given the cold weather, a warm bowl of soup will be comforting. As for the cabbage, the eldest daughter-in-law and Yurong will inquire tomorrow morning about who is willing to sell some. We should buy around 10 pounds. As for the meat, they would portion it into uniform sizes for distribution to the workers, yet the question remained, how large should the portions be? Meng Fuyue suggested, about the size of a duck egg. It will expand to chicken egg size when cooked. They had ample meat, but it could not all be consumed at once. Moreover, having meat was already a substantial improvement, as other families might not even have a morsel to eat. They were likely struggling to secure even plain rice. Of course, their family did not serve white rice at every meal. They would occasionally prepare meat porridge or steamed buns and flatbreads. In summary, their meals would not be lacking. After all, how could one work effectively on an empty stomach? The next day, shortly after the family finished breakfast, 35 laborers arrived. 25 workers set about constructing 5 wooden houses, while 10 proceeded to the site to dig the foundation. Once tasks were assigned, everyone began to work diligently. 2 workers accompanied Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yushan to the brick and tile workshop, while Jiang Yufeng followed several workers to procure timber. The remaining crew set to leveling the ground, marking it for construction. Aunt Su and Jiang Yurong ventured into the village to purchase cabbage. In this era, grain yields were low everywhere, yet cabbage thrived abundantly, with every household possessing a surplus. Consequently, the villagers were more than willing to sell to them at reasonable prices, showing no inclination to exploit them simply because they were outsiders. Despite Meng Fuyue having a variety of vegetables in her space, it was impractical to retrieve them without raising questions, so they had to spend money on purchases. Regardless, these vegetables would not cost much. When she traveled to the prefecture, she planned to bring back some radishes and cabbages. Being winter, these could be stored for quite some time, so acquiring a larger quantity posed no issue. Additionally, she considered bringing back a few pumpkins. As for sweet potatoes and potatoes, it was not yet planting season. That would come in March. So she would wait until after the new year to produce them. At that point, she could claim they were acquired from a merchant ship, thus justifying their origin. After all, only the members of the Meng family were privy to the existence of the Qianquan bag. As lunchtime approached, the workers caught a whiff of the rich aroma of meat, instantly igniting their appetites. They began to murmur among themselves, "Is this meat meant for us? How naive you are. Such precious meat, would they really spare it for us workers? Just look at how many times we've worked without a taste of meat." Typically, households are reluctant to share, but given their apparent wealth, they might just treat us after all. Hearing this, anticipation surged among them. Naturally, should they not receive any, they would harbor no grievances, as their meals thus far consisted of coarse grains, porridge, or buns paired with pickled vegetables or other greens. Meat was virtually non-existent. While they longed for a taste of meat, they did not feel entitled to it simply because it was available. However, when lunchtime arrived and each laborer received a generous portion of braised meat, they were taken aback. The Jiang family is exceedingly generous. Their admiration for both the Jiang and Meng family soared, and their diligence intensified as they worked. Everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks for the meal, rendering the Jiang and Meng families unnecessary for provisions. After dining, they would wash their own utensils, leaving no burden on the Jiang or Meng households. In the evening, Meng Jinhai and his companions returned, followed by 3 horse-drawn carts laden with bricks and tiles. Due to the substantial quantity required, multiple trips were necessary for delivery. The villagers, upon witnessing the procession of carts filled with bricks, felt a surge of envy once again. As work concluded for the day, news spread of the sumptuous meals enjoyed by the Jiang and Meng families, which included white rice, braised pork, and a bone and cabbage soup. This immediately sparked envy and jealousy among the workers laboring in other households. While they subsisted on coarse grains, plain porridge, or steamed buns, often barely sated, the stark contrast with the Jiang and Meng families' fare left them feeling discontented. Why were those assigned to work for the Jiang and Meng families not among them? If they were, they too could indulge in white rice and meat. Not only the laborers, but other villagers also felt a pang of jealousy. Although Shanghe village and Xiahe village had better conditions than many surrounding villages, a meat meal was still a rare treat, perhaps only 2 or 3 times a month. Chapter 72. Li Baozhen's Schemes. Yet, the Jiang family, who had fled from hardship, were generous enough to provide meat to the workers building their house. Alas, who could blame them for their ability to hunt wild boars? Both Shanghe and Xiahe villages had hunters, yet none had managed to catch wild boars or other large game. It was evident that the Meng family's daughter was truly remarkable. The following morning, after breakfast, Meng Jinhai and the others set out to clear land, fearing that the best plots would soon be claimed by others. Meanwhile, Meng Fuyue, having procured some fish with a few young men, rode to the prefectural city. Since they were no longer fleeing from disaster, Meng Fuyue donned a new outfit purchased in Xiangping Prefecture, eschewing the tattered clothing from before. Though the attire was modest for her, it appeared splendid to the villagers. Consequently, when a few village girls caught sight of her, they were consumed by jealousy. Bah! Fox spirit, dressing so seductively, one wonders whom you are trying to entice. A girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, spat in Meng Fuyue's direction. Her words laced with disdain, yet tinged with envy. How can you say such a thing? That girl is beautiful. But just because she is attractive does not warrant such remarks. Li Baozhen immediately interjected, her expression one of disapproval. Baozhen had her own intentions regarding the Jiang family's young man. Thus, despite her jealousy towards Meng Fuyue, she would not speak ill of her. In fact, when her friends disparaged Meng Fuyue, she felt compelled to defend her, hoping to leave a favorable impression in front of the Jiang family. If she could become friends with Meng Fuyue, it would be even better. As the saying goes, one who is close to the water tower gets the moon first. By befriending Meng Fuyue, she could rightfully seek her out and gain presence before her brother. Baozhen, how could you say that? Lin Dia was momentarily taken aback by Li Baozhen's rebuke, and she soon felt a wave of grievance. How could Baozhen scold her for the sake of an outsider? Was she no longer her friend? Meng Fuyue observed them with a cold gaze, recognizing the exaggerated nature of Li Baozhen's defense, which diminished her regard for her. Have you been to the city? Meng Fuyue asked Lin Dia, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. Lin Dia, startled, mistakenly perceived this as a form of boasting. Annoyed, she retorted, "Of course I have been, and many times at that." She had visited the county several times, selling embroidery, but had yet to go to the prefectural city. Since you have been to the city, you must have seen the city girls dressed even better. Are they trying to entice anyone? Is it not acceptable for them to dress well because their families are well off? Meng Fuyue replied coolly. Lin Dia's face flushed with anger. She knew well that the better attire stemmed from better family circumstances, yet she was simply irked and had lashed out at Meng Fuyue. Based on my family's means, I could wear not only cotton clothes but even silk and satin. Meng Fuyue added. She had quite a few fine silks and satins in her space. Lin Dia was left speechless. Meng Fuyue chose not to engage further and rode away. With her frustrations unresolved, Lin Dia could only vent her ire at Li Baozhen. Baozhen, why did you say that? Are you friends with me or with her? Li Baozhen, equally irritated, replied, "Of course I am your friend." Which is precisely why I said that. Their family is now one of the prominent households in our village. Do you think it wise to offend them? Moreover, given their wealth, it is only natural for them to dress well. As I mentioned, with their means, even silk and satin would be within reach. If we could befriend them, who knows what advantages might arise. Yet now, having offended them, that opportunity is lost. Lin Dia was rendered speechless, feeling a pang of regret for her impulsiveness. But what could she do now that the damage was done? Ultimately, she consoled herself, thinking, what is so remarkable about a girl from a well-off family? After all, she will eventually marry and become someone else's wife. A daughter married off is like water thrown out. Her family's wealth will have no bearing on her. As Meng Fuyue passed through Shanghe village, there were those who cast aspersions her way, but given the distance, she chose not to engage. Riding swiftly, she soon arrived at the prefectural city. However, before entering, she sought a secluded spot to store her horse in her space, preferring to avoid drawing attention while leading it through the streets. Once in the city, she inquired about Fulu Street from passers-by and proceeded there. Along the way, her striking beauty caught the attention of many. Despite Uncle Li's warnings about the frequent issues with Zhao's ceramic shop, she ventured inside to assess for herself. Only by witnessing the situation firsthand could she ascertain the truth. As fate would have it, just as she entered, a man who had purchased a porcelain vase discovered a crack shortly after leaving and returned to exchange it. However, the shopkeeper insisted that the crack was the fault of the buyer for having taken it out of the store. The crowd, witnessing the exchange, sided with the shopkeeper. Yet, upon observing the expressions of both parties, Meng Fuyue sensed that the buyer spoke the truth. While the shopkeeper was clearly aware of the vase's defect but refused to acknowledge it, leading her to depart with a diminished impression of the establishment. Upon arriving at Shin's ceramic shop, she nearly collided with a young man in white exiting. The moment he saw Meng Fuyue, he instinctively recoiled several steps, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" This man was none other than the scion of the Bai family, who had once harassed Meng Fuyue in Luwei town. His outburst drew the attention of those nearby, who were astonished. Heavens! What are we witnessing? The Bai young master is afraid of that girl? The Bai young master was notorious in Ningyang prefectural city for his reckless behavior, having never shown fear towards anyone except for the princess and officials. Now, he was evidently intimidated by a mere young girl. It is utterly astonishing. Could it be that this young lady is a domineering tigress? To Bai Gongzi. Meng Fuyue might as well be a fierce tigress, but in truth, she is far more formidable than that. Meng Fuyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. This man truly possessed an excessive amount of timidity. I am here, of course, to make a purchase, Meng Fuyue stated. Xiaofeng, what troubles you? At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, glancing at Bai Gongzi and then at Meng Fuyue. Xiaofeng? The name immediately sprang to Meng Fuyue's mind, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. She couldn't help but compare the present Xiaofeng to the one from demigods and semi-devils. The disparity was indeed remarkable. Chapter 73. Could it be that there are unseen forces pursuing me? And no, it's nothing, Bai Xiaofeng quickly replied, not wishing for his uncle to discover that he had flirted with a young lady in Luyu town, only to be frightened by her in return. If his uncle learned of his antics, he would surely inform his parents, leading to an inevitable reprimanding. Moreover, should others find out that he was intimidated by a girl, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The others remarked, "We can no longer conceal it. We are already aware that you were frightened by the young lady, though the reason remains a mystery." After responding to his uncle, Bai Xiaofeng hastily departed. Although Shen Guanhong did not truly believe Bai Xiaofeng's claims of nothing being amiss, he had no intention of pressing the matter further. Unbeknownst to Meng Fuyue, Shen Guanhong was the proprietor of the Shen ceramic workshop, and she approached the counter, inquiring, "Could you kindly inform me who is in charge here? I wish to customize a few items." Upon overhearing her request, Shen Guanhong stepped forward, saying, "I am the owner of the Shen ceramic workshop. Please, share with me what you wish to design." Despite the thriving business of the workshop, Shen Guanhong was not one to adopt an air of superiority, delegating matters to subordinates. Moreover, he possessed the finest craftsmanship, necessitating his personal involvement in the creation of more exquisite products. Upon hearing his words, Meng Fuyue turned to Shen Guanhong. "Ah, you are the owner. Might we discuss matters privately, away from prying eyes?" Meng Fuyue's intentions extended beyond merely customizing a few items. She aimed to sell her design to him. By doing so, she could procure a handsome profit. Otherwise, if he learned how to create them himself, she would lose the opportunity to earn that silver. The designs for the squat toilets and commodes were easily replicated by others in the trade, leading her to prefer a buyout rather than a profit-sharing arrangement. Henceforth, Shen Guanhong's business success or failure would be of no concern to her. "Certainly, my lady," Shen Guanhong replied, inviting Meng Fuyue to the backyard. Meanwhile, after Bai Xiaofeng departed, he hurriedly made his way to a friend's tea house where they had arranged to meet. His friend was none other than Lu Shijing, the man who had flirted with Meng Fuyue alongside Bai Xiaofeng in Liu Town. Today, Lu Shijing was adorned in a resplendent azure silk robe, exuding an air of nobility. In a private room on the second floor, Lu Shijing sipped tea while idly observing the pedestrians below. Suddenly, he spotted Bai Xiaofeng approaching with an urgency akin to being pursued by a ghost. Lu Shijing's interest piqued, curious as to what had transpired. As Bai Xiaofeng entered the room, Lu Shijing teased, "Ah, Xiaofeng, what has happened? I saw you rushing in with such fervor. Could it be that a ghost is chasing you?" Bai Xiaofeng, unperturbed, poured himself a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp before replying, "Pretty much. I encountered that female demon." Lu Shijing's hand trembled slightly, his expression becoming uncomfortable. "Ah, then your luck is indeed unfortunate, isn't it?" Bai Xiaofeng lamented, believing his fortune to be abysmal, nearly exposing his antics to his uncle. However, he hoped that the female demon would not divulge the incident to his uncle. A wave of anxiety washed over him. "Have you read the script of the case files?" Lu Shijing inquired. The mere mention of the case files banished Bai Xiaofeng's worries, igniting excitement within him. "I have. I reached the most thrilling part before it ended. When will the next volume be released?" Though Lu Shijing was a dandy, it did not mean he was inept. Rather, his interests diverged from those of many, leading them to deem him unproductive. His forte lay in scripts. Whether penned by himself or others, any script he endorsed would undoubtedly become a bestseller. The case files was not his creation, yet it had captured his attention. Initially, his subordinates dismissed it as mere conspiracy and mystery stories, believing it lacked marketability. The current youth, after all, preferred tales of romance. Yet Lu Shijing felt that such narratives had become overly commonplace, and he placed great stock in the case files. Having been released not long ago, it had already sold over 10,000 copies. In just a few days, numerous individuals had begun to urge for more, including the governor. In fact, the governor had resolved a previously unsolvable case after reading the first volume of the investigation. "I have arranged with Scholar Xiao to release 3 volumes a month. We shall have to wait a few more days for the next installment," Lu Shijing remarked. Bai Xiaofeng sighed in disappointment. "Alas, I wish I could directly consult Scholar Xiao about the text." At the Shen ceramic workshop, after a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Shen Guanhong emerged from the backyard, his face beaming as he escorted Meng Fuyue out, who wore a satisfied smile in return. The business had been successfully negotiated. The squat toilets and commodes were sold for 1,000 taels of silver, while she would receive 6 squat toilets and 4 commodes at no charge. Not only did Meng Fuyue bring the blueprints, but she also presented intricately carved wooden models crafted by Meng Jinhai. Upon learning that Meng Fuyue intended to make ceramic toilets, Meng Jinhai had been taken aback, instinctively protesting, "Isn't it a bit extravagant to make squat toilets and commodes out of ceramics?" "Not at all. Ceramic toilets are hygienic and easy to clean, without retaining unpleasant odors. If one were to simply dig a pit and place 2 wooden planks over it, the stench would be overwhelming, and it would be filthy, possibly attracting maggots. Meng Fuyue's stomach churned at the thought. If conditions allowed, she was determined to create something superior. Otherwise, she feared that even the simplest of needs would become a challenge. Meng Jihai was accustomed to such conditions and saw no issue. Meng Fuyue continued. Once these products are developed, they will undoubtedly attract wealthy families, which is why I plan to sell the designs to the ceramic workshop. Not only will I earn a tidy sum, but I want to charge for the production of these squat toilets and commodes. Upon hearing this, Meng Jihai agreed. And thus he began crafting the squat toilets and commodes as per Meng Fuyue's specifications. During the negotiations, Meng Fuyue presented the models to Shen Guanhong, elaborating on the benefits of the squat toilets and commodes. Shen Guanhong was immediately captivated. He had long grown weary of the foul odors associated with traditional latrines, which clung to him like a lingering stench. Despite the fact that their household's toilet is cleaned daily by servants, the excrement is directly deposited into a wooden bucket rather than being flushed away with water, as Meng Fuyue had claimed. Thus, the odor remains quite pungent. While ordinary folk cannot afford such squat toilets and commodes, the affluent certainly can. Chapter 74. Is it blindness or self-delusion? Wealthy individuals yearn for dignity and comfort. Thus, the emergence of clean toilets and squatters would undoubtedly be met with enthusiasm. Recognizing this opportunity, the businessman Shen Guanhong promptly decided to acquire the 2 design blueprints, offering an impressive price of 1,000 taels. Meng Fuyue preferred gold and silver over banknotes, and Shen Guanhong obliged, exchanging 10 taels of silver for smaller denominations, weighing 1 tael each, along with some copper coins. Although Shen Guanhong was apprehensive that the gold and silver might be cumbersome for Meng Fuyue to carry, he could not refuse her request. With her spatial abilities, Meng Fuyue had no concerns regarding the storage of her silver. The conversion of banknotes into small silver pieces provided her with a sense of security. After departing from Shin's ceramics workshop, Meng Fuyue headed to Mo Baozhai, intending to purchase some writing materials and books for the several scholars in her family. Upon entering, she happened to encounter Xiao Jinji. He paused momentarily upon seeing Meng Fuyue, then averted his gaze. Yet, he mused to himself that this girl, clearly a village girl fleeing from hardship, possessed an air about her that was anything but rustic. Nevertheless, such matters had little to do with him. Not only did Xiao Jinji perceive that Meng Fuyue was unlike a typical village girl, but Meng Fuyue also noticed that his demeanor resembled that of a young master from a wealthy family rather than an ordinary peasant. Scholar Xiao. Here are the items you requested, all neatly packaged, the shop assistant said, presenting the wrapped goods to Xiao Jinji. Thank you, he replied, taking the items and turning to leave. Scholar Xiao? She recalled the villagers from Xia mentioning this person, who seemed quite impressive. Meng Fuyue then requested the shop assistant to fetch some books suitable for young scholars and a variety of writing supplies. The assistant was taken aback by the quantity Meng Fuyue desired, as her attire did not suggest affluence. Miss, are you certain you want so many? He inquired hesitantly, concerned she was unaware of the prices. Absolutely, Meng Fuyue affirmed, satisfied with her response. The assistant proceeded to tally the cost, a total of 16 taels and 801. No wonder it is said that it is difficult for impoverished families to pursue education. The cost of writing materials is indeed steep. The amount Meng Fuyue spent on these supplies could sustain an ordinary family for nearly a decade. However, for someone like Meng Fuyue, who had already acquired wealth, it was merely a trifle, and she promptly paid the assistant. Suddenly, an idea struck her about papermaking. For her, this endeavor would be exceedingly simple, as she had previously assisted her grandfather in the craft. I will discuss it with my family later. If they are willing, we could establish a paper mill. The assistant had anticipated Meng Fuyue would be taken aback by the price, yet he was surprised by how readily she paid. It seemed he had misjudged her. She was indeed a person of means. He quickly packaged her items. After leaving Mo Baozhai, Meng Fuyue made her way to the carriage vendor, having already inquired with Shen Guanhong about its location. Before that, she found a secluded spot to release her horse, preparing to attach the carriage shortly thereafter. After purchasing the carriage, Meng Fuyue visited a fabric shop to buy several bolts of cotton and then proceeded to a tailor's shop to purchase complete outfits for her grandparents, parents, and younger brother. As for her uncle and aunt, She opted to provide them with cotton fabric and a bag of cotton from her spatial resources for them to make their own garments. It was not that she was unwilling to buy them ready-made clothes, but rather that she wished to alleviate any undue pressure on them. Next, Meng Fuyue retrieved a basket of cabbages, another of radishes, and 5 large pumpkins. The pumpkins from her spatial resources were quite substantial, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds each. Given the limited variety of vegetables in ancient times, she refrained from taking too many, opting for what was available. She also purchased candied hawthorns and some pastries. The 5 hens she had bought previously in Xiangping had thrived under the nurturing of the spiritual spring, producing over 300 eggs in just over half a month, from which she took 100. She distributed 1 hen each to her maternal uncles and 1 each to her grandparents, keeping 2 for her family. However, she needed to purchase 5 more hens to raise in her space. On her way back, Meng Fuyue encountered Xiao Jinji again as he was walking. Their eyes met momentarily before they both averted their gazes. Meng Fuyue then continued on her way with her carriage. Although she recognized that Xiao Jinji was also from the village, they were not acquainted, so she had no intention of offering him a ride. The carriage Meng Fuyue purchased was not overly extravagant, yet it was decent, attracting considerable attention as she entered the village. The sight of a girl driving a carriage astonished many, for they had never seen such a thing before. As she approached, the crowd was captivated. "Isn't that the girl from the household on the hillside?" They had found her beautiful the other day, and seeing her today in unpatched, seemingly new clothing, she appeared even more stunning. "Miss, what is your name?" An older woman suddenly obstructed Meng Fuyue's path, compelling her to halt. This woman was Zhao Dajie, the elder sister-in-law of Zhao Sanyang. Meng Fuyue furrowed her brow and replied coolly, "I am Meng Fuyue. You must be around 14 or 15 now. Have you received any marriage proposals?" Zhao Dajie continued her inquiries. "I am 15 and have not yet received any proposals, but there is no rush," Meng Fuyue replied, inwardly bemused. At 15, she understood the implications of such questions. "How can you not be in a hurry at your age? You are already of marriageable age. If you delay, you may find it difficult to wed," Zhao Dajie remarked. "Perhaps I could introduce someone for you. My younger brother's son is 17 this year, quite handsome, and has attended school for several years. He is literate and comes from a well-off family with about 10 acres of land." Upon hearing this, Meng Fuyue could only roll her eyes in disbelief. Was this woman blind or merely self-deluded? Given her own status and qualities, how could she possibly settle for an ordinary person? It was not that she looked down on common folk, rather. She believed that only those of equal status and ability could share meaningful conversation. Although many wished to pursue Meng Fuyue, not all were so lacking in self-awareness. After all, her family was well off, and she was quite attractive. It was unlikely she would be drawn to a mere peasant. Yet, some individuals, driven by excessive confidence or greed, harbored notions of pursuing her despite the vast disparity in their backgrounds. They were merely hesitant to approach directly, considering Ming's family had only recently arrived. Some even contemplated employing underhanded tactics, such as having their sons seek her out to establish a presence or deliberately associating with her to spread unfounded rumors, thereby coercing her into marriage. Chapter 75. The bride price cannot be less than the dowry. The young girl is indeed preoccupied with her reputation. Should any rumors circulate, the other party would have no choice but to acquiesce. While ordinary girls of ancient times might compromise for the sake of their honor, Meng Fuyue is not one of them. Moreover, she is not easily intimidated. Those who wish to scheme against her should be prepared to face the consequences. However, not everyone possesses such self-awareness. Before Meng Fuyue could utter a word, someone had already begun to mock her. "Madame Zhao, spare us the embarrassment. We all know what sort of character your nephew possesses. A lazy glutton of unremarkable appearance, and yet he aspires to marry Miss Meng? Is he not akin to a toad wishing to feast upon a swan? Miss Meng not only possesses beauty, but also hails from a respectable family. If she were to marry, it should at least be someone of Scholar Zhao's caliber. Although Scholar Zhao is an orphan from a modest background, his intellect is formidable. It is only a matter of time before he achieves success, perhaps even securing an official position in the future. Even if Miss Meng does not wed Scholar Zhao, she deserves someone from a wealthy family. Ordinary folk simply do not measure up to her." The speaker was Lady Fong, whose husband worked for Meng Fuyue's family and was well aware that this young lady was no ordinary peasant girl. Meng Fuyue was skilled in martial arts and literate. The horses in their family were all seized by her from bandits. Just days prior, she had even hunted a wild boar. The architectural plans for their home were drawn by her hand, earning admiration even from her husband. Given that her husband worked for her family, it was only natural for her to defend her. Lady Zhao, on the other hand, displayed a grievous lack of self-awareness. Many present agreed with Lady Fang's remarks, their gazes towards Lady Zhao tinged with disdain. Upon hearing Lady Fang mention Scholar Xiao, Meng Fuyue raised an eyebrow slightly. That young man was indeed commendable, possessing rare handsomeness and an extraordinary demeanor, distinctly unlike an average peasant boy. Was he impoverished? That was not necessarily the case. The wild boar he had hunted could fetch several taels of silver. Moreover, the items he was purchasing today surely exceeded that amount. Clearly, Scholar Xiao was a concealed powerhouse. To what extent, one could not ascertain, but he was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Fuming with indignation, Lady Zhao retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say my nephew is of average looks and lazy? True, Miss Ming's family is affluent, but that is their fortune, not hers. Once married, a daughter is like spilled water, reliant on her husband's family for her future." Despite her words, Lady Zhao's confidence was lacking. She was not ignorant of her nephew's shortcomings, yet acknowledging them was out of the question. She had indeed been eyeing the dowry of several horses from the Meng family. Otherwise, would she have set her sights on someone merely for their looks? Without tangible benefits, could beauty suffice as sustenance? Certainly not. Were it not for her eldest son already married and her youngest, still a child, she would not have considered her nephew at all. You aim to matchmake your nephew with Miss Meng solely for her dowry, do you not? With so many horses in the Meng household, surely you expect a few to be included in the marriage dowry? Lady Fang remarked sarcastically, looking down upon Lady Zhao. Lady Zhao was left speechless. Her intentions laid bare, and she glared at Lady Fang with utmost resentment, loathing her meddlesome nature. Meanwhile, Meng Fuyue furrowed her brow upon hearing Lady Fang's insinuation that she was not the only one in the village with designs on her. Clearly, this situation needed to be addressed, otherwise it would lead to incessant trouble, which would be quite bothersome. Thus, Meng Fuyue spoke, "If I were to marry, my family would provide a dowry of 10 horses and 500 taels of silver, and naturally, the bride price would not be less than the dowry. It is not sufficient to merely present a bride price. The suitor's capabilities must also be commendable. I do not require him to take the imperial examinations, but he must possess knowledge. After all, I am well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My future husband must be equally accomplished. Furthermore, and most importantly, if one wishes to marry me, they must not be weaker than I am in martial prowess. I can hunt wild boars, fend off packs of wolves, and defend against bandits. Thus, my future husband must be capable of contending with wolves and tigers. Otherwise, what use is a man who cannot even defend himself?" The crowd at the village entrance was left utterly astounded. What? The Meng family would provide 10 horses and several hundred taels of silver as a dowry for Meng Fuyue? Such a substantial amount. The onlookers were envious. Yet, could anyone who was not of noble lineage possibly afford such a bride price? Moreover, there were additional stipulations. One must possess knowledge, skill, and the ability to combat fierce beasts. Was this not excessively demanding? However, it was indeed surprising that Meng Fuyue was knowledgeable in the arts, given she was a peasant girl. Was it credible? Many expressed doubt. As for her prowess in hunting wild boars and fending off wolves and bandits, the villagers were not overly surprised, for they had heard tales of her returning from the mountains, carrying a wild boar. Thus, most were inclined to believe it, though a few remained skeptical, having not witnessed it firsthand. This is utterly outrageous. Lady Zhao protested, her discontent palpable. A bride price that cannot be less than the dowry? Which farming family could possibly afford such a sum? Not to mention the value of 10 horses and 500 taels. Even 10 taels of silver is beyond our means. Meng Fuyue's demands were indeed excessive. Excessive? I find it hardly so. Marriage requires mutual admiration, rather than an assumption that one must marry simply because you desire it. After all, your family is not of royal blood and lacks the authority to dictate such terms, Meng Fuyue retorted with scorn, bewildered by the audacity of these individuals. Lady Zhao was left speechless, while Lady Fang chimed in, "Miss Meng is correct. They are not foolish enough to overlook a good family in favor of a poor one." Lady Fang displayed her disdain for Lady Zhao's audacity. Lady Zhao's complexion shifted from green to pale. It was evident she could not orchestrate a match between her nephew and Meng Fuyue. Yet, unable to contain her frustration, she lashed out, "Humph. Do you think you are so remarkable? Adorned in a manner that suggests seduction, perhaps you have engaged in unsavory deeds." This was a classic case of attempting to tarnish another's reputation out of spite. Should Lady Zhao's words spread, regardless of their veracity, they would be accepted as truth, causing the countenance of others to shift as well. For merely declining Lady Zhao's nephew, Meng Fuyue found herself the target of venomous slander, which was utterly intolerable. Her expression turned cold as she retrieved a small stone, roughly the size of a quail egg, from her space and hurled it towards Lady Zhao's knee. Ouch! Lady Zhao felt a sharp pain in her knee and lost her balance, tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud. The onlookers were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 76, Crawling and Scrambling to Make Way for Meng Fuyue. I am not extraordinary, but I am certainly more formidable than you. Do not assume that just because we are newcomers, we are easy prey. Had we been easily intimidated, we would not have fled from Xining Prefecture to here unscathed. We have vanquished more than 10 packs of wolves, instilled fear in those who sought to pilfer our provisions, and even eliminated over 20 bandits intent on robbing us. Do you think we are easy prey? Our desire is merely to coexist peacefully with the villagers of Sh, without provoking any discord, yet we are not the type to shy away from confrontation. This time, I shall impart a small lesson, should I hear such slanderous words again. You will not escape unscathed. As she spoke, a small pebble was hurled towards a nearby stone the size of a human head. With a resounding bang, the stone shattered into countless fragments. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Once the shock wore off, their gazes turned towards Meng Fuyue with a newfound terror, instinctively retreating several steps away from her. Those who had previously doubted her prowess in hunting wild boars were now convinced. If she could obliterate a stone with a mere pebble, what was a wild boar to her? Are you not going to step aside? Meng Fuyue's cold gaze locked onto Lady Zhao. Instantly, Lady Zhao was so frightened that she jerked back, scrambling to create space for Meng Fuyue. At that moment, she was utterly intimidated, daring not to utter a sound. Once Meng Fuyue had driven her cart away, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. This young lady was astonishingly formidable, capable of reducing a stone to rubble with a single pebble. Indeed, who would dare to marry such a fierce woman in the future? Many concurred, asserting that their families would never accept such a fierce bride. After all, would they not find themselves under her thumb? To them, a wife should unconditionally obey her husband's family, never contradicting them and doing as she was told. However, Mrs. Fong disagreed, sneering, "What of her fierceness? Should one simply wait to be bullied? If it were you who were accused of unspeakable deeds, would you not be enraged enough to confront Lady Zhao?" They all knew how significant reputation was for a woman. If they could not uphold their own, they should refrain from condemning others. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Had they been the ones accused of unsavory conduct, they would have certainly been furious enough to confront Lady Zhao. Meanwhile, Meng Lingqi, Jiang Lin, and several other young men were playing on a hill. Upon seeing Meng Fuyue approaching with her cart, they hurried over, eager to experience the allure of such a splendid vehicle. "Sister, may we ride in the cart?" Meng Lingqi inquired. "Of course, hop on," Meng Fuyue replied with a smile. With her approval, the young men eagerly climbed aboard. Jiang Bei first helped Meng Lingqi and Jiang Lin up before clambering in himself. Wow! There are so many things inside the cart. Radishes, cabbages, pumpkins, and even chickens and eggs. Meng Lingqi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Sister, can we eat these eggs?" Jiang Bei and Jiang Lin gazed longingly at the eggs. Certainly, Meng Fuyue chuckled. "These are from laying hens. Soon everyone will have eggs to eat every day." "Oh, splendid." Meng Lingqi rejoiced, elated at the prospect, for it had been ages since he had last tasted an egg. Jiang Bei and Jiang Lin shared in his delight. "This cart is so spacious. I wonder how many people it can accommodate?" Jiang Lin mused, his excitement palpable as he examined the interior. "Having never ridden in such a fine cart before, I estimate it can hold 7 or 8 people," Jiang Bei assessed. "This cart is far more comfortable than the one my father made," Meng Lingqi remarked. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, while Jiang Bei, being the eldest, had not had the opportunity to ride in a cart during their arduous journey, yet he could tell this one was indeed much more pleasant. At the camp, it was mealtime and the whole family was gathered. Upon seeing Meng Fuyue return, they rushed over, including the workers who were busy constructing houses. "This cart is truly beautiful. Grandfather, grandmother, it's filled with so many things. Meng Lingqi could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the news with his family. As the curtain of the cart was lifted, everyone gasped in surprise. Wow! You bought so many items. They marveled at the baskets brimming with radishes, cabbages, and eggs, along with 5 hens. Mrs. Zhou frowned, saying, "It's the time to spend money, you must be frugal." Although the money was earned by Meng Fuyue herself, such extravagant spending was not wise, especially since they had no income at present and were relying on their savings. They couldn't plant until spring, and the harvest would not come until the latter half of the following year. It was a rare trip. I bought a few things. And these 5 hens will provide eggs, Meng Fuyue explained. I also brought back cotton and fabric for everyone to make winter clothes. We can't just wear one outfit, can we? And I brought some writing supplies and books for the boys. They need these for their studies. Her family was deeply moved and simultaneously filled with guilt. Mrs. Su stepped forward, grasping Meng Fuyue's hand. You've already given us so much. In the future, just buy for your parents and brothers. We now have money and will take care of ourselves. It's inappropriate for you to continue spending on us, especially since you've been looking after us throughout this journey. Hearing Mrs. Su's words, Antong echoed, yes. You shouldn't buy us anything in the future. As your elders, it should be us caring for you. Yet, throughout this journey, it has been you taking care of us, and we feel truly ashamed. Indeed. The families of both uncles chimed in, each expressing their gratitude and embarrassment towards Meng Fuyue and urging her to refrain from further purchases. Although Meng Fuyue's contributions were selfless, they could not continue to accept her generosity as a matter of course. Meng Fuyue began, but was interrupted by Mrs. Zhou. Enough, this is how it should be. In the future, do not buy for everyone anymore. While it's acceptable to give gifts during festivals, they must ultimately rely on themselves. If they truly face hardship, we will assist them then. Though she appreciated the familial spirit of giving, it was crucial that help was offered only when genuinely needed. Unconditional support, especially towards a younger generation, could lead to entitlement, which was not acceptable. Chapter 77. Harboring Malicious Intent. Yes, Jiang Luofu concurred. Although our family members are good-hearted, even the best can become spoiled. Thus, we must prevent this negative outcome from developing. At this point, Meng Fuyue was left utterly speechless. She had the means and did not mind, for they were indeed deserving of her generosity at present. Yet, she recognized the truth that even the kindest souls could be spoiled, and thus she had no intention of perpetually providing assistance. She merely intended to clarify matters once stability was fully restored. Meng Fuyue agreed to cease her purchases in the future, but the items she had already procured could not be refused. Moreover, until the houses were completed, she would take responsibility for their provisions. As she had ample supplies and didn't need to spend money, they would only need to cover the wages of their workers. As for the hens, they would raise them together for now, but once they moved into separate homes, each family would take one. Meng Fuyue's demeanor was resolute, and recognizing the futility of refusal, they all acquiesced. Subsequently, Meng Fuyue presented the candied hawthorns and pastries she had purchased from the city to everyone. The sight of the hawthorns and pastries brought the greatest delight to Meng Lingqi and the other children. Following that, Meng Fuyue distributed books, ink, brushes, and paper to them. Jiang Yang, already a student, naturally received higher quality supplies, while the younger ones from Jiabei, who were still in the early stages of their studies, had more ordinary materials, as their writing was not yet well formed. Despite their simplicity, these supplies were not inexpensive. After all, paper was a luxury in ancient times. My goodness! Just how much silver must have been spent on all this paper? Upon witnessing this, the others wore expressions of sympathy. Knowing that Jiang Yang was studying, the Jiang family had already estimated the value, realizing that these supplies must cost at least 7 or 8 taels of silver. Indeed, they were costly, which is why I intend to manufacture paper myself. This way, not only will we alleviate our concerns about paper supplies, but we can also sell the excess, making it a lucrative endeavor, Meng Fuyue declared. What? Make paper ourselves? The crowd was astounded. Do you know how to make paper? They all inquired in unison. The scarcity of knowledge regarding papermaking and its complex processes were precisely what rendered it so expensive. Of course, Meng Fuyue replied. If you all wish to learn, I shall teach you the craft, and we can establish it as a family business. Together, we can labor and share the profits. At this moment, No one had a stable livelihood. It was unthinkable for them to indulge in luxuries while watching the Jiang family subsist on meager rations. Keeping these skills to herself seemed pointless. She preferred to impart them to them so they could earn a decent living. Upon hearing Meng Fuyue's words, the group became increasingly animated. The prospect of papermaking seemed promising, and even if sales fell short, they could save a substantial amount of silver for personal use. Of course, we want to do it. If it sells well, it could be quite profitable, they exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Meng Fuyue smiled and said, very well. I will first outline the necessary tools and steps. Later tonight, I will explain the details to you. Seeing their eagerness, Meng Fuyue felt a sense of satisfaction. She was not apprehensive about teaching them the craft. Her only concern was that they might be disinclined to pursue it or become fearful of various challenges. All right, they replied, their anticipation palpable. Although they had yet to commence their endeavors, their imaginations were already running wild, filled with optimistic visions, devoid of thoughts about potential failures in sales. Subsequently, Meng Fuyue recounted the events that had transpired at the village entrance to her family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of her family turned grave. If Meng Fuyue were merely liked for her amiable nature, they would be pleased, as it would reflect well on her character. However, if there were ulterior motives involved, their joy would be diminished. Zhou Shi exclaimed, humph. They are overly optimistic, thinking my granddaughter is just anyone who can be married off. The man worthy of her must be exceptional. Su Shi added, indeed. Yu is so beautiful and capable. She should not settle for anything less than someone of high standing. Tong Shi remarked, in my opinion, he should at least be the son of a distinguished family. Zhou Shi asserted, surely, it ought to be a top scholar or a promising candidate. Her words were frank and unapologetic. The others nodded in agreement. Meng Fuyue's lips twitched in indignation. The exaggeration was becoming absurd. Even Meng Jinhai and his wife were blushing with embarrassment. Jiang Yuru hastily interjected, please. Let us not speak of this further. If these words were to spread, we would become a laughingstock. While she too believed her daughter deserved someone special, she refrained from imagining too far into the future. After all, top scholars sought to marry daughters of high-ranking officials. Regardless of how remarkable her daughter might be, she could not compete with the daughters of the gentry. Whether or not the other girls were as exceptional as her daughter, they possessed familial prestige, which was an undeniable advantage. Humph. Zhou Shi huffed, though she understood the improbability of such notions materializing, so she ceased her comments. If word got out, it could tarnish Yu's reputation, which would be unfortunate. Meng Fuyue continued, if I am not mistaken, it is not just me they have designs on. The eligible boys in our family are also being eyed. After all, we are the wealthiest family in the village. What family wouldn't want their daughters to marry into ours? Thus, Cousin Yang and Cousin Yuan should be particularly vigilant to avoid falling prey to those with ulterior motives. The family nodded in agreement, acknowledging the likelihood of this scenario. Humph. They have delusions. The Jiang household's door is not so easily crossed. While we do not care about family fortunes, we do expect integrity and good intentions from those who approach us, Zhou Shi stated disapprovingly. Everyone nodded in agreement, advising Jiang Yang and Jiang Yuan to remain cautious and not be taken advantage of. The two boys nodded vigorously, expressing their understanding. Once the news of the village entrance incident spread, many were astonished by the dowry Meng Fuyue was set to receive. 10 horses and 500 taels of silver. This was indeed excessive. Those who had set their sights on Meng Fuyue had thought it would be fortunate to receive 2 or 3 horses as part of the dowry, considering she was a daughter and few families treated their daughters as treasures. However, the dowry was not to be trifled with, as it exceeded the customary bride price, leaving many shocked. For farmers, who could afford such extravagant bride prices? Moreover, the suitors needed to possess knowledge and the ability to defend against wild beasts. Consequently, many abandoned their thoughts of pursuing Meng Fuyue as a potential bride. Given the substantial dowry from the Meng family, expectations for an equally generous bride price were not deemed unreasonable. Nevertheless, some still criticized Meng Fuyue for her audacity in demanding such a large dowry. While many had reconsidered their intentions, a few remained undeterred, not out of a willingness to meet such demands, but rather with ulterior motives. Chapter 78. Clarity is essential. Despite Meng Fuyue's prowess, she remained a young woman, and no young woman could disregard her reputation. Should rumors arise implicating her and any man, would Meng Fuyue not yield? Despite her skills causing trepidation, they believed that as long as they did not confront her directly, she would not resort to violence. A woman, no matter how formidable, must ultimately rely on her husband after marriage. Such blind confidence in their beliefs was indeed astonishing. Li Baozhen had also heard of these developments and, upon learning of the substantial dowry Meng Fuyue's family could provide, was consumed by jealousy. If she were to marry, her family could barely offer her 2 quilts as a dowry, and they would still require a significant bride price for her brother. Why was there such a disparity among people? This only fueled Li Baozhen's envy towards Meng Fuyue. Yet, she was not alone. Many girls in the village harbored similar feelings of jealousy towards Meng Fuyue. It could be said that Meng Fuyue had become the target of resentment among the girls of Shanghe village and Xiahe village. As dusk approached, the workers concluded their day and departed. They departed, swallowing their saliva, for the dishes prepared by the Jiang and Meng families were simply irresistible. Today, Meng Fuyue had concocted a delightful egg soup with shredded radish. After thoroughly washing the radish, she skillfully sliced it into fine shreds. A dash of oil was heated, and the eggs were cracked in and gently fried. When the eggs were nearly set, the radish shreds were added, stir-fried briefly, and then water was poured in, bringing it all to a boil, transforming the broth into a creamy white hue. Finally, a sprinkle of salt and some chopped scallions were added, and it was ready to serve. The method was straightforward, yet the flavor was exquisite. As they watched, their mouths watered in anticipation. "Eat, mother, we must eat," exclaimed Jiang Han's 2-year-old son, his mouth watering profusely, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "You little glutton, have we kept you hungry for too long?" teased Zhou, playfully pinching his chubby cheek. Xiao felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Jiang Han's son was named Jiang Zihong, and prior to the famine, he had always been prioritized for food, yet he remained frail due to malnutrition. Since encountering Meng Fuyue, however, Jiang Zihong had been well-fed, and now he was adorably plump, resembling a cherubic figure. Previously, Xiao could hold him for extended periods, but now, even half an hour would leave her feeling fatigued. This was also thanks to Xiao having regained her strength, had it been before. She likely wouldn't have been able to hold him for even a short incense stick's worth of time. Su chuckled. "We just indulged in pastries half an hour ago. You're not hungry, you're simply craving." Tong remarked, "This radish and egg soup indeed whets the appetite. The creamy broth looks utterly tantalizing." Though the preparation method was quite simple, they were unaware of it, hence they had never tasted it. After sought ing some bamboo shoots with meat, they commenced their meal. Each person was served an egg, but since Jiang Zihong was too young to eat a fried egg, a steamed egg custard was prepared for him. Nevertheless, his favorite remained the creamy radish and egg soup. Were it not for the concern of him becoming too bloated from drinking too much, he would have continued to indulge. Everyone sang praises for the delectable radish and egg soup, especially the broth, which was as flavorful as any meat soup. Once the meal was concluded, the 2 aunts and Jiang Yurong tidied the bowls and chopsticks, and after gathering around the fire, Meng Fuyue began discussing the intricacies of papermaking. The tools required for papermaking were not particularly complex, but the crafting of these tools was no simple feat. The raw materials for papermaking included plants such as hemp, jute, flax, ramie, and various vines, as well as the bark of mulberry and paper mulberry trees, bamboo, reeds, rice straw, wheat straw, and even cotton. Regardless of the type of wood used, it was best to avoid mixing different types. One should utilize only a single kind for each batch. The first step involved stripping the bark, steaming it for 7 to 8 hours, and then soaking it for 10 days to half a month before peeling off the outer layer, drying it thoroughly. Once dried, lime and wood ash were added, and it was steamed again to remove impurities. After washing, the mixture was torn into fine strips and sun-dried. Exposure to the elements would cause it to turn white. It could then be ground into a paste using a stone mill or pounded into a pulp in a mortar, to which water would be added to achieve a slurry consistency. At this juncture, a basin large enough to accommodate a half-bed's worth of space would be necessary, as the slurry needed to be prepared in a sizable basin, which would require workers to construct it using blue bricks. Subsequently, bamboo mats would be used to scoop the slurry into sheets, stacked upon wooden boards, and pressed down with weights to expel excess moisture, thus forming the initial paper shape. As the sheets approached dryness, they would be peeled off one by one, affixed to the wooden boards, and either roasted or sun-dried to completion. Meng Fuyue elaborated. Although the procedure was somewhat intricate, the audience comprehended it well and deemed it not overly difficult. Nevertheless, they understood that achieving quality would necessitate multiple trials. The desire to take action was palpable among them. "So when shall we begin?" inquired Jiang Yufeng, his eagerness evident. Meng Fuyue replied, "There is no rush. We need a designated space for the workshop. We have built our house here, and the land allocated by our village is perfect for establishing the paper mill. As everyone is currently constructing their homes, it should be nearing completion in about half a month, and then we will have more workers available to erect our foundation. Before that, we can prepare the necessary tools and procure a large iron pot specifically for boiling bark. We can soak the bark before the new year. And after the holiday, we can commence our work." Understood. Everyone agreed, expressing no dissent regarding Meng Fuyue's plans. Meng Fuyue continued, "Though we are family, it is said that order must precede harmony. To prevent future disputes, we must clarify our business arrangements. The funds for establishing the paper mill and purchasing tools will initially come from me, and I will keep a meticulous record of each expenditure. Once we turn a profit, you shall repay me, and only then will profits be distributed. My family and your uncles will each take 30%, while our grandparents will receive 10%. Since we have decided to embark on a significant venture, we shall undoubtedly need more hands on deck, thus not all the work can be done by our family alone. We can manage the operations while hiring additional workers. We shall assign one person from our family to oversee the paper mill, another to supervise the workers' diligence and the correctness of the processes, one to manage the accounts, who must be literate, and one to oversee the shop. To ensure that others are aware of our paper for sale, we must open a shop in the capital. Moreover, we shall not only engage in retail but also act as suppliers, aside from the one designated to manage the mill. Any family member wishing to work at the paper mill will be compensated the same as other workers." Agreed, they replied once more, expressing no objections to Meng Fuyue's arrangements. Chapter 79. A virtuous wife brings domestic tranquility. However, Zhou interjected, "But we are unable to contribute anything. How can we claim that 10%? This paper-making technique is your contribution. Your family should rightfully receive an additional share." "Your grandmother is correct," Jiang Luofu concurred, adding, "We currently have funds. And with your two uncles overseeing our sustenance, there is no need for us to spend money elsewhere." The two uncles nodded in agreement, acknowledging their duty as sons to support their parents. Meng Fuyue countered, "Papermaking is not a proprietary technique. There is no need to claim an additional share. Moreover, how can you assert that you have no expenses? Cousin Yang and Cousin Yuan are of an age to seek proposals. If you do not have some funds on hand, how will you provide gifts for your future sons-in-law?" The mention of proposals immediately cast a shadow over Jiang Yang and Jiang Yuan's expressions, particularly Jiang Yuan, whose downcast gaze spoke of his sorrow. He had once been betrothed, but his fiancée had called off the engagement to pursue a wealthier family before the famine. Though he had not held strong feelings for Jin Shaoling, he had no animosity either. Being engaged meant she was to be his future wife, and he would have been responsible for her. Thus, the betrayal weighed heavily upon him. During the trials of the famine, he had not had the luxury to dwell on matters concerning Jin Shaoling, but now that peace had returned and the topic of marriage arose, it was inevitable that his thoughts would drift back to her. Noticing Jiang Yuan's distress, the others fell silent, their gazes filled with concern. Zhou spoke soothingly, "Yuaner, you need not dwell too much on this matter. It is that Jin Shaoling lacks fortune, preferring to be a concubine rather than a legitimate wife. The life of a concubine in a wealthy household is hardly enviable. To put it plainly, they are akin to servants, subject to the whims of the main wife, who may easily mistreat them. Our family's fortunes will surely improve, and in due time, you will encounter a more suitable young lady." Indeed, marrying a virtuous wife brings tranquility to the household, Tong also reassured her son. The engagement between Jiang Yuan and Jin Shaoling had been arranged under her guidance, as she had always maintained a good relationship with Jin Shaoling's mother, and both their characters were unblemished. Who could have predicted that just before the famine, they would suddenly align themselves with wealthier families and turn their backs on them? She felt a deep sense of regret towards Jiang Yuan, pondering how different things might have been had she never arranged their betrothal in the first place. Jiang Yuan lifted his gaze to the group, a smile breaking across his face. Not wishing to burden them with his worries, he comforted them instead. "You need not concern yourselves with me. I am well. And in fact, I feel fortunate to have seen her true colors early on. Had such a selfish individual married into the Jiang family, It would have been a misfortune indeed. This was his genuine sentiment. Although he felt some impact from the situation, it was minimal and did not disrupt his life significantly. I am glad you can think this way, Zhou replied with relief, though she understood that Jiang Yuan still harbored some unresolved feelings. However, she believed he would soon come to terms with them. The conversation then shifted back to the paper mill. Since Meng Fuyue insisted on allocating a share of the profits to the elders, they ceased to decline further. They thought about saving more silver in the future to prepare a dowry for you. The discussion moved on to who would manage the paper mill from each family. The Meng family had only Meng Jinhao as the male representative, so he was naturally assigned the task. For Jiang Yufeng's family, it was Jiang Yufeng himself, who was literate and thus appointed to handle the accounts. Jiang Yushan's family sent Jiang Han, who would take his wife and child to the city to oversee the shop. If Jiang Yushan had gone, Su would not have been able to accompany him, as someone needed to stay behind to manage the household. Separating the couple was not ideal, so Jiang Han's family of 3 was a more suitable arrangement. The 3 managers would receive a monthly salary of 1 or 2 silver coins in addition to their share of the profits. Jiang Han had already started a family. Although they had not yet separated from the main household, he could keep the salary for himself since he did not live at home. After all, they needed to eat in the city. However, the profit share would still go to Jiang Yushan, as he was head of the family. Since farming was still necessary at home, Jiang Yushan would not be involved in the paper mill. Meng Fuyue had other avenues for income. Once the new year arrived, she planned to introduce sweet potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, and corn, at which point Jiang Yushan could manage them. These crops would not be shared for profit, but they would be available for everyone to consume as they pleased. She also envisioned promoting these crops so that the common folk could know how to grow them. In ancient times, food was scarce and harvests poor, leaving many unable to afford meals. If sweet potatoes and potatoes became widespread, it would benefit the nation and its people. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are not particular about their growing conditions, are easy to cultivate, and yield abundant harvests, ensuring that many people could enjoy ample food. Her motivation was not from a place of grand ideals, but rather a response to witnessing human suffering. Moreover, it was not a burdensome endeavor. Given the opportunities that fate had bestowed upon her, could she selfishly refrain from doing good? No, she could not. She was not a cold-hearted person, otherwise she would not have assisted Shueshi village so much along her journey. There was also the matter of horse breeding, which required a formal structure and someone to manage it. Meng Fuyue directly asked Jiang Yuan if he had any other aspirations. If not, he could start by tending to the horses for a salary of 1 or 2 silver coins per month. Naturally, Jiang Yuan was agreeable, as he was uncertain of what else to do, lacking any particular skills. Thus, this arrangement was settled. That evening, Meng Fuyue presented 200 taels of silver to Meng Jinhao, though she did not disclose how much she had earned from selling the horse-drawn toilet plans, merely stating that she retained some for personal use. Meng Jinhao did not pry further, recognizing that this was Meng Fuyue's own earnings and thus rightfully hers to manage. Were it not for her insistence on giving him the 200 taels, he would not have accepted them. Although Meng Fuyue was not his biological daughter, he treated her as if she were. He did not feel the need to be overly formal with her, nor did they share the mindset of other parents who believe their children's earnings should be entirely surrendered to them. Now that Meng Fuyue was capable and independent, Meng Jinhao felt comfortable allowing her to manage her own finances. With 20 individuals collaborating to construct wooden houses, the 5 adjoining wooden structures were completed by the 3rd day before nightfall. The ground was paved with blue bricks. 4 of the 5 rooms served as sleeping quarters, while 1 was designated as a kitchen, which was also outfitted with a stove built from blue bricks. However, once the wooden houses were completed, they required a coat of wax oil for waterproofing and pest resistance, necessitating a 3-day wait before occupancy was possible. After the completion of the wooden houses, a handful of individuals remained to build a stable, while the others proceeded to the foundation to construct brick houses. There was no need for Meng Jinhao and the others to oversee the housing project continuously, so the following day, Meng Jinhao and Jiang Yushan took a few children to the school to pay a visit to the teacher. With time to spare, Meng Fuyue decided to venture into the mountains. Not long after setting out, she noticed someone following her. Upon discovering that it was a boy around 17 or 18 years of age, she surmised the reason for his pursuit. It seemed that some had disregarded her words from that day. Choosing to ignore him for the moment, she continued on her path, curious to see what he would do. The boy did not follow for long before calling out to her, "Miss Meng." He hurried to catch up with her. The boy was of average appearance, standing around 5 feet 7 inches tall, somewhat short. However, rural conditions were harsh, and most people experienced malnutrition, so few were particularly tall. Jiang Yang and his companions had also been thin and short until they had benefited from the nourishment of the spiritual spring and thus grown taller. "What is it?" Meng Fuyue asked, her tone rather frosty. The boy, upon seeing her up close, felt his face flush crimson, and his heart raced. Meng Fuyue was simply too beautiful. He had never seen such a lovely girl before. I'm Li Daqing. Where are you headed?" He stammered nervously. Meng Fuyue replied, "I'm going hunting." "Is there something you need?" Upon hearing this, Li Daqing imagined Meng Fuyue confronting a wild boar and felt a sudden surge of fear. Would she turn on him? And no. "It's nothing really. Just asking," he stammered before abruptly turning to leave, feeling utterly overwhelmed in her presence. Yet, he could not help but admire her. Seeing him sensibly depart, Meng Fuyue thought little of it and continued deeper into the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, the conversation between Li Daqing and her was witnessed, and it did not take long for rumors of their clandestine meeting in the mountains to circulate. This revelation astounded many. How could Meng Fuyue possibly harbor feelings for Li Daqing? Was she not the one who proclaimed that her future husband must possess scholarly knowledge and be able to provide a substantial bridal price? Yet, Li Daqing's family could scarcely muster a few taels of silver, let alone the hundreds required for a proper dowry. Of course, the townsfolk were not foolish. They surmised that it was Li Daqing who approached Meng Fuyue first. Nevertheless, there were those who sought to stir the pot, deliberately insinuating that Meng Fuyue had engaged in some intimate exchange with him. Among the instigators was Madame Zhao, who had recently been humiliated by Meng Fuyue and saw this as an opportunity for revenge. She spread the rumor that Meng Fuyue and Li Daqing had already become intimately involved. The veracity of these claims mattered little once the gossip began to spread. The townspeople were quick to discuss it, given that the Meng and Jiang families resided on the other side of the hill, and the villagers of Shuishi village were somewhat distanced from those of Xiahe village. The rumors took time to reach them. However, Li Jingguang was not so oblivious and soon heard of the unfolding events. Upon learning of the situation, he stormed toward Li Daqing's home, his demeanor fierce. He could hardly believe that Meng Fuyue would have any interest in Li Daqing. She was far too remarkable, while Li Daqing was an enigma best left unexplained. If anyone from Shanghe village or Xiahe village could capture Meng Fuyue's attention, it could only be Xiao Jinji, though Xiao Jinji was merely a poor scholar. He was the most handsome, educated, and promising young man in both villages. Not only did the girls from those villages admire him, but even the wealthy daughters from the county were infatuated with him. It was said that a wealthy heiress once pursued Xiao Jinji in the county, yet he dismissed her without a glance, insisting she maintain her dignity. The townsfolk could not fathom why a mere impoverished scholar would turn down a rich heiress. What kind of girl could possibly meet his standards? The rumors regarding Meng Fuyue and Li Daqing were clearly orchestrated by Li Daqing himself, with his mother as the mastermind behind it. Li Daqing's father, Li Yinfu, and Li Jingguang were cousins, so Li Jingguang was well aware of his cousin's character. However, did they truly believe that Meng Fuyue could be so easily manipulated? Though their interactions had been limited, her nature was anything but submissive. She possessed immense strength, capable of shattering boulders with a single blow. Was she truly someone to be trifled with? Furthermore, just the other day, Madame Zhao had insulted her at the village entrance and was swiftly dealt with by Meng Fuyue. Did they really think she would let Li Daqing and his mother escape unscathed after such machinations? If they wished to avoid trouble, they ought to compel Li Daqing to step forward and clarify matters, thereby minimizing the fallout. Should the situation escalate, it was not merely the Meng and Jiang families who would rally to Meng Fuyue's side. All the villagers who had fled with them would undoubtedly come to her defense. After all, it was thanks to Meng Fuyue's protection that they had traversed safely to Xiahe village. Their loyalty to her was unwavering, and they would not stand idly by while she was wronged. As for Xiahe village, it was unlikely that many would come to the aid of Li Daqing and his mother. It was not that the villagers were ununited, but rather that unity presupposed that one had not erred and had not become the target of disdain. Given that Li Yinfu's wife was not well liked in the village, it was improbable that she would find any support. Li Yinfu was absent, having gone to assist the villagers of Shuishi in building their homes, thus remaining unaware of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Li Daqing, aware of the burgeoning rumors, refrained from offering any explanations. For he had intended to speak with Meng Fuyue precisely for this purpose. Yet, an unsettling sense of anxiety plagued him. Mother, will this truly not lead to any trouble? What if Meng Fuyue comes to confront us? Li Yinfu's wife remained unfazed. What is there to fear? You merely exchanged a few words with her. It is merely a misunderstanding that has been blown out of proportion. Although her words concealed the truth, that she had orchestrated the rumors, she was confident that if Meng Fuyue were to confront anyone, they could simply claim it was all a misunderstanding. How could Meng Fuyue resort to violence over such trivialities? Nevertheless, Li Daqing remained apprehensive. The weight of wrongdoing lingered on his conscience. He could not shake the feeling that Meng Fuyue's obsession with him might surpass his own. Just think of our 10 horses and 500 taels of dowry. If we acquire these, our lives would transform for the better. If this incident tarnishes Meng Fuyue's reputation, we need not fret over the bridal price. Li Yinfu's wife interrupted, exasperated by her son's timidity, which she felt was unbecoming of him. Chapter 81. A moment of weakness. The prospect of 10 horses and 500 taels as a dowry exhilarated Li Yinfu's wife. They were on the verge of prosperity. Just as Li Daqing was about to voice his thoughts, a loud and urgent knocking at the door startled both him and his mother. Could it be Meng Fuyue come to confront us? Li Daqing's voice trembled with unease. Let her come. What is there to fear? We will simply deny any knowledge of it, Li Yinfu's wife replied, though her heart raced with trepidation. What if Meng Fuyue truly sought retribution? Taking a deep breath, she instructed Li Daqing to remain indoors while she ventured to open the door. Upon seeing it was Li Jingguang, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, before she could fully relax, Li Jingguang's sharp voice pierced the air. Is there any truth to the rumors circulating about Daqing and Meng Fuyue? Are you involved? Hearing his inquiry, Li Yinfu's wife's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she feigned ignorance. What rumors? What is this about Daqing and Meng Fuyue? Li Jingguang was not easily deceived. He could see the flicker of guilt in her eyes, further confirming his suspicions. The word is that Daqing and Meng Fuyue have been meeting in secret in the mountains. Is this true? Yinfu's wife, I advise you to clarify this matter quickly. If Meng Fuyue and the Jiang and Meng families learn of this, you will not find peace. He warned. Li Yinfu's wife, indignant, retorted, what others say has nothing to do with us. Why would Meng Fuyue and the Meng and Jiang families come seeking trouble with us? A crowd of villagers had gathered, most of whom suspected Li Yinfu's wife was indeed involved, and her protestations did little to quell their doubts. After years of interaction, they were well aware of her character. Did Daqing meet with Meng Fuyue today? Li Jingguang pressed, though he knew it was connected to her. However, lacking evidence, he could not accuse her outright. How would I know? She replied, her eyes betraying her unease. Li Jingguang frowned, taking note of her demeanor. Where is Daqing? Bring him out to speak. He is not home. It is just me here, she insisted, determined to prevent Li Daqing from emerging to clarify matters, as that would jeopardize their scheme. Li Jingguang was skeptical, yet as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to barge in. If Li Daqing were indeed absent, it would merely leave him vulnerable to accusations of ulterior motives. Li Yinfu's wife truly knows how to create chaos. Although Li Jingguang harbors some reservations, both Madame Fong and Madame Zhao boldly stepped forth. Li Yinfu's wife declared falsehoods, exclaiming that she had just seen Li Daqing return home. Village chief, why don't you go inside and take a look? Let me assist you, Madame Zhao insisted as she rushed in. She could not bear to witness the Li family's tarnishing of a young lady's reputation. How shameless! Do they not even consider the nature of their own son daring to covet Meng Fuyue? It is akin to a toad yearning for swan meat, utterly absurd. Madame Fong also chimed in, Village chief, I shall accompany you. I refuse to believe that Li Daqing is not at home. What are you doing? You shall not enter, Li Yinfu's wife exclaimed, her face paling as she immediately spread her arms to block their way. Step aside, you shameless old crone, ruining a good girl's reputation. Do you not fear retribution? Madame Zhao retorted, forcefully pushing her aside. With her considerable strength, Madame Zhao easily shoved Li Yinfu's wife, causing her to stumble precariously. After regaining her balance, Li Yinfu's wife, in a frenzy, pursued them yelling, You shall not enter. You shall not enter. Thus, it became evident to all that Li Daqing was indeed at home. Li Yinfu was powerless to restrain even Madame Zhao alone, let alone with Madame Fong joining her. Consequently, Madame Zhao burst into Li Daqing's room and found him there. Although he had not stepped outside, he had overheard the conversation and was now in a state of panic, unsure of how to respond. Dacheng. I do not wish to resort to violence, but if you possess any sense, you must step outside and clarify that there is nothing between you and Meng Fuyue. Otherwise, if the Jiang and Meng families along with their villagers come here, the situation will become exceedingly difficult to manage. Moreover, should this escalate, not only would Meng Fuyue be unable to marry into your family, but in the future, no respectable young lady would dare to marry into your household. Madame Zhao refrained from directly assaulting Li Dacheng, as they belonged to the same village, thus granting him a modicum of respect. Yet whether he valued that respect was entirely up to him. Upon her entrance, Li Dacheng had already begun to waver, and hearing her words now solidified his resignation. However, before he could speak, a voice from outside proclaimed, "The Jiang family and the Meng family have arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Dacheng was instantly filled with dread. Li Yinfu's wife also sensed a growing unease. Although the Jiang and Meng families were not expected to hear these rumors so swiftly, there were indeed individuals who informed them. It was Madame Fang's daughter who had gone to speak with the Jiang and Meng families, as per Madame Fang's instructions. Although Meng Jinhai and Jiang Yufeng had taken Jiang Yang, Jiang Lin, Jiang Bei, and Meng Lingqi to the county, the remaining few were not to be underestimated, arriving in a fierce manner. Initially, the two aunts had intended to wield large knives, but were stopped by Zhou, as they were uncertain whether this matter was merely a rumor spread by outsiders or a deliberate act by Li Dacheng's family. It would be unwise to escalate the situation unnecessarily, as causing injury could draw the attention of the authorities. At this point, Li Yinfu's wife could no longer prevent Li Dacheng from emerging to clarify matters. The villagers of Xiahe saw the Jiang family approach, their faces flushed with envy. They were, after all, accustomed to daily meals of white rice and meat, unlike the villagers who subsisted on meager rations, fortunate to eat meat only once or twice a month. The Jiang family arrived with an air of aggression, while Li Yinfu's wife and Li Dacheng felt intimidated, fearing a confrontation without the villagers' support. Thus, she could no longer maintain her arrogance. "Who is Li Dacheng?" Zhou inquired, her powerful voice exuding an undeniable aura that instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Known for her fierce demeanor, Zhou's presence was formidable to ordinary farmers. "I am," Li Dacheng replied, compelled to step forward under the scrutiny of so many eyes. As he spoke, the gaze of the Jiang family fell upon him, filled with hostility, which weighed heavily upon him, causing his legs to quiver. "Speak. What is the meaning of this?" Zhou demanded. It is merely a misunderstanding. I was wandering in the mountains today and happened to encounter Miss Meng. We exchanged only a few words," Li Dacheng stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety.